I've honestly been thinking about investing more into that spaceport game because the return is sick, 2% a day. Like I don't know, it's just risky though. There's a lot of fucking games coming out.
Is it risky because space is fake?
Yes, so that's why. It's a big conspiracy. No, it's risky because it's all a big risk. But I mean, like I said, I don't know where that money's coming. Where's that 2% come from? If people just play the game and then sell the coin, just constantly sell the coin, like it's going to drive the price down. You need to have like people coming into the game. You know, people need to be buying to try to get into the game. Like Axie Infinity took off because people wanted to get into the game, so it drove the price of the coin up. This has the same kind of thing going on with the managers and apprentices and shit. I went in a Discord room that there's a lot of people looking for an apprenticeship, but I didn't see any managers hiring. Veach wanted to get in on it last night. I was in the middle of setting him up. He was like, "All right," he had to scrape some money together. He said he'd be back, but I hope he fucking buys a shit ton of that game and lets me be his apprentice. But I would just sit around and I'm looking for more games to get into like that. Like I make $4 a day off that one. I only got like $250 in it or some shit. $200. Like I'm looking for like 10 more games to do like that. That shit takes me like 20 minutes to do. I could do that shit while I'm having my morning coffee and be done by the time my coffee's done, you know?
Hell yeah. Then you can make that
There was,
$5, you know? Five
I mean,
bucks
yeah,
in 20 minutes. Yeah.
yeah, it's not bad for being able to sit home on your computer. I mean, that's fucking awesome.
That's what I do
I
for a
would,
living, dude.
I would work at, bro, you drive Uber and Lyft. I would stay home and do that. I would work for $5 an hour if I could do it from the comfort of my home on the computer.
I don't do Uber and Lyft for a living. What are you talking about, fool?
What do you do?
Dude, I do software. I do
Or you
freelance.
don't even know how computers work.
Yeah, that's right, man. That's right. That's why I told you to get into doing SEOs for people and uh, giving companies that don't have an online presence, uh, getting them set up and shit, getting optimizing their, Google bullshit. It's
You
easy.
definitely work for the government, Kosho. You definitely have some sort of a contract with the government of some sort to do this. There's no doubt. Come on, man. There has to be no doubt about that.
I used to, man.
Here's
Well,
Pete. You're all done now, Coach.
come on, man. I mean, look at all the time and effort Kosho puts into this. It's over the years as well. It all adds up. You can't be doing this. What? I was going to say out of the goodness of your heart, but you know
Dude,
better than me that the Earth's surface is stationary and flat. Kosho, of course you do.
my girlfriend's giving me $3,000 to build this tiny wall.
Between you, is it in the bedroom?
It's gonna go between us in the bed.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I guess. But at least she's paying you. What's that? Why did you say that? A tiny wall. What does that mean?
That's for the backyard, and she's putting the house up for sale pretty soon. So
Do you think there are any government paid people in to sort of sway and dissuade? Do you think that might be the case, Kosho? Do you think these forums are important enough, or the topic is important enough?
hey, Pete, check that picture out. Picture I just posted.
Globe life.
Yeah, I got my weekly check.
Yeah, you seem like a good guy to me, so you can't be doing this for the reasons you say you are, anyway.
The Globe is a good team.
Kosho's #1 on the paid shill list.
Kosho,
I get paid.
Rumpus,
I get paid lines.
Zanuck, Mayak man, they spend so much time. It's like a day shift. You do 8 hours and then you do your own thing. Do it from the comfort of your own home. A job like you wish for, Jeremy.
Wow,
I
yeah, I
say they're
told
getting
him $1,000 a day. I'll push the globe shit all day.
paid substantially more than €5 an hour. I think there was some leaking way back, and you get paid by the text. If you're commenting in chat or something, and it's something pretty substantial as well. If I mean, it all adds up. End of the day or the end of the week, month, year, you have a nice earning.
You can
That's
make
the
a
way.
few dollars from. You can make a few dollars in crypto on Reddit right now. I made $4 last month. I don't really do it. It's kind of a hassle, and it's not really that great of money.
I have no money, man. But if I'm injured at the minute, but if I go back busking, I play guitar, harmonica, sing. I generally make a few quid in a few hours, so I keep you going. At this fucking stage, all you want is enough to keep you going. It's
Yeah,
so
I mean, let
difficult.
me know if you want to get anything online. I try to make a couple bucks.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, if I was going down that road, I know I could do well. I finished, yeah. Anyway, I finished second in the university competition, and I didn't even put too much thought into it. But my thought process was correct, and it paid off. But you were given, say, fictional, I don't know, £1,000, €1,000, $1,000, and over the course of let's say 8 weeks or something like that, maybe 3 months, you had to just gamble at €1,000 on the stock market. So it was all sort of fictional figures, and whoever got the highest number at the end of it, um, won a prize. And it was a countrywide thing, all the universities around. So I finished second. I finished second, but yeah, with little thought really. I also had money to invest way back in 2000, well, all the way up actually, but especially around 2004, 2003, 4, 5, after 9/11. You know what the fuck was going on? Because everyone seemed to have money. Everyone was like party to like it's 1999. They were giving out 120% mortgages here, but the bank sent me a portfolio, and I was investing. I don't know, maybe 100 grand or something, and they sent me a portfolio, and I didn't like it too much. I didn't like it too much, so I taught myself about what I would invest that money in. Asked me more, and I picked three options. Which one was gold, one was Orange Mobile, which is a telecommunications company, and the other was fish farming. Fish farming. And had I put that money in at that time, actually I got the return from the bank. So had I put the money in 2004, whatever, 2003, 4, 5, into the bank, and 2008 came along, we lost it all, three-quarters of it anyway. Had I invested in places I was thinking about doing, oh, I'd be a millionaire now. Definitely be a millionaire back then even, because it just shot through the roof. All of them, all three of them. So if I was to get back into it, Jeremy, yeah. But fuck it, I don't like the thoughts of it, man. I don't like to think to have come so far and then just revert back to that. I guess it's all about just whatever our thoughts are, how we're going to make it through day to day. I can't think ahead next week. I can't think. I think it's impossible to sort of maneuver, find a way around through this fucking sea of lies where everything is a lie. You know what I mean? You can't escape it. But yeah, I hope you do okay out of it anyway, man. And of course, it's all gambling, so you know you have to be prepared. I would say if you took out what you put into it in hard cash or whatever, and then if we were to lose the rest, well then it's gambling money. At least you've gotten out what you've taken in.
Oh yeah,
Take
if
something out
Bitcoin,
regularly.
if all of crypto went to zero right now, I still made out. I pulled it out in cash, way more than I put in. I could never lose at this point.
Good. Were you there when I mentioned yesterday about John McAfee and his whole saga?
Dude, he's part of the reason why a bunch of people lost some money last time, because he was the one who was repping. He was right about when Bitcoin was increasing and all the cryptos that were increasing, and then that Christmas, a lot of people were investing in it, but it basically crashed right after Christmas.
Oh,
And then, yeah, he was the one pumping. Actually, he got indicted for pumping and dumping, or for for pumping and dumping. He actually got indicted in right before he died. Yeah.
wow. So he cost people. Would you say billions, Kosho?
Well, I mean, a lot of all the people that were in the market, in the crypto market when it crashed. But like I said, he's since been, him and his one of his bodyguards, uh, they got charged for pumping and dumping. Basically, the
Well,
same thing Elon Musk does, and all these other people do.
fucking hell. Well, just like Elon Musk, I say he's an actor on the stage, but he can't be charged with anything now since he's dead, right? Or is he? Did you not realize he was dead, Kosho? I think you must have, right? He was he's supposed to be dead, anyway.
He's dead. So
Well,
you
he's
said he's
supposed to,
dead.
yeah, he's supposed to be dead, but he's not. I
Not
didn't know.
Elon Musk. Not Elon Musk.
No, not Elon Musk. Yeah, John McAfee. But I didn't know about what you were saying. I
Oh,
just
not
don't listen.
McAfee.
Yeah, I don't listen to any news at all. I don't keep up with anything. So I didn't know he was embroiled in that controversy before. But my thoughts were that his death is faked, right? But there was a lot of YouTube suggestion videos coming up where they showed him to be a good guy, anti-government, sort of straight up, seemingly honest as well. Now I think that the purposes of all that whole saga was just to get people back investing again. So yeah, he faked his death. He's another actor on the stage, exit stage left. Why wouldn't he be, I guess? But yeah, crypto and all that currency speculations. I think definitely a lot of people got in after his fake death, because I guess the idea he was selling is like the old fiat currencies, no value in it. You have control over everything in the crypto market, and it's the future. And because he's been associated with sort of conspiracies, and when his mysterious death came about, you know, it would just urge yeah, have people going down the path that they wanted them to go down in the first place, which is to invest in crypto and pump up the prices. Fucking hell, man. Is there anything that's not fake, Travis? What about your story yesterday, Travis? Your friend, I don't mean to laugh, but your friend, his father died and they found his finger.
Yeah. I mean, when the Las Vegas shooting happened, I was in a back and forth on Facebook, and one of my friends from high school said that his daughter was there and her friend got shot. I mean, like, what do you do? Like, I'm not going to call the guy a liar. So I'm not going to call my friend who said that his dad was the head of security a liar. I'm just going to be like, okay, whatever. I mean, there's stuff that there's no way that I'll know, but I
If
do
it just,
know that it's
sorry.
not what they told us, right?
Yeah, just because these things are fake doesn't mean no one actually dies. These people don't give a fuck about killing people. They kill millions of people every fucking day with their bullshit.
Yeah. So it's not right.
No.
I mean, but you do have the Brian Staveleys who said that nobody died. Like, there were 0 deaths. Right?
Yeah, Brian Stavely, IPS, Pete Shea, as we say for years, September Clues, Let's Roll Forums, anyone who's investigated any of these fake stories. Jeremy, what you said there, sure, maybe they kill people all the time. I don't think they kill people willy-nilly. But when you have a scenario set up which involves tens or hundreds of people even acting out, you're not going to kill anyone. You're not
See,
going to
these people have no empathy. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but man, you think about it. You're not going to kill anyone in
Okay,
that
look, but Pete,
scenario.
wait, hold on, Pete. So think about this, though. We all know that war is 100% commerce. 100%. So they have no problem sending our sons to die. So why would it be any different to put up a false flag on our soil and kill a few hundred? It's nothing. It's no different. It's just all commerce.
Not only that, you got the food industry with all the chemicals in it, the fluoride in the water, the cigarettes, the alcohol. I mean, the list is
Yeah.
endless. The
Well,
car manufacturers not fixing things because it's cheaper to pay the lawsuits. than to fix the problem or people die. Like they don't give a fuck about you dying.
Yeah, but that's one thing. It's another thing when you're orchestrating a faked affair and you have groups of people cooperating who probably cooperated on many faked affairs beforehand. The thing about, let me just answer Travis what he said. Travis, if anyone really died in 9/11, right, there would be there'd be thousands of people surrounding the White House with pitchforks, looking, baying for blood. Because you know why? They would have seen movies like Let's Roll, not Let's Roll, The Plain Truth, right? The Plain Truth. They would have seen movies like Loose Change. They would have seen movies like Fahrenheit 9/11, and they would have put two and two together, and they would have cooperated then, and they would have demanded. They would have demanded, you know, in the most severe of manners, some retribution. You couldn't hold it back. You understand that sort of point of view now, as well as that. Somebody made up fabricated names in the list, the death list of 9/11. When you look into people's characters, a lot of them are just paper. They're just Sims. They're just people that you create
Yeah,
from your computer. When it comes to the
I mean,
number of, let me just say, when it comes to the number of celebrities who were supposed to have been on one of the four planes and just have this stupid excuse that they missed their flight and it saved their life, it tells us there's something else going on. They don't need to kill. There's too many people in on it. Let me just say this. It's one thing to pull off a mass hoax, maybe whatever reasons they're given. Maybe they're led into a greater secret. It's another thing to cooperate in a mass murder. That has you for life. There's no statute of limitation on murder. So that has everyone indicted, you know, for
Dude, they're
life.
doing mass murder every day. They're selling cigarettes. They're killing us in car accidents because it's cheaper to pay the lawsuits than to fix the problem.
Right.
Like Travis said, wars. Like they don't give a fuck about you dying.
So why aren't planes falling out of the air then? Remember one thing, we have the choice. Life has to be about something, so we have the choice. If I choose to smoke, then it's on me. If I'm going to trust the government that says it's not harmful, which they don't do that, they have it on the tobacco now, pictures of rotten lungs, etc. Pretty graphic. But you still make the choice, right? When it comes to driving, even or being a passenger in the car, you still make the choice, and there's a trust between you and the company themselves. And cars in general are very safe, Jeremy, you know, as planes are. So yeah, it's all about choice ultimately. When you murder somebody, you give someone no choice. You give someone no choice, and I think that's where, and I'm talking about especially associated with the numerous fucking media fakery events. No one died. You're going to tell me someone died of Boston bombing or 7/7? No, man. They don't, actually, someone said it here. One of their friends, sister, both her legs were blown off on the 7/7 bombings in London. And I'm going, man, because it goes against pretty much everything, my thought process and everything I've come to find out. Why would they kill anybody? Why would they blow any real thing people up when they already have the whole place cordoned off and set up for a staged enactment, a staged affair? Do you understand? The logic, anyway. The logic, it's when
I
you
don't
look
know.
into the victims then as well. There's so problematic. And Jeremy, let me just say this: you talked about if someone paid you $1,000 a week, I hope you wouldn't if it came to it. I wouldn't. I can't lie. I couldn't do that. Uh, but I hope you wouldn't if it came to it. Someone paid you $1,000 a week. You said you would do. You might consider doing pushing the globe or whatever. But what if someone paid you $2,000, $5,000 a week? You know, to participate in some of these things. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
I mean, talking on the internet's one thing, and even then I would have it would trouble my mind over whether to even do that or not because I'd be going against my
Yeah.
morals. But yeah, I mean, to do some of these other things, there's no way you're going to get me to do actual
Yeah.
violence in the real world for that little amount of money.
Or to even defend a story. I think what the people come online as well, if they're defending a story, they already know it's a hoax. Because otherwise they're sort of intricately involved in the whole conspiracy. If that's murder involved then and you're covering up murder, you're just as guilty, you know,
I mean,
so I don't think it would work
I
that
don't
way.
I don't understand where the hoax begins and ends for you. Like, do you, obviously there was two buildings on 9/11, and obviously there's not anymore. So something brought those buildings down. You know, right? Will you agree on that, right?
Come on, man, what are you doing? What are you talking about?
I
Of
just
course the
want
buildings
to
are
start from the
banned. Of course the
Jeremy,
buildings
but
are banned.
the hoax is the reason behind it, right? We were told one thing when it was another. That's the hoax.
that's our point of the hoax. Yes, I'm with you on that page. Pete has a whole different thing where nobody died, and I don't know what. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to bring it back
Well,
to the beginning. Of like,
have you not looked extensively into all of this, Jeremy? Come on, you must have heard the idea that there was no planes, so all video that is show planes is untrustworthy. We
yes,
told
no,
you,
I could go with the no planes thing. I could go with
fine.
the no planes and say they were rockets or missiles or something, whatever. Yeah, but there's still people in there that must have got hit and died.
No,
I
this
mean,
is
we
the
saw
point.
one guy jump off the side of the building. It could have been a dummy. I'm with you on that, but somebody must have died in that. I mean, it's not like they had the whole thing. They didn't have the whole building evacuated.
Of course they did, man, because it was all
Were all those
pre-prepared,
floors,
pre-planned.
were all the floors that the supposed planes hit empty that day?
It was more than that. Most of the floors weren't even in the building. It
They're
built.
occupied. You mean? Most of
No,
the floors weren't
they
occupied.
gave Jeremy, they gave the illusion over the years that the twin towers were packed chock-a-block. Not at all. They built without many floors, and by the end, I would say there was only a scant few floors left in the whole of the two towers.
No, that was the head of the fucking stock exchange. There was tons of places in there.
It
Yeah, I
wasn't
know.
tons of places.
But listen to what you're doing, Jeremy, right? You don't know that. I mean, it totally makes sense. Like, that they would only have the first, I don't even know, say 75 floors. Like, if you only had to go to floor 74, you're never going to go to floor 113, so you're never going to know that nothing's there. That
That's
whole, so
true.
like if you, right, if you make an investment in building those towers, and so 33 years they stand, and in 33 years, your revenue that you've made in other places exceeds the investment to build, that's a no-brainer. You can have all that empty space. You don't, you know.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they were built to be taken down. Exactly when they came down, Jeremy. This is the greater symbolic tale attached here. You get stuck on the literal. First of all, you're led straight into 9/11 conspiracy. Straight away, you're led into it. Straight away. So this is
Still,
a
some
red
of those
flag
people,
immediately.
some of the people, so somebody had to have died. Like I don't know how they could have gotten away with that.
Oh, that's what I meant to say to you. So talk, if there's real people who disappeared, if someone said to you, will you do this? And your life would be, you just go live somewhere else under a different name. You can never say anything about this. And you have, what, a few million. Everyone's getting 3 million. So we give you 3 million to do that. Would you do that? I think some people would do that. And when it comes to victims, a certain percentage were absolutely just made up whole cloth, just fabricated victims, simulated victims are called, right? Given a backstory, a brief backstory. Others then who were real people in the public eye, but they're suspected of being plants from the start. Let's imagine you were in a job or something, and some new guy came along, and he was there for 6 months, and you got to know him well. You justify his existence then, and he suddenly was in the towers that day, so he's gone missing, he's dead. So you know what I mean, that sort of things. But he just goes away and does something else, or else you have people who are maybe possibly involved in Masonic families. They just partake within the greater lie. Money speaks, doesn't it, Jeremy? But I say it's more than money as well. There's a deeper story attached to 9/11, which is our story. It's a symbolic tale. So don't kill anyone. They don't have. And let me say this as well. This is where they got the blood, which was from the blood drive. Remember the massive blood drive afterwards? Massive blood drive. This was the symbolic taking of the blood. So no real victims were needed. All of the fucking emergency crews were standing around doing nothing, scratching their arse. There's no videos of any mass exodus from any of the twin towers, especially after the second plane. People, you'd be flocking down all the stairs, and if there's that many number of thousands of people, you would just see masses coming out in panic. But there was none of that, none at all, none at all. So I think you're about 10 years definitely behind in research, Jeremy, which I'm surprised at.
I don't know. I was in the 9/11 back in the day with seen a couple loose change things and documentaries and shit.
What a mind fuck, isn't it? What a mind fuck for Americans to think that your government would do this. And of course, around that time when everyone came to hate the Americans, I wouldn't say hate them, like, but I never did. But you know,
I,
they certainly had a bad name around the block.
I mean, Pete, it's not far fetched for me to think that people were in on it. They brought the building down on purpose with controlled demolition. Obviously, that's what happened. So that's not far fetched, but just I don't know, just to think like nobody died. I don't know. That's
Yeah.
a tough thing for me to get around.
It's all right, man. I mean, you should look go over to Clues Forum, cluesforum.info. I mean, do I need to post a link in chat? Over to cluesforum.info and spend a few days just looking through it, man. And you know, as I say, it's 10 years. You're 10 years behind in a sense. When it comes to 9/11, yeah, if you trust the video, this is one thing. But if you don't trust the video, you can't trust anything. The collapse sequences themselves and their possible physics, it's fabricated. It's like watching a fucking movie. Deep Impact had better graphics than 9/11 had. And funny enough, Spider-Man came out in 2001. It was the first movie to have a complete CGI backdrop of New York. I think all clues for us as well, letting us know ultimately that we watched. This is where I'm at now, and this is where I was at back in 2010, but 3 months into research and further as well. But when 9/11 happened and all of our television sets were taken over at the same time, the airwaves were taken over. Button was pressed on a videotape, and for 102 minutes, what we thought, or what we took, the whole 102 minutes, what we took as being live was not live. It was a pre-prepared movie. What they did in reality, like a magic trick, they probably threw up smoke screens, and maybe, I don't know. There was definitely no planes. Maybe they threw in a hologram to convince people, but I don't even think that. They threw up a flyby. Dave Murphy of Flat Earth talks about how he saw the plane crashing, which is pretty suspicious. But I think they maybe did a flyby, but that's irrelevant anyway. The point is that what we saw on the television was a pre-prepared movie. Yeah, the buildings themselves, I say, came down in one piece, underground. That's it. And for dismantling, it's the best and easiest way to do it. Remember the two deep memory pools? At one point they didn't know how deep they were. There was no figure out. They're changing history as well, and they're filling in gaps that were left there at one stage. But yeah, that's what makes sense to me. They did it all in a very, very controlled fashion, and ultimately it's a symbolic tale that's been told more than anything else. And the buildings were built to be, taken down. And it had to involve the cooperation of thousands of people. It must have been in on 9/11. So no deaths needed. You can't get thousands of people to cooperate and killing their own. You just can't. It just wouldn't work. So that's my tale, man. But go to cluesforum.info. And, well...
I mean, yeah, I have to look. I've never actually explored this avenue of nobody dying. I just automatically assume that, they're not scared to kill people and they don't give a fuck. Because I already know these people have no empathy. So for me, for these guys to kill people is nothing in my mind. Like, I feel like it'd be easier to just kill them.
Wow.
Because it's a lot of bodies you got to make disappear. I mean, they claim thousands of people died.
Yeah, look up the death statistics for September 2001. Exactly the same average as 2000. Not exactly the same, but roughly 2000 all the way back and all the way forward. There's something else going on, Jeremy. But look, I posted a link in chat there. I've been through that for years. They've been through all of this stuff for years and pretty much broke down every victim. Every victim. I'm not saying every victim, but, went through with a fine-tooth comb. And it's the same recurring issues that, that's what drove us to Flat Earth to begin with, because we noticed that there are recurring issues, problems with the story that the bowl is telling us, the globe is telling us. And it's upon further investigation, then you just copper fasten your thought process and your departure from ball Earth to something flat and stationary, whatever that entails. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing with all of these hoaxes. All of them. And even, let me just say, 9/11, looking back on it, it's so transparent, but they were done better than subsequent hoaxes. Boston bombing, Sandy Hook. Look at how sloppily, seemingly sloppy they have been done, and subsequent ones as well. But I say that's all for a reason. I said it's all for a reason, as revelation is at hand. But yeah, Clues Forum, no, that's a brilliant, that's classic. I mean, it covers so many areas, as you'll see if you go to the main page. But 9/11 is their bread and butter, and they've been through everything. The basic the conclusion of all the findings is that yes, it's all. They don't go so much into the symbolic nature of it, but the conclusion is yes, it's a televisual hoax, the biggest blockbuster of our times, and everything is absolutely orchestrated to the utmost level. Look at how much time and effort has gone into 9/11 on all sides and all fronts. So yeah, the ultimate revealing is that it was a hoax. No one died, and yeah, we've all been duped once again. The excuse for war. Look at all the subsequent actions that happened on the basis of 9/11. So yeah, everything considered, it was very, very pivotal in a massive way. Would you rest easier if you found out that no one died on 9/11, Jeremy?
I mean, no, that doesn't make it any better. Maybe a little bit. I don't know.
You know, would you rather that it was true that 9/11 was
I
at least
know,
like
yeah.
the other
I guess
day?
that is better. I guess it is better if no one died, but still, though.
I know. Even here's the thing: even with the wars, we don't know what to believe. We don't know what stories to believe when it comes to video evidence or just general stories coming from war zones. There's a lot of fake news as well. People like John LeBon and Jungle Surfer. Not sure to go quite so far, but they say all wars are fake, as if no one dies ever. I can't buy that myself, but I certainly think a very, very massive percentage of it is hoax. We just get a fabricated tale for the most part, and nothing happens most of the time. That's what I truly believe.
War? He's saying nobody died. John LeBon, nobody died. Says nobody dies in a war.
In any war, yeah. It's all of it is fabricated now. He has grounds for saying that because there's so much video footage from Vietnam, from World War II, World War One, which is clearly documentary style fake, and even admit to, you know, much of the images, Pathé News, for instance, even admit to reconstructions of situations. So what looks real is not. It's orchestrated for the purposes of recording and you know, broadcasting. And of course, we know we live in a propaganda age. What if you don't have to kill people? Then I don't think you will, because I think these people know more than what we know, Jeremy. And we know there's a creator, or we know there's a higher power there. These people do as well, and we have certain rights imbued. So I think once they transgress that, then they're in big trouble. But you know what I mean. That's the sort of idea.
Well, so like, what would you say then if you had a family member who was in World War II and he's still alive and he can tell you that his, you know, his whole team got killed on the beaches of Normandy?
Well, I mean, that's what I mentioned. I mentioned John LeBon having this position. I don't know what I would say. I don't know what I would say. The whole what am I thinking of? You know, Dunkirk. Was it Dunkirk where the Allies were allowed to retreat back to England? The war could continue. That was all orchestrated. That was allowed to happen. So about a particular story, Travis, I don't know, man. I don't know. You know, I'm taking it someone told you that story, or you
No,
know.
I mean, my ex-wife's uncle is like in his late 80s, 90s, you know, so, or, you know, but I never talked to him about it, but I remember my ex always telling me that he won't talk about his experience, you know, in war. So I was just using that as an example. I
Okay.
mean,
Okay.
you know, so I would always imagine, look, this guy was in World War II. Are you telling me that
Mhm.
like no one to his left or right died. He never saw anybody get shot.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know.
I can't comment on that. It's a specific case. I will say one thing. Uh, I was convinced that the war in Afghanistan as well was just a big facade. It wasn't really happening. There was other reasons for America going as a war. It's sort of a distraction in a sense.
Well, like this,
Yeah.
like what, like okay, hold on. How about this? So, like, if we ever get to talk to Brandon again, I mean, Brandon was in. Was it in the Gulf or was it in Afghanistan? I think he was in the Gulf
Yeah.
in the 90s, right? So, like, he would be someone to talk. He was in the military and he
Was
saw, right? Like,
Yeah.
if he saw someone get shot, I would think, okay, then that's obviously not real. I don't know.
Well, I mean, absolutely, and I think more than Brandon can testify to experiences within the army. But let me just say about I was convinced that yeah, it was all a fabrication. And I met a soldier in Ireland once. He was an Irish soldier, or maybe joined the British Army, and he went over to Afghanistan. And I asked him exactly this. He had no vested interest. He was just being honest. He said, "We did fuck all." He said, "We did nothing. We stood around a garden, fucking poppy plant grows." And he said he didn't see anything, hear anything, or anything like that. And I was going, Jesus, yeah, well, that just confirms my thoughts or what I was sort of finding out through research or whatever. But here's the thing: I met another guy another night, and he told me a story that, for instance, let me just tell it briefly as I remember it. That they were in a skirmish one day, and someone ran at him, and he was pierced through the shoulder with a bayonet, and the guy who had pierced him, I did not remember it quite exactly anyway. He had a grenade that he set off, so they had a couple of seconds. Another guy jumped in on top of him. The guy blew up, and the guy on top of him blew up as well, and he survived it. And I said, "Oh fuck it, man, that's mad. Do you mind if I see your wound?" And he pulled his what do you call it down straight away, shirt down straight away, and there's this big massive wound through to just beneath the shoulder blade on both sides. That's a pretty at variance story as well. And I was very sort of depressed or disappointed to hear that. The guy was a nice guy as well, but I was disappointed to hear it more so that real shit is happening. Real horrors like that do happen in war. So it's just a brief story. That's mad.
Fuck yeah.
That's pretty much what he told me. So Jeremy, that's mad, isn't it? Imagine witnessing something like that and going through something like that. And of course, that would just be one experience. So you can't come away. That guy was he was an Irishman. He was definitely affected by everything. I don't think you can ever come back normal after seeing any
I
of
mean,
this stuff.
I knew a guy that was in there's no way they're doing this whole war thing and people aren't dying. That's fucking outrageous.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's just the level, extent is the question for me. But I certainly agree. I don't agree with John LeBon's sort of total perspective on everything, calling everything fake. And I sort of get tied in with that as well. My mother says to me, "Well, is anything real?" Or people say it to me, "Is anything real?" Of course things are real. Does anyone die? If someone died across the road or whatever, and say, "Well, is he dead?" Well, of course he's dead. Of course he's dead. Why do you believe that? You didn't see his dead body. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's about, I guess, in our minds, that's the best we can do. Best we can do is do our research, think about these things, and make a decision then. But the thing is, fake shit does happen. Fake shit does happen, and on a massive scale as well. I hold that Pearl Harbor was faked, for instance, as 9/11 was, as JFK shooting was. So to what degree can the
You
fake
don't
stuff? Who knows?
hold on. You don't think that Pearl Harbor actually got like hit with all the planes and the bombs and stuff?
No, I don't, man. I think it was just a fair fabricated excuse for America to enter the war. But I also don't think the Titanic sank, Jeremy. I don't think there's any ship at the bottom. They gave us the sort of Olympic Titanic switcheroo, but
The
I don't think there's
ship
actually
sink
any
though.
ship at the bottom.
Ships, so no ship sink.
Well, you see, that would be your conclusion, right? Or that's what you might come to
Well,
say. But no, the
I
Titanic
could
didn't.
actually I could actually go along with this Titanic thing with you because didn't they fake a Lusitania thing right before that or something? They faked some kind of
There's a
and they showed
suspicion.
footage of it and
Oh, hang on,
they showed
Jeremy.
like the go ahead.
There's a suspicion, right? Sorry to interrupt, man, but just because you mentioned Lusitania,
No, it's
there's a
fine.
suspicion that the Titanic and the Lusitania are actually one and the same.
Yeah, because they supposedly had shown I don't know, there was some huge ship that was supposed to have sank before that right before the Titanic or something. They showed video from it and it was like fake as hell. I don't know,
Well,
I
the
can't
Titanic
remember.
was 1912, and I think the Lusitania was 1916, off the shores of Cork. But I only heard about that association recently on a video about ether. Would you believe? Maybe I'll look it up and find the exact clip. But yeah, I'm happy enough to think that there's no fucking ship at the bottom of the Atlantic that was hit by an iceberg where they say it was. And funny enough, that sort of ties into 9/11 symbolically wise. Most of these faked affairs. With the Titanic, we had one becoming two, right? Sort of break up the Titan breakup. And then with 9/11, we have two again becoming one. But to connect the both, you know the movie Titanic by James Cameron. Well, you never guess where James Cameron was when 9/11 was going down, Germany. Let me tell you.
All right, what'd you say? What'd you say,
I said,
Pete? Yeah,
I said
I was
you
typing.
never guess where James Cameron was when 9/11 went down.
Who's James Cameron?
James Cameron, he was the director of the movie Titanic. Avatar,
Oh,
was it Avatar? No, not Alien. Not James Cameron. Well, let me tell you, he was only down at the wreckage of the Titanic. So, and I remember seeing a video. There's so many videos that are so hard to find now, and if they're not erased or deleted completely, they're put well back to the back. But the crew members of the ship were all watching 9/11 unfold on television, and James Cameron was down below in his submersible at the wreck of the Titanic. They didn't know what to do. As the story or as it was represented, they didn't know whether to tell him or not bring him up, and and then tell him or whatever. But eventually, they just let the thing take its course. And when he came up, then they decided just to let him know. And you just had a video camera there, them letting him know and getting his reaction. So I'm not sure if that video, I don't know how you'd even search for that video, but it was around at some stage. I say this is all symbolic and yeah, all stagecraft. Enter James Cameron stage left. So big connection been made. And actually another connection between JFK and 9/11 is Oliver Stone. And Oliver Stone was busy somewhere on 9/11. He was at a library. Um, Not a library, he was at a fucking university lecture or something where he was talking about his movie JFK when he found out about 9/11. So, yeah, all of these things are clues for us, I think, if we're paying some sort of attention. But it doesn't seem that too many people are. I mean, Jeremy, have you not heard of IPS, for instance? He was very heavily promoted at the beginning, and then certain controversies arose, but and he was ostracized to a big degree, but he's still pumping out great information, and he's certainly going down a different pathway than many. He takes it apart symbolically, and yeah, it's definitely vital at this stage. He's given out probably some of the only information that's worth hearing at this stage, which is about piecing the different clues together within a greater context. So, have you heard about him, or do you pay any attention to him? Anybody?
not really, Pete. Not really. Hold on one second. I'm
Okay.
trying to
You're
do
all right,
something.
man. You're probably doing something else as well, but
Yeah,
no, it's all right.
sorry.
I mean, recommend. Well, let me post these. He's probably one of the only guys worth hearing these days. I say that. I just remember his Discord for a while, but they're a big team as well, a production team. There you go, Infinite Plane Radio.
All hail Dodo of Aristarchus.
Telling you, you guys are crazy. Maybe I am.
If you're not crazy at this stage, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, I was going to say that. We all are a bit.
Right?
Everybody goes a little crazy sometimes.
That's what I'm saying. And that's not just meaning us on here and what we talk about. I mean, in reality, if I'm actually sane compared to people around me, and I'm thinking, shit, I thought I was losing my stuff. Y'all are losing it for real. So yeah, I don't know if we're that crazy, but we all have our little crazy moments. Humans do, you know, that breakdown.
All right, so I'm gonna ask this now because I'm driving across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge in Virginia to Maryland, and I used to work in DC delivering, so I can see the Washington Monument, which is 555 feet, and then back in the background, taller than the monument, is a tower. And I can't remember ever seeing something that massive in DC. Like, I don't even know what that is. Huge tower.
What are you talking about?
I wouldn't.
What am I talking about?
Yeah.
I'm in Washington, D.C., and I can see the Washington Monument, which is a huge monolith, right?
Mm.
But
Right.
yeah, but in the cityscape, in the background, there's another massive, massive tower that almost looks like the Eiffel Tower, but a little bit more narrow. And I'm just saying, I don't remember ever seeing a massive tower like that in DC, because I used to work in DC for like 2 years delivering all throughout DC. And
Right.
It might be a new
can't tell you
tower.
I've ever-
I do love towers.
No, but it's huge.
Really. It'd be interesting
It's
if you
like
had time. I know you don't, but to go up to it and see what it is. And if you can, the closest you can get to it that way. But yeah, when you get time, maybe.
Definitely, if I ever get time, I would check it out. But I mean, it's not like a cell tower.
Yeah.
It's not like this little thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't worry about it. But it's at a great distance. It's probably 10 miles away, and it's massive.
It'd have to be, yeah. Maybe we can Google something to see, but it's kind of difficult. It's probably something that has been built in the last couple of years or something, or recently. You'd be surprised. That makes you wonder what the tower is for, though. You're right, and that big. Yeah, it's something different. I mean, you could be wrong, but I don't doubt it that you're probably right. People don't want to trust their memory or that intuition that comes across them. And I think we need to trust that a little bit more. I think that's what we're losing is focus. And sometimes we get lost in our own memories. But you you remember, hon. Yeah, don't forget that. It doesn't mean you're right or wrong, but I look into it if you can, and I'll help if I can too, hon.
Oh, I see what he's talking about.
You can't tell what kind of at all what it maybe looks like. Like you said, it's not a cell phone tower.
It's I found
Any
it.
kind of what you think it might be, anything around it.
I found it. It has to be Hughes Memorial Tower. If you type that in, as it looks very much like looks very much like the Eiffel Tower, and the Hughes Memorial Tower is a radio tower located in Washington D.C. Near yeah, so it's on Georgia Avenue near the intersection of 9th Street, which doesn't seem to matter so much. Let me just get the dimensions of it.
9th Street northeast.
Northwest and Peabody
Northwest.
Street northwest. It is
What
the tallest.
what year?
So I'm just getting to that. It is the total
Yeah.
structure of any kind within Washington, D.C., surpassing the Washington Monument by more than 200 feet. Built on January 15th, 1989. So you just didn't see it the
Oh,
last time then, Travis.
Crazy. Like Georgia and Peabody. I'll have to check that out. Northwest. I'll have to check that out because I used to drive around there all the time. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that looks like an antenna to something to harvest the ether from to me. That's what all these buildings have incorporated technology which harvests the ether. Do we think that when they pushed Tesla under the carpet, who never existed for me anyway, when they pushed all the technology under the carpet, that they stopped using it? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. I actually think that One World Trade is a massive
Oh yeah,
receiver.
for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, let me just get the dimensions of it for you, Travis. It's an elevation of. Hang on.
Broadcast
Hang on,
channel
actually,
50.
at an elevation of 87 meters above mean sea level. The tower is located. Hang on, let me.
Till 2017, it broadcasts as channel 50.
It doesn't say the dimensions here. Hang on. No, it just says. Oh, hang on. Height is 232 meters, which is 761 feet.
The design includes the Jesus fish symbol.
Jesus fish or Pisces. Yeah, look at that, man. Look at that.
Ichthys.
Ichthus.
Ether band. Maybe they're taking advantage of the ether band, Travis.
Right?
It has
Yeah,
to be though.
that's just really interesting. Like I can't even tell you that I remembered. I mean, I was there every day for 2 years.
Jesus, I mean, there's a panoramic picture here,
Mandela.
and it just towers above everything else in the skyline. How would I miss that? And it's also it's elevated at 87 meters above sea level. But then the overall height would bring it to 388 as well. Very interesting. 88 above sea level, 88 meters. So it'd bring it to 200. That's 320 meters. 320 meters above sea level, which would be, what's that in feet? Almost, yeah, 1,049 feet.
Do you believe in the Mandela, Travis? Mandela effect?
Yeah, you know, it's so interesting because Brian Staveley drives me nuts because a lot of the stuff that he brings up, I'm one of the naysayers. Well, like, no way, I remember it the other way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think that it can happen and does happen, but sometimes the stuff that they say happens. I'm like, no, I remember it the way you're saying it. It never was. So I don't know.
So when they're remembering it the wrong way, what do you think is the most probable explanation?
No, you'd have to. It's just like mishearing lyrics, right? So look, check this out, right?
Exactly.
So like 5 years ago, I always thought that the men without hat, is it the Men Without Hats song Safety Dance?
Yep.
I always misheard these lyrics, and I can act like an African in Brazil. I thought that until like 5 years ago. I can act like an African in Brazil, and I can act like an imbecile. So misheard lyrics to me isn't a Mandela effect. And one of the things that Brian Staveley brought up was like a song by Billy Joel, Piano Man. And he said, you thought it was this, it was really this. I'm like, bro, there's no way. I sang the Piano Man in karaoke hundreds of times. There's no way that that's what it is. So, you know, other ones like Kit Kat or Chick-fil-A, I just don't remember those ones enough to say whether or not those are true.
I guess the two possibilities are people misremember things in a consistent or predictable way, or the fabric of space-time changes changes underneath us. Like somebody
Is that the only
whipping out a
option here?
tablecloth and then putting another tablecloth underneath without us
But
quite
is that the
spotting
only?
it.
Hang on. Is that the only options here? So someone's mentioned you yesterday, riding on eggshells. Yeah, we talked before. So you're that guy. Okay. They're the only two options, right? So someone couldn't be
The two
with
most
intent.
probable options. There's probably
Someone
quite a
couldn't
few
with
others.
intent. Excuse me. Someone couldn't with intent to do some manipulation, trick somebody's memory, or to trick minds. That couldn't be another
Oh,
option
yeah,
as
they
well.
could do that with a tent, I guess. They could do it without a
Right. So
tent,
yeah, that's grand. Let's include that as the
with
third
a
option.
cabin.
Just regarding Travis, what you said, Radiohead are notorious. Myself, even as I play music, you hear a song and you hear certain words, but when it comes to seeing them written down in the actual official form, well, there's always going to be a variance, and Radiohead is a perfect example of that. So that wouldn't be Mandela effect as such, but there's other things that. Yeah, more difficult to explain. But if you include this intent to deceive or to fool written into or greater times, well, then
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
another option to consider.
if you think about the Berenstain Bears, I just don't remember. Like, I know the argument, but as I think back and think, okay, I used to read that. What was it? I think that I would just default in saying that it was the EIN, but that's just the default.
Yeah.
You know?
Much more plausible explanation, right? It's a sort of one that seems simpler, that we misspell things in a predictable way. Seems like a reasonable explanation. I'm with you. Less fun, certainly less exciting as an option.
Ollie's braces from the James Bond movie. That's a very interesting indicative as well, because it seems that there is a recording of Dolly having braces, which everyone remembers, and then suddenly the main recording was that Dolly's without braces, which wouldn't make sense because the joke at the end was to connect Jaws with the silver teeth with Dolly and her braces. So that definitely shows that there is manipulation involved because the braces had been scrubbed out using some sort of effects. So, yeah, if someone is trying to trick us,
What's
and
this?
Brian Staden as well. Yeah,
Jaws meeting the girl with the pigtails in the
yeah,
where he chews on the cable
that's
car.
it. Yeah, that's it.
And what do they remember? Her with braces.
Her with braces, yeah, but most examples showed her without braces, and this was listed as a Mandela effect. But I think, yeah, because nothing could be found with her with braces, but I think it showed up somewhere on VHF. Someone posted a clip of it with her with braces.
I will say that I can tell you, I remember Mandela dying in prison. Like, I remember that, that news. That's what I thought. I thought he died in prison.
Oh man!
You don't think there's a chance that it was a different person and we sort of misremember it? Because I mean, there is an issue with if it's not even a racist thing. It ends up sounding racist, but I don't think it is. Which is you remember things more clearly of a group to which you belong. Whereas if it's an out group, it's called the out group homogeneity bias, and the gist is that we have a bias towards remembering, or sort of remembering the complexity of an in-group, and we make simplicity of an out-group. So some other black person dies, and we kind of go, "Didn't he die?" You know, like you have that issue of like, famous black guy turns up on your screen, you're like, "Is that Samuel L. Jackson or the other one?"
Yeah, that stands to reason. But if you remember, Nelson Mandela died in prison. Do you not remember him being released from prison, Travis, and then getting into government and all of that? So, are you saying that when you heard heard his second death, you just said, "Oh, I thought he was dead. He died in prison last time."
Yeah, but I don't remember thinking that, because I think that the separation between the two events for me was far enough that I had forgotten that he died.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I always knew he was alive because he came out of prison and he set up government.
I remember.
This is
that
the clip I've just found of the girl with braces. I just snapped that off a thing.
She got braces there.
Yeah, They are bizarrely clear, so I don't know if it's been remastered or something, but I do remember her having braces from the original, so this sits with what I remember.
That's not the real one, because Discordian Society has come through and made fake ones with braces now. That's what I believe.
I always remembered it with braces, and that's the way it is. So it would be some double Mandela effect.
Yeah, someone's fucking with us is all. I think the greater point is to get us to sort of distrust our memory, distrust reality in general. I think there's probably a good reason for it as well, because remember, everything is a fucking lie. Everything we think we know, it's a fucking lie for the most part. You know, I know there's a few ball earthers here who will swear by their ball, but we know it's a lie in general, right? We know that everything that goes along with it necessarily is a lie as well.
Everything is a lie, including the claim that it's all a lie. That would stand a reason, right?
No, when you put yourself in a ball earth, all the physics is wrong then. All the physics designed around this impossibilities, this sort of theoretical thing brought into existence, and everything associated with it. There's no straight lines on Earth because everything conforms to a curve. Water is always bending, no matter how little, length you have of it, because it conforms to the contour of the Earth. So all of these impossible things that we'd never ever experience, where you have to be held to be true. So what else are you going to hold to be true, which is built on these initial premises? This is the question. That's why ether is so important. That's why all ball earthers hate ether. They hate it. Even many flat earthers hate ether. Can't do without ether. I think vibrates without ether. It's intimately connected with the whole system here and what's going on in the skylights and what's going on beneath it. So
I don't think I hate ether. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It just seems like a sort of catch-all answer. Anything I'll struggle to explain, we'll call it ether and be done with it.
What about dark energy or dark matter? Does that seem like a catch-all answer to you?
I don't think it catches much, does it? Like the only thing it
catches 90% of the universe, bud.
Sure, but yeah, I'm not saying, like, when I say it doesn't catch much, I mean it doesn't. There's not many things it explains except missing mass. It doesn't it's not used to explain like 20 different phenomena. It's just like if you look out into the inky blackness and are confused by what you see, you call some parts of that dark matter, but not like, I don't know. Maybe it's somewhat similar. I mean, I do think I would describe dark matter as a placeholder for ignorance. So when we say dark matter, I think what we're really describing is,
right.
I don't know. You know, we don't know
what that stuff is. Isn't it? Because it catches 90% of the universe, which is a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah, but I think I think that scientific understanding will grow to a point that we will laugh at our primitive understanding of dark matter and go, "Oh, it was so ridiculous." And that's the way it's even described now, right? It's I've heard scientists describe it as a placeholder for ignorance. It's not my term.
I think will you have a good laugh at yourself for the shit you believed when you find out that the Earth is given is not a spinning ball? Will you have a good laugh are you capable of having a good laugh at yourself and saying, "Though all along I knew I was standing on ground that was stationary. Something was moving. I should have known it was the shit in the sky that was moving. Now I also should have known that was possibly part of Earth, because space only extends from the idea that the Earth is a spinning ball in the first place." So will you kick yourself at that point? When you kick yourself for saying, "I should have considered ether. I already accepted that all matter vibrates. I should have considered an external source which powers that vibration."
I'm making sense of. Like it doesn't seem to do anything to me except.
Say if Pete was your uncle, though, wouldn't you want to know the knowledge?
If I felt he had access to it, sure.
Well, how are you going to know that then? What knowledge anyone has access to? If you immediately write them off on the basis of a certain disagreement, a basic disagreement.
It's a good question. My main way of testing to see if somebody's got knowledge is to test their outcomes, right? Typical people with good knowledge have good outcomes, in my opinion.
What does that mean? Give me an instance.
If you built like a sort of, perpetual motion machine that harvested free energy or something, then I'd be sitting at your feet and scribbling away with a notepad, I'd be going, geez, this guy's onto something. This whole ether stuff is obviously true. Well, there's something to it. There's something to what he's saying because he's yielding such positive results from it. But no, some rando tells me on Discord that he's discovered something, and I'll just largely put it out of mind, same as I would for anybody else, same as you would if I did.
Sure, and I dare say there's plenty around who give one fuck what you put in or what out of your mind. But since you're interested in these matters, have you looked into Ken Wheeler, Theoria Apophasis? Have you looked into his work? The YouTube channel going back 5 or 6 years, where everything you desire regarding ether, anti-gravity, etc., you will find, and you'll be down at his feet at no time because he satisfy all of your requirements.
What's the most impressive thing this Ken Wheeler's chap's produced?
Have you heard of him, first of all?
No, I haven't. It might vaguely ring a bell, but I'm not.
Really?
No idea. No.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be able to.
Well, ether is a thing, bud. He's proven it categorically. Ether is a thing.
Sure. What? So the requirement I generally set for it that I was just describing is somebody who's kicking big goals, right? Who's producing some sort of value or something of something impressive. Does he fit that category?
Yeah, he absolutely is. Absolutely is. So type into your chat Theoria Apophasis or Ken Wheeler, and you'll get that in YouTube. And you'll have a list of maybe 6 years of videos, and going back to whatever 2015, 16, even before that, but maybe 1 or 2 videos a week, if not more sometimes. You'll have plenty of stuff to mull over, and you'll have plenty of practical demonstrations as well.
Right. So the question I was asking though is, what's the most impressive thing he's produced? What's the kind of, I've got limited time in my day. My simple heuristic to decide who to pay attention to is somebody who's kicking goals.
Why are you asking me, man? I don't give a fuck what you look at.
Oh, okay.
Do what you want. I gave you a link. If you're interested, if you're willing to bow down at someone's feet, though, if he's willing to bow down at someone's feet.
That was a complete overreaction, bro.
Oh, man, because I've spoken to this guy before, and he's going, well, this is how I judge and formulate and do. I don't care. I gave you a link. Go and look at the link.
Yeah, but listen. Okay, but right. I'm just going to be. Going to be a. What, Don?
Pete's right.
Pete's right.
If Eggshells wants to make up some rubbish logic not to look at something, that's on him.
No, I'm the same way. I want to know whether or not I want to look into this. What has he done? All he asked was, what has he done? So when Pete doesn't answer, I'm thinking Pete doesn't know how to answer this question. Pete doesn't have any information that he can give Harry to tell Harry what contribution Ken Wheeler has put out. It would be very simple for Pete to say in one sentence, this is something significant.
The ether categorically. He's proven the ether categorically.
All right, there you go.
Right. I said that already, Travis. Said that already. Now, when it comes to Eggshells here, he said if someone comes up with something that fascinates him, he'll be ready to bow down at their feet in a sense and take notes and pay attention to the utmost degree. I gave him somebody who is a great content producer, and he goes to places where no one else has gone. So what more can I do?
My thing was produce something of value, like kicking goals is the way I tend to put it. So like if they've got free energy device that works, or like even good software, or like not so much art, but like has done something. Like if somebody in your life is like, hey, I built a new surfboard style that means people can ride big waves. I don't fucking surf, but I'll still be impressed by that, right? I'll think they've got something to show. But claiming they've categorically proven the ether, I'm like, okay, do something with the ether and then I'll listen. That's my position on it.
What is the Ball Earth to show for anything? What is the ISS to show for anything, man?
Huh? I don't pay much attention to the ISS, but they've done some pretty interesting stuff, is my understanding.
Like
what?
Huh?
Like what?
I think there's some quite cool microgravity experiments.
What?
I think there's some quite cool microgravity experiments.
You said that.
Growing stuff.
You're crazy.
Growing lettuce. The grew lettuce. Lovely.
Cool.
Of the most
like I
expensive
said,
lettuce
They
on earth,
spun
billions and
around.
billions of dollars.
They spun around.
I pay the ISS very little mind. If you'd like me to pay the ISS as much mind as Ken Wheeler, I'm already doing that. Way
Green
ahead
Care
of
screen,
what
you.
you do,
green
man.
screen,
Just
soft
very little.
toys.
Why do you think other people should care what you do? Why do you think that, man? Eggshells. What's wrong with you?
I don't. I'm not under the impression I do.
yeah.
I'm just sharing with you my heuristic. Don't require you to
Just
care.
look into things and then come back and talk about them.
I do. I look into
Talk
lots
about
of
the
things,
reasons
but I
why
have
you
to
look into
decide
some
which
stuff or
things
you
to look
don't.
into.
We
Right?
already don't believe you because you're a ball earther and there's no reason you listen
Exactly. What a
to.
weird way to go about things, right?
Yeah, but I've spoken to you before. There's no reasoning with you. If I was to get you to answer a few simple questions, you won't be able to answer them. You won't change your mind, so you'll still go back and revert to a spinning ball Earth.
Okay, so what if I were to tell you, hey, I've discovered something? Would you give it would you pay a lot of attention? I'm a ball earther. I don't agree with your sort of views
That's
on
what I was
things.
going to say. What's your best thing you've done so far, so I
What
can
do you want
judge
to
it on
talk
that?
about? Yeah, mention something you've discovered.
Sure. So I can share that with you, but I'll share that with you in a moment, if that's okay. I don't mean to be like evasive, but I mean, like, let's say for now, I've done nothing impressive. Would you be super curious to hear about my views about reality?
Yes, I would.
Like,
I'd just talk to you
No.
and treat you
random
like
fucking
any other
random on
man
Discord,
Oh,
right?
who is sharing his point of view, bud.
Please do, Harry.
Once you become ridiculous, once you become dishonest in a sense, that's when I stop listening to you. But otherwise, I always give everyone the benefit of the doubt. Let's hear it.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Great. So I have a reasonably good understanding of psychology, such that I've got a pretty good idea why you've been tricked by this whole Mandela effect thing.
I wasn't talking about Mandela
I've
effect,
written
and
a
I wasn't
book.
tricked by
There
it.
you go. I've published. Is that helping?
All right, so
Of
go
course
on. Can you
not.
give us an abstract? What is it?
It's mostly my interest is mostly around persuasion, but the psychology around why you can be tricked by that is fairly fascinating to me, which is that we don't like doubting ourselves, right?
Have you given talks about this, Harry, or written books about it?
Yeah, given talks, talked at conferences, written one book, not written multiple books.
Okay, so let me
You're
let me ask you.
persuaded, Harry, into many things, and you don't realize it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm persuaded into many things. I think it's good to be persuaded. I think everybody has this idea that like being
yikes.
persuaded is bad and persuading other people is bad. But like, it's
That
funny to
debunks
do.
the
It's
whole
funny to
argument
even
about
suggest
Pete
that.
and Mandela.
Right? No, but I don't think it's bad. What I think is just more worthwhile is to be able to spot when it's happening and how it's happening. To me, it's like a fool's game to be like, I'm going to try to not be persuaded, because the easiest way to persuade somebody, like the easiest way to do a con job, is make them con themselves.
I think you're being a hypocrite, studying persuasion, but never acknowledging that you're persuaded.
When did I say that? I just said the opposite of that, didn't I?
You're persuaded into believing you live on a spinning ball Earth.
You're really sure of yourself, and you try and naysay all questioning about anything. So that shows that you think you can't be persuaded and you're above it.
No, I like being persuaded. I actively encourage people to persuade me.
I tried to show you videos and evidence, and you said I haven't got time for that. I'm playing VR.
Yeah, sure.
You don't like being persuaded. You don't like being persuaded.
A 5-hour video is not persuasive. Like sharing with me a 5-hour
Come
video.
on, you can't say that without watching it.
But it's just shit persuasion, in my
It's
opinion.
very persuasive.
Like, I can show you a 5-hour video why sharing 5-hour videos is not effective, if you would like.
I already know 5-hour videos are effective sometimes. I already know it.
Great. I've got another 5-hour video for you to watch on that topic. Are you going to watch it?
Okay, wait, hold on,
If you
just real
watch
quick.
mine,
Wait,
first.
Come on.
If you watch mine,
just
I've got
listen,
5
just real
hours.
quick.
Homework for you, Dawn. Come on, mate.
If you watch mine, I'll watch yours. I've got 5 hours to spare. Have you?
Not really, no.
No, see? So you don't want to be persuaded about anything.
Just don't want to watch a 5-hour video on fucking anything. You pick my favorite topic. I'm not going to watch a 5-hour
How are you going to be
fucking video on
persuaded
it.
by 5 minutes?
Because I'm interested in discourse. I'm interested in how two people can engage, disagree, and persuade. I'm largely just interested in whether some person I've never met
No,
can
this
make a
isn't
5
true,
hour
Harry.
video.
I tried
Can
to
I ask
persuade
you a
you,
question?
and you said no to everything.
So
All right,
what's your
I have
5 hour
I have
video?
a practical question for Harry. Harry, can you give me or us an example of, our not liking to doubt ourselves? Like, what does that look like? What do you mean?
Not what do you mean not liking to doubt ourselves?
Well, that's what you said. That's what you said was your basis for your position, is that we don't like to doubt ourselves.
Yeah, humans. I don't mean you guys. Is a sort of. I don't mean you're any different to me. I think
No, yeah, I get
we
that.
fundamentally.
Yeah, but so can you give me an example of how, like, what do you mean, like a human doesn't like to doubt himself? Like, what does that mean? What does that look like?
So let me ask you then a question. How much evidence have you been shown over the last however long you've been in the globe flat Earth thing? How much evidence?
He
have
asked
you
you a
been shown?
question.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
listen,
I will
listen,
demonstrate.
Dawn,
I'll demonstrate it with
I'm
a question.
okay. I'm okay with it. Go ahead.
How much evidence have you been shown for a spherical Earth?
Well, I've never broken down the ratio, but I would say, a fair amount, a good amount.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, beg your pardon. Bad question. Well answered, but bad question I asked. So.
Why don't you answer his question, dude? Jesus.
Yeah,
okay,
I was going to
It's
ask
okay.
it because the question I'm used to, the response I'm used to getting for that is zero.
What sort of conversation is it when you answer a question with a question? That's a
My
robot.
God,
Did
Dawn,
you
it's
interrupt
really
it to ask a
Listen,
question?
really
Did you
okay.
interrupt it to
No,
ask
you
a
know
question?
that's wrong. That isn't how
Complaining
people
about
talk.
questions.
That's not how people talk.
No, it was
Yeah.
funny though. Come on, it was funny. You complained about asking a question with a question. Come on, it's mildly funny, Dawn.
You should just answer his question and then carry on talking.
Dawn,
Yeah, I was just trying to use an example that he might
fight my own.
recognize.
You were avoiding it, bruv.
Okay, I'm putting you on
I'm
mute,
just trying
Dawn.
to think of a personal example. So one place I do it quite often is I will sometimes catch myself pretending to somebody else as much as I might to myself that I already know something that they are about to tell me. So I'll be like, yeah, I get this. And then like, as they tell me, I'm like, yeah, I knew that. And then if I like super critically analyze what I was just doing, I'm like, I didn't know that. Had they stopped speaking at some point, I would have been like, I don't actually know the answer to this. That's one of the ways in which I think that, I mean, and maybe I'm singularly different in that way, and I'm unlike other people. But I suspect that as humans, we're relatively
okay,
similar,
so
so we do that. But one of the things I will catch myself doing is like,
What's he talking about?
somebody will be like, oh, it could be something simple like, do you know what velocity is? And I'll be like, yeah, I know what velocity is. And they'll be like, it is. And I'll be like, yeah. And then, it's like weight time. I think it's, what is it? Weight times mass times speed or something? I don't fucking know. But I'll have this feeling like I want to say yes when I clearly don't already know yet. And that's one of the ways in which I think that we all already want to be right. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the only one that's that way. But that's definitely the way I find myself to be from time to time.
all right, so can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm not sure. I guess I wouldn't put that in the category of not or being insecure about doubting ourselves. I think I understand what you're saying. That I would put it in a we feign knowledge, right? We want to pretend that we know something that we don't.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Peter Boghossian wrote a book called Impossible Conversations and How to Have Them. And he describes it, which I quite like this term, the unread library effect, where people will think they know something because it's like a book in their library. And they're like, yeah, I've got that book in my library. And it's not until you challenge them on it before they're like, I've got it in my library, but I might not have read it. And the challenge, like with a lot of these debates where it's like, well, what is gravity? Which gravity are you talking about? Where I think your side are very effective at boxing somebody into a corner where they're suddenly like arguing and pretending to have knowledge that they just fucking flat don't have. I mean, his recommendation is like, give them a kind of out to it, let them assess for themselves in the sort of privacy of their own mind. Hey, maybe I don't know this as well as I thought I did. But like, that's more for like how to have an impossible conversation. If you want to have a debate, I think it's really good. It's fun. It's very effective to expose to somebody and to the rest of the room that somebody hasn't actually read that book in their library. But I think, yeah, it's talking about that same thing. We like to go, yeah, I get that, You know,
Right,
somebody was
yeah, I
talking about
think
plane works. Just the other day, I was an asshole to you, and was it to you? And I was like, planes don't have elevators. So he's like, yeah, planes, how the planes work, and the plane and the elevator. And I thought they meant earlier on. And I was like, planes don't have elevators. And somebody posted a picture in the chat being like, the rear control surfaces on the horizontal, like, tail parts of a plane are called the elevators. And I was like, fuck, okay, wrong. But I was so confident until they showed that. I was like, oh.
You're so confident that
Super confident.
Freemason symbols aren't true until you watch the 5-hour video.
It's not that I'm confident they're not true. It's just that it seems to me unfalsifiable. So generally my gist is, it might be true, but if it's presented in a way it's unfalsifiable, it's meaningless to me.
It's not unfalsifiable. He shows the
We got
manual
somebody with a hot
explaining
mic.
the symbols, and then he shows all the people doing the symbols.
Right. We had I don't sort of mean to sort of drag you back into it. We had an extended discussion where the falsifiability criteria seemed out of my immediate ability to do. Whereas, like,
It's not that. I'm saying that's not
about
true. And it's also the same
electromagnetic
position you are with lots of other things.
Okay, so in order for me to entertain this idea of watching this video about Freemasons touching their eyes and that means something, what would falsify it? What are the facts in the video that I could check from where I'm at in a reasonable, realistic manner?
That's
that
up
I
to
could use
you.
to falsify it?
That's up to you to find out.
So is it falsifiable?
Yes.
In what way? How?
You have to find that out watching it.
There we go. Right.
Hmm?
Whereas if I tell
You have your own standards, right? Everyone does.
Yeah, exactly.
Your own way to falsify something. So you watch it, and then when you're an hour through, you think about, is he telling the truth? Do I trust the look of him? Do I trust the information? Is that manual from Freemasonry a Photoshop and made up, or is that actually what it says? And is he drawing true connections between the two? These are all things that you have to do yourself while watching information.
Yeah, or just choose not to, right?
Yeah, or choose to be ignorant.
Yeah, there's a problem that arises sometimes whenever you get into these discussions where it's like, well, where's the evidence?
Yeah.
But see, people don't judge evidence the same way all the time.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, I mean, if you're interested in this topic, you're going to have to expose yourself to it and then kind of come to your own conclusions about it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And there's multiple elements to that, right? If I'm interested in this topic, broadly speaking, like the flat Earth topic, yes, the sort of Freemasons and celebrities touching their eyes in photos, and I'm honestly not that interested in it.
It's where it leads, though, Harry.
Yeah.
Right, but you got to sort of do the theory of mind thing. Step into my shoes, where I'm fascinated by these discussions. I honestly enjoy chatting with you guys. I think you're an interesting group of people who are intelligent, just have very different views to me. But I do fundamentally think it's wrong. I think it's incorrect.
But you haven't looked into it yet. So you haven't
So-
falsified it, so you don't know it's incorrect.
Just chill on the Freemason bit. I'm talking about the flat Earth at the moment.
Oh,
I just think it's
you've changed topic again. So all that shows me is you're ignorant of Freemasonry. That's basically it. You want to be ignorant. You've chosen to be ignorant.
I can get there in a moment, Dawn. I was just responding to Merle, if that's okay. But I think it's like incorrect. So if somebody goes, well, once you accept X, let me introduce you to Y or Z.
You're using an analogy about flat Earth being incorrect. It's nothing to do with it. It's not where this video leads.
Yeah. Although there is an element of Freemasonry that has that knowledge as well. But that's another thing. But
yeah, but that's how we're diverting. I've got to call it out.
Yeah. The whole subject you're involved in, whether you recognize that or not, is the art of deception.
I'm involved in the art of deception.
Yep.
Yes.
Would deception misinformation or deception?
help people be deceived.
So
by saying,
deception.
"Oh, that's not interesting. Don't look into that."
When somebody knows the truth and is willfully, knowingly leading somebody to believe something else.
Yeah.
So you
100%.
believe I know that the Earth is flat, but I'm deliberately making people think it's round?
No. There's people, right, that were here before us that constructed a very sophisticated system. And they've told us certain things about, you know, who we are and where we are and what we are. But this doesn't seem to be true. And gradually, pretty much since Star Wars, movies have been a huge vehicle that, you know, let people in a little bit. It's in the music, and then you take an interest in it and you start to see that there's a whole MTV. I didn't know that MTV, like, that's Masonic TV. Did you know that?
Not music.
Yeah, music television is Freemason TV.
I just always thought that, I mean, MTV were a client of mine for a while. I thought the M and MTV stood for music.
It does, but it's run by, like, headquarters of MTV is above a Masonic temple.
Okay. Is that strong evidence for you that the headquarters of some place? Because I mean, it's headquartered in multiple places around the world.
It's just reasonable doubt.
Travis, you on deafen, Pete?
I didn't deafen him. I just muted him because his mic was hot.
It looked like he's
somehow he got server deafened now.
Oh, really? Okay. Sorry, Pete. Your mic was hot, Pete. So I muted you. I must have pushed the wrong
Keep
button.
pushing stuff, Harry. If you're not interested in it, that's fair enough. If you tell me I'm not interested in it, I don't want to push on you.
I'm broadly not interested because it's like my thing is quite often put it as like, what's the so what question, which is like,
well, you realize
even if I put the idea of the falsifiability aside and I went, so what? Let's say I accepted it, then what would that change about my life? It's like I'm somewhat interested in the idea of a difference between free will and determinism. But what bores me about the conversation is there's no possible so what that I've discovered thus far.
Let me ask you
wait,
about...
Wait, I've still got something to say. That's to do with everything, Harry. Nothing. There's no point in anything. Any of the information you take in. Unless you decide there's a point. The point of Freemason information is these are the people that run your world, whether you acknowledge it or like it or not. That's why people look into the information, to try and study the people that rule them.
So what's the so what? What have you done about
That's
it?
the so what is once you know, you're aware of their techniques. You're aware they exist.
But awareness is what? Like
awareness can change your behavior.
Yeah,
truth and power.
Like if I learn something interesting about fitness, I can be fit. If I learn something about motorbikes, I can ride better.
Yeah, if you learn about Freemasons, you can avoid being a slave to them.
So describe to me how you have avoided being a slave. That might make this
conversation. Well, I stopped
more
believing in their ideas and their news.
Cool. All right. So once you stop believing in their ideas and their news, what
that's changed my behavior, because now I'm not held down by anxieties.
Right.
So now
as an armchair psychologist, he's trying to be.
About a secret group of people controlling the world. Now that you're not
also, Harry, this is what I hear from Mark and all the Globers. I don't want to hear about this. I don't want to hear about this interesting information that you've discovered. I'm just interested in
writing. Who told you that they are a secret group of people?
I'm talking.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let's try to honestly right now. Hold on. I know. Everybody, please. Let's try not to overwhelm the conversation.
Harry, this is what I get. This is what I get from all Globers. I'm not interested in your new information about anything else. I only care about flat Earth. But then I'll say to you, so what's the point in that? Why do you care about flat Earth so much? How's that helping your life? And you haven't got an answer. But you're all over the place. You're all over the place.
Do you
That
want
was
to know my
brilliant.
answer, or have you decided that I don't have an answer? Or would you like my answer?
That was good, though.
How is Flat Earth helping your life and changing your behavior?
Sure.
You being
So one of the
interested
main-
in that
so one of the
instead
main
of
reasons-
more important things.
Sure. So here's what I will do that notably you did not, and then I'll invite you to do so. It has changed my behavior in reality that has made me better at my job, because some of my main reason getting interested in Flat Earth was I was like sitting around start of the apocalypse going, where can I spend some time where I can practice the skills that I claim to teach other people? And I was interested in where can I find a group of people who will willfully disagree with me day after day. And I went into the politics and religion servers, and they're having conversations about nothingness to me. And so I sought out Flat Earth. As a result of having Flat Earth discussions, I'm like really different and way more effective, in my opinion, when talking with people who are in training sessions who become obstinate or rude. Whereas before, I didn't used to become flustered, but I would become like sort of irritated much more easily by people in training sessions when they'd be like, "Oh, I don't want to do
The
this."
snake oil salesman, this guy, isn't he?
That's a much smaller reason than what I'm giving you with the Freemason information.
So hang on, Don.
He's learned.
All you're doing is better at fooling people in a.
He's learned how to deal with rude people in a certain way, because flat earthers are all rude. Is that
That's
what you're
very
trying to say?
small, Harry, in the great scheme of things.
I don't think all flat earthers are rude, but I think you can be from time to time, Pete.
I can be rude.
So Dawn,
I'm offering you better.
The question for you would be, what would you say is like the main like takeaway sort of real world? I think I can earn more money out of this, right? But I also think I can.
God, Harry, so shallow.
No,
so
but I think there's
shallow.
also I can improve.
So hang on, please. Hang on, please. Plenty of us take this. Hang on, Don. Plenty of us take this flat Earth, globe Earth thing very, very seriously because it impacts our life in a massive way. You're telling me you come in here just to improve your debating skills or your people skills? Is that all you're saying? Is that all you've learned? You're into psychology. Let me ask you one more question. You're into psychology. What do you make of a mind who believes impossible things and refuses to see things as they really are? What do you make of those type of mind?
I think it's a disorder.
Yeah, I would agree.
But to go back to your question, Mel, not just for my sake. Like, let's be clear. I make money by helping other people. Like my bread and butter is making other people more confident, better communicators.
Nice.
So
this guy is you're almost bordering on creepy, man.
I make money out of, in my view and in their view.
And he's probably a Freemason, Dawn. Don't you know?
So
40% chance, Pete.
That's to me the nuts and bolts of it.
Slippery. Slippery is the word that comes to mind. All ball earthers are fucking slippery.
Oh, sorry, Travis, can we get a bit of moderation in here? This is turning into personal attacks rather than attacking the argument.
No, I'm just saying in general.
Okay, hold on, Pete.
Go, Dross.
No, I had a phone call, so I didn't hear anything that was going on. I apologize.
All right.
Snake oil salesman, I call this
just
guy.
getting a bit upset. He'll control
That's
himself.
all. Can I not do that? He's not answering. He didn't answer my direct question. He didn't answer it.
I did, but largely I ignore you because I don't feel it's fair.
So largely you ignore me.
Yes.
What's the psychology behind that? You're coming into a flat Earth forum, and I ask you a reasonable question. Why do you largely ignore me?
Because I don't think you're okay. I don't think you're a well person.
Is it that you can't deal with me? Is it that you can't handle me? I ask too many difficult questions.
Hey, okay, Pete, let's move on. Let's talk about something substantial. Let's not make this a psychoanalysis.
Okay, Travis. So I asked the question, and let me ask it again then, because he's into psychology. What sort of mind?
Mute him on my end. I'm sorry, I'm muting him on my end. Dawn, the question was like, what would you say is like the best result?
Hey, Harry, you can't do that because he doesn't know he's muted, so he's talking over you.
He's being a fucking idiot.
He's just turning volume up by 10 dB to take over the room. What are you doing?
Okay, so just take him off mute, and let's try to. Okay, Merle, you start us on a new discussion. Go ahead. Or someone else, you know what I mean? I just wanted something to just change the trajectory.
I wanted to throw to Dawn to the question, like, what would you say when you say now that you're aware this Masonic order is controlling your life? What then? What then would you say is the biggest, the most valuable result from that? Yeah, go for
my
it.
behaviour because I now have less anxiety, so I don't believe any of their lies.
So you have less anxieties and you don't believe any of their lies, and then what happens?
I'm free in the mind.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you want that?
So I'm free in the mind. I would want to know, like, if it means that I can build something or do something or help someone in some like material way that I could, as crass as it sounds, like measure it in some way, then yes, absolutely, I want that. Share it with me.
Yeah,
But
but
if it's just
why
like,
does it
I'm
have to
free in my
have
mind? I already feel quite free in my mind.
why does it have to have a monetary value? Why can't a
It doesn't.
mental
That's true.
what?
It doesn't. That's true. That's why I was saying I don't want to be crass about it. I think a monetary value is like a really crass, crude, almost embarrassing way to do it. But if you said like, I fed 400 homeless people across the course of the weekend because of this newfound awareness I have about this cabal, then I'm fascinated, right? I regularly donate my time to help people. So that would have me interested. If you said there's this real world application where I suddenly produced 0 point energy and I'm now powering 2,000 homes, I'm bolted to the spot. I will be absolutely at your feet, worshipping you as a master and trying to learn your ways. But if you say, I feel more free in my mind, I'm like, well, I already kind of feel free in my mind and I don't know how to measure that or falsify it. So it's kind of like,
Yeah. I mean,
don't mean
I
to
get
diminish it, but if it feels good
yeah.
for you, that's great. But it's kind of like a pitch.
You believe their lies, Bill?
I don't know. I think we both believe that other people believe their lies.
You watch the news. You believe the news.
Oh, ish, I guess.
You
Yeah.
watch science. You believe there's science.
Yeah.
Well, okay. How about this, Don? Let me jump in just real quick, if I can. So let's say that there's someone who's really invested in space, and they actually believe that the Earth could be destroyed by, an asteroid at some point, and so they are actually afraid, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Sure.
that is right. So to me, you might not be at that level of fear for asteroid, but there might be something else in the news that does elicit within you an emotional response that is fear for whatever reason. So to me, that is a level of bondage and slavery that I don't have, because I don't believe that what you are afraid of is real. So to me, that has a higher value than anything you could place monetarily on it.
Sure. Yeah. And if that were the case, but like, and I don't just mean to be like tit for tat with this discussion, because I think it's a very interesting discussion. But it's a sort of, on the one hand, it's a hypothetical of somebody who's upset about an asteroid. Or I think a more real world example would be a current global thing that we're not really meant to talk about, right? And they're living in fear of that. But then on the other side, I want to put like, am I going to be less afraid, or am I going to?
You mean the corona hoax? Okay.
That's what I was trying to avoid saying. Yes, Pete. Or do I get rid of that fear, or do I supplant that fear for a fear now of this shady cabal of super powerful people who control the world?
You change your fake fear for a real fear.
Yes. So are you afraid then, Dawn, of this super powerful elite
Of
group of
course.
people?
Of course.
Okay, so you still have the fear. It's just a fear of a different thing. Would that be fair?
It's fear of a more true thing.
Okay. So yeah, if it was a more true thing and that fear gave me greater agency to avoid, it's like, should I be afraid of a car accident? Yes. Does that mean I should get a car with an airbag? Hey, good idea. Now I've mitigated that risk with that fear. Is there an airbag for this? The Masons?
I mean, you can understand right and wrong better and make better decisions as an adult man on Earth.
I'm fairly confident. I'm fairly comfortable with my view on right and wrong.
Would you be afraid of liars in power? Isn't Australia shut down now because of the corona? You can't even say the word corona now, but isn't Australia shut down now?
Okay, Pete.
Are liars in power to be afraid of?
Hey,
Pete's not getting them.
Yeah.
I thought we weren't allowed to say that
I hear
word
you,
in
Travis.
this channel.
What?
We're not, Pete. We're avoiding saying that and talking about this because it's being live.
I'm not talking about it. I'm not talking about it in any way. I'm just saying that Australia is in lockdown because of corona, right?
You keep saying it. Dude, the C word. We're trying to avoid talking about the C thing.
What C word? I can say cunt, but I can't say corona. I'm not saying anything
Yes,
about corona or giving out any medical advice. I'm just asking you.
Welcome to being subject to YouTube.
Are liars.
Yeah,
So you can't say corona on YouTube. Well, I'm talking about the bottle of beer, okay?
In Geo's server, as per Geo's rules.
I believe you can't talk about or expand upon it in terms of any points of view like that. But I'm just asking you, I'm stating reality. If I look at the news now, well, Australia's shut down because of corona. Now, the question I'm asking you is it okay to be afraid of liars in power?
Sure, yeah. I'm terrified of the idea of lies in power.
Well, that's what Dawn is in a sense. Because he says the Freemasons have the power. So he's afraid of the liars in power.
Of it, true, sure.
So what do we do then? Are you purely here, man, just to improve your skills the way you can help people become more confident?
Yes.
So
it's truth. To help people, including myself, become more confident, better communicators. Yes.
Does truth play a role? Is that important? I mean, you could be confident to be a better ruthless businessman.
Sure, I could be the emporium of a homeopathic empire, but I think if homeopathy is bunkum, then what good is it, right? So yes, truth plays a part. Yeah, truth plays a huge part.
Would you agree with this? If we don't know where we are, we cannot come to know who we are. Would you say that those two are intimately connected?
No, I don't think I would.
Human psychology is based on ultimately what?
Oh, I don't think that would be a
flat Earth.
It's based on a few simple things when you think about it. It's a frame of mind, where we are, and who we are. These are the two things that are prevalent in that order.
Brain jail.
Well, we've been told from the very earliest of days, everybody.
Brain jail.
We live on a ball. So that's our starting point for our psychology.
A neurochemical
Everything is associated with us having this greater place in the universe, right? But if that's not so, will our mindset, will our whole psychology, our makeup change?
I don't think so. I think that we've moved from a flat Earth cosmology to a spherish Earth cosmology pretty comfortably without much of our behavior or mind state changing. I think we think it will.
But
I think
everything to do with the ball is impossible. Everything to do with what you believe as a worldview is impossible. You cannot experience in your everyday reality. And this is what you believe openly, and you allow it to dictate your psychology ultimately.
Is it?
Yes.
It's amazing you know that without being able to ask me some questions.
Oh, well, have
you?
Can you point? Okay. Can you point anyone out who's ever lived, or who you know, who's ever lived, who experienced the earth beneath them to move en masse?
You want me to point to you to convince you that I know that somebody else experienced something? My view of...
Are you yourself? Have you experienced it?
My view of minds is that we are almost painfully trapped within our own experience. So I can't even reliably tell you even exist, let alone what you experience.
What?
I mean, how do I know what you experience? How could I describe to you? Somebody said, "Oh wow, I felt the earth moving the other day." How could I communicate to you their experience?
Solipsism, yuck.
Similar, sure, yeah, like that. But I mean, Dawn, do you know what I experience?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Your experience pretending to come in, talk to flat earthers, to help your own life, but actually,
it's very different to my experience.
Actually, you're spiraling and distracting yourself from real study.
Sure. I don't experience pretending to talk. My experience is
he's practicing.
I talk too much. In fact,
You experience your wife saying, "Are you finished on that VR yet, Harry?"
I don't even experience having a wife. This is a very different experience to mine.
Girlfriend?
I've never experienced a wedding, so I don't know how I would experience having a wife.
Girlfriend?
You're not doing too well here, Dawn.
Partner.
Here's what the best answer to that question is. I don't know. That's what I think the best answer.
I know what you experience. I'm sticking
Well
with it.
done. Well done. I don't think I'm even sure of what I experience. I think my experiences are fleeting and difficult to quantify and describe and they flip
That's
from
a
one moment
cop
to
out.
another.
It's a cop out, Harry.
Well, maybe.
It is. You're deeper than that.
Oh no, I think it is very deep. To me, it is very deep. It's very deep and rich, and encompasses the rich tapestry of our experience. Whereas to presume I know what somebody else is experiencing, to me, just by necessity reduces them down to a sort of, one-dimensional caricature of a human. It's pathetic. And we only try to do it when we dislike people or what they're saying. When we like people, we and you would know this from people you've met, right? When you like somebody, you fancy a girl, you explode her out into this giant constellation of things where she's funny, but she's frustrated, and she's this and she's that, she's smart, she's this, right? But when we don't like somebody, we go, "Oh, you're an idiot who makes up your decisions based on bad information. That's all you do. You're nobody. You're nothing." And it's sad.
Yeah.
Again, it's the outgroup homogeneity bias. If they are the outgroup, they are simple and small and all the same.
I think you could have taught Peter Lesson with a 30-minute ban rather than a 24-hour ban.
It was just 3 minutes. It's just 3 minutes.
Oh my god, he just freaked out and told me it's 24 hours. Sorry.
If it is, I can reverse it. But if you're listening, Pete, bro, you have been told not to say those key words. I sent you.
He's dropped out because he thinks he's gone for 24 hours now.
Well, that's no big deal then. But whatever. I gave him a time limit of 3 minutes. So, or yeah.
Iche pushing the boundaries.
I think
I told him he pushed it.
I mean, I guess you could push the boundaries unwittingly, but I didn't get the impression he was like, "Oh, I'm flirting with danger here." I think he was just stumbling straight into a barbed wire fence and wondering why it was continually zapping him.
Well, censoring is a tricky issue. I mean, we're truthers, but we've had to censor in the same way that Jews censor.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm not afraid to say it.
I mean, I
you just said a Jew's name. I thought that was pretty funny.
What, Peach?
No, didn't Dawn just Dawn? What did you say just a second ago?
I said that you as truthers have to run the server to not get shut down, so you have to censor the same as Jews censor.
Right, and then Harry said, "Oh Jesus," and I said,
right, yeah.
I missed that.
Right, there you go.
It's quite fascinating how many times atheists say, "Oh God" or "Jesus Christ." It's very fascinating. All the time. People are trying to debunk your MTV Masonic Temple headquarters in the chat, and they're all spiraling. They haven't debunked it. Pictures of it that say Masonic Temple.
Second photo, what's up? Second photo does look better because when I looked at the first one, I was like, that MTV looks stuck on there with Photoshop. Sure, that doesn't look like headquarters though. That looks like some office in like some backwater town.
It's a Canada It's a big office in Canada. They still call it headquarters on the website.
Is the Canadian headquarters?
Right. Okay. Because I was thinking, I was like, the ones in London that I used to work at were like, it was a purpose-built building and it was huge compared to that.
Well, what did you say? You were working for MTV?
Yeah, I was doing training for them.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
Doesn't matter where it was, Dross. The idiot. So he misses the whole point.
Exactly.
It's like,
Does that
oh, it
every
wasn't
time.
in New York. Look, it's right there. Masonic Temple. Just look away.
It's the weakest agents ever.
Shout out to what's up.
No, it's just I don't like when people, try to twist the real information.
Says it at the time, but watch the Masonic Temple in capital M, capital T, post MTV. There's still a Masonic Temple during MTV. It's in the headline what he's sharing. It was a Masonic. It is a Masonic temple, and it will be a Masonic temple.
So what's this thing? There's people who've got a video of the Mandela effect where the braces are missing from Dolly.
Yeah.
This
That's
is what I'm
the
so
James
interested
Bond.
in.
That's the main one you find when you look back. No
Yeah,
braces.
it's amazing. Yeah. I remember it with braces. She had braces.
I haven't got a memory, but I think they might have changed it.
I super remember it with braces. And what's
agreed.
most interesting to me
You got
is
affected.
It was Jaws.
Isn't the actual version that there's braces?
No, not when you look back. You only find that fake YouTube one.
Yeah.
Hang on. So where's the example of it without braces?
Just search Jaws meets Dolly.
Yeah, Jaws. Because he has the teeth, right? He smiles. And then, of course, she's going to have metal teeth. Like, why would she not have metal teeth?
Riding on eggshells has been mandoozled. So, yeah, you're a victim of the Mandela effect then.
Guys,
it's affected.
Mandoozled.
I used to be into Mandela. I used to, because the Bernstein Bears got me. But when I looked into it a lot, you find enough of them. All of them fit into one of three categories, and the Jaws one is the most common category. And there's evidence of her. There's evidence of my theory. But yeah, so if you take something like Star Wars, Luke, I'm your father, or Dolly's braces, if you were to guess how many times you saw Moonraker, or whichever movie that was, you probably saw it, less than 5 times. But you've seen that referenced much more than that, and so we all have this shared false memories of these references of these famous scenes, the references that get it wrong, like people repeating it incorrectly, or like paying homage to it using like the wrong words or the wrong thing, and you end up remembering that more. But that Dolly one was referenced several. I mean, I can think of several things, including a commercial where they do the same thing, and she shows her braces, and yeah.
Super interesting, yeah. So I had it, I had it wrong. I'd still until you were saying that, and I was googling this. I thought that the real one was with braces. There you go. It's funny as well. One of the things down the bottom it said is most people didn't remember her being quite as sexualized with the boobs out. That was the first thing I noticed when watching that scene again. I was like, oh wow, her boobs are everywhere.
Yeah, but all the other quotes and movies ones and stuff like that, they all fit that exact same. They have all the same properties. They're all from extremely famous movies. Extremely, you've seen it referenced multiple times. You can think of the several places you saw it referenced, and something like I said, it's very popular. Most people have seen it, and so like Forrest Gump or Star Wars. I've seen Forrest Gump like 20 times, but I've seen Empire Strikes Back maybe 10 times, maybe. You know what I mean? And you've definitely seen the referencing it much more than that. Like it was in the trailer for that movie Tommy Boy. What's his name? The fat guy from Chris Farley. He does that quote, but he does it the wrong way. And so you've certainly seen the trailer for Tommy Boy more than you've seen the movie Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
doesn't
even
the Mandela effect always happens.
Even the actor when he goes into a talk show actually says it the way we remember it.
Yeah, but he's probably seen and lived that scene less times than I've seen the movie. So
Yeah, and it all occurs in exactly the ways that memory fails. Like the Mandela effect mimics to a staggering degree exactly the ways in which our memory fails. Like one of the most interesting ones is it's named after Mandela because everybody remembers Mandela dying in prison, but black people don't. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I was about to say. Not a lot of black people remember that one.
I'm
Exactly.
not black. Hang on, I'm not black. I'm Irish. But Mandela never died in prison because he got out of prison and he became leader of South Africa.
Sure, that's denying the consequent. That's the backwards of what I'm saying. I'm not saying it worked on all white people. I'm saying it didn't affect black people as much. So whether it affected you as a white person is totally irrelevant to that.
Over here on this side of the water, no one believed that Nelson Mandela died because we always got news of how he was getting on ruling the country. He was at sort of rugby games, etc. If you are a victim of the Mandela effect and you say that, well, hang on, when Mandela died the second time, whatever, I remember him dying the first time, that would have meant you'd have to forget about all of that, where he was the leader of the country and all of the different meetings he had throughout the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the movie that came out and everything. Yeah, but that's the thing. Everyone in the world knows the story of Nelson Mandela and that he was president of South Africa and all this other stuff. Everyone in the world was privy to that, and it still was the fact that some people, I never knew these people, but some people thought that he died in prison.
Yeah, because there was some other famous black person, I think, that died in prison. I think that's what.
Yeah, there's another African king or something like that, or African head of states or something.
Is it all theater? Is it all sort of manipulated and made this way? These things are put for consideration. Of course, we can't remember everything. When it comes to the big things, when it comes to the big things, there has to be some sort of level of orchestration. Let me just say about Nelson Mandela, Merle, that at his funeral, they had this deaf sayer, the other people who do the sign language and just transmitting what's been said in a universal deaf language to those, because there were speakers like Obama. I mean, Obama was there and many other world leaders when he did die. But it turns out that the what do you call it? The deaf speaker guy, whatever.
The hand sign.
He was making it up on the fly. He was just it. Like if you threw you in there, Jeremy, and just do your best, Jeremy, and you whatever, didn't mean anything at all. It's a joke.
Oh, yeah, I love the brass on someone to turn up as a sign language interpreter. Just flat doesn't know it. It's like, yep, I'm going to do this to a worldwide audience, and nobody's going to catch me.
No, that's not how it works, bud. Don't be silly. Everyone, you're meeting the top level officials here. Everyone has to be cleared and validated to whatever degree. So no, that's all a setup. That was done purposefully.
No, I see that those kind of things. I can see why it looks like that way to you, but those kind of things to me demonstrate how impossible it would be to have a large-scale conspiracy if you can't vet live sign language interpreter who stands next to the president, then the ability to organize a large scale, highly coordinated secret conspiracy, to me, the probability.
This is the thing. This is that Faze. Well, Faze was looking into all the assassinations, and he got right into Martin Luther and Malcolm X. But a lot of the assassinations were
fake, man.
Any conclusion?
Pretty interesting.
They're all fake, though. I mean, the fake
It's so
assassinations,
orchestrated.
I call them.
Yeah.
But hang on, please. Eggshells, you're saying that it's more reasonable that, I mean, this wouldn't be the first deaf signer that they would have, sort of official international presentations. But you're saying it's more reasonable that this guy slipped through the net and fooled everybody because ultimately they're all buffoons that couldn't organize a piss up in a brewery. You're saying that's more reasonable than, well, the possibility that it's all orchestrated that way and it's possibly
Yeah.
part of a greater theater.
Yes, yeah. There's a quote based on this. Joss is going to jump in and correct it, but it's something like, "Don't chalk up to conspiracy what could be explained by stupidity." Like,
Otherwise known as the law of parsimony.
Yeah,
We're saying it's
the idea of
stupid,
like,
so your man-
if on the one hand you could have got the same result from a colossal fuck up, or a massive well organized conspiracy, bet on the fuck up.
Why?
Because I haven't had many management jobs in my life. I've had a couple, and trying to get waiters to set a table in a certain way is nigh on impossible. I mean, maybe I just wasn't a very good manager, but I've tried lots of times to try to get people to do stuff in organized groups and without any secrecy at all, and I really struggled. So the idea that I could get millions of people to do a highly coordinated, highly super slick operation without telling anybody, including their own partners, that just to me.
What are you talking about? I was talking about the fake signer in Nelson Mandela's, and you went on to something. What do you mean millions of people? There's only a few people, the heads of state here. If they're already involved in a conspiracy and they're part of the same power structure, ultimately, they might easily organize this fake signer to let people know, in a sense, what they're taking the piss out of them, or it's a big joke. You're saying someone snuck in. He went through the whole of the trouble, all of the checks and balances that I'd have to do just to take the piss out of Nelson Mandela at his funeral.
Well, I guess I would ask you the question: was the sign language guy? Was he in on it? Was he aware that he wasn't doing real sign language?
Well, look at the video. Look at the video I posted.
He looks to me like he knows he's not doing real sign language. Yeah,
of course
he looks to me
does.
like
he was just
okay.
absolutely.
So he's in on it. So I've got at least one person in on it. Then there's somebody who chose him. Okay, they're in on it too, I presume. Everybody above the sign language guy has got to be in on it, right?
Right.
Okay, so I don't know. Maybe 10 people might be involved in that decision. And that's just one talk, one place in the world. Then we've got NASA, pilots, we've got physicists, we've got. It just to me, it ends up being an extraordinarily large number of people.
NASA have to get involved with this? For someone employing a fake interpreter on purpose. What? Does NASA have to get involved?
Because NASA not part of a conspiracy. They don't need to be coordinated with this particular conspiracy, but
that's a different kettle of fish. Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
Seems like there's a large number of people involved in conspiracy.
It's a different kettle of fish.
How is this
there can be more than one conspiracy on the go in the world at one time.
Yeah, eggshells.
Writing. If you get enough money, wouldn't you lie about something like that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you remember in Super Troopers? Whenever they go and they pull people over and they're like, they have to say meow 10 times. Imagine if like you were like this sicko, cabal and Illuminati and Barack Obama and all that people, and they go into Nelson Mandela's.
I got a better question for Riding, because he supposedly worked in the industry. Riding, do you think?
So why did you interrupt Tosho?
Do you think? Because I cannot get one sentence out when I start one.
No, you gotta wait your turn, man. Let Kosho finish, and you can have your turn.
I appreciate it, Travis, but you go ahead, because I basically was done. But I appreciate that, Travis.
Yeah, well, I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Yeah. And then say it. That either you say it or we move on.
Well, that was just I was just saying, like, because like they're all like they're playing a joke basically. It's like if the cops do that in Super Troopers, you think it's funny because it's like they're supposed to be serious, but they're kind of have this gag behind the scenes. That would be kind of funny if they had like, they did that gag like, let's see if anybody notices that we just had this fake guy doing sign language at Nelson Mandela's funeral. You know what I mean?
Sure. So yeah, I can see absolutely. That's the kind of conspiracy I can see where it's like 2 or 3 people do something like that, but like I don't think that fits into this idea of a sort of that I could see, but that it fits into this Masonic order of people who are deceiving people about everything, absolutely everything, including the shape of the planet.
With what Kosher said,
I don't see that.
Didn't hear what he said
I could see some people. I think I did. Did it sound to you? Did it sound to you, Kosher, like I'd misunderstood what you were saying?
Yeah, there's more than 2 or 3 people involved. This is an Illuminati. You could easily see an Illuminati or a collective.
Okay, so it's more than 2 or 3. What number would you put on it then?
Maybe everybody who's part of the upper echelons gets the joke immediately when they see it. Another joke by the lads.
Right. So, but like, it's more than 2 or 3, but you're saying it's less than 1 million. Somewhere
what are you
between
talking
2
about,
and 1
man?
million.
What are you doing with your words here? You're not being very.
I'm always fascinated by this question of how many people are in on it. It's a very interesting question to me.
Well, do you want to take a conspiracy that you've become aware that's been made to be shown to be true, and digest that or dissect that? That would be a better case where everyone believes something. The small few believed that there was conspiracy involved, and it later turned out that what everyone believed was incorrect, and the conspiracy crews were right. You must have found out some of information on that.
Oh yeah,
right?
there's a few of those. That
Can you
seem
list
like
one?
what I'm describing. Bay of
You list
Pigs.
one.
Bay of Pigs.
Okay.
Small group of people.
Give us some more.
Got uncovered.
leveling. Yeah.
Anyway, what's up? You're trying to say something. Go for it. What's up?
Yeah. Yeah, for a long time, but never mind. What I wanted to ask is that you were working in the industry, supposedly. I have heard from you because you were telling it to everybody on Brandon's that you were in movie making and stuff like that, right? My simple question to you is that is reality TV scripted whatsoever?
Yes, yeah, it is. I was
How many people?
Judge
How many
on a
people that
reality
know
TV
about
show?
it? Yeah. Yes, so how many people do know about that who are actually making the reality TV, and how many people are working in journalism, YouTube channels, makers, and shit like that who also know about it?
How many people? Well, I think most people get an inkling that reality TV is somewhat
That's
scripted.
millions. The
Yeah.
right answer
I
is
wonder
millions.
who doesn't
Millions.
think that it's
literally
scripted.
millions.
Oh yeah, it could be millions.
I think there's a smaller number of people who don't think it's scripted than does.
See, when I get over talk, that's okay, right? I guess.
Oh, go on,
okay,
go on,
so what I
Watson.
wanted to say,
You're talking good sense. Go on.
what I wanted to say is that it's that easy, isn't it?
Sure.
Well, it wasn't really a secret, though, was it?
That's the secret bit. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, Joss. So the question sounds. The question sounds like that you're making what's up, which I think is a good point. Like, is reality TV, which is presented to be real, fake? But the counter to that is it's not. It's largely speaking, it's not a secret, right? I've been on reality shows and I can happily describe.
But
to
it
you.
is presented as reality in
Absolutely,
the same way
yeah.
as, let's say,
Sure.
NASA is presenting whatever they are presenting when they are presenting something.
Sure, and if in this analogy, I would be an astronaut. If there were astronauts like Buzz Aldrin was going like, oh yeah, it's fake, and here's how they fake it, which I'm happy to say, yes, reality TV, it's largely fake, and I can describe to you how they fake it. Then yeah, that would convince me. But I just don't see that with astronauts or NASA or things like that. So the secret
you had a contention against the number of people who would have to be involved and would have to lie for a long time. I'm only analogizing that.
Right. So then I misspoke. I think a large number of people can be engaged in something. I think a large number of people engaged in something and keeping it secret. The secret is the crucial bit there. Sure, large numbers of people are involved in mining or fishing or stuff like that. But secretly fishing, that I think there would be a problem. So it's the secrecy is
no. We know that reality TV is fake as fuck. Let alone in every country, even in which the reality TV itself is not present, by the way, they usually write in some journal, in some magazines, in some YouTube channels or whatever about it. Which means, what I mean by that is that even people lie about it who are not even involved in any way with the original source.
Ask you a question, Harry. Let me just ask you a quick question. Has anyone who has been involved as a cast member in reality TV come out and said, "Hey guys, that show is completely fake"?
They never did. Yeah,
I have, but yes, I've heard of other ones doing so. Many of them are subjected to NDAs and still do it. Still describe the ways in which it happens. Yes, they have.
Throughout their life, by the way. Yeah.
I go with the premise.
Like literally.
What's up? What do you think the best way? If you got a secret between you and two other people, what's the best way of keeping it secret?
Kill the other two.
By writing a legal paper. In which we declare that if anybody would say it in public, and any of the secrets that we are agreeing upon, if we would say it, if anybody would say it, we would have to pay, let's say, $20 million.
So the problem with that one, WhatsApp, is what you would have to do to enforce that.
Is make it public.
Is you'd have to go to court.
No.
It will become a part of public record.
No. Why would you have to enforce it? It's an NDA. It's just a disclosure that if you break the NDA, you will have to pay X amount of money. And
if you can't enforce it, sorry, clipping you there, Dross. If you do not enforce it, it is unenforceable. Doesn't matter. I'll sign that any day of the week. That's like an NDA that agrees to cover up criminal conduct is not a real NDA. You can sign that thing. Like
it's
if
not
a workplace
criminal conduct.
I know, but the point I'm making. Sorry, I did make that clear. The point I'm making about a NDA of that variety is because it's not enforceable. It's just not worth the paper it's written on. So unless you are willing to go to court,
mate,
the
reality TV workers who are working in the industry. They are there for making money.
Sure, like I used to be.
They're there for making money, and on the other side, they don't care if they lie.
Let me break an NDA.
Right up.
Let me break an NDA for you right now.
Contract.
I went on First Dates, the British show, to meet a girl, and one of the things I signed an NDA to promise that I would never say is that we're given 20 quid. So you're given 20 quid to pay the bill of the dinner. You meet a girl for dinner and you want to see what's happening and you're given 20 quid.
That was in the NDA and you are telling it right now. And
they really specifically don't. Yeah, they really specifically don't want you to disclose that because it ruins a fundamental premise of the show, which is who pays the bill. Because regularly you'll see a girl go, okay, I'll chip in 20 quid for the meal. Whereas I know from having been on that show that she was just given 20 quid from a production assistant.
Genuine otherwise, right? You're not signing.
No, I'm not saying everything's genuine otherwise. I think lots of things are lied about.
Nothing is genuine. Nothing.
And here is how you could actually disclose.
I've been in the industry myself too.
So what's up? If you've been in the industry yourself, here's how I could actually impart that information without breaching an NDA. I can certainly say it's not something I would allude to that any member of that particular show was given £20 to contribute towards the bill. Wink.
Yeah.
No NDA breach. Totally informed everybody what's going on.
What would have been the consequences for you, Eggshells, if you did disclose that?
Well, I just did, and I have a number.
Yeah. So written in the NDA itself? What were the consequences should you disclose?
I don't fully remember them, but I think it was some sort of financial penalty. But the general gist is they just don't want me going on YouTube.
It's always financial.
They just don't want me going on YouTube or Twitter on the day of.
But that was years ago. So are you held to that for life?
Yeah, I just broke the terms of the NDA to you all now. Like if you want to clip that recording and figure out.
But surely there is okay. So you're actually tied into a vow for life.
I'd like 20 quid. Otherwise, I'm going to reveal it.
But hang on, you said you worked in the business, so surely you must have signed more weighty NDAs than that.
Yeah, I signed loads of them.
So, what were the consequences then? Were
Obviously.
they all what WhatsApp was saying that ultimately it is a financial penalty thread?
No. I said it's a
In
great
reality,
financial thing that you would have to pay at the
Yes,
very end. When
that's what
he
I
is
said.
telling you that well, they gave us 20 quid. Like, is that a real information? No, because he
No,
didn't tell you.
that's
The real
yeah,
root problem within reality TV, by the way, altogether, is that it's fake altogether. He doesn't say that, and he haven't said that, by the way, so
right.
far. I mean, writing
I
hasn't
could,
That's
said
why
that.
I
I
asked
could,
him what's up. That's why I asked him about more weighty or
Yeah,
serious NDAs, and he was just about to start talking about
yeah.
that.
sure.
So,
So one was, here's the thing. The NDA can threaten whatever it wants, but the production company would know that if they wanted to track me down and hold me to account for that, sue me for breach of that NDA, what they would have to do is turn up to court and say, we give all of our contestants 20 quid and we tell them not to tell anybody, and he told somebody that, and that is true. Now, they can only take me to court if what I said is true. So the act of taking me to court would confirm the dishonesty in their program, which is a minor part of it. But like a more significant part of it is I was a judge on a show called Cafe Mic Testing when I was in India. And Cafe Mic Testing was like, if you can imagine, like American Idol or some sort of singing show, but it was voice dubbing. And I was pretty big in voice dubbing at the time, which doesn't take much to be big in voice dubbing. And I was the judge on the show, and I decided who won and lost.
you're on
And
YouTube with these shows?
mate, if you can find that fucking show, I mean, a lot of my stuff is on YouTube. Yeah, you can find me in films and all sorts of stuff. It's all over YouTube. But that particular show, I fucking cannot find for the life of me. I'll pay you money. If
I'm not going to find it then. But go on.
I can
Go
find
on.
you. I can find you a sort of promo ad break for the show, but not the show itself. I haven't found. But they straight up told me who I should be voting for at one point in the show, where some guy came up, he did a terrible audition, and I said, "No, it's a no from me." And the other guy said, "No, it's a no from me." So bang, he was out. And then the production assistant came back in and went, "He's got a really good backstory." And I was like, "I don't give a fuck. He's a bad voice artist." And they were like, "No, we don't give a fuck. He's on the show. He's coming back in for another audition. Your answer is yes." And that is, I'm not sure by Indian law, but certainly by law in Australia, US, and the UK, that is straight up illegal. If there is a cash prize or any kind of tangible prize at the end, then you have to make the game has to be completely fair and devoid of any bias. And that was 100% bias there.
Why were you chosen as a
Legally,
judge? Do you sing? Are you a good singer or voice artist?
Open mic cafe. That's not it. That's close. No, I'll find you a thing, I think.
Are you a good singer?
legally,
Why were
but
you chosen as a
writing
judge for something like that?
just said legally doesn't even work like that. Because this is not a game, what he is describing. This is a TV show, and in that TV show, they are presenting a game. Within those legality, it becomes not a game, because it's a TV show. So you weren't right about that writing. So
Say again, sorry, what did I get wrong? Say again, sorry.
well, you said it's in some countries it would be against the law to pay for the judge for a game. Now, what you were in, it wasn't a game; it was a TV show, legally
Here
speaking.
it is. So the laws in the UK after, what was it? Dross will know this one as well. There was a game show where the producers started feeding one of the characters answers in like the 70s or 80s or something. You can see me in that second one.
Fuck,
I posted.
yeah, I know what you mean.
Because they realized that not having a like running winner of the show wasn't very good. And so then they made a law in the UK that Australia also has, which is if there is a tangible prize at the end. So if they give you just a sort of trophy or something, then that's not a tangible prize. It's just a trophy. So it doesn't matter if the production team have some sort of influence on the outcome. But if there's like a car or a cash prize, then by law in Australia and the UK, and I think also the US, you just flat cannot interfere in that at all. So
I get that, but if it's altogether contained within a TV show, then legally it's not even a game anymore. It's a TV show that is presenting a game, legally speaking. In that case, you can give any amount of prizes because none of it is true. because all
what's
of
the
this is
difference
under
between a TV
TV.
What's
show
up?
and filming a game?
Hang on. What's up? Is that how they got away with 9/11?
Legally, what's the
If you,
difference?
well, I mean, it's a game show. It's the
Legally.
game show law.
Are you asking me if legally what's the difference?
I mean, I can show you the
Writing. I'm
Very
trying
good line
to
of questioning.
ask you
What's up?
what you were
Very
asking
good.
me. So are you asking me, writing right now, if what you were asking were referring to the legal part of all of this?
Yeah.
Because I can describe it legally.
Sure.
In legal terms, when you are making any kind of production that is gonna be advertised or put out in any kind of public platform, we can talk about, TV channels, YouTube, shit like that, anything. Then under it, you can present anything in any way you want. Like if it wasn't that way, then you couldn't make any kind of show. Meaning you couldn't make TV series, right? Because you are killing people, and that's illegal, right? But it's all together within a TV show.
Yeah.
That's why it's legal.
The bit that I found here is after concluding the Harris Commission investigation, Congress amended the Communications Act to prohibit the fixing of televised contexts of intellectual knowledge or skill. So one of the good examples is Survivor, where they have all these twists and turns in Survivor, but they are required to lodge what all of the twists and turns are going to be ahead of time, so they can't specifically target a twist on a particular player that they do or don't like.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, just because you're filming a game,
tell you how it is really, besides what writing is trying to do now. Back in the day when TV was new, like in the 50s, that he pulled up a Wikipedia article about this kind of stuff. Back in the day, they didn't make TV shows, legally speaking, of course. They didn't make the TV shows legally speaking in a way that they do now. So back then, a quiz show was a real game, a real quiz show in which you could, win, and therefore it was supposed to be illegal to influence the game itself in any way outside of its own rules. But nowadays they are containing everything you see on TV as a TV show. So legally speaking, anything goes.
So describe to me what the way in which they as legal entities are not subject to that law. How do
They are
they
not
define
subject
themselves?
to that kind of law that you are talking about right now, because it's not a game, it's not a reality TV. Actually, reality TV only means that it's a setup. That's what it means. By itself, it's just mimicking reality. It's like a mini series of a show, like, I don't know, Doctor House or House MD or anything like that. It's the same. It's just a show, legally speaking. So anything goes.
Say it's
And
just
usually,
a show,
by the way,
legally speaking.
I have talked to reality TV winners. They do not win what they were advertising about the show itself. They do not win that, never. So when they were advertising, I don't know how much money at the end of a certain reality show, like Love Island or some shit like that. That's not true. They don't win that. They get something. According that they wrote up at the very beginning of even before the show itself started. That's what they get.
So you're saying people who won
legally speaking,
reality shows and didn't win didn't win as much, not won more, but won less than the promised prize money.
Yeah, usually, and the ones that
are also, fascinating.
the ones that didn't win. The ones that didn't win according to the show, they actually did. Yeah, they didn't win. They were paid.
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
All throughout
it's regular.
All throughout the show.
Yeah, it's regularly the case that you get a per diem for the show. So every day that you're on, you get a sort of cash amount of money.
Yeah.
And for many other shows like Survivor, there's a
it's called payment. They are employers.
They just talk about, but that's not interesting. Like that we give people money who
yes,
didn't
it is.
win.
Yes,
it's not interesting. That we didn't give money who we said we'd give money to, who we told the audience we're giving money to. That'd be fascinating. If you could present evidence for that,
let's get real for a second, please. Let's get real for a second, because both of you have such experience
I cannot.
in the area. One second.
Sorry, I just wanna because he was telling me to present evidence for something, and in the very root of the problem, you cannot, because if there was a real evidence for that, like that would stand the case in court, then they would, the ones that came out with that information, they would face another court case also, in which they would have to pay like $1 million for the company that they were working for during the reality show, because they
Doesn't that
cannot tell
slightly
that kind of secret they cannot tell.
Doesn't that slightly fly in the face of what you were saying? It sounded like, unless I'm misunderstanding what you were saying before, it sounded like you were saying legally none of it has to be real. They're not really held to any laws because it's just a TV show. And then in the next breath, you were saying they didn't get paid the correct prize money, but they're protected by
What
laws.
Correct? No correct. There is no correct prize because it's all just fake. It's just a show. They are telling us, the viewers, that there will be a prize, but that's not true at all. It's all a show altogether.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't think the fact that no game show gives out prizes. I mean, I know people that've been on Blockbuster back in
did I say
the
that?
90s.
When did I say that?
Sorry, that's what I thought you meant. If that's not, then I retract that, and I'm happy for you to expand on it.
I said that usually even the winner doesn't get what within the TV show they are telling you that he will get or she will get. It doesn't work that way at all. What they actually get at the end of the show altogether, the winner, usually gets the most money because he worked the most, right? He was there for the longest time, and he did stuff that others didn't have to do during the show, and that's it. But they don't get, I don't say, most of the time they tell you that they get some car, a flat, a house, or anything like that. They usually don't get all of it, at least, or usually they get just a chunk of that money that was presented during the show.
It's just sounding very light on details.
Yeah, but let's not say you require evidence that is sufficient for a court of law. What brings you to that conclusion? What's up?
What brings me to what conclusion?
The conclusion that that these game shows, they don't get the prizes that is shown on TV, but they get something. They get less money or whatever.
What
is almost like being paid per show.
It's not a conclusion. It's that I know. It's not a conclusion because it's not a theory of mine. I have seen it, so that's how I know.
So in what country? Okay? Yeah, in what country was that though?
Every country.
You've seen every game show in every country.
No, I have not, but I know that's how it works.
With every
passing
statement.
So in which specifically?
No,
you experienced this?
You are trying to twist what I said because for the past 3 minutes I've said very different things that you are asking me about right now.
Okay,
that's all that's happening.
So
you are trying to twist my words.
I'm just trying to find out which country you witnessed this in.
Just one best example, maybe.
I'm not gonna tell you where I'm from, if that's
okay. So, but the one strongest example of this that you are willing to share. It sounds like you've got quite a few examples of somebody not getting paid prize money they're promised, or that we're told they're getting. What's your one strongest example?
Example again, by giving out actual examples from my country, it would mean that I would be telling you some sensitive information that I do not want to share in this community. If I have
to
look
us
up,
this
for example,
sounding kind of counterfactual and made up.
Mate,
pick any country. Stop making up
20
excuses.
20 minutes ago, I jumped in. I tried to jump in with 2 simple questions. For the past 5 minutes, I've been cut in to like 10 times at least. Can I get one sentence out straight, or you're gonna cut in every time?
We want to get back to fake news as well, which is the most important thing that all of these.
Sure, and I'm gonna give you a great example regarding that, because there is, let's say, one that on YouTube that I saw like a few months ago, so I'm guessing it's still up there. It's about the Big Brother shit. That it's up there. I'm gonna share it to you that they are through a microphone, through speakers within the house, they are telling the people who are, the contestants, right? They are there to win the game. They are telling them when to go to sleep.
Yeah, they do that in every. I mean, Endemol is the original publisher for Big Brother, and then it was taken on by Fremantle in the UK and a number of other syndicates.
Another client of mine.
Yeah.
What up, Dross? What up, Dross?
I know Helmut.
I'm
No,
talking about
There you go.
I'm talking about TV presentations
There
like
you go.
the 7/7 London bombings, the Pulse nightclub shootings, the Boston bombings. I do believe they're all covered legally as well, because it's all presented as a TV show. What's up? What do you think about this and the level of cooperation or NDAs that would have to be signed to go into these offerings?
Yeah, so basically how it works in TV land, because that's why it's called TV land, by the way, and the more educated ones know why it's TV land, because it's altogether just a fake land, like, I don't know,
Right.
the Shire, right? That's how it's called
Right.
in the Lord of the Rings, the Shire. That's what you're
Fantasy
looking
world,
into
the
when you're
Globe
looking
Earth
into
fantasy
TV.
world.
Fantasy world. Literally altogether what you see in TV is just a setup, especially nowadays. Even back 40 years ago it was the same, but especially nowadays it's like very detailed. They got way better than they were 60, 40, 50 years ago. And this is how it's, played out. Like, look at that video that I posted, and it's true for everything. It's true for the news. It's true for whatever you see on TV that is gonna be tinted, is gonna be colored, is gonna be twisted, and so on.
Yeah.
So I can give you some insight into this because of my bits on reality TV, and what I've just watched this thing of yours. Scripted scenes are typically contracted in at the beginning. So
what?
Like, so when the Big Brother is saying you need to say goodnight now, same as on many other shows, they go, by agreeing to do this, you agree to do X, Y, and Z. And part of the X, Y, and Z is like 2 diary rooms per day, or and they'll write in the contract really specifically things that you do and don't need to do, and those things in the contract need to have to be equal across other people. So for you to convince me with this, is it your suggestion that this being told when to go to bed in Big Brother somehow skews the balance of power towards one or other player, so that one or other player can win this game?
That's not the whole
That's what
story.
we're discussing,
It wasn't
right?
only told. It's no, because you are misrepresenting that video right now, and I'm gonna correct you. It's not just about when to go to sleep. It's also about the guy in the control room telling them through the speakers that are within the house that, yeah, we are done with that scene. You can do whatever you want from now on because we recorded it.
Sure. So
It's
the question
just a TV show,
is
nothing else.
Sure.
Yeah?
The question is, what's up? Is your suggestion that this is making one or the other players more or less likely to win? Because that's what the laws are about, and that's what discussion is about, which is about, are the games fair? So by telling them that they've got to go to bed so that they can get some pickup shots.
There is a script that they have from the beginning. They call it usually, by the way, especially for Big Brother, a Bible. That's how they call it within the industry, that they have a Bible for every Big Brother show that they're gonna make this season, next season, and so on. Psychologists, media persons who know the industry and know people, social psychologists, they put together a script that is very similar, by the way, to a TV series script. Like, they write up drama, they write up loss of someone, they
How do they
up
write the drama?
fights, they write up everything exactly in the way as you would write a book, as they would write a book, or they would write a script for a TV show in the same fucking manner.
I've got a suggestion
literally.
how they do it.
And then they look for people who are fitting to those different kind of roles. That's why you have to go through a psychology test when you are going into these shows and trying to get into these shows yourself, because they want to match the person that they made up in the scripts with the real person. They want to, closely match.
You've started off with something so strong. Okay, you carry on. You keep this soliloquy going. It's such a clear claim you're making, and that is that these are fixed.
No.
And the evidence you've presented is so incredibly weak, man. It's a clip of people being told to go to bed. That's it. That's all you've presented. All of the people, all of the contestants who are in it for prize money getting told to go to bed at the same time. What's unfair about that? Where's the unfairness in that?
Just
We're talking about fairness, man.
You just lied again because that's not what the video tells you. It
So
tells
the crucial
you that
question
the
is about
cameraman,
fairness.
the director in the control room are talking to each other if the shot that was recorded is fine enough or not, and then the director from the control room tells the guys within the house that we are ready, we are set, you can do whatever you want from now on for the night because we are done for today.
Exactly. They're now beyond their contractual requirements. Do you know what that bit live from the house I think means? Because what they used to have in Australia for that same kind of what they used to have for the Australian versions was a 24/7 stream where you could watch every camera except the toilets.
Never happened.
And you regularly used to see exactly what you're talking about, which is the director would get over the thing and go, guys, it's time for a thing, and they'd all go, okay, we've got to. Or the other one that people used to get in trouble for all the time was you've forgotten your microphone, you're being punished because part of your contract says you've got to carry your microphone. The rules are there, but the point we're discussing is whether it makes it unfair for one person or another.
You are lying again.
Any evidence for that? Like not even a bit.
The 24/7 live stream. The 24/7 live stream never happened in any country regarding the Big Brother or any similar show ever. Never happened. It was advertised, especially in the early 2010s, by the way, that they're gonna do it that way from now on because they have the technology right now. But it was never actually carried out. Never.
Never ever. It was never ever carried out.
Show me one. Show me 5 hours of uncut Big Brother show. Only 5 hours, not 24.
Never ever done.
I'm not asking for a week. I'm asking for 5 hours of uncut thing from any reality show around the world.
Never ever done.
It was advertised, but it was never done. Yeah, show me one. Show me one 5-hour YouTube upload of any show like a Big Brother or anything like that. Show me one. It was a good advertisement.
Sure, I just posted one in the chat. 24/7 access, live feed.
But it never happened. That's not a live feed itself. That's what I'm telling you. It's a marketing shit that you can watch it, but you actually cannot because it's always cut out. You get into a page on which you always get cut out. It will tell you that we are down. Sorry, we are down right now. You cannot watch it.
Oh, yeah, but that's a conspiracy, I say.
That's the secret to how those shows are so successful, though, is because they're filming 100% of the time, and they only need to show like 5% of that, 5% of a day, so they can easily cut. It's the same thing as any server. If 24/7 didn't do 12-hour videos and they only did like highlight videos where they did 10 minutes of like the craziest stuff that happened that day, it'd be such a different stream. You know, it's just like it's just when you condense the entire day down to only the drama and only the exciting stuff, it's you just kind of get that thing naturally, I think.
Yeah, they used to have Big Brother After Dark was one in Australia.
Can I watch this right now?
I'm sorry, were you getting upset before WhatsApp about being clipped, or was I mistaken on that? Because it seems like I get the sort of a bit upset. I've been pushing you a bit, but there used to be in Australia.
Obviously, because I am telling the truth.
I'm sorry. Again, WhatsApp. I was in the middle of speaking. There used to be a show in Australia called Big Brother After Dark,
and you yourself got to be like 5
After Dark
within 2 minutes. So what do you want?
Yeah, I try not to complain about it. So there was a show called Big Brother After Dark, and it was just like you switch it on, and you're right, Kosho, it was dull as fuck, which is like sitting around talking about like what's their favorite hamburger or something. It was so intensely dull.
Again, I think that's not a true story because, I mean, I know Channel 4 used to do a 24-hour live. And when it moved to Channel 5, they monetized it. So you could do it, I think it was like 99p a day or 14 quid a month or whatever it was.
Yeah.
To get full access.
Yeah, they definitely did it. And I mean, if WhatsApp had evidence of these shows of skill being tilted in favor of one person or another, or them not getting the prize money they were promised, he would have presented something other than a director of Big Brother telling people that they have to do a go-to-bed shot. Like, I'm so not 100%, but I'm relatively confident that they would just have in their contract, you need a daily diary cam, you need to do the daily challenges, you must wear your mic all the time, and you must do like these set shots per day, making food, nighttime shot, da 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 da. I met somebody who, I kind of want to be careful how I say this because she ended up becoming mega famous, but like somebody who, she came out of the Big Brother house and she said, I walked out to the headline, is this Britain's most hated woman? And it was so fascinating when she told me about the process for getting selected to go on the show, because they fell over themselves to get her on. They were just like, that's okay. You know, like everybody else is like auditioning and trying so hard to get on the show. And she was like, I don't know if I want to go on, and like went for one season, got right up to going in the house. This is how she tells the story anyway. And then changed her mind. And then when she changed her mind again for the next season, they had her back. And I swear it was because she was just so deliciously watchable in terms of being so difficult.
Hey, okay, I was making sure free to speak. I did notice something. I do think my hunch is 100% correct, but there's a few shows, and the ones I'm thinking was, there's one on Netflix called Too Hot to Handle, and there's one, and then Jersey Shore is another one. But I've been getting the impression that like, especially on Too Hot to Handle, basically I know it for a fact on that show, but I think they have like almost all, you know, regular cast members who are usually people who are like want to be actors, you know, or want to be some sort of celebrities, and you know, they're not acting, but they're just, you know, that's why they have good looking people. But there's always one or two people who I think are actually plants, like purely plants, like they're hired by the show to instigate and create drama and make it seem natural. Like it's not fake because everybody else is not really in on it, but that person I think definitely is.
Yeah, but I think to add to that, Jersey Shore I don't think has a prize money, does it? There's not a win.
Oh,
it's just
okay.
a quote unquote reality show. So the crucial difference is, my understanding in the law is, if there is a tangible prize, then it must be a fair thing. But if it's just like who's on the show this week and what's happening, then yeah, you can have plans and you can twist the story and force people to say things, and yeah,
but you got to watch Too Hot to Handle because it's a show where they don't tell them when they go on there, but when they get there, it's like guys and girls like really attractive, and the whole point of the show is that once they get there, they tell them that it's like a plot twist, and they actually can't kiss or fuck or anything, and they're stuck in the house with them for 2 months. And if they do any of that stuff, they have a $100,000 prize pool at the end, and if they kissed or fucked or anything, they lose part of that prize pool. And
oh yeah,
I noticed that the people,
then they would have to do that fairly, is my understanding.
well, the people that I noticed that were plants, I was almost 100% sure were plants. They always, for no reason, left the show before the end of the season, like so that they could not be part of the prize pool. So I'm not sure how that works, but yeah.
But I mean, you know, we're kind of moving off game shows and into reality shows, and I mean, for me, you know, when you go on something like, you know, The Price is Right, or you know, Blockbusters, or whatever other game show, you know, as far as I can understand, you know, if there's a prize at the end of it, you have to give the prize, because otherwise that's, well, one, it's against the Communications Act, two, it's against trading standards, because you're being intentionally deceptive, and that would have legal recourse. You're not allowed to do that shit. But anyway, I mean, WhatsApp, if you want to find, you know, especially a game show rather than a reality show that demonstrates your point, I'd be more than happy to look at your information.
Okay, last comment I'll make real quick, just because there's free second. One more of example is I don't know if this is true, and this could just be my biased opinion, but I would watch Jeopardy, and I feel like they have different questions depending on what's going on. So it's like when Ken Jennings, when he lost, he won 74 games, I think. And when he lost, one of the questions on the last on the game that he lost was like, what's a name for a garden tool that's also like a promiscuous lover or something like that? And he said hoe, and that seems like a correct answer, but the answer was rake. And so it's like there was ones like that were like tricky, almost on purpose.
That's a 50-50. Yeah, that's dodgy. Wouldn't surprise me if they do try to game it still. Like, yeah, I wouldn't want to make the claim that like
you know why that's
that
wrong?
just flat never happens.
You know why that's wrong? Because hoe, to say a promiscuous woman, is spelled H-O, and hoe, which is the implement, is spelled H-O-E, but a rake is spelled the same as a rake.
Yeah, could be.
I am the pedant, let's face it.
You are a bit.
You mean pedant?
No, I will be pedantic, but the action is being a pedant.
Potato, potato.
I mean, you can be all naive all you want, every day, all day.
Well, I mean, if you present evidence, but it sounds like Druss is willing to change his mind. So, certainly, so am I. I think the laws probably differ around the world. You just need to present the evidence, and then we'd happily consider it. But your say so, or
the evidence for what? That there is no 24/7 live stream ever. It cuts out every 7 minutes. It cut it out when it was going on.
It always cuts out every I mean, Big Brother's been syndicated to how many countries around the world? None of them have a 24/7 live stream. I'm not even sure it's 24/7, but none of them have live streams. All of them cut out every 7 minutes.
For how much? Every 7 minutes for how much?
Don't know. This is your claim.
The problem is if you did
I'm
that,
asking,
if you're providing a subscribed service and you don't meet the T's and C's of your subscribed service, then what I would do, WhatsApp, which is possibly a way I'm going to steel man you here, I'm pretty jealous. I would go and have a look. Go and have a look at one of those subscribed services, find the terms and conditions for it, and see what the outage allowance is.
No, my claim is basically that there was never a 24/7 live stream regarding any reality TV on any channel, any production all around the world. Doesn't matter which one you choose.
If I subscribe to a service and I don't get it and I pay money for it,
I'm not a customer of Big Brother.
No, me neither. I think it's utter shit. But what I'm basically saying is if they're advertising that service and they're taking money for it and they're not delivering it, you have a right to get your money back.
Yeah. If you're paying on CBS All Access,
I don't have money in it.
Or Big Brother 24
I don't have money in it. I'm not watching
that's not it. What's your? Can I ask what your first language is? Because I might know it. Am I allowed to ask that?
No.
I don't want to.
Greek.
I mean, you can ask it. I'm not gonna tell it. But why are you trying to get my information again?
I'm not trying to get your information. You know, I mean,
he's Dr. Hibbert.
Obviously, you are.
I'm not because I'm British and I live in the United Kingdom. So great, you've now got about a 1 in 60 million chance of guessing who I am.
Okay.
Is your country also the name of a tree?
Again, what does it?
He clearly doesn't want to share where he's from.
I don't want to do that.
What my language is? What would it matter to you?
Because it would help with my phraseology to make sure that I'm clearly understood by you, because I have worked in many different countries.
So what?
As a sex worker.
Yeah, but you can never afford me cash out.
As a sexy worker.
You can't even answer right now. Why would you ask me my first language?
Because I just clearly articulated why. Because I've worked in many different countries, and it helps with the words that I would use to address you with.
You want to address me, or do you want to address the topic that we are talking about?
I want to make sure that the communication I have with you is effective.
Effective, of course. What you want to talk about? Just start to talk about it, and you will see if I understand it or not.
Well, you keep misconstruing my words or misunderstanding my words, and I'm trying to choose them more carefully. That's all I was trying
No,
to
you are talking about getting back my money that was never put into Big
No,
Brother in any fucking
that's
way.
exactly the
So-
point that I'm saying. That's not what I was saying. That had nothing to do with your money at all. And this is my point, and this is why I'm trying to find a better way to actually get your understanding of the point that I'm trying to put across.
Then just tell us your point, like, you know, blatantly, like without any analogies, just say it.
Yeah,
Just say
exactly. And I will do that now. And I'm now getting a feeling for better use of my language
Please
to
do.
help that, and the phraseology or phrasing that I'll use. If you have a service that you pay for, there will be terms and conditions, a contract that you enter into. Part of that contract will define what that service is described as.
Sure.
So what I was saying, if we got the terms and conditions for something like Big Brother CBS, which you have never subscribed to, we could see how much outage they're allowed in a day. That should be part of that terms and conditions. This was something you could use to help reinforce the point you are trying to make.
In what way?
Because if it basically says in the contract, well, we endeavor to deliver this amount, but we don't guarantee it, you then may have an argument.
An argument against that wasn't my argument in the first place. That's why I told you I have no idea why you're even talking about this right now.
I understand what you're saying, Dross. I think we should just move on from this one.
Yeah, you should, because you cannot connect to the original claim that I had. So
That's
let's
fine.
move on
That's
from
fine. We can just move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Dress. My first language is Jamaican. Can you speak words that I understand now too?
Iron Man, it's no problem. We look at contract and we see how things go, man. If they not delivering shit, we go fucking cash them.
Ganja.
I worked in Jamaica for 9 months. Yeah, I'm very used to speaking with people whose first language isn't English, though. To be fair, Jamaicans' first language is English, though. Patois is pretty cool. Brata, man.
So I'm just finding more and more stuff about suggesting it's real. That's an article telling you how best to navigate it when you're watching it. How to most effectively watch the
still on
live
that topic.
streams.
We moved on. We moved on.
Let's drop it, Riding.
I
I think it's just a point of contention.
Yeah.
I think we can agree to disagree. I don't think you've given me anything that I find convincing in your arguments so far, Watson.
Yeah. Riding just cannot talk about it because he already has his contracts regarding the industry. So.
Well, he's already chosen
move
to
on.
break one of those, and I've
Already
also
broken one of
articulated
two.
quite clearly how you can actually inform what you want to say without breaching an NDA. It's something I have to tread very lightly on because I sign lots of NDAs with lots of different companies to not reveal any of their intellectual property.
Sure, of course.
And I
The main
read that
problem is that
shit
he
before I
cannot
sign
talk
it.
about this. He cannot
Well,
really
you're
talk
now
about
making an
this.
assumption. He
It's-
has been talking about it.
What, the Indian one? The Indian one, anytime. Yeah, he can. He knows exactly
No,
that they won't find out
wasn't
this information.
that wasn't the one that he mentioned. The one that he mentioned was someone going out to dinner and the woman being given £20
Yeah, it was on
towards the bill.
It's on First Dates. It's a British show.
Hey, Dress. Isn't it true that all the NDAs that you signed was while you were working as a sex worker for those corporate gigs?
No.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't be able to blackmail the shit out of people and, have this shill power that I have. But I do think, things like the X Factor and stuff, I think there's certainly a high degree of fixing in game shows like that.
By the way, that's exactly the
ones
show.
that are contract.
Well, exactly the kind of show that I know this information from. Because in that show, it's even worse than in other shows, by the way. I mean, the fakery.
Yeah, if it's for an intangible prize, definitely. I think they fix the crap out of it. It's one of the reasons why BattleBots continually will not have a cash prize. I love the show. I think it's such a good show. But all you are battling for, and it will cost these teams sometimes like 30 grand to get a robot there, and then double that to get the whole team there to fix it and keep it running for the week. And all they're battling for is the giant nut, which is just a trophy that is just a big nut. So yeah, for things like I don't know all of those shows, but any of those like singing shows where what you're winning is like quote unquote singing contract or something, where it's not actually a set tangible thing. Definitely, they can
exactly
fuck that around as much as they want.
Exactly my point.
I can tell you that Robot Wars in the UK wasn't fixed.
I didn't mean to say BattleBots is fixed, but it's not bound to the same standard. So they'll let in stupid bots that are like that are like clearly never going to win, and other teams will be like, "I've got a really good spinner. Why aren't you letting me in the competition?" They're like, "Because we've already got 5 spinners."
I mean, one of my friends, he was part of the Suicidal Tendencies team. One of the few tracked robots, and they got in. You're right. They do kind of like try and section up. They got in because they had a tracked robot, and tracked robots were kind of unusual in the early series.
Oh, I see. It's a pincer like Razor. Yeah, pincers are also super fun.
Oh no, that's the later version. The original one had a pick.
All right.
I'm just flexing now to show that I'm not fucking lying. He collects tanks now. That's his hobby.
Such a good show.
He also got a bit part in the series Spaced with Simon Pegg as well. It's quite a cool dude.
Nice. Right, I'm going to go to bed at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Jesus, yeah. In fact, I'm going to rock and roll because I've got a 4 o'clock meeting. We should at least do a little bit of that work before I do it.
Yeah, just see you all.
Sleep well. Everybody else,
Bye.
be nice to each other. It's much nicer.
Later, Dress. Yo, does anyone have a good free? I need to be able to manipulate GIFs without leaving a watermark. Anyone have a good program for that or something, or a website? Probably just a website.
Yeah, give me a minute.
All right, thanks.
If you do get a good one, can you share it with me as well, Jeremy? Because that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'll give it to man. I'll hook both you fools up. Fucking
Nah, you got to give it to me, then I give it to Dress. I'm the middleman.
It's a Livestream one.
All right, thanks.
My grandpa taught me long ago. He taught me about his uncle, who was like the plumber in their town, and he never had an apprentice. Like he always kept his secrets, basically, so that when he was even on his deathbed, people in the town had to come to him to figure out how to fucking fix their toilets.
That's a good story. Does EasyGIF that EasyGIF make a leave a watermark?
No.
Nice. All right, I'm gonna try that. And can you like add images and text and stuff?
Yes.
Awesome. Good looking.
Every circus, by the way, just as a matter, I think you're if you're using a 3.5 mil jack pin into your sound card, it's not plugged in quite properly, or your sound card's earthing badly.
Hey,
that's why you're getting the
that's the exact same. That's the same one I was gonna fucking give them, dude.
Right.
Easy gift, easy. Shut the fuck up, man. Easy gift is a good one.
Yeah, that's good.
It shows the new Stephen Hawkins. What can we say? I call it a Hawkins chamber.
Yeah, don't repeat that dress. I was fixing.
What's the option here? What's the option here if you want to say I have a GIF and then I just want to add a picture to it? Would that be under the GIF maker?
Wait, do you want to add a picture to the GIF so that the GIF, like changes into the picture, or do you want to add the picture so that it's like overlaid in the GIF?
Yeah, I just want to have it on top of the.
Yeah, you
sitting
can.
right on top.
You can do the one that I think there's one that just says add image.
I don't see that one. I see add text. I don't see an add image.
No, just upload a GIF first through the video to GIF or GIF maker, and then you have more options.
So also, if I already have a GIF, I do video to GIF, and then I can just add the website or whatever. Oh, I see it. I got it. Good looking. This is way better than the one I just tried.
Oh yeah, I hate it when they add some shitty text or
Way better. Yeah.
His intentions were going prior to engage him verbally to get a sense of his state of mind before too close. You kind of just have to be prepared for are they not going to be nice? Or are you going to have to use force? Could be 2 seconds from now.
Are you working on the latest Flat Earth meme, Jeremy?
Yeah, what's going on in here, guys?
No, I got a little side job making GIFs.
Job.
Are you making gifts? You said like a Santa's elf.
I don't know what that means.
You're at Santa's workshop, wrapping presents.
Right.
Wait, are you making porn, dude? I had a gig not that like 3 years ago. Where,
No, GIFs. It's a crypto thing.
Now there was a demand for like porn into gifts.
He makes jizz gifts. It's a sticky job, but somebody's got to do it.
I did $75 yesterday or today or whatever.
Yeah, I spent that in 4 hours.
I could spend that in 2 seconds. I hear you, but I mean it's pretty good for passive.
Yeah, residual income's always good.
And I got this little gig going. If I can ever figure out how to do this GIF thing.
So are you working on the APY or are you working off of mining?
So most of it's swap sites, like Pancake Swap, Baby Swap, Auto Shark, shit like that.
What exchange is that on?
Some of it's off other stuff though. Like I think $4 with this game. It's like a play to earn game, but you got you got to have the tokens. What did you say?
I was just like wondering what exchange you're using. Like I heard Pancake Swap has this thing they use called Syrup Swap, which has got like 80% APY, but I can't seem to find.
Yeah, that's kind of low actually. The APY. I've been pulling out of that little by little and putting it in other places because I got like I think I got like 1,500 left there now. But the APY is only like it's like 70-80%, so that's not really. I mean, that's phenomenal, a phenomenal APY in like normal standards, but I mean, I can get like 200 APR easy, and APR is way more than APY.
No, did you hear that you could hold on one second. Did you know that you trade in futures for Bitcoin now?
What'd you say?
He said
you can trade in
Bitcoin futures.
No, I don't trade like that.
Yeah, that's kind of sketch, dude. Like I would trade on the fall, but not on the up. Well, I guess you have to have money to trade on the up.
If you can trade, your best bet is probably to do Forex because that's the best. I think that's one of the more solid things to trade on. But whatever.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. That if you're not playing, if you're not trading like the way you are, where you're just trying to get these what do you call it, passive income and hoping that you get lucky, like hoping. Literally, that's your strategy. Hoping.
No, this ain't a hope.
There's no hope. It's a for sure thing, dude.
I don't
no
hope
hope
I get
required.
lucky. Yeah, imagine you buy a lottery ticket for $1 and that shit spits out a nickel every day, but you never scratch it. But someday you might scratch it, and it might be a winner, big winner, or it might be a loser. That's what I do.
Yeah, he's making
that's what I'm saying though.
Passive income. It's not a bad deal. I can't.
I'm still getting a nickel. I still get the nickel every day though, so it's not like even if the coin never pops off or anything crazy happens with it, which they always do. I made 2 months ago. I made like over 10 grand on one of them.
I addressed that. That's what I'm saying. You're doing like a passive income. That's half your strategy, and the other half is the hopes that whatever you're investing in blows up, like you said.
Well,
no, it doesn't matter.
Here's the thing. I don't think there's any hope involved.
Yeah,
it's a for sure thing.
No, if it doesn't, it's not a for sure thing. If it doesn't bubble, it doesn't matter. I'm still getting my little $2 a day or whatever I get off.
Here's the point, Jeremy. Here's the point. When you look at crypto overall from the beginning till now, it's on a parabolic increase. So statistically speaking, dude, it's a no-brainer, dude. Like it's all going to go up.
Still,
it's not like the stock market, man.
Yeah, the thing with what I do is if the coin doesn't bubble, like regardless if that coin had bubbled or not, I was still making $4 or $5 a day off it. So if it had just stayed the same price and just been stagnant, I still would have made like $4 or $5 a day. So it doesn't matter. It could have went down. I could have made $2 a day.
Listen, Jordan Belfort, that's what I'm saying to you, dude. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that you have the passive income, which is not a bad strategy. It's a good strategy, but the gambling part of it is more hope and less strategy. And I'm saying that when you're trading in futures, just like Dyslo said, if you are, if it's guaranteed to continue to rise, then being able to trade in futures is definitely it's a gamble, but it's potentially very profitable.
It is. It's a very profitable thing. You don't have to do it with Bitcoin. You can do it with like Digibyte or Theta per se, something that's like a low cost item. Like Digibyte's around 4 or 5 cents, but it fluctuates. So if you know how to play your cards right, you can make a shit ton of money off what you're talking about. The only issue is it's a little difficult to know how to do it. I haven't figured it out completely. Like I don't know how to trade, and it's difficult, man. Like I'm sure you know somebody's got a video on it, but I'm more like a hodler. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really a trader. But
Yeah,
I
I'm not
wish
a
I
trader.
could.
I'm not a trader either. I'm a hodler. I have coins from 8 years ago still.
Wait, what's a hodler?
I have altcoins that it's a hodler. It's a hold on for dear life. I have coins from 8 years ago, and that's why I do the passive thing, because if I'm gonna hold a coin for years, I want that shit ticking money in the whole time. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to just buy it in hopes that it goes up. I want to buy it knowing that I'm gonna get $1 a day off it, and maybe it'll go up. Great, and if it does, you know, better for me.
So
But
check out ONT and ONG.
I got like $50. I got like $50 worth of ONT.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
mined it.
I don't
I
know.
mined it. I got that shit. I got $50 worth of that for free because I mined it with my other coins.
Nice.
Like I don't even buy coins no more. I just get them shits
Nice.
for free, really.
Yeah, I bought some ONT. I got like 1,000 tokens of it, and then I staked it, so I'm getting like I think it's 18% APY, which is it's pretty good, like comparative to other. Well, here's the thing. This is why I was asking you what exchange you use, because I don't see many cryptos giving out large APY on the exchanges I'm using.
It's because you're
So that's
not
why.
doing the right. It's because people aren't doing the right things, man. I'm telling you, I wouldn't even think about putting money into something at this point that's not giving at least like 200% APR, not YR. That's way more. 200%
Well, I don't. Like I
APR
said,
is like
I don't even see options for
thousands.
that. Where are you
Just because
finding these?
you need to start fucking with me, bro.
Yeah, I'm about it.
You got MetaMask?
I got MetaMask.
Okay, you got the Binance chain installed on it.
Binance chain installed on MetaMask. What do you mean?
Yeah, you have to add the network. It comes with the Ethereum network and like 4 or 5 other networks. It doesn't, for some reason, come with the Binance network, so you have to manually add it. If you just do a quick Google search of add Binance chain to MetaMask,
Okay, so I add
it's like a
Binance to
2-step
Meta.
process. It's mad easy. You just have to go to like add new network, and then
Yeah.
when you do that
Address
Google
and
search, it'll have all the info you need to put in the fields.
yeah, gotcha.
So it's mad easy, and then you're on Binance, and then I can show
Well,
you.
it's
Let me know when you're done with that, and I'll show you how to get Binance Smart Chain coins. It's
so
BNB. It's BNB, but it's Smart Chain. It's not regular BNB. Don't try to send regular BNB to that.
okay, gotcha.
It's Smart Chain. It's Smart Chain BNB.
Okay.
And once you listen, once you get the Binance chain on, let me know. I'll show you how to get the Smart Chain BNB on there from other crypto or whatever if you want to transfer or something.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I got the Songbird token from the Flare or from the XRP Flare drop. And I guess MetaMask was like one of the only exchanges that was like honoring it or something. So I sent it to my MetaMask, but I don't see it in my wallet. It's really weird. Like I've got to
You have to
switch.
add the coin. You have to add coins manually.
Yeah, so
Or you can
I
just go to
added.
the exchange, and it'll be on the exchange. You don't even have to, honestly, you don't even have to add it to your MetaMask. You can just go to the exchange and it'll be there. Like, is that on the Ethereum network?
I got my MetaMask on the Ethereum network.
Yeah, so what do you use, like Uniswap probably or something? 1 inch or something? Uniswap?
As
I
far
don't
as
know.
what, like purchasing crypto?
No, like what were you going to do with your Flare coin or whatever you said?
Oh, well, I haven't gotten the Flare Spark token drop yet because they haven't released it, but they gave these Songbird tokens for free. So like if you did the snapshot, participated on the XRP snapshot back in 2019, then you got 1-to-1 ratio of Spark token. Well, somehow they decided to give us free Songbird tokens as well. So they gave you 15% of your holdings for free Songbird tokens. And I set it up on my MetaMask to receive it. I could see it in my account, but as soon as I switch to my main account, like I can't get back to it. It's all sketchy, dude, and weird.
Yeah, it sounds weird.
It is, dude. It's fucking
The
upsetting. Like,
Binance change straight, bro. Like I do everything on a Binance chain now. I don't even fuck around on the ETH network. The gas fees are so high. The Binance fees are like 50 cents, sometimes less. You know, I must have did no lie 100, at least over 50 transfer things where I had gas fees yesterday. Like I probably spent
one thing for sure, you should listen to Jeremy. He's like an idiot savant. He's got skill in one area.
Well, you didn't do good when I put you on the FEG, did you?
Oh no, but you got me through the utilities. I'm not saying that your advice was worth shit.
I really know what I'm doing now, bro. I'm telling you, I'm getting crazy APR, crazy interest rates, man. I made 75. I make $75 a day passively. I do have a lot of money in it, but
that Songbird token, I guess, is comparable to Kusama, which is like, I don't even know how much Kusama's at right now, but it was a lot last time I looked, like a couple $100. So if this is going to be anything compared to Kusama, I got 2,000 of these tokens for free. So that would be kind of sick, dude, if it was like $400 or something a token.
I'm pumped about this gift thing. I don't know if I could do it. I sent him one, but it was trash. But I was using some bullshit gift maker. Now I got this good one.
Are you picking your own candidates yet, or are you still living off of somebody else's research?
I'm picking my own.
Cool.
I'm picking my own. I mean, I'm still living off some of the other ones as passive income. So I mean, it's half and half. I've been spreading out and finding my own places because my team's not really into the passive income thing, and I'm into it super heavy. Like that's all I care about. I'm not trying to like fuck around and trade and getting the initial coin offerings and shit or nothing like that. So,
So you had amounts of money in it for the $75. How much do you have invested in the passive income?
definitely over 10 grand, probably close to 15 or 20. It's scattered throughout various platforms though. I never
Right. It's hard to measure everything.
Yeah, like I have money on at least 15 different things. So probably about.
Doesn't that stress you out, dude? That shit stresses me out. Having my shit all broken up.
Mad easy. I cashed out everything today and yesterday within 2 hours. And one of the fucking devices is mad laggy that I use. But yeah, probably about 15, 20 grand. It depends on how risky and how safe you want to get. Like I have some of my stuff in some fairly safe things, and some of it's in kind of some risky shit. But that risky shit are the ones where you get like a 10x, and instead of making $3 a day, now you're making $30 a day. All I need is one of them shits to pop off, and I'm straight. I'm in like 4 or 5. I've been joining. All I've been doing for the past 4 days is getting into these new sites. Like I'll find a one that looks good, that's got a good coin price, and I'll put like $150 into it, and I'll usually get like $1 a day or something, or I'll put 200, 250 in it, get $1 a day, whatever. It varies.
But isn't your APY like dependent on the fluctuation of the token price?
Yeah, and it's dependent on the amount of people that are in the farm or the pool. That number can change crazily.
Yeah, that's the scary part. Like you could think that you've got X amount of residual income, and then I don't know, maybe that technology takes a shit, and it affects your.
That's why I do it in many different places, so that if one of my places shits to bed, like it's not going to kill me. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, but my point is that's not like assured passive income. That's just, it's nothing like you could depend on. Like that $75 could be $7,500 a month, or it could be 75 cents.
Yeah, it's unlikely it would be 75 cents because, like I said, I am in some highly risky shit. But But I'm into
I
some
agree.
pretty stable shit though, like pancake swap, baby swap.
But what my point is trying to get that residual income stabilized. You know
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
mean
saying?
the ultimate goal is for me to make like $500,000 and be able to put it into dividends in the stock market or something for more stability. Yeah.
Stay away from the stock market, dude.
Or whatever.
That shit's gonna fucking crash, bro.
Bro, the shit I'm in, even when the stock market crashes, my shit does fine.
Oh
I
yeah,
may
you're in
take a
crypto.
little dump. No, with my stocks. I got a good stock guy. Like my stocks do fine. You know what? I fucking hope the market crashes because when that shit happens, like my my people make moves. My guys got guys. So like they're all making moves and shit. So I take a little hit
What? What do
when
you
the
mean your
market.
guys got? What are you talking about?
My stock guys got stock guys. It's a whole chain of things that happen. The point is when the stock
You a
market
mob boss?
I take a little hit, but then when the shit bounces back, like they've made moves in the meantime and they put the money in the right place and the shit goes way up. Like I'm way up on the stock since the last crash.
Is your guy
Your guys got
known?
guys who got guys that got girls?
What do you say, Moyak?
Is your guy like one of the known guys, or is this just some private individual?
No, it's a known guy.
No,
No,
like
this isn't.
Fidelity
Yeah,
Investment or whatever.
it's a major financial institution. Yeah, it's Edward Jones. So like my Edward Jones makes moves, but then there's guys under him that are doing stuff with this things because it'll be like ETFs and mutual funds and shit. So those people that run the mutual funds are making moves too. You know what I'm saying?
What's the
Nobody makes moves unless I say so. You got that?
what risk tolerance are you running right now? Like they usually ask you that when you're
I'm just with
signing it.
like I just did all growth, safe
growth?
stuff, safe growth. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really what you want to be in is the growth
Oh,
one.
it is. If you're doing long term.
Yeah. And I don't have a lot of money in there. It's like 9 or 10 grand or something. So I want that shit to grow to be like, at least 100 grand by the time I'm like 60 or something.
Oh, I gotta check. I think I should have crossed the mill.
Bro, pull 20 G's out. I'll have you making, what can I get you for 20 G's?
I got 20 G's in the bank.
Definitely $50 a day. Probably way more though. With what I know now, like I'm trying to chop my shit up because I got my shit in pancake swap. And that shit sucks because it's only paying like 80% APY. And like I said, I'm getting 200% APR. APR is way more than APY. You need like 3,000 APY to equal like a couple hundred APR or something. I got really good fucking spots now. And some of them got a chance to bubble. I'm telling you, Moyak, if you want to try it again, bro, let me know.
Yeah. I gotta wait until some of that other stuff becomes money again.
Yeah, that shit went bad. I don't know.
I
Like
mean,
I said,
how could you go wrong with Feed Every Gorilla? I mean, that was a solid.
Yeah.
and nudity, man. You know, girls. Come on, how could you go wrong with that?
We should start a flat Earth
No,
crypto
hang on.
thing.
Do you still got that
Jeremy?
LonelyFans? Hold on. Do you still got that
All right,
LonelyFans
all right.
coin? Because Moya, somebody just told me that they're coming out with an app of their own, and they're gonna start having like OnlyFans shit on it.
Let's see, OnlyFans. Yeah, I still got it. I got like I forget if that's one that I had in the billions or the millions. I think it's 8
Yeah,
million
hang on to that.
OnlyFans.
Hang on. What were you gonna say?
I think it's like 8 million of those, or 80 million, and then I've got like Feg was the really low priced one. I think I got like 40 billion of those or something.
What were you gonna say, Dicelo?
I forgot.
My bad, bro. But yeah, my goal was like I'm at $75 a day right now. My goal like 2-3 weeks ago was the hope. I was hoping that I could get $50 a day by the end of 2022. Next, so a whole year. I was planning on not even hitting, like trying to hit $50 a day in. Now my goal by the end of 2022 is $200 a day. With what I know now, like I've learned a lot in the past like week, because that's all I've been doing. That's all I've been doing is finding these good spots, low key spots.
I think I'm doing pretty good. I got my Fegs position is worth $53 now. Safe Moon is worth 22, and Lonely Fans is $2 billion, worth $5.
Yeah, I took a dump. Hang on to that though. That could do big numbers. Maybe.
I'm not going to cash it in, that's for sure.
Yeah, not even worth it. But yeah, let me know, man. I get you a couple good spots. Don't wait till it's too late and I come back and told you, hey, my fucking thing did a 10x, and then instead of making $2 a day, now I'm making $20 a day off it. Heads always want to jump in when it's too late to hear the good news. Oh, this is doing like that's kind of what happened with Feg and all those coins and Safe Moon and shit. Like we bubbled crazy.
I hit the absolute peak.
Yeah, we bubbled crazy off and told everyone like, yo, we're making a shit ton of money off crit. Then everyone wants to get in. You know what I mean? Like, don't wait till that happens. Now's the time.
You know, I joined when everybody had the interest, and then everybody said, fuck.
Let me go try to make this GIF. I'd love to be able to make $30 a day making GIFs. I can get good at it.
Ooh, I've earned $2 in interest so far. That's more than on my bank account.
Lose. Yeah, bank account. No bueno.
Bank accounts are good, 0.0001% APR. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but then you look at, how much you lose each year due to the devaluing of the dollar.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of a no-brainer to get the hell out. Like banks are, I don't know, man. Banks are going to go bye-bye real quick.
I don't know. The ready cash and the transfer of money still needs a point of contact, at least until they go all electronic.
Yeah, but we don't have the same need for the amount of banks that we once did. Like they're pretty much obsolete. They're kind of like a Blockbuster movie store at this point.
I can see that.
Yeah, man, totally. It's the internet, bro. It changes things.
Yeah, but we're like, you own a store, and I took in $10,000 today, and it's in cash. What do I do with that unless I have a institution where I can go and convert it to electronic?
Yeah, totally. Not saying that they're going to go away completely. Just saying that maybe 90% will probably.
You don't need one on every corner.
Exactly. Don't need one on every corner. All the check cashing places, like all this shit. And then if you look at what the Fed just did, they've got to show IRS notes for 600 or more on every transaction. So they don't have the infrastructure to deal with that. That's going to create a huge issue. Plus, most people can just go into, anywhere and use a fucking crypto, pay with crypto.
Yeah, the only problem with that is your favorite crypto can be worth $1,000 today and worth $10 tomorrow and worth $10,000 the next day. It's kind of hard to pay your electric bill with that.
They got stable coins. They got stuff for that. Like there's a token just came out called Proppy, and it's for real estate. So if like you want to sell your house or buy a house, you can just do it through this crypto app. And I think
You can, but I mean the problem I have is like, how do you the manipulation of the money? Okay, I've got to shift my funds over to this stable coin so that I can use it at stores. There's a lot of legwork that has to be done to maintain a crypto account, and keep its value good, as well as use it for common everyday purchases. It's a pain in the ass. It's not smooth yet. And those ones that are stable, how stable are they? I mean, we don't have much of a track record on them.
Well, I mean, they're stable in the sense that they don't fluctuate much, but like a fraction of a cent, if that, or something. And then, but like what it's based on, right? That's the tricky part, because
right. Well, tomorrow we just flooded the market with coin.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing. For example, Tethercoin is supposed to be one of those stable coins, and most people aren't aware that Tethercoin's propping up the price of Bitcoin. So every time Tether changes its market cap to a higher market cap, Bitcoin's price increases. They're synonymous. And yeah, it's it's market manipulation. So
Yeah, real quick. If you try to overlay an image, like if I want to put a little JPEG image on a GIF, and it's too big, how do I like change the size of it after?
You got to go to your program, like say Paint or whatever, and just choose resize, and then kick it down percentage, like do 25% to see if you can just do it a little bit
I got
at a
it.
time.
Thank you. Nice work.
What utility you building the GIF in?
EasyGIF.com.
Oh, okay. Take one of your day's profits and go buy yourself a cool GIF editor. Actually, I'm sure they got good ones that are free, like in Open Office or something.
This one's pretty good.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
What was it called? GIF editor?
Easy GIF.
Easy GIF.
Yeah, what's funny is that almost sounds like the website I met Jeremy's wife on. Easy GIF.
Very funny.
What are you making, Jeremy?
I mean, if I could figure this out and make some decent GIFs here,
No, but I mean, but what's the gift? What are you doing? What's your animation? What is it?
Oh, it's like Yoda balancing on top of Luke's head, and then I was gonna put a JPEG of a coin on top of Yoda's head.
Oh, so I thought you were gonna put like Chemo's head on top of Yoda or something.
got to make it the right size and paint because I overlaid it and it was like taking up the whole GIF. I'm like, shit.
Yeah, but what's the caption?
That's it. That's all I was gonna do. I'm just
So
making a few rude. I'm just showing the guy what I can do because I told him I was like, listen, I never made a GIF before. Oh, there it is. And I was like, let me make a couple and just you can see what I got.
So you're trying to hawk your skill.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to call it that. I made one. It was kind of not too great, but I had a terrible editor.
Yo, Jeremy, what do you think of this GIF?
Oh, I can't look at it right now. I'm trying to do this. This would be easier if I could subcontract this out, but it's not really paying a lot, so I don't think it's worth anybody's time to do it.
Yeah, I do this kind of shit free on the daily.
All right, I'll throw you $10 a day. If you do, you got to do 30 of them. Done? All right, bet. Here we go. I'm gonna send you this image. I'm gonna send you this image. Let me find a GIF. I'll find a GIF. We just got to see if this is if he likes this or not. So this is just a test. You're not getting paid for this. Can you get rid of text? If a GIF already has text, can you get rid of it?
There's ways.
Huh?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's ways.
Can I find this GIF now? Oh, here it is. Yo, how do I transfer a GIF from Giphy.com?
Just
Like
right
if I
click on
wanted
it
to,
and
I'm on a
save.
phone. It's on a phone.
Then hold down Then press down on the picture and wait till it asks you to download.
Share. I tried adding to my photo. Should I copy it? I'm gonna try copying it. There we go. I got it. All right. Put that logo. Like, can you take the black part out of that and just have the gold part, like the coin, and have that shit balancing on top of Yoda's head? He's got a Star Wars theme thing going on today. So I was like, all right, I'll make a couple Star Wars. You don't want to see the one I already made earlier. It's fucking. I don't know. It's not too bad. It's for my first one here. Let me show it to you. Considering what I was working with. Yeah, that's the one I made earlier, that Darth Vader one. Terrible. I think this one will be better, though. Are you going to do it?
It's okay. So what do you want to have Yoda do?
What's up?
You want that coin? You want the black taken out of it? And you want the coin on Yoda's head?
Just the coin balancing on Yoda's head, yeah.
It's easy, dude.
Do it up. Looks like it might rain, but yeah, I could go do that. Did you make it yet?
Dude, give me a fucking second.
Bro, I'm
Check
used
the
to
GIF that's
flash
in the
burn.
chat.
I'm used to flash
Dude,
burn, bro.
you couldn't
You gotta
afford
be.
flash burn.
He does that shit. Flashburn does that shit before you're done talking, bro. Somebody will be monologuing, and he'll have the GIF made before the monologue's done of what the guy was saying in the monologue.
Yeah, he's good.
Something makes me think he's.
What's that?
Something makes me think his tools are a little better than an online GIF editor.
Yeah, no, they're not, actually. He's the one who showed
Really?
me that app.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. He showed me Easy GIF and he showed me Paint.net. The best one, actually, it would be GIMP. It's like, I know you're thinking, oh, GIMP, like Germany? No, like GIMP, spelled the same way, but it's like, art editor. But you can do GIFs. It just takes a lot longer, but you get a lot more control.
Yeah, like all you got to do is have it can be still, just have it placed good, like right on top. So, like as if it's balancing right on top of Yoda's head.
Dude, I get it.
That's dope. $10 a day. That's an easy $10 a day right there, bro. I'll break
So
you off with 30. What's that?
I'm getting $3,000 for making this fat wall.
You get what?
3G.
$3,000. I get you like, I could turn that into $10 a day too, passively. Passively though, and you got a chance to bubble. It's gonna take you 4 hours to make 30 gifts at this rate.
Dude, you need to shut the fuck up, first of all. Second of all, how big do you want this coin, man? Same size as his
I
head?
want it.
Bigger than his head?
I want it just big enough so that it'll fit in above his head and inside the gift.
Not seeing what you're working on, you can't specify that you want it bigger or smaller than Yoda's head.
I don't know. I want it just big. I want it just big enough so that it'll fit on top of his head, but the whole thing will be inside the gift.
Yeah.
Whatever size that is, I have no idea. That's what I'm saying. I wish you could just throw the thing inside the thing and then edit the size of the JPEG and as it's inside the GIF. Like that'd be fucking fire right there if you could do that.
You want to do what?
Like I thought you'd be able to just put the JPEG inside the GIF.
You can do that in
yeah.
editor. Like if you use VideoPad, you could do that on VideoPad.
Is that free?
Yeah, they have a free version. It's a little bit.
Is there water?
It's not intuitive. So it took me a while to get used to the system. So I'm just saying as an example, I could do that on the editor that I have.
Yeah, see, that was not moving with his head, but
it's not moving with his head. But does it look like it's balanced on top of it?
no, it looks like his head's moving underneath. It looks stupid. I need to make it move with his head. Take a look.
Make it move with his head, dude. Make it move with his head.
For fuck's sake, look at it.
Bro, if you think it's stupid, I'm definitely going to think it's stupid. You think looks good, I think looks stupid. Make it balance it with his head. Yeah, that's even better. I didn't know you could do that. There we go. Would it look good if you changed his head into the coin? Like, come on, get creative with me.
Jesus Christ.
Should we have the gift coin going up on the side? Could we have the gift coin instead of that goofy thing that's going up on the left-hand side? Could we have it be the gift? Can you change that with that gift coin logo?
Yeah, I could. Yeah.
Come on, work with me, Kosho. We got to impress this guy. This could be a big 10 bucks. Yo, I'll split it 50-50 with you. $15 a day for both of us. I know, but I'm willing to give you more.
Okay, so you're going to keep $20?
Yeah, we'll split it 50-50. That's fair. You do all the work, and we both get 50%.
Why don't you get me in touch with this dude, man?
Oh, no. Hell no.
All right, hold on.
I have creative ideas, too, so you're going to need me for that. That's going to be huge. Creative ideas. This is kind of complicated for the first one. If you could change text, I could just do one that already like fits, and here. Let me try to find a different one, so we could just change the text of it.
Kosho, are you talking with those idiots on the internet again?
Here we go. I got one. What do I do? Copy this? Copy. See if that will. Yeah, that worked. All right, here we go. Change that text. This one's mad easy. Give up on that other one. Unless you already got it.
Work on it, man.
Just give up. Just give up on that other one. Here, I got an easy one. All you gotta do is change text. All you gotta do is change and add text.
I'm not giving up on this one, dude. I got
All
news
right,
for
all
you.
right.
I'm not
Well,
giving up.
all right. After that one, I got an easy one for you.
All right.
It's all text. The next one's all text. You don't have to change none. I gotta go mow the lawn, but that one I sent you, have it say I told you to buy the dip instead of I find your lack of faith disturbing, and then put like gift coin and text or something to make it look cool, in like the top left or something.
You should have him when he meets Darth Vader in the tunnel underneath, during his training, the dark side, and then use the Bitcoin on that. You don't know the power.
It's never happened. You meet Darth Vader in a tunnel? What are you talking about?
There is a place where he was making the choice between the dark side. It's a tree tunnel, basically. He's just like totally encapsulated by growth or tunnel or something. I think he sees Darth Vader down there. Don't go all Mandela effect on me. Yeah, they even call it the dark side cave.
Kosho, DM me the just DM it to me when you're done.
It's a strenuous work. So I'm taking it.
Are you gonna be able to handle this or what? I'm gonna have to learn how to do this. I feel like you're not reliable.
There you go, Jeremy. Animate this.
Invest in crypto.
Kosho, why you got this shit blinking, bro? And I can't even see it good.
It's not finished, dude. I accidentally sent it. It's not even close to finish.
This is way too long, bro. We need to be able to knock these shits out in like
Yeah, if I was on my
minutes.
computer, I could do it easily, man. It doesn't work.
Doing this on a phone, a cell phone?
Yeah, that's right, dude. Okay. That's why.
That's not bad for a cell phone. I'll give you some credit.
Yeah, exactly, dude. When you're a professional, dude. Remember when I faked that C19 results test for my girlfriend? She asked me to give fake results, positive results, and I did that for myself.
So I got a modal on. DM me the GIF when you're done with it. Maybe change the GIF, change that thing going up on the left hand side to a bigger sized coin going up. That way you can see the GIF coin in it, the words in it.
Oh, wait, so just put it on the left side. Why don't I just do that, dude? Why don't I just make floating on the left side?
Get rid of that goofy ass thing and put the GIF coin over it and have it go from from the bottom of the screen to the top as high as you can make it go, without like fucking making it. You know,
I'm not gonna be able to get rid of that. I can cover it up, but then it's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna have to go the same height as it's going.
yeah, just cover it up and make cover it up and make the gift coin thing as big as you can get it.
I'll start fucking over.
Can someone unmute Gummy Bear?
I don't know if there's modern.
Yeah, there isn't any right now.
Oh, Jeremy's one.
Unmute who?
That was no, not me. Gummy Bear.
You got it, Travis.
Thank you. Travis is.
What?
I was just saying, yeah, now we have a mod.
Okay.
Oh, Jeremy too.
So what's going on? No, I'm all fine. Thank you. What's going on in this?
There's a total of 0 things going on right now.
So just quiet then.
Yep.
I'm
Well, if you
debating
want to bring something up.
Yeah, I'm debating something, but I'm not sure if Gio wants it. The topic on the server.
What is it?
Rape culture.
No, that's not.
I think we should stay away from that for his sake.
I think I can see why we wouldn't talk about
it. Although I don't really think it would be like against any rules, but I'd still like ask him about it before we were
Talk
to
about what?
talk about it.
Well, I did read something online that the opinions about it are kind of changing. It said that 9 out of 10 people involved in gang rape actually really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
9 out of 10 seems like a pretty ridiculously high number.
So, well, this is basically what the.
Oh wait, that's a fucking joke.
Yes.
The comment I responded to is the lady, I just guessing her, it's a woman, using a woman's name, said the reason why this problem isn't fixed is because men are defensive when it's brought up. And I'm like, why? Why would I be defensive? Men have daughters and mothers and sisters. Why would somehow men just be defensive about a topic that would need to be fixed? And it says because it would make them vulnerable to own up for the mistakes they have made. I'm like, what are you talking about? What mistakes, right? Do you think
We've all accidentally, sexually assaulted people. No.
Yeah, like I was running down the corridor naked, accidentally fell on a woman, and just oops.
Yeah, so this is what I said back. I said the key problem I see are ivory tower spaces like the college campus are not safe, and pretending like they are safe is an indefensible position to take. The truth about college needs to be told. Trying to hide how dangerous a college experience is making for a situation that people let their guard down. In many ways, students are not even safe from their professors. The Me Too movement has given many showcases of this, like Lawrence Krauss. I go, the underlying problems are drug and alcohol, binging, a lack of criminal investigation, misconceptions of what a safe space is, old world systems of culture and control, a lack of religious resources, and just ignoring the problem. That now is considered. Okay.
Also a problem of like evidentiary, it's very hard to prove that something's happened.
Oh yeah. Yeah, when it's like a two people's word,
Yeah.
like this
Because you usually it is just one person's words against the other, and so it's very hard to actually prove that one person has done something, or if it's just a false claim, or if it's all of these things.
Well, you know how they handle that problem in the military? It's actually kind of scary. I remember asking in boot camp. No, yeah, it's if anybody has been drinking at all, it's considered rape, even if they had one drink. And I asked questions because I was in boot camp, and they told me that. And I said, "What if they were both drinking?"
Yeah, I was gonna say. What if
That
both are
she
drinking?
said, the lady said it's whoever tells it the other person first, like whoever reports it first, is the one who got raped. I was
Okay,
like,
then.
Yeah, it's called not a drop. This goes for everything. They call any alcohol-related incident is a misconduct right away. If there's alcohol, it could be like something not even that big of a deal, like something that would have been brushed under the rug. Like say you got into some sort of argument with the neighbor and the MPs were called. If alcohol's involved, bang, misconduct. Like telling people this excuse, like they're just too drunk and didn't realize what they were doing, is going to be misconduct in of itself.
Mm. But the only thing when it comes to like rape culture, like when people throw that term around, the only thing that I can think of that is like that or that could be thought of as a problem is like say there's a group of friends in college or uni and one of them rapes a girl and then the friends don't say anything or do anything. They essentially hide the fact because he's their friend. And that's the only thing that I would say can be called, or the only thing I can think of that can be called so-called rape culture, because it's putting someone's friendship over the fact that they've raped someone.
well, it's kind of it's a weird subject because, like I said, in the military, it's kind of strange, and the result has kind of jaded me because, at least not all of them, because there's a lot of people who actually get assaulted, which is not good. But there's a lot of people who use the policies to their advantage, and they cry wolf, which is ultimately worse for the people who actually are victims.
Yeah,
because then it becomes, people take it. People don't. People take that seriously, but then after a while, it becomes saturated, and overall, people take it less seriously.
Yeah. Because I'd say there's very few people that think rape is an okay thing to do. The only problem is valuing things like friendship in order to not tell on someone who's done it. That's the only thing I'd say that can be a bad thing. So, Kosha, what do you think of cryptos? I think I heard you talking about cryptos earlier, but wasn't here. I wasn't here for the talk, or I think it was you. Maybe it wasn't.
I was buried in that conversation. Not really crypto, dude.
Yeah. Must have been someone else then. I
It
only
was
popped
Jeremy and Dysol. But yeah, my brother is. My brother's has like 60 grand.
Yeah.
Cryptos. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, because I recently looked into a lot of it to see if it's worth investing in.
60 grand. I'll have your brother making over $300 a day easy off that passively. Let him know. Tell him to holler at me again, bro. I know a lot more now than I did before.
Yeah, dude. If you yell at me again, though, I'm not gonna be fucking happy with you. And I sent my brother to you before, dude. I had you have a talk with him.
Huh? I can't hear you, bro. I'm mowing my lawn. There's mad background noise. Tell your brother to holler at me.
So what do you do, Jeremy? Do you do farming or staking, or like yield farming, or what do you do for yours?
I can hold on. Let me turn my phone up real quick.
Okay.
I say it again.
Now I'm asking, what do you do with your cryptos? Do you yield farm or liquidity, like put it in liquidity pools, or like what kind of thing do you do?
Yeah, I got some LPs going. I got some pools, single pools, all that.
Okay. Bit of an
Last
all-rounder
month,
then.
yeah, the LP. I started doing more LP pools recently because they're more. They pay more interest, big time. You got to do the right ones though. Ones you can harvest on. If it doesn't have a harvest button, it's no good. You got to make sure you're getting the right ones. I got a lot of experience with these things. I spent the last week only doing this, finding the best pools and stuff to get in, the best farms, the best LP farms, good tokens to get into.
Yeah, the only thing I'm like, the big thing holding me back from doing it is, or like investing myself, would be for LP farms. It's like the impermanent loss. I just, at least originally, I wouldn't be comfortable enough picking the right ones, like the right coins, to keep that at a minimum.
That's why you got to spread it out.
Yeah.
You spread it out, you diversify, you never do too much in one spot. I've had a lot of my LP tokens go up in value, so they don't always go down.
Yeah, yeah. And then when it comes to just pure staking, well, then it's the value. Like, of course, you earn the money while staking, but it's also the value of the coin itself that can fluctuate and
That it's
change
paying
your.
out in, yeah.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of a bunch of coins go way up though off of that.
Yeah.
So it turns out you could be earning $1 a month, and then the coin does like a little 10x or 5x. Now you're making $5 a day or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, like that's the main thing, is because I don't know which coins would be stable and which coins would be a risk and all of this. Like right now, at least, I'd say it would be too big of a gamble for me to do so. Maybe if I look into more like how to choose better coins and stuff, I might do it. But yeah, I feel like if I were to just go right in, I wouldn't know which coins to pick, and I'd end up with a loss.
I could I could give you a few good ones. I'm in a whole bunch of good sites like that where you stake LPs. Like I know where all the good ones are. I've been doing it for a while, but the past week I've really gotten into trying to find the highest interest rates, which also comes along with finding more riskier tokens. But these more riskier tokens are the ones that have the chance to do the 5x or 10x or 20x or something, So I'm also in some fairly stable ones too. The more stable it is, the less interest rate you're going to get.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Like at this point, my pancake swap My pancake cake coin in their syrup pool is only getting I think it's 70%, which is on the really low end for what I normally would do. I'm diversifying out of that as we speak. If you get 200% APR, easy.
Yeah. I just feel like yield farming seems like such a gamble though as well. Like,
oh yeah, it's a gamble.
Yeah.
Kind of. I mean, not really.
I get it. It's the big thing is like I'd want to choose between like doing yield farming or staking. Of course, it could be good to do a bit of both, but it's just like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, mix it up, bro. Whatever you got going, do both. Just try to get as much passive income coming in as you can. I'm at $75 a day right now. I cashed out yesterday, and then this morning I cashed out for $75. All passively.
Yeah.
It's a gamble. It's less of a gamble than other endeavors in the crypto space.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't want to worry too much about, trading and yield farming and staking and all that stuff. You want to put your money long term and just leave it there and see it grow within the next few years. Just buy some XRP, Hedera hash graph, XLM, maybe some QNT.
I can get you some nice interest on that Ripple. I get
You
you
got
at least
some good
on that Ripple.
interest on that? What was that, Jeremy?
I said I'll get you at least 50% APR on that Ripple coin you're holding. Interest.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, let me know.
How are you getting 50% on Ripple?
I make $75 a day passively. You'd have to switch it over to the Binance Smart Chain. It holds the same value. Still XRP. Just chain XRP.
Is it him or is it
over there?
It's kind of,
I'd have to find
roboting
his spot, but yeah, I'm trying to mow the lawn. I'll be back.
Yeah, Ripple, not Ripple, XRP itself, because Ripple and XRP are two different things. The XRP price is gonna skyrocket within the next years. It's gonna be an agreement between the central banks to set it up as a world Y stablecoin, and they're gonna come into an agreement to set it up for about $10,000 to $35,000, around that price range each XRP, and it's about like $1.10 right now, so it's a good deal. Let's say for each dollar that you put and just leave it there long term, we're talking about 10,000x or a 35,000x. Not bad. The Federal Reserve in the US might be offering people to buy from them because the banks, they don't want a lot of people to be holding this digital asset. So they're gonna offer to buy from people. It's the new system. They're upgrading the whole economic system. And XRP is gonna be a bridge asset between all the currencies of the world.
Do you really believe that, by the way?
It's already basically a done deal. You see Ripple having partnerships with most of the central banks of many nations. They already the Bank of Egypt and the one in Bhutan. They already are. They did tests with the CBDC system, which is central banking digital currencies. And the old system that is like 4 years old, they're upgrading the whole thing with this new system. It's gonna be cross-border payments, all instant liquidation. The old system is not capable of doing what the Ripple system and the XRP system is doing. They already have partnerships done. Even the Federal Reserve in the US is gonna be working with the new systems. Look at the papers and the things they're saying they're doing.
Just asking because whenever I hear something like that, all I look for is the initial release date of the technology or the currency or anything like that. Now,
It's
this
already in
was
place. The
supposedly
technology is already in place.
released in 2012. Now, that's at least 9 years. And nothing happened, basically.
Wait, Ripple has been having partnerships with many banks for the last many years, and they integrated more banks, providing the service to them.
Well, if they really wanted to do that, they should have done it by now. That's all I mean.
No, that's not a thing. The financial system is not a thing that you can just do, just make changes one day to the next one.
Then how did the 2008 problem even came around?
The
If it doesn't
2008
happen that way.
one, well, the financial system, the real estate bubble, that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
For all the how do you say the sub, how do you call it? They were doing all this bad
mortgages.
they did that for many years, the bad you know, these corrupt systems, they've been doing this for a long time and they got bailed out. It's something that
Yeah, but the stock went underground within a day, like literally within
what you
hours,
mean
by the way.
what stock?
The stock market altogether. It almost went
Oh
under
yeah.
the bridge, like within a few hours.
But if you think about it,
So
the
9
stock
years
market
should be
is
enough.
always going. The stock market is always going up when you look at it because it's backed by the Federal Reserve and the central banks. When you look at it long term, it's always going up.
Well, that's because
Sure,
capitalism expects constant, infinite growth.
that wasn't what I was referring to. I was referring to the change and how quick a change can be established within the monetary, any kind of agency system or whatever. it can go down within a few hours.
It also goes up due to inflation.
Actually, the Federal Reserve has been speaking about this, and they gonna transfer. They call it all of the money, like all of the world's money is gonna be digitized. It could be done in they saying
What do you mean it already
within
is?
1 day.
It basically already is. Everyone basically has a card at this point.
Yeah, it is, but it has to be upgraded to the instant payment system, which is not in place. It is in place, but it's not. It's
You
not into
mean
that system yet.
you mean they want to decentralize it?
Well, they're gonna connect all of the banks, all of the currencies with a bridge asset, and everything is gonna be cross-border payments, instant settlements.
They already
Today
have that. It's the
if
US dollar. The
if
petrodollar is
McDonald
already this.
when one bank has to do a transfer with another bank, for that to settle, it takes like 4 or 5 days. And when McDonald's wants to get their money from the bank, it takes over a day or a few days to get their money. That they're gonna change the whole thing into an instant transfer. It's not gonna be no more wait time for settlements. No more wait time.
I mean, you already have to wait for Bitcoin. Whenever, like, if you transferring money for Bitcoin, you gotta wait for it to be verified.
Bitcoin's dead.
Bitcoin cannot solve the monetary issues that the system has. Bitcoin is like old technology.
I'm
No.
using Bitcoin as
Bitcoin
an
is dead.
example.
Like China
Not,
just hit on it
I'm not.
hard, and a bunch of other governments are going to like restrain it pretty soon. Its value is going to drop.
I'm just saying in general. In general, though, crypto has to be verified before a transaction. Like, if it's a big enough transaction, and your money's not already like in some kind of wallet. Like, if you don't have it, like in PayPal, they already have your amount recognized, and so they vouch for it basically. But if you want to do a transaction, they still have to your money still has to be verified.
Well,
With the Ripple ledger, tens of thousands of millions of dollars can be transferred within 3 seconds.
Yeah, but I mean,
And they could do thousands. They can do thousands of transactions within seconds. Yeah, the new system we're talking about is an upgraded system from, because the financial system that we have at the moment is like 40 years old, and now they're upgrading the whole system into a new one.
Well, which one do you mean? The system that is supporting the actual transactions, or how the system is made up?
I think they're trying to do this personally.
An integration of many technologies, software-based.
I personally think they're doing this because they want to knock out the infrastructure associated with the banking system. Like, think how much the banking system spends on the fucking banks, the buildings. You got to have them plowed. There's fucking millions of them. You got to have people in them all day, heating, cooling. They got to be spending millions of dollars on the infrastructure for the monetary system. You could do it with crypto and have you don't need no infrastructure like that.
Oh yeah, they're gonna facilitate their own life. The administrators and the people at the top, they're gonna facilitate their work way more now.
Like, they always talk about crypto's mad inefficient because of the mining and whatever's behind it. But like, if you tallied up the amount of shit that went into the banking system, I bet you crypto's nothing compared to it.
Oh, there's many systems that require no mining. The XRP ledger needs no mining.
What do they use for confirming transactions in XRP then?
Is it proof of what is it? It's called proof of.
So there's proof of work, there's proof of stake.
Let me check.
Because I'm pretty sure Ripple is neither, and so that's why I'm wondering what it is.
Yeah, I think it's neither. Now that you mention it, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking. Like, do you know what it is instead of that? Because I know of proof of work and proof of stake, so I don't know what they would be using instead.
XRP Ledger. You're gonna have to look at the white papers and stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it here.
Just put XRPL, which is XRP Ledger, white paper or PDF. You'll find many documents from the Ripple, and also XRP is gonna be able to work with CBDCs. That's the system that they use, and the CBDC is the central banking digital systems. Bitcoin cannot do that.
Handle 1,500 transactions per second. So I guess it depends on the.
Coach, did you make that GIF yet, bro? I'm gonna have to
Yes,
find
I
a new
fucking
business partner.
posted it, dude. That's what I'm saying.
Send me a DM. We can't communicate via. Listen, if we're business partners, we can't communicate via live stream text one. They fucking DM me.
What is your deal? Anyways,
What do
XRP
you mean?
says 1,500 transactions per second. So that's like depends on the workload.
The XRP ledger works on consensus protocol in order to validate account balances and transactions on systems. Consensus protocol. Yeah.
So it connects with other
That
wallets.
system is superior to Bitcoin and.
Oh, Bitcoin's horrible. I mean, the mining you got to do for that. That if everyone, you know how much electricity it would take to do the mining for the transfer fees in Bitcoin. If everyone was using Bitcoin for all the transfers all around the world, always.
Yeah, well, that is because
I don't think there's that much electricity on Earth. Yeah, I don't think that much electricity even exists yet.
Yeah,
so like it's not feasible.
That's the main thing I'd say is proof of work. Cryptos are not like viable on the large scale because of the amount of wasted energy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out. So it's like you said that the XRP uses a consensus protocol, but I'm trying to see like what exactly they mean by a consensus protocol, because that could be a lot of different things.
Yeah.
And also, like, how do they decide? Like, if two people have, or like, is it a majority consensus? Like, what kind of consensus protocol do they talk about? Because that is what will open it up to.
I get you, and there's answers to these questions definitely.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it, and I'm not finding it. That's why it's annoying.
All right, I've got your back, guys. You know me. Don't know shit all about Bitcoin, but the one thing I know how to do is find stuff.
Yes.
How's that? That's looking pretty much. It's trust-based validation mechanism. Basically, you assign what ledger products it's going to be applied to, and then it's set an attribute in the metadata to basically then perform that analysis or that consensus base. That seems to be the gist out of 2 minutes of reading.
I found a PDF says the Ripple protocol consensus algorithm. You maybe want to look into that if you want an answer. The important thing also is that obviously we don't know exactly how it works. You probably have to read through all their documents. But when you look at the partnerships that Ripple has with many of the central banks, Egypt, the UK right now, they announced it like 2 days ago. Bhutan, many of the central banks around the world. Ripple is positioned is very well positioned to provide a service to the new economic system, and even the Federal Reserve in the U.S. has mentioned protocols related to the CBDCs, which is what the Ripple system offers.
Coach, do one more and I'll send these two to the guy. Can you do that one above? Take out the words, I find your lack of faith disturbing, and put in the words, I told you to buy the dip, in like the correct sentence with a period. And then can you put like GIF coin on the top left side, like big enough to where it doesn't cover up anyone's head? You know, make it nice size so you can see GIF coin on the top left.
And just for you, there's the white paper on exactly how it works. It looks like it's a sampling-based process.
So
that's just good, yeah?
Hmm.
I can't actually think of anything much more boring than Bitcoin and derivatives thereof.
Yeah, it's
if
mad
you wanna,
boring.
if you wanna know what's coming for the new economic system, look XRP, HBAR, XLM.
I really
Those are-
feel you didn't listen to me there at all, Jemsy.
What?
I feel you didn't listen to me there at all. I find it utterly boring. It's basically preying on people's hopes to get rich quick.
Wait. Getting rich quick? How is that? How does that work?
That's why I don't look at it like that. I just try to make my little couple bucks a day, and I'm good.
We're not talking about getting rich quick. We're talking about the new economic system that is being put in place. It's actually a thing. This whole digital
Mainstream though, it's looked at as a get rich quick thing. You know, invest in Dogecoin. Look how many people were buying Dogecoin at 50 cents, 60 cents.
Because they sell in the news, they sell you the hype, right? It's like a freaking hype for Bitcoin this and Bitcoin that. Is a fucking hype, but you don't want to listen to that shit. You want to look at what the central banks are actually doing and the system they're implementing.
I think I just sold my Ripple actually.
Just simply why?
Well, you want to be a part of the future, right? Like if you were to invest in IBM, 20, 30, 40 years ago, whenever it first came out, 50 years ago, you'd be loaded right now. It wasn't a get rich quick thing. It was just a smart investment, and you're looking into the future.
Yeah, why not?
Take that, Dross.
Well,
yeah.
I suppose for me, I have enough. I've got what I need.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I suppose for me, it's not that important. I don't need extra money. You know, I've got a reasonable pension coming. I've got a pretty good career. I own my own house.
Awesome. That's awesome, man. Your house,
Don't have too much debt. So yeah, no, I'm all right. But I think, I mean, one of my mates, I mean, you know, yeah, he made an absolute killing. He lost his Bitcoin wallet and then found it on a hard drive about 6 years later, and he was quite an early point and put up $3,000 in pretty early on in Bitcoin, and he bought a house with the money. So I'm not saying you can't make money out of it. Yeah, I'm not much into the whole kind of stuff thing to an extent. So I got what I need, and I'm a happy man.
So
you're a wealthy man already. We get it. Good for you.
I'm not wealthy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not fucking wealthy. I mean, it's not like, oh yeah,
man. Sorry, we get it.
Yeah. I'm really not wealthy. I mean, you know, I don't have £1,000 spare a month. Put it that way. Yeah, save a little bit. Paid off mortgage as quickly as I could. Got a little bit left on the bike, about 6 months worth of that. Apart from that, that's about all I owe. I try not to borrow money. I don't spend that much money. I prefer to invest in things that make me a little bit more self-sustainable. So, I put my money into things like, energy generation. So I make I make more than I need in electricity now.
Sports drinks and cigarettes.
Don't drink much. If I drink 15 pints a year, that's pretty unusual for me.
Well, energy drinks, like sports drinks.
Oh, God, no. Disgusting stuff.
Cigarettes?
Spoke a little bit, not too much. Used to smoke weed quite a lot, but I've given that up. I like a wee drama whiskey now and then, but again, not often. Moderation in all things and a good walk every day.
Who was the famous guy that said that? It was supposed to be Alexander the Great's teacher.
That was Aristotle.
Aristotle said moderation is the key or something. Did he have some famous quote saying that, or is that just from the movie?
Don't know.
We all know Diogenes should have been his teacher. Like, that would have been based.
I do like the two grapes problem. That was my favorite thing by Aristotle.
Two grapes?
No. Read Diogenes. Read his quotes. He's based.
Two grapes was basically, it was a problem given to Alexander the Great when he was a child. Basically, if you're king, no one can judge you but the gods. So if you're accused, you basically pick a grape out of a bag. And if you pull out a white grape, you're innocent. If you pull out a black grape, you're guilty. And the question is, you've been fitted up, or you've been, someone's trying to frame you. So they put two black grapes into the bag. How do you prove your innocence? And it's a great problem.
I'd much prefer the story about the Gordian knot.
I like this one better. The Gordian knot is just about reducing a problem down to its simplest components and dealing with each one at a time.
I mean, he solved it.
But the grape was basically the way you get around it is you eat one of the grapes and say whatever's left in the bag must be the opposite of what I've done. So the black grape's still in the bag. You proved your innocence. I just thought it was clever.
And then you die of food poisoning because that black grape was actually painted black with a really poisonous color. Or really poisonous pigment of a thing.
You know about Alexander's fucking gay best friend, right?
Yep. Which one?
The one that he built an equivalent to $1 billion funeral for. What was his name?
Yeah. I think it begins with L. Let's put Alexander the Great's gay lover in and see what we get. Hephaestion. There you go, that worked.
He looks like me.
I'm amazed that I'm not, but yeah. But it was one of his most famous quotes, men are for love, women are for procreation.
I thought that was a Roman.
No, that was Alexander the Great.
Based.
But them Romans, they did like quoting him.
There was that Roman emperor who deified his dead lover. What was his name?
Nero?
No. It was Hadrian.
He killed his mother. Hadrian, yeah.
No, not his mother. His another like homosexual like lover.
What I find funny is Constantine the Great. He grew up on Hadrian's Wall.
Did he?
Yeah.
Like the Hadrian's Wall?
The Hadrian's Wall. Yeah. That's why it's so hard. He grew up in Britain.
I don't think anyone's gonna beat my boy Oedipus. He's the best philosopher of all times. And yes, he's a philosopher.
Do you have a favorite Roman emperor then?
No, I do not. I only know of one Roman emperor.
Which one?
Gas.
Augustus?
Yes.
It's the worst one.
Really? Augustus is the worst one?
I don't know. My favorite is Julius Caesar.
I don't know if you could call him an emperor.
Caesar?
Like, they use his name as a title, but like he wasn't like an emperor. He was. This is like before like it really transitioned to like the real autocracy of like what.
He was my favorite. He beats all the emperors.
Well, wasn't he more just a statesman? Like, I don't even know what to call it. Politician, if anything.
Politician and conqueror. Did you know that like 3 or 4 Roman emperors like all successfully claims this eunuch as like their wives in like a period of like 2 years?
Why?
It was this very apparently attractive man that basically like a femboy or whatever, I imagine, that Nero claimed as his wife, killed himself in front of and tried to have her killed, but the person who usurped the empire from him claims this eunuch as his wife, and then this happened like 2 more times before the eunuch killed themselves.
That is quite a story.
Yeah, like there was this period where there was like a bunch of different emperors. I think the ones who stopped it was the brief dynasty that was pretty good. They were the ones who sacked Jerusalem. Yeah, the Severus dynasty. Severine? Something like that.
Okay, so today I've learned a bit about cryptos and a bit about femboy Romans, or Roman femboys, or
Quite a
Roman
few.
femboy.
Emperor Hadrian deified his femboy. He like drowned in the Nile, and like he built like 20 or 30 temples to him. Actually, probably more than that.
Must have been one hell of a femboy.
Well, they do say that Hadrian was very Greek, and probably more than ways than one.
I'm not quite sure what that means.
The Greeks were infamously homosexual during the classical period. Also, infamously, they were very misogynistic, even more so than the Romans. I think the only Greek city-state that treated their women like people were the Spartans. But there's a bunch of different reasons for that. And like the Spartans were like fucking monsters. Not like on the battlefield. They were like monsters, as in like, I think they like regularly like killed 1/5 of their slave population every year.
I remember there being something that the Spartans did with their children that was like cruel or something. I can't remember. Like, of course, the fact that might be it. Of course, the fact that they send boys in for military training at like age 11 or whatever, really young, even younger, for really like super intense, like to the point where some die of exhaustion and shit. But other than that, I remember there being some really fucked up shit happening with their children. I just don't remember the exacts of it. It was such a long time ago that I was looking into any of the Roman history, and not Roman, Spartan history, I mean.
Yeah, every autumn they would kill their like a huge amount of slaves to prevent uprisings. They were super fucked up. It's kind of weird that like 300 made them out to be like protagonists over like some kind of like democratic tradition.
Great. I'm in Bev's freaking thumbnail. Great shit.
Oh, it's the funny joy of the fact that it's someone that considers non-Euclidean geometry not to exist or be valid.
He also, the reason he muted me was because I was trying to tell him that something being a tangent means it's parallel at one point. He wouldn't accept that.
Wait, Foolish, weren't you on the Doobie Politics server?
Yeah, been there. I go there sometimes.
I thought you sounded familiar.
Yeah, so it's either Foolish Decisions or Dross, two most common names I use. I know, I've done Doobie for years.
I used to be a mod on his server.
That's a challenging task.
I got tired of all like the literal Nazis and like trying to like contain them. It just got very like tedious. Like
that's one of the reasons I don't go there a lot. I have a problem with people who are inherently racist.
Like so many Eastern Europeans are like literal Nazis on that server. It's crazy.
And a lot of Greek people as well, which is weird.
No, it's really weird to see like Slavic Nazis, considering that they wanted to like exterminate the Slavs,
Well, they kind of liked some of the Czech Slavs, didn't they?
I think
how
like,
long was that
Germans
going?
kinda-
How long was that going to last, though? If they won out, that was the question.
I think historically, like the Germans always kind of considered like the Czechs to be like kind of like their Slavs, but like I'm pretty sure like the Nazis and like General Plan Ost, I think it was called, wanted to like exterminate most of the Poles, most of the Russians, the Ukrainians, after they like won the war. Like they wanted to turn the rest into like a thrall population.
They also wanted to repopulate them with good, honest Aryan stock as well, didn't they? So they wanted room to expand as they grew their population, because that was one of the reasons why there was such a population drive as part of the Nazi Party propaganda. But yeah, they lost, so tough. But fascism as a concept is something I do have a fair amount of problems with. But I do kind of agree with one concept, which is it's not really a propagation of right wing, even though it's really adopted by the right wing, which I find utterly weird.
It depends. It depends how you're like using the political compass, because a lot of fascists will fall under the right wing spectrum. There's only like one like consistent branch of fascism that I would say is like economically left wing, and that would be like what was his fucking name? You know who Strasser was?
No.
He was essentially like the before Hitler had complete control of the Nazi Party, he was like essentially a socialist fascist. Like he actually was.
Oh, was he the one that got displaced in sort of the Bavarian Hall riots of the sort of early 30s?
He was basically removed from power, and Hitler basically had him assassinated.
Yeah, it does sound vaguely familiar now. To be honest,
he was also a homosexual.
I suspect Hitler had a few leanings in that direction, personally. Snappy dresser, neat haircut. What can I say? I apologise to anybody gay in this, but that was really just meant as an insulting me to Hitler.
No. Who would imagine that like the Prussian style military of the Germans would have like a bunch of homosexuals in it? Very strange, very odd.
Russ, what would you say if I said the United States was a fascist nation?
I wouldn't say fascist, but they're definitely imperialistic.
Yeah.
So what would it take to push it over the line into fascism? I mean, you've had a 20-year war on terror. You've got the military-industrial complex and pharmaceutical companies run everything. What more needs to happen?
No, that's just standard neoliberalism.
Yeah, that's just standard capitalism. So
like maybe if like the American state had more power over these institutions, I would say yeah.
Yeah, the means of production needs to be controlled by the state in all aspects.
I don't know about the means of production, because like the Nazis did a massive privatization campaign, didn't they?
Yes and no. They kind of, it was, if you didn't follow the directive of the government, you weren't running that company.
Because I know like the Nazis, well, they really didn't have like a very consistent like economic position. Like they were all over the place. But they did basically turn a bunch of corporations into like fiefdoms. Even though they had a lot of support from American businesses and their own business leaders.
Cool.
I mean, quite a few German companies that still exist today did end up using a lot of slave labor during World War II.
Mercedes thing. Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
well, how about how many how many American corporations helped out the German war effort? Right?
I
IBM,
don't think they
Coke.
directly helped out their war effort, but they did fund the Nazis early on. Hitler had a lot of admirers. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, a cabal of some wealthy elites right before World War II properly began were plotting a coup against FDR. I think one of the Marine generals was like contacted and he reported it to the government.
The business plot, that was called. The business plot.
There was a similar thing going on in Britain as well. There was an attempted coup here.
Really? I didn't know about that one.
Yeah.
Smedley Butler.
That's the one.
Smedley
Butler was a fucking hero, dude.
Was the general you're thinking of, yes. He gave up that plot, but nobody was arrested at all.
Well, it is capitalist America.
You know, George Bush's dad, Prescott Bush, participated in that.
Oh yeah, I literally wanted all the Bushes arrested for like war crimes.
There's a lot of people that need to be arrested for war crimes.
By the way, Foolish, since you sound like a Brit, can you tell me what the hell is going on with the Labour Party?
It kind of imploded, exploded.
I heard that there's a Blairite in charge again.
Sorry?
A Blairite?
Yeah, they kind of went through the socialist worker, hard left anti-Semitism thing, which was kind of a bad idea. That kind of became quite public, so that kind of
really. I wasn't really convinced that Corbyn was an anti-Semite.
I don't think Corbyn was, but there were a number of people below him who were. I don't think Jeremy Corbyn is. Well, I don't think he's a particularly effective leader, but I don't think he's a particularly bad person. By necessity. But he certainly picked some bad people to. He was trying to sort of redefine it back to being, the 1950s kind of, workers' party kind of model. Really, in a way to try and strip support from sort of like EDL and some of those sort of areas back into the Labour Party.
Is it true, you guys, like, you're like losing essentially a bunch of like low skill? I don't like using the word, but like low skill laborers and stuff like that, despite the fact that you still have immigration.
Well, you say, the trouble is when the Zloty kind of recovered, an awful lot of Polish people went back to Poland. So whilst we've got quite a lot of immigration coming in, it's almost a net loss at the moment with people leaving. And there's so much bullshit around what's going on, so much fear propaganda going on. Again, from sort of the sort of more anti-foreign people thing, and I think that's a sort of kick back to why you saw Brexit succeed, even though I think both sides put atrocious arguments.
Corbyn was Corbyn was for Brexit, right? But I think he actually had a plan, didn't he?
He wasn't really for Brexit, no. I don't think many sensible people were, because I think it's harmed us an awful lot more than it's helped us.
But the argument is that in the long run, it's going to help. Like it's
expected.
expected.
Because I think the only path forward for the UK is to either be a puppet of Europe or a puppet of America.
Nah, we're going to become a tax haven for Europe is where we're going.
The whole idea that the people for Brexit was proposing is that in the short run you'll have some economic losses because you're getting rid of a bunch of trade agreements and like the whole trade agreements that you have with the EU just by being in the EU and so on. But over the long term, once you've reestablished them, you're going to be more profitable as a nation because one, you don't have to pay any of the membership fees, so to speak, of the EU, and two is the fact that you'll be able to dictate your own import exports however you please. That's like the argument that they were pushing.
The major problem I see with it is it's going to hit some of our core sort of fields. So things like agriculture, it's going to absolutely crucify. You know, there was a whole system of reliance by British farmers on the way that the subsidies / sort of pricing mechanisms work. So what we're seeing at the moment is, you know, an increase in food costs, which is going to be going on for a reasonable period.
Yeah.
You know, that's one of the areas I think that's a concern. I think we've kind of seem to have settled on free movement of people. We've kind of got, you know, what's called a safe harbour agreement between the UK and the EU, which means data centres don't need to move. That was a biggie, because that really would have screwed stuff up. But I think the biggest threat to the UK is, you know, the fact that we're a central banking entity. And I think now Frankfurt has become more attractive. It's always been the threat to London. And I see that being another area of potential sort of loss.
Yeah, there are definitely countries that move out of the UK due to Brexit.
But I mean, business I work for, you know, we're still seeing huge growth as a company. You know, we've sort of, you know, our staff has increased, you know, across Europe by about 20%, in the UK by about 30%. You know, and we're doing sort of 30-35% year-on-year growth. So you know, I mean, but then again, what we do is kind of, well, you know, I do IT security, and my company's a solutions provider, value-added reseller, and we're doing okay, we're doing well, and I can't see that not happening. And you know, to be fair, for me, COVID has been pretty good.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The thing about a company like yours is that you're internet based, so to speak. So you don't do as much or much at all, like exporting and importing of goods.
We don't have to, because we're pan-European. So you know, we got that advantage.
Yeah, and so it would be the companies that do require a lot of export and import. They would be the ones that suffer majorly from Brexit, and they'd have to get shit done on their own, get their own trade agreements, and make sure that they're settled.
Of manufacturing, yeah.
I did hear Germany managed to change governments. There might be a left-wing coalition ruling instead of like liberals.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to make it. I mean, the one thing I do like about the way the Germans work is the workers' council method, and I think that's been a really strong and powerful thing to represent the interest of the business and the interest of the people that work for it. And I think, you know, that's a great model. It's much better than a union-based model, put it that way. You know, because then everybody's invested in the company's success rather than just the people at the top of the company.
Well, I'm like a full-blown leftist, so I know I desire different like end goals. But what really makes me go crazy as an American is when people call Joe Biden a leftist.
I know.
Like he's like a generously, I'll call him like a center-right neoliberal.
Yeah, but he's a leftist to American standards.
American standards are insane. Like
I know, but he's still left in American standards.
Not even really, though. Like, consider what we had before Reagan for like some of like the party positions, and it's like this big paradigm shift of like what was
Jimmy Carter. That's a good example of a slightly left liberal, in my view. But I find it annoying the way that the word liberal is used in the US. You know, to me, there's nothing about the liberal values.
I mean, the Democrats are basically a big tent party filled with mostly center-right like positions with like I would generously call the progressives like center-left. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, I don't think that's too bad.
Like I'm in Sweden, And our liberals, like Americans would call them communists.
Aren't your liberals basically sock dems?
Pretty much. They're a bit, I'd say they're a bit more right than that, but yeah. Like,
Liberals here are right wings. For some reason.
Well, in America, yeah, well, no. Liberalism is a right-wing position. Like, liberals still believe in, like, globalism, capitalism. Usually, like, they're very interventionist. Well, neoliberal, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, I class myself as a classical liberal. So, you know, the core of my tenet is equality of opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I've got to boil it down to a single sentence.
I don't know, like, I started out as, like, a typical libertarian, you know, like, teenager. Then I libertarian in the American sense. And I became I had, like, this very, very, like, long flirtation with, like, right-wing positions.
Everyone does at a young age.
Well, no, because I was definitely pretty far, like, into, like, libertarian right-wing politics. Then I basically became, like, a pseudo-Nazi. Briefly, I was like, and then I became, like, a center-left, like, sock dem. Then I basically became a Marxist.
Yeah, when I was younger, I was pretty much like a racist right-winger. And nowadays,
did you fall under the same rabbit hole?
Yeah, and nowadays, now that I would consider myself more informed, I'm more of a pretty much liberal kind of, actually, like center-left liberal to be.
So basically a sock dem, capitalism with a human face.
Kind of, yeah.
So heavy welfare. Well, I don't like the word welfare, anyways, but large social safety nets and stuff like that.
Yeah, like I'd honestly be.
Yeah, you're a sock dem. You're a sock dem.
I'd be for a UBI. For
UBI is a strange position because, like, a lot of libertarians are liking it because they think,
we ain't gonna have no choice. We ain't gonna have no choice for UBI soon. It's either gonna. What do you think is gonna happen when there's 20, 30, 40% unemployment rate going?
Yeah, that's the argument. I don't think UBI would happen. I don't think the governments are going to want UBI, though. I don't think there's going to be enough political will, and, like, we live in, like, a neoliberal consensus of, like, how things are supposed to run. I don't think they want UBI to happen.
Yeah.
I think they're just going to let the poor die.
But yeah,
when you start having 30, 40, 50% unemployment rates, what's the other option?
It's either UBI or they let them die. And I don't really trust billionaires to, like, I just think they're just going to let them rot.
There are definitely some billionaires that are going to be like, let's raise our taxes and increase, like, welfare and shit. But there are some that are just going to be like, it's my company, my money that I'm making, my profit, keep out of it. And rather let people die. And so I feel like at the end of the day, it's going to be more a matter of big companies trying to exercise, like, political power in order to stop the majority vote of poor people trying to get UBI. And it'll be a power of the majority of people versus the majority of equity or, like, capital.
Like I just say the classical. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just curious if you guys see yourselves as employees of a company and you're trying to...
You cut out.
You're trying to, and then you ended up
cutting out. And then you're aligning yourself. Am I not coming through?
But you're like, there was some kind of interference earlier.
Yeah, we heard you say that when you're an employee, and then it cut off.
Is this any better at all?
Yeah.
Okay, so just real quick, I'll try to be brief. Do you guys see yourselves as citizens? Do you see yourselves as employees of a company like you work for this company as citizens, and you think that you're trying to align yourself with the CEO and the president and the board members. You know what I mean? It's like to me,
No.
Oh no.
when you talk about politics, like I could give a shit about politics. I could give a shit about Marxism, capitalism, communism. I could give a shit. Like I have nothing to do with the United States of America and their policies. Like what the fuck does that have to do with me at all? I just want to live my life and be left alone.
Well, then
at the
you
end
should
of the
consider
day,
anarchism.
At the end of the day, the big change for you is going to be your taxing, like taxing on your income. That's going to be the
Does that have to
biggest
do with
difference
me?
for you.
Right? Yeah. No. What does that have to do with me? Like, why are you taxing me for something that I haven't even like participated in? Right? That's what I'm saying. So the thing about the way that I understand the whole system is as a corporation. The United States is a corporation. As citizens, listen, just go with it in terms of a loose parenthetical description. Don't go too crazy on me. You know what I mean?
Because I've heard this argument from like sovereign citizens. Are you going to go about? I thought you were going to go like, because the last time I heard this argument, they were saying that like the United States ceased being a nation, became like an incorporated entity in like the 20s or something like that.
You're breaking up.
You're breaking up again.
If I go to work for a company.
Yeah, the powers that be don't want you to speak. They're blocking you.
Like we get like 5 clear seconds of you, and then it's like this either silence or it like really stretches out your voice.
Bedoying.
Try disconnecting and reconnecting.
I mean, for me, what counts is my social contract with my local community and where I live. You know, it's where I'm most invested.
Become a mutualist.
And the important thing is especially like the services that you have availability to, and not just like in what you can get, but also like what you can afford as well. So like health insurance wise and so on. Like one example is my little sister has diabetes, and if it wasn't for the Swedish like health insurance, or like I don't know, blacked out on the word, she'd have to be paying like several like thousands of dollars extra per year just to live. But thanks to the health insurance, she's gonna be able to just live as a normal, like the normal citizen, because all the diabetes related things are essentially covered for by the state. And that makes it seem so much nicer, because instead of her having to seem like now she's going to be poor all her life because she was dealt a bad card in genetics or whatever, instead she's going to be just like the any other person, just that she has to, of course, use that money for diabetes.
Yeah, I think for me, I mean, what's important, I recognize the fact that, you know, as my cards have been dealt, I've been pretty fortunate. You know, I don't do too badly. You know, I've got what I need to live, but also recognize that I'm part of a community. And for me to have that advantage, and I can put this in selfish terms, I need that community to be working. I need that community to be functioning. Otherwise, the downstream effect is it will impact me. So that's the selfish aspect. And then there's the aspect, which is, you know, I also recognize that I'm fortunate and I don't mind giving back to help my community. You know, and whether that's through taxes or whether that's through me going
Like
down the canal and cleaning weeds up.
I have to agree. Like the fuck you, I got mine kind of mindset I always felt was like very anti-productive for any society.
Yeah. Like, of course, the wealthiest people or the most well-off people would end up like worse off as a whole. But if you look at society as a whole, like the average experience of a citizen would be so much better if we all agreed to cooperate. Like, instead of having some people doing really well and being dealt the lucky cards, the people that are dealt the unlucky cards that have diseases or accidents or everything like that, they'll just end up being poor all their lives with debts that they can't pay off just because of that.
Oh wait, Capricornus, are you talking? I saw your microphone go off, but I didn't hear anything.
I just turned my mic back on. I wasn't sure if it was going to register or not. Sorry.
No. Like, I know it's frustrating when you have like problems with your connection and like you're trying to figure out if it's still working.
Yeah, Discord hates my phone for some reason, but yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be, a sovereign citizen. I'm just trying to express, an analogy that makes sense to me, and the corporation really does make more sense to me. As an employee, the CEO makes decisions, the board makes decisions that affects the entire company, and then I have to pay into the company regarding their policies that I might disagree with, right? So instead of allowing us per se to decide, like Druss was saying, like he wants to give back to his community, and so he's able to say, okay, I'm going to support this this soup kitchen, right? I'm going to give this much money to this soup kitchen, but he doesn't give money to the Salvation Army or to Goodwill or to anything else, right? So they have to go elsewhere. But we don't get that option as citizens. We just get taxed on every fucking policy, even if we disagree with it. It's like you still have to pay for this, even if you don't want to. Right?
I would have a rebuttal, but just a second. I do think that like I'm very iffy about the idea of a social contract because because I don't think anyone really signs it, but there's a lot of like ideas when it comes around to it, and I probably have different ideas than Gumly Bear and
well, to me,
some of the others who have talked because I'm a Marxist. I have like probably a much different worldview than several people here.
Right. Okay.
To me, you sign the social contract when you start like working and taking advantage, or like not taking advantage, but like utilizing the infrastructure that a country has built up. Like that is you signing into the social contract. Because if you're utilizing it, then you need to also put back into it.
Utilizing. Okay, so tell me what I'm, to the best of your ability. Pick anything the United States is doing on a federal level that I'm utilizing.
Interstate power.
I'd say it is a bit hard to think about America because, of course, I'm not American. Especially when you say like on a federal level, because I don't know what's federal and what's state level. But it like to me instantly my thoughts, and this might not apply to America, but these are my thoughts normally would be like police, school.
That's all state.
Yeah, and then let's see what else. Like,
there's only like one like federal law enforcement branch.
Yeah.
Well, basically one big one, and that's the FBI.
But the thing is, don't you pay state taxes, not federal tax, or you pay both?
You pay both.
Yeah. But federal, I mean, you have like FBI, which is like one thing that you kind of utilize because you don't want serial killers in your society, for example, or like terrorist threats. So that would be one thing that you're utilizing by being there is the safety they provide. So that would be one federal thing. But I don't know many more federal things other than the FBI, since it's got federal in the name. Well, what else is there that's on a federal level in America?
There's some education standards. There's just a second.
I think you vastly underestimate the power of the federal government.
Well, yeah. I'm talking like, of course, we've got, as you see here, you've got all the different divisions and departments of defense and all of these things. And the is the IRS a federal thing or a state thing?
It's neither.
It's neither.
Well, no, it's federal.
No, it's not. It's an independent company.
Let's see, IRS.
And
No,
besides,
it says,
they barely have any teeth.
so
They have,
the
like,
the very first thing that comes up says it's the American Federal Tax Administration. So it says that it's a federal.
But Federal Express has also got the word federal in it. That doesn't mean anything.
But the IRS does taxes on a national level. It's definitely a federal agency.
Yeah, that's what they tell you, man.
What's the drug one? DO.
Oh, the FDA.
DOA.
DEA.
DEA. That's it. I think that's another federal one. The FDA, isn't that food?
No,
related?
yeah, I got it mixed up for a second. Just a second. Who's been adding me?
My point is that, you know, it's one thing to, you know, I create my own society, right? I call it Tumbleweed, Oklahoma, right? Where it's just this small town where people open up a hardware store, open up whatever, a saloon, a hotel, you know, and people just go about their business, right? And that small town understands what it needs to survive or whatever, and people contribute to that society. Now, I understand, look, I get it. You're going to have all these, yeah, what about this? What if somebody's not? Whatever. I get that. My point is that if I want to contribute to someone's idea, like invest in their business or invest in their project, I have the freedom to do that. And if I don't, I'm not going to do it. But you can't then just come in and the mayor says, okay, everybody's going to have to start giving money so that Sally can have her beauty supply. You know, you guys just got to support her. I don't want to support her. No, but you're going to have to. We all have to support Sally. Like, oh, no.
It's just the whole thing. I'd say is that if you don't have these types of governing bodies and policing bodies, you get people being corrupt. But the problem as well is that with the more or like criminal, I guess.
Still have that. You haven't solved anything.
Yeah, but the thing is, the more governing agencies you add, you get less criminals but more corrupt people, which I mean you can call criminals as well.
Absolutely not.
And so it's a matter of balancing these.
Yeah. You show me those stats. You show me those records. You show me a society where we run it the way we want to, and we've got criminals running everywhere. You show me that.
I'm not saying run it the way you want to, and criminals are going to run everywhere. But what I'm saying is, if you have no police, none of these governing bodies to take care of people, then what are you going to get? Are you going to have vigilantes running around?
You tell me, right? I don't live in a world where that exists, so I can't answer your question. But it's just as valid for me to say to you, you can't tell me it would be hell on earth if we didn't have government. You can't tell me that.
But what I would tell you is I know for sure there would still be serial killers. And so my question then would be, for example, how do you stop that person? Are you just going to rely on a victim one day being able to outpower them?
Right.
Or
Okay,
what are
so
you going
look.
to do?
Right. Okay, so look. So I'm just going to go to the far right on this and say, when have you ever known anybody who's known somebody who knew somebody who was a victim of a serial killer? Right?
Okay. But the thing is, right now, you're taking a statistical approach within a society that does have policing agencies. What I'm trying to say, with no policing agencies, and because we know there are going to be serial killers, because there are right now, that's a guarantee, who will stop them? Because to me, logically, having no police or anyone to stop them, you would have to rely on a victim one day being able to overpower and stop that serial killer.
Generally, I think your better argument here is like welfare and social safety nets.
Yeah. So tell me, Gummy, Can you tell me what in the news right now? Is there a serial killer on the loose somewhere in the world?
I've got a better example than that, Gummy, and I think this is more appropriate. So
Yeah,
let's
go
say
on.
we remove the social welfare. That's going to create more poverty. What we know is poor people, through necessity sometimes, commit more crime.
Yep.
If that makes people like, say, Travis more prepared, it's going to therefore escalate that position with the people committing those crimes. They're going to go in more prepared for violence. If there is no system to redress that, then I think you are going to have anarchy. And I would point to places like, Somalia, Sierra Leone,
Oh,
Eritrea.
come on.
Don't you
Come
agree?
on.
Is that not a
Why is
reasonable?
Somalia a basket case? Do you think it's just because they didn't have laws and that just happened randomly?
Wait a
by
minute.
accident or some
Countries
choice?
like these,
Like,
when you don't have a police, like a good police, you get
but what happened to
or
their
government.
government? How
You
did
get
they end up being in that position? It's because Western powers did that.
yeah. But what I'm
I don't
saying
go into
is,
the weeds of
yeah.
that.
Hold
What,
on, like
what I'm saying is the consequence of the lack of it, not the reasons that they're
well,
in
hold
that
on, like
position.
I really hate to defend anarchists here, but like anarchists believe, even like the right wing ones, that like unjust hierarchies are generally bad, and Somalia is basically a warlord state, which is extremely like unjust. Like,
But you get these
anarchist
places that
societies still have rules, right? They
rely
still
on
have
mercenaries instead of police. And so they end up paying, the rich people end up paying these mercenaries to defend them instead of police. And so you get this disparity of rich people are able to buy and pay mercenaries to protect them with guns and so on, whilst poor people just don't have anyone to protect them.
Well, welcome to America.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying it's a bad thing.
Well, see, here's the thing that I always hear is that if you just had anarchy, right, then corporations would just run roughshod over everybody because they would just take over everything.
Well, no, that's
Well,
like ANCAPs. Those are ANCAPs. There's a bunch of other like anarchists like thought, anarchist schools of thought that would have solutions to this, and I would point out things like anarcho-syndicalists or ANCOMs, even like mutualists.
Well,
How
if I could just finish my point, if I could just finish my
go ahead.
point, in my opinion, in the United States, that's already happened. The corporations already do run everything.
Yeah, but not everything, in the sense that they also run like in the sense that I was talking about is, for example, they don't have disproportionate protection from police, for example. Of course, they have security guards and so on to protect their shops. But when it comes to calling 911, you're not going to be like, oh, I work in a supermarket, or like I'm the manager of a supermarket, and they're going to come running to you before another person. It's a everyone gets equal help as far as they can provide it.
I've been watching police interactions in the United States for over a decade, and they always side with the business over an individual.
Well, I would argue that's just the faults of capitalist society, and the fact that cops are used to like abuse and like suppress the working people. But whatever.
But what I'm wondering is, how do you have a society that's anarchist and communist at the same time? Because to me, that ends up being like not an oxymoron, but you get what I mean, like counterproductive to each other.
Okay, so what do you mean by communist in that marriage?
Marriage?
Yeah, the marriage of anarchy and communism. So what do you give me a snapshot of what communism is to you?
Well, I'm not an ANCOM, but like generally ANCOMs believe in democracy, the community owning like the means of production. Like they're like a common saying amongst a lot of ANCOMs is like when they like talk about rules and shit. When someone else talks to them in rules and shit, like what ANCOMs would do, a common saying is like, "I'm not your fucking dad," right? They don't want to like dictate to you that much. They just want to make sure that like there's no unjust hierarchies.
I'm sorry. What's your abbreviation? An AMCOM? What is that?
ANCOM, anarcho-communist.
So an anarchist who's a communist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what, because
we're talking about anarchists, and I brought up several different like anarchist schools of thought.
Because to
like,
me,
the biggest thing with anarchy is pretty much all of them believe in like very direct democracy.
Yeah. But at the same time, if you have anarchy, democracy, like in order to
no, anarchists like this is a big misconception.
Okay.
Anarchy doesn't mean that there's like no rules, right?
Well, does it mean no state, no government, no like controlling, organization?
It's like he said. It doesn't mean no rules. It
Oh,
means
yeah.
that it means that there are no rulers that subjugate other people against their will.
Unjust, like most of them very much hold that like democracy is very sacrosanct.
Yeah. But my big question then is, how do you resolve issues in the community?
Sure.
Democracy.
But because the thing is, there isn't always scenarios where democracy is the answer, because sometimes, let's say we have 5 people that run in and rob someone, and then it's one person against 5. Well, the 5 are saying nothing happened. The one is saying something did happen. Well, it's democracy, so nothing happened. And so what I'm trying to ask,
this was a thought experiment by a famous anarchist. I got to find his. It's been a while. Like, I'm not an anarchist. I'm not going to be able to defend their positions very well.
No, that's fine. These are like off the top of my head, like some of the first things.
They did write about this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure every single question that I can think of, someone's already thought of and thought of answers to. Because I'm not very into like all of this.
If you want an example, there were the I forgot the name of their party, but there were the anarcho-communists in Barcelona during the Civil War. They did pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they got outproduced. Like, the Germans gave the fascists in Spain more guns, so they lost. But they managed to like keep society running.
Yeah. But also another thing would be like upscaling it. Like, how big of a country could you have being an
anarcho-communist? Like, anarcho-communists don't really believe in like nation states.
But my like the whole thing would
working together and like mutual aid. Like the big just search up like the anarcho-communist or generally like left anarchist concept of mutual aid and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So like
it's just like another thing.
Another community needs like steel, so they'll like help give that other community ore, and they'll get food or something like that.
Yeah. But then the question would be, what stops like let's just say that each state is its own like community, so to speak, just to make it simpler. What stops Alaska from expanding their territory all the way to California just because they want all of that area? What's going to stop them?
You shoot them.
And they'll shoot back, and then it's just a war based on who has the more like firepower?
Well, I mean, that's every war.
Okay.
Like, this is why I don't believe in anarcho-communists. I'm not like a...
Yeah. It's just like, to me, that is an inevitability.
This is like the big argument
because of the corruption because of the corruption that humans have as a nature, in my opinion. Of course, not everyone will agree with this. I see that as an inevitability. Eventually, someone's gonna start saying, we need more land. We need more room for our agriculture to grow. The only way you can get this is if we conquer it. Because they're not. The other people also want to expand. They also want more land to do all their shit. So what's happening
is a big argument against pretty much every school of like anarchist thought.
Yeah.
It's part of the reason why the Bolsheviks really didn't like the ANCOMs in Ukraine.
Mm.
Because, like, every state around us is super hostile and will probably unite if we're not, like, strong and, we don't have, like, a unified command structure or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which is what caused their split.
And, like, I guess you could, like, advocate for some sort of, like, not organization. What would you call that?
No, it'd be like councils.
Yeah. So, for example, like the EU is closer to the concept of what I'm talking about, but still not really. Essentially, a thing where each nation or like area would agree together to protect each other and allow each other to stay at their own places.
So yeah, just for example, again,
yeah,
just for a quick example, again with Tumbleweed, Oklahoma, if you have a rotating city council where no one is the CEO, no one's the mayor, no one's the judge, but every time an issue comes up by lottery, you choose someone. Like there's less of a chance for a bribe to happen. Just for instance, right? Because if
who's running the lottery?
Huh?
Who's running the lottery?
Okay, well, yeah, sure, we can. Okay, I'm just like I'm making this up off the top of my head. What I mean by lottery is everybody puts their name into a fishbowl, and if you're the, and then we roll dice, and the seventh person to draw their name, whatever. I'm just saying it's random, it's indiscriminate, so that Judge Bob can't be approached by, the McPhersons and bribed because he's always the judge. So that's how, in my mind, balance would happen. If everybody's responsible to be like, so for instance, if I have an issue with Gummy Bear and he, his cow got in and trounced my garden or whatever, and he's like, screw you, I'm not gonna. But if I go in and I say, guys, I need your help as a community, and you represent me as the judge, and you deal fairly with me or whatever, then when Gummy's turn comes around, he's the judge, or when my turn comes around, I'm the judge. We're all like out for each other's best interest all the time, every single time. And so Gummy actually has respect for Bob because he actually showed himself to be pretty fair in the decision and actually decided that Gummy wasn't at fault. Right? And I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, he wasn't. It was my mistake or whatever. I know that there are, shortfalls in this discussion, but I think it's still a viable discussion to be had.
No, that's fair.
I mean, we can just take the cryptocurrency approach to it and do like blockchains of crimes.
I don't like how environmentally unfriendly blockchains are.
Well, depends on what kind of blockchain.
I should say cryptocurrency.
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean is like the difference between like a proof of work and a proof of stake one. When it comes to environmentally friendliness, it's leaps and bounds different. I'm not sure how into crypto you are, but yeah. But yeah, there's always going to be issues like that. And then another issue, like in an anarchist society, the question would be, how do you deal with something like pollution? Because you polluting on your land will end up reaching my land as well, because the atmosphere is all over. And so how do you deal with that? If one person says that doesn't care about pollution, and so he's just going to sit there and pump out all the shit he wants.
Hold on,
how are you going to deal with that?
Hold on. Okay, great. Yeah. So just to be across the board with this one, the only thing that produces pollution right now is industry. So if we're in Tumbleweed, Oklahoma, who's building this fucking industrial complex that's going to pour shit into our rivers? Who's doing that? Right? If you're going to be
modern agriculture produces a lot of pollution.
Well, we have two options. Either we come together as a society and make things like these in industrial buildings, or we give up on all luxury goods. We don't have any iPhones or technology, and we just live off the land forever.
Right. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying earlier on in this discussion, that I believe commercialism is the animal against which we are all fighting.
Yeah.
Ultimately, capitalism, commercialism, whatever you want to call it, that is the enemy.
Then, so you would advocate for like a lesser technological state where we don't have cell phones, we don't have automobiles. Okay.
Yep.
Well, 100 years ago in the United States, all the major cities had electric public transportation, right? Trolley lines. All of the farming was organic by definition, and all of the medicine was homeopathic. And just within a short time, like 30 to 40 years, by the end of World War II, right, the age of plastics had arisen. The Green Revolution with food, using petrochemicals to fertilize food and and pesticides, and the medicine, the medical industry was changed into allopathics, right? Prescribing medicines, again, medicines made from fossil fuels. So that took place, in the middle of the 20th century.
But guess what you're describing right now that I've already addressed.
I know it's commercialism, 100%.
Yeah,
it's
and
the
thing is,
Rockefellers, right, took over the world. They transformed society into this place where you're dependent on petrochemicals.
Yeah, but what came with that was higher living standards, lower mortality rates, like less illness, sickness.
You might assert that. I don't think it's true.
Yeah, I don't think
you
so.
don't think that's true?
Okay, so again, the higher living standards, right? Like I don't need or want a higher living standard, right? I just at this point in my life, right? 20 years ago, I would have been a part of the American dream. Like, yeah, I need a bigger house, I need a prettier car, whatever. But at this point in my life, man, give me a square acre, 2 maybe, and I'm good. I'll take care of myself for the rest of my life. Good. I don't need this shit.
Okay, so why are you on the internet? Just because it's available then? And if it wasn't,
Because I haven't
fine with it?
Because I haven't gotten to the point where I'm able to completely live up to the standard that I would like to. I'm still in the machine.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you being on Discord talking to people isn't something that you're attached to. That's a extracurricular activity you do for entertainment. That's not something you're forced to do because you're part of society. That's something you enjoy doing, and you like interacting with people on here. You like talking to people. You have friends. So heading off Discord isn't something that would affect your life in any other way than enjoyment or like quality of life. And so then the question is, if this is what you truly believe, then why are you here? Why are you talking to people?
So yeah, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
No, yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so my answer is I'm driving in a truck for 10 hours a day. What the fuck else am I going to do, man? But if I'm farming, if I'm busy all day, I'm not going to be on Discord. I'm not going to be on Discord.
Amen.
Go ahead.
No, perfectly said. That's all you need to say right there. I hate when people ask that question because it's like, what are you doing? You're working, you're doing something. I was out there talking on the streets and stuff at the same time on Discord too. And like, why are you on Discord? I'm going, because I'm trying to do both at the same time. I don't think you guys get it. We don't have to be. We want to be, yes. We also choose to be because we care about other people and we want the truth out there and we don't want to be lied to. So this is like a passion on top of, yes, some entertainment for our souls and everything. And we have friends on here. We make connections. Everybody does. But honestly, a lot of people are on here because, yes, they're working or they're doing something. They're busy. And it gives them something to do and kind of drown out that bullshit around them. Let's be real. Travis, if I was driving 10 hours a day, I'd be doing the same thing, man. Same thing.
Well, yeah, I would do as well. It's just that I don't believe that it's worth, like, I'm not sure how much you've heard what we're talking about, Stacey, but like one thing that he said he believes in would be like a like almost like a self-sustaining lifestyle where he doesn't like have any like buy anything from anyone, or not buy anything from anyone, but like farming his own land and all of that, not working for someone else and all of that. And so one question I asked him would be like, so why, for example, does he utilize computers? Because that's of course something that isn't self-sustaining, or that's nothing that he's made himself. And I just gave the example that it's not something that you have to do because of society being like it is. It's something you want to do. And so my question was just, then why do you utilize it if not for entertainment? And that is, of course, the answer is entertainment. But his answer was, of course, that if he was farming, then he wouldn't need that entertainment because he would be occupied with.
And he's absolutely right. Absolutely right. You know, I grew up in a time still when my grandparents and stuff did stuff, you know, like that. And my family had farms themselves. When you have that kind of lifestyle, you're busy. I wouldn't be on Discord. I mean, me just going to England and doing the stuff I was doing there, I was barely on Discord. Discord is not our life. Computers and internet's not our life. But when you get out there and you're connecting with your community, it is so much more entertaining, so much more spiritual and everything when you connect with people in person. There's nothing like being a physical being next to you that you can feel their energy, their body language, and all that. Forget this internet shit. They want us to go to it, it's virtual, and we're using it for entertainment because we're so damn caught up in the system already that we don't want to be in. But for heaven's sakes, we ain't got a choice because we can't get out. So yeah, we utilize it.
So I mean, it would almost be, you know, a standard for an anarchist community to say, look, when you reach this amount of your population, you need to start a new community, because the smallness of that community is what I think contributes to intimacy and relationships where you depend upon each other and care about each other. But once it gets past that, and you don't know who is living away, you know, in your neighborhood, you know, 10 miles away, then that's where it starts to break down.
So then what's the solution? Is it for you to move away then?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm saying, like, think about the movie The Village, right? Like, how long would that village have been able to be sustained? Right? Because
I don't know. I haven't seen the movie, sorry.
Really? Yeah, you should watch it. It's a fantastic movie. Basically,
no, M. Night Shyamalan has always been a garbage director. He has only one good movie.
Come on. Okay, look. The concept then. Okay, the concept.
Yeah, the concept could have been done a lot better.
Can you summarize the concept in as few words as possible?
Yeah, they were anarchists. This group of adults that didn't like the way society was run had enough money to buy out a large parcel of property and actually control the airspace around them so that they would have no airplanes flying over, nothing. They created a 19th century village and started their families there and raised at least 20 years worth of people under the impression that they were living in the 1900s.
Mm.
But they created a false narrative to keep everybody afraid of going farther out from the boundaries. But if you think about it, how long would that have been able to last? Because as soon as the leaders died, you would have had to tell the other people, hey, look, this whole thing's a lie. You guys got to keep this lie going. So it's just a really interesting concept in and of itself. But I'd say you watch it anyway. It's really good. I like it.
I've added it to my list of movies to watch. But yeah, like one of the main things that it comes to with all of these things to me is like, so say we want the community to not grow too big, then how do we do that? Because the two options is either one, you do it yourself, as in you leave, or two, you have to either force or convince or even force other people to leave.
Well, that's where I think
the problem to me.
No, I don't think so. I think that if you grow your young people to understand that they will be the leaders of a new community, that when it gets to that point, they already are indoctrinated to understand that that's going to be necessary to start a small, successful, healthy community. So everybody's already on board with that. They're like, yeah, I want to do that. I'll be a part of that. So it's not like all of a sudden one day you think, oh man, we got too big. Somebody's got to go. It's not going to be that, random.
Oh yeah, of course, of course.
I think that shows you, though, how easy it is to that movie itself to manipulate somebody, an entire community. People, they could tell you history, everything, and you wouldn't know anything but what you're told in that area, in that community, what you're raised in, your environment. How easy it is to keep up a lie if you have the right people doing it. Over time in history, the lie becomes reality to them, becomes the truth.
Yeah. So, do we want to segue this into flat Earth, or no?
And it does kind of segue right into it, though, because
Yeah.
it shows you again right there how easy it is to lie. And people ask that all the time. Oh, it's too hard, right? You need so many different, so many people. But no, actually, you only need a few, and then the rest is kind of do their job, and they don't know, and it becomes reality and truth to them. They think what they're doing is real, but it ain't.
Yeah. And then, but the thing is, the thing that I mainly thought of is when he explained the village. Of course, I haven't seen it, so maybe I'm wrong on whatever. But to me, the first thing was like they were kept with a lie to keep people from not moving or not seeing the truth. And so, but the question then, because what you said is, as soon as a leader dies, he has to disclose information. Or, for example, as soon as someone is curious enough and so on, they eventually leave and see the truth. And so expanding that to be the whole world, not just a village, I don't see how using the same logic doesn't give you the conclusion that someone would find the proof needed to convince everyone. Someone would see this deceit and be able to show it. Yeah.
That's what we're doing for you right now. We're coming to you with the revelation. Are you going to listen?
Well, so the difference there would be someone in the village would come to me and say, actually, there's this place beyond the village that has like this. They have moving metal beasts, and they have like whatever they try and explain.
There's more land. There's more stuff outside
more
that they tell us.
And they try to explain this in their like 90s or like really low understanding. And to me, what I'd have to say is, what really show me, and then I'd have to go with them. But like when it's this kind of scale, like the thing that you'd have to show me would be either like going to the border with me and literally like show me the land, because I haven't seen it. I haven't even seen a picture of more land. All I've heard is the concept of more land. And if I'm in that village, if I'm in that village and someone tells me there's this magical land that has magical like or like incomprehensible things like moving beasts, then I'd say, what are you on? What have you been smoking? I'd want something to show for it. Bring something back that I wouldn't be able to explain. Show me something.
We do,
bring me there.
we do, but we do constantly by saying, "Here's your model that you guys claim." We're out here showing you all the time that model doesn't exist in reality. I've seen too far for that model, 54 miles, 25 miles. I've seen things with my own damn eyes. I've also seen things that people have posted of their own stuff. And when that happens, and we show you that the paradigm that you've been given is not the truth, then you have to start looking for more stuff that we're saying that's out there. And the fact that you're not even able to see the whole world because they're keeping you from going to certain areas should also then come up to the next question of, wait a minute, what's going on here even more? But the fact that your model doesn't even work in reality, and we tell you that and try to show you that, should be the very first sign.
Yeah. But the thing is, let's say because I'm in that village, in this analogy, I'm in that village, and you come and tell me there's more land beyond that sky, and then you say, because look at that cloud, do you see where that's going? Well, it has to end up somewhere. But then to me, well, no, clouds don't have to end up anywhere. They're above us all the time. And I see it from my village perspective, and what
Yeah,
you're
but
saying just
now
doesn't make sense.
look at it like this though, because I think you guys are seeing it as like, wow, this is a huge, massive place. How can you do this? Now start looking at it as like it's a flat land, right? And you're only on the whole world's only 1/10 of this entire place. So you're not so big anymore, right? You're a small village now. They're able to control all this, these people, the entire world in this little tiny village, really, when you compare the entire land. And it's that easy for them. You have no idea what's outside of this. Are there more people? Is there different types? Is there different culture? What kind of control do they have? What kind of technology? You do not know. And if you're putting yourself, though, that you were, this small little thing and this big thing already, you're already losing because you don't know how big this place is. We have no understanding of that. Not even a flat earther does.
Wow.
I would also say I would also say that you're trying to bite off more than you can chew right now. You're going too big, right? Start at a smaller claim that you could.
Could you give an example?
Okay, so I think that the stuff that I've researched with mirages is quite significant. Okay, call me delusional, but no. But I mean, honestly, my claim that a mirage is along the x-axis and not a vertical image is absolutely paradigm shifting, shattering. Absolutely, and no one's talking about it. The whole science treats a mirage as if it is a 90-degree vertical image. So I would say, okay, start there. I'm the only one saying it, Gummy, so I can give you all my videos that I put together, all of my explanations. It's very, very, very simple, right? It's absolutely simple, but I also think that it's absolutely profound, and if you understand it, I think you'll go, wow, yeah, Travis is right. If he is right, this is absolutely devastating.
Yeah. But then my answer as a glober would be, we're not really expecting you to see huge, like, horizontal, like, mirages, because that's not how. Because what causes mirages to me is refraction, and from what I know from refraction is you need a change in the medium, a gradient.
Yeah,
and as
don't
far
worry.
as I know, that's up and down, not left and right, and therefore that explains why it would be up down, not really left right.
Except I've demonstrated that it is left and right.
Yep.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm driving right now, so I can't really pull it up. But again, I understand that you're saying that we understand mirage. I don't think you do, because I'll be a little bit not crass, but brash, and say you didn't do any of the research for this science. All you're doing is reading a paper on Wiki or maybe Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, but I've done that too, and I have not personally seen any evidence that they've actually done the science to say what they're saying. So I don't believe they know what they're talking about. I think all they've done is looked and described. That's it. So I do have a leg to stand on in this, because mirage isn't simply a vertical column of density. You're looking along a corridor, which is along the x-axis. And if that's the case, then there is miles upon miles and feet upon feet of elevation that can be obstructed, obscured, distorted.
Nope. You're going in and out, huh? Because you're driving. Yep. It's all good. We got you, though. Yeah, he posted this. I think it was with Kosho. We were having this conversation, me and Travis, a few
Yeah.
days ago or something. Yeah.
I heard a little bit about
Mhm.
that. Of course, I wasn't here for it, but I heard a little bit about that. And like, I made a comment that my initial reaction to, because it was a video he posted, and of course I can't prove anything I claim, but my initial reaction to that was that would be caused by the shoreline being at an angle, but because of the way you film it, you get like foreshortening happening, which makes it look like it's not in an angle. And because of that angle that doesn't really show, you also get a difference in refraction at that angle, making it seem like it's sideways simply because of the angle of that optical corridor. And of course, that's just like my initial like looking at it for a little bit and not
Right, your
knowing at all about
observation
it.
of it.
Yeah.
Right.
So of course
Okay.
that can be disproven if just instantly you can show that no, it's not at an angle. But that would just
Mhm.
my initial like reaction is, to me, that looks like what would happen if you have a shoreline that's at an angle, but you stand and look at it, which makes it look like it's not at an angle, and then the miraging or the refraction makes things look like it's rising at a sideways like diagonal. Which of course doesn't prove globe, but it does like show that it if that's the explanation, then it doesn't require refraction to be wrong, or at least the way they've presented it to be. But yeah, and the other thing as well that a lot of people sometimes criticize, or I'll be one of them too, like with the village example, is that like what flat earthers will usually do, and I understand why they do it as well, is they'll usually say things that are like wrong about our idea rather than what's supposed to be right. And so with the village analogy, that would be like you're pointing to things in the village to talk about what I don't know outside the village. And what I'd want to know if you come to me and say there's stuff outside the village, my initial reactions would be asking what's out there, like what is it, why is it there? Like I'd want to ask these questions rather than you talking about what's wrong
Right.
in
But
the
then
village.
when I go, hey, and I pick you up and I go to take you, and you're confronted by military and you're not allowed to go any further, or you get shot on the spot, or I do, what do you do then?
Well, yeah, and but that alone would be proof that someone's stopping me. I haven't seen proof that someone's stopping you from going to
So have
Antarctica.
you ever tried? I mean, and haven't you
No.
heard about people trying to go in places they are not allowed to go when it comes to Antarctica and other places like that? You can't just walk in.
No, so the thing is with the I haven't, of course, tried it myself, and all the people that I've heard have been like secondhand experiences of people saying, I know this guy who maybe knows this guy that tried it and it didn't work. And usually the people that say this are already conspiratorial thinkers. I haven't heard of anyone who just casually wanted to do something and then got stopped, and that's what prompted them to become
You know what's really
conspiratorial.
funny though, Gummy, is the fact that nobody we know, not myself, not you, not really, has actually really been there. Now, I'll take that back. I know someone online named Telex who back in the day used to be on a ship that supposedly went to Antarctica. But like he said, he verified with his hand up and said, do I actually know I went there? No, they said I was there. But at the same time, nobody, think about that. How many people live here and nobody's gone? That should tell you.
Well,
How many
yeah, but
people?
that also
How many
talks
people?
about how niche of a place it is. How there's very little reason for people to go there, and therefore not many people will.
I
And
know more
it's kind
people.
of like saying, like coming back to the village and then saying, isn't it curious how we don't know anyone who's gone outside the village?
Right.
And that to me, that's just like, well, there isn't anything outside the village, so why would people have tried to go outside the village? And
I think that
it's like it is like saying this is proof because we don't see proof. It's kind of nonsensical in a way. Of course, I get the logic of your point. It's just it doesn't bear up to some logical scrutiny in my mind.
I've heard more Finnish people, like more about Finnish people who've gone to Antarctica than North Korea.
Yeah, But that's another example. For example, is how do you know North Korea is real when you probably personally don't know anyone who's gone to Korea or came out of North Korea?
Right, but North Korea doesn't challenge the nature of reality.
Of course, but that's one. That's what I'm saying is that but as well is that just because something like challenges a reality, or could challenge rather, I have to say, doesn't necessarily make it so. Like, just because there's a possibility for conspiracy doesn't mean that there has to be, is what I'm trying to say. But like, of course it could be good enough to research into it, but it's not alone a reason to think there's conspiracy.
Like with the Antarctica, you can get a cruise to Antarctica. You can go and work there, and from Finland, you can get a cruise to the North Pole also.
Well, yeah. So my like analogy to Antarctica would be, so the fact that we barely know anyone who's gone or come back from there might be like an incentive to look into it as a conspiracy, but it's not until you actually either try and go there and get stopped, or find out about people that have gone there and gotten stopped, where you can actually talk about the conspiracy. Like it's when you actually show proof of it that you can say it's a conspiracy. Well, before that, all you could say is there might be a conspiracy here. And so when you say you don't know anyone who's gone there, that's, to me, is okay. I mean, you might want to look into that if you think it's big enough.
Well,
but to
don't
me,
forget
that's not
too, if you
convincing.
go on these cruise ships, you're also going to be controlled. One, people don't have the money. You don't know anybody that's done it. That in itself is, a little skeptical, right? But not only that, even if you go, you're controlled of where you can go, how far you can go. You can't just travel around and do what you want. And you can only bring certain things there with you, especially if you're doing something scientific. You have to account for all this stuff. So they may not let you. The fact that you cannot do these things and nobody has done them that we know, how many people in the world? That should be a question mark.
You can still go there on a cruise and observe the 24
I
hours.
agree.
Who can? Because they say you can. Who do you know that has gone? This is the question. Name anyone here that has gone. Tell me. And your family.
I don't know anyone, and I don't know anyone who's gone to Burma, to Namibia, Somalia. There's a lot of places that I don't know people who've gone to.
It's like what I said before, is that sure, it might be enough to raise an eyebrow, but it's not until you come and show me that someone's been stopped from going there that you're actually going to get me to say that oh wow, this might be something serious. Because so far, to me, you've raised a question mark, but not not an exclamation point. You've shown that maybe there could be something going on, but not really that something is probable to be going on, or
The
even
fact that they put a price on you going that's so high that nobody can really even afford to go, the normal people, right?
But at the same time, it makes sense for it to be high because it requires a lot of things to go to such a cold environment, and also the fact that not many people want to go, like demand.
No. You fly in
and
you land, and then you can figure out it from there. That might be more expensive, but that flight in shouldn't be bad.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's a supply and demand type thing. Is flying from, for example, I get plane tickets from Sweden to the UK for $7.
I just flew from the UK to America, and I paid $1,300.
Like I flew from Sweden to UK for $7 because it's a really common route. They fly like every day. But if I were to ask about, I want to fly to Somalia, well then, one, there might not even be any flights because there's no good airports and no one's taken the time to set up infrastructure. There's no one else who really wants to go other than me, so there's no reason for a plane to be.
They have flights going there all the time for their scientific stuff, though. So there's definitely that can be built. That's not an issue.
Yeah.
Hold on, just real quick. Let me try to bring you back.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're trying to take off too big of a bite, Gummy. You're talking about something that any three of us are going to do, right?
Well,
so
if you think so, then bring me back. I don't have any problem with you.
Oh, bring you back. Yeah.
Bring me
So,
back to a place where I'm not taking too much of a leap
talk
or
about,
a fight.
right. So let's talk about the Mirage issue then, right?
Hmm.
So one of the things that I had to process through whenever I was bringing up all the claims I was making was Rumpus saying to me, you can't tell me that this much of the mountain is missing because of the Mirage. Well, I began to understand the reason why he was saying that was because he was thinking of the Mirage as a vertical image. So for him, conceptually, it made no sense how you could squash hundreds and hundreds of feet into a vertical space. But if it is true that the Mirage is along the x-axis and you understand perspective, you can lose sight of vast distances in front of you because of the nature of reality. Just like if you look over if you look over a chessboard from the vertical image, you can see all 64 squares. But the closer you get down to the level, you lose those back 3 or 4 squares. I mean,
But
I've done.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just. If you're talking about the chessboard, then you already assume that the Earth is flat.
No. I'm just describing the way our vision works.
Yeah,
Like,
over a flat surface. Yeah.
No. At all. Just as you're looking
Because
out over the distance.
if you have a curved chessboard, then you lose sight of the further squares because of the curvature.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Great. Yeah. Sure. No, I get that. So again, yeah. But again, the claims that I'm making then address those issues, because if you're going to tell me that the reason why you can't see the bottom of the Anacapa Island is because of Earth curve, then when we get to the point of agreeing that sometimes refraction changes that distance that you think is the curvature, right? Because that's in the literature. I mean, Andrew Thomas Young says the distance to the horizon changes. Well, the only thing that does that is refraction. Okay, so even on your model, you don't ever know. Hold on. Even on your model, you don't ever know how far away the horizon is.
Sure, but you always have to take into account topography, and the water isn't static. That also changes the distance.
What do you mean water isn't static? That also changes the distance. What does that mean?
If you have tides and waves and things, then the horizon is moving all the time.
No. That's not true. I mean, okay, let me not be so aggressive. Can you demonstrate what you're saying, right? Because I've made these observations for the past 3 years. I've seen waves, I've seen tides. Tides mean absolutely nothing with regards to the
distance to the horizon.
The distance to the horizon, and waves mean nothing to the distance to the horizon. The only thing that creates the horizon, and I will take a kick to both shins with pointy boots for this. The only thing that ever creates the horizon is refraction, either with or without a mirage.
Sure, but then you already assume a flat plane, because curvature would create a horizon, right?
No, because even Andrew Thomas Young makes this statement, and he doesn't address this issue, and either he intentionally avoids it or he just doesn't understand the ramifications. So one of the things that Andrew Thomas Young admits to is that if you're looking out over the ocean and there's an inferior mirage, the mirage is what creates the horizon, not Earth curve. Okay? So then that means, let's say, for instance, on the globe model, that if I'm looking out over the ocean and there is a mirage, but quote unquote, the geometrical horizon is beyond that, which means that the curvature hasn't started yet, then what I'm seeing is a false horizon that isn't created by the curve, and the curve is actually behind it farther away. But when you're looking out there over that distance, Al Baruni, and you think that what you're seeing is curvature and you don't even take into account refraction, I mean, the whole system has difficulties and problems. So it doesn't actually have anything to do with, my claim doesn't have anything to do with a flat surface or a curved surface until you tell me that Earth curve creates the horizon. And then I'm going to say to you, great, show me what you're talking about. And you now have the burden of providing all of the data, which means distance to the horizon. You're verifying that physically, all of the data for your optical corridor so that you can eliminate all of the variables, right?
Okay, so you don't make any claims about the shape of the Earth. You're not a flat earther then.
No. Listen
Okay.
very carefully. Okay, listen very carefully. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. My claims do have relevance to this discussion. However, my claims are not about the Earth being flat or round. It's just simply the nature of what the mirage does to the observation. Now, the implications, the implications do have direct relevance to the discussion, but that's a farther, consequence.
Yeah, sure. So you can have it as a globe or a flat surface, and you could still use your understanding of how refraction works.
Sure. But but understand the knee-jerk response to, oh, that's curvature, has to be completely thrown out the window immediately because you don't know. But if I
Sure,
showed
but
you
neither do you. There can still be
know.
curvature hiding objects.
Okay, that might be again a point of discussion, but you would have to provide an instance where you can argue for that case rather than just an ad hoc knee-jerk reaction.
Assuming. Right. In that situation.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure.
And
so that's why I actually don't like to use any observations as evidence for the shape, because I mean, there is refraction and things happen, so it's kind of moot.
What do you use?
I just use the measured distances that we can actually use. Celestial navigation is one good thing.
That's doing observations with a sextant, sir.
Yeah, but with distances on the surface, I don't take
what are you
pictures
talking
of
about?
the surface.
That's doing low-level horizontal observations over water, usually with a sextant, and using the celestial.
I don't use low level. You can just
you're usually on a boat
45 degrees
when you're doing
and
it.
up.
So I would say that using a sextant.
I'm in Finland and the Polaris is at 60 degrees.
I would say that using a sextant isn't purely optical because it's using a measuring tool, and therefore you're also doing a measurement, not just an observation. And that
I agree.
is
That's using an angle measurement. Yeah, degrees. How many degrees you're looking at a star or an object that's however far away, but that's still an observation, correct?
But my claim would be that single-handedly an observation is not enough, or should because it leaves a lot up to doubt. While if you have observations that's what would you say? It's like cooperated by measurements. Like with the sextant, you have observation cooperated with the angle measurements. Then it's more of a thing. That's more of a reliable.
That angle measurement is not giving you anything other than what degrees that you're getting from a horizontal baseline.
Yeah, but
the distance away from a distant object that you can't ever touch.
Yeah, but the fact that you're getting a measured angle is the additional information that can actually be used to show things. Because otherwise, it's just I see this. It's not I see and measure this. It's just I see this. And to me,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying, but it's still an observation. You're just calling your angle, the stuff you're doing with an angle, a measurement, and it's not. It's just getting degrees.
Well, but
it doesn't change daily as much as the horizon.
When you say just getting degrees, that is what I call a measurement. You're measuring degrees.
Yeah, I understand. You're using that as a measurement, but it's not giving you anything.
But I wouldn't use that if the angle to say Polaris changed daily with, I don't know, 10 degrees, then I wouldn't use it. But it doesn't change.
Well, there's a reason you can't use it close to the horizon, right? It's because it's off too much.
Sure, that's why you can pick another star.
But that's what the whole point is. You're saying it's not off as much as you look at 45 degrees. So not a good measurement, right? Just an observation. It's usable, right? I agree it's usable in navigation, but it's not usable in determining any shape that you're on, especially when your baseline is a horizontal line to the horizon.
Well, the baseline is perpendicular to vertical, but yeah, I mean,
which is a horizontal line, sir.
Yeah, and you get it from vertical.
Okay,
so, yeah.
I don't know how many times y'all have to agree with me, but it's sure nice that y'all are agreeing with me. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's a linear function between the distance to the GP and the angle to the star, and I mean that works on a curved surface, but I don't know how it works on a planar surface.
Right, the sky is curved.
You put yourself on a planar surface. You created a horizontal line and then created an angle from that horizontal. Your baseline of 0.
No. What is horizontal?
So if the sky, like he said, if the sky is curved, yeah, vertical, perpendicular from vertical. That's what you do. And measure the degrees off that 90 degrees.
You just said that.
And
No, man, you literally just
agreed with me.
Yeah.
It's okay. All right, let's calm down.
Yeah,
so
we have verticals on a globe, so yeah, we can have horizontals.
So you're assuming you're on a globe. That's what you're doing.
I mean, I can assume flat also, and it doesn't work.
Like Travis said, what if the sky above us is a dome, is curved, and there is perspective in things and refraction? You think that would work?
Even then, there has not yet been provided a consistent model to say, maybe it's a plane, maybe it's a dome-shaped sky, maybe there's this effect. So even then, there is not yet a consistent model that explains the positions of the stars and is also consistent with things like lampposts.
Okay, yeah, well,
because the question isn't as simple as, okay, just reverse the ground and the sky so the ground is flat and the sky is round. Because if you just do that, just do a sketch of that alone does not make it the same observations. It doesn't.
Okay, well let me ask you this. I agree with you. I agree with you.
And
but
so you need more than just that.
Could the formulas be rewritten, right, by the same people? I mean, as a matter of fact, when I look it up, the same people do say that it could work out both ways. I could write formulas to make it work out both ways, and you couldn't tell the difference. So obviously, smarter people than us could figure it out, right?
So the problem that you'd run into wouldn't be making the formula, because you can make a formula for anything. The problem you'd run into is justifying why the formula is as it is. Because
because we live on a flat plane and maybe the sky is curved and perspective and refraction take place. You're jumping all over my sentence, like 2 or 3 people. So go ahead. When I put myself on mute, then you can jump all over my argument. But until then, give me a little space. 3 against 1.
Go ahead.
You jumped on me earlier, so.
Oh boy.
No, he's right.
I put myself on mute every time I finish.
You're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, all we were talking about is observations, right? When you observe at a distant object such as a star or the sun or moon, and take any angle measurement off of that observation, right? Then many different things can be concluded from that if the formulas are written different ways. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Then end of story, right? Then there's no more argument about my statement.
Yeah, so
because that's basically what I said.
The reason why it's not end of argument is because in science it's not just write a formula and then we're done. You also have to justify why the formula, why'd you get that formula? And that's where you run into problems, because the only one that I've seen that attempts to do this would be like the Walter Bechlin model. And the way he got his formula is just using math to translate what you would see on a globe to a flat plane. So it's literally just taking one model and just shaping it as necessary to another. So that wouldn't be And so my question would be, my question would be, how did you get this formula, and by what mechanism is it operating under? And that's where
all formulas are conceived.
But the
There's no
nature
but.
of this, you would have to explain it by some sort of physics, some sort of mechanism that we don't currently understand. Because by the current mechanisms, refraction
you keep going
and so
on and on, man.
Because
I guess
refraction, the known things we know, doesn't work out this way. You can't just write a formulation.
Gibberish.
You can't just write a formula with refraction and get what
you're still going with just nonsense, like with talking.
Said maybe more concisely, the formula should be consistent with other physics. Like, it shouldn't just like totally reinvent how light is supposed to behave in a way that's inconsistent with other things light does. Like, if you invent some kind of
well, just stop there. Like, you made a point. Let's talk about that point. Well, those build off of each other, right? So if one formula was written and they build off of that, of course they're going to write the next formula, how light works, right? Or vice versa. They came up with one before the other. They're going to build off of that. But my point is, let's just say, because that's what we're doing, that they're trying to hide the true shape of Earth. So you're saying that someone couldn't write formulas to make you think, if they had control of all the textbooks and science and professors and blah, 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 TV, media, etc., like they do now, couldn't write the formulas and do the math to make you think you live on a flat plane? Come on, man. You can't disagree.
I think you'd be hard pressed to write such formulas and have it still be consistent with other obvious physics, like Snell's law, for example. Yeah. If you take the upper atmosphere to be thinner than the lower atmosphere, then you would recognize that light, as it enters the atmosphere, would bend toward normal. Whereas what you need to get the kind of, like, if you're going to say that the effect of the stars appearing to drop to the horizon is because of perspective, you have to reverse that in some way. It produces artifacts that are inconsistent with known physics. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand your point. You did hear what I said, though, right?
But
yeah, I heard what you said.
But what
the known physics build on each other.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
they teach things, theoretical things as fact, come up with the formulas to make the math work out. And I'm saying, yeah, you could do that either way. And the very people who come up with those formulas admit that it could be done either way.
You could probably trick a mathematician who had no windows and had no access to testing light that he lives on a flat plane. But the moment he goes to test it and realizes that, well, Snell's law is accurate and all these other principles of perspective and such are accurate as stated, he'll realize that the inconsistency is
I've been trying for
I know, please, yeah. This is...
You can make the math work. The trick is whether the math actually matches reality.
So I agree with what you're saying, Rikia, is that if you have something that's more ground like basic, and then you can build off of that to get like a model, and then sure you can do it that way. But what we're experiencing in this scenario is that we have something that's more basic, which is Snell's law, and then what we experience being based off that, and what you're suggesting is not being against the top thing, it's being against the bottom thing, Snell's law. And so
Okay,
violating
stop there.
Stop there. Basic thing.
Please stop there. Travis, were you going to address Snell's law? As I think
was.
You were?
Okay.
Yeah, Go ahead. Go ahead.
So before I make my statement, I have a question. I can't remember who's the other person besides Gummy Bear. Who's the other person talking?
Me.
Emerald.
Okay, Emerald. So I've been looking for this for the longest time. If you can help me, I would appreciate it. Do you have any scientific evidence that has demonstrated taking Snell's law and applying it to an optical corridor in regard to mirage the way that we're talking about it? I'm not talking about astronomical horizon. I'm not talking about looking up at the stars and using Snell. I'm talking about taking Snell's law, which is the deviation of light through a medium from one medium to the next. Okay, so if you have any resources that you can direct me to or put in a link in the chat, I would greatly appreciate it, because all I've heard and read is similar to what you just said. That is, you're simply saying that they have this knowledge, that they know what light does. I've heard that. I've never seen that they have shown the study, the research, the falsification, the elimination of all of these variables so that they can say, we have the ability to take what we know happens when light travels from air through glass, air through water, from one medium to the next. Is there anything that you can point me to?
I don't know about as specific as, down an optical corridor dealing with mirages in the way we're talking about them, but there are generalizations of Snell's law per se.
Okay, that's fair. I appreciate that honesty, and I think that's as far as we need to go with that. So my statement is this. Do you know who Walter Bislin is?
I've heard the name, don't know the guy.
Okay, Walter Bislin is one of the go-to guys for almost like Mick West, where he's created these programs that you can plug in all of your data to find out how much Earth curve is there and refraction and all of this kind of stuff. I was given a link to one of Walter Bislin's articles on refraction. And he says this, I just am curious as to how you're going to respond to this. He says, we cannot correlate Snell's law with looking through the optical corridor of air because we have no way of knowing where the boundary is. And I've been saying that for years. Whenever somebody says, oh, we know Snell's law, I have been saying Snell's law has nothing to do with looking through the atmosphere. Now we have one of your very own who says you cannot use Snell's law when talking about looking through the atmosphere.
Well, right, yeah, you wouldn't use Snell's law as is. You'd use one of the continuous generalizations of it, like the Eikenel equation.
Okay, look, so the equation, what is that equation based on?
The equation is based on the understanding that in a medium with refractive index n, light will be slowed down by a factor of 1 over n. And
Okay,
from there, it's basically an algorithm, equation, but in practice, it's an algorithm to get you the path of light that takes the shortest amount of time through a continuous varying surface.
Great. Now listen, this is exactly why this field is still wide open, okay? Because what that sounded like to me was you have an idea of something and you've simply taken a principle of something else that you cannot correlate it to, and you've correlated it simply because you can make an equation, simply because you crunch numbers. Otherwise, whoever's equation you just said to me right now, if it's not based on field data, where they've been out in the field researching this in the corridor, along the corridor, I don't know how you guys can be happy with that kind of science.
Yeah, I don't see why the corridor is necessary. If you're going to test this with any degree of accuracy, you would want to control as much as you can. So they wouldn't do this out in the open in a corridor where there's all kinds of
How did they do it? No. Well, I don't want to know what they would do based on our opinion. How they did it. Show it. Have you seen something like this? Because when you also see generalization of something, that also makes my brain go, huh? Generalization? What, you just know? What does that mean?
I really want to get in quick that the principle is literally the principle of least time. Like, from every observation, we know that light takes the shortest path time-wise, or like resource-wise, if you want to call it that. So it's not the straight path; it's the path of least time.
Oh my gosh,
That's the principle.
Hard. It's equivalent.
This is so hard.
Equivalent.
Listen, okay, look.
So what I would ask you is if you
I
want to go
actually have a demonstration of that.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go.
No,
ask me what, Gummy? Ask me what.
I would ask you, why or when do you see light taking up not the path of least time?
What does that even cuss word smurfing mean, dude?
Yes, I can give an example. I recently wanted to check that out, and I developed a simulation of 3 layers of different index of refraction. And then I used the Snell law to determine a beam of light first. And then I created a second path, which was initially randomly assigned. And I used a stochastic algorithm.
Okay, hold on. Is this on a computer?
Yes.
Yes, he's running a simulation.
No way. I'm not signing off on that. Look,
I'm not asking you. You don't know what I'm. What's my point with it?
You don't know what conclusion he's making from it. So
no,
far,
I'm
he's
going to
just said
tell
he's
you.
running a
I'm going to
study.
tell you. Yeah, I'm going to tell you. Your conclusion doesn't mean anything because you're not doing anything.
What's my conclusion?
Out. Okay, listen very carefully. Your conclusion doesn't mean anything.
He hasn't made a conclusion yet. How are you criticizing his conclusion?
I'm telling you.
Because he's quantifying already. He's seeing it. He's simulating it. It's not reality. So
I'm
you
not
got this.
talking about
No,
reality.
wait. You're taking a calculation and then you're putting it into a computer and you're quantifying it and saying this is going to be how it is. You know, I don't want to know how you think it's going to be
you're
based on a
assuming the
calculation.
conclusion before he said it.
See.
You know,
Yeah,
you
you're
figure
assuming my
out where
conclusion.
that line of reasoning is wrong if you let him say his conclusion before
He
assuming it.
hasn't made a claim or conclusion yet. Let him finish before you
We're
criticize
telling
him.
you.
Go ahead, Travis.
Okay, hold on.
Too, but yeah, go ahead.
We're telling you that you can't even get a conclusion because your steps are invalid. I don't want to hear about your
Invalid
conclusion.
for what?
Okay, look. If I am going out and taking photographs and taking pictures of different mirages and different refraction events in say like a month, and say I've gotten, okay, this is really interesting to me, right? So you might be able to tell me, what creates an inferior mirage. But when the inferior mirage is very acute, and when the inferior mirage is very obtuse, what creates that difference, right? So I've got photographs where I'm out on the field, I'm taking these pictures, and I've got a very obtuse, a massive degree of an inferior mirage. Now, I haven't gone out into the field of the optical corridor. I've not taken any measurements out there over 20 miles. Okay, and I'm going to go back into the laboratory and punch in a generic formula, and then I'm going to tell you what is actually happening out there. And if so I'm going to put in these numbers. Well, and then the computer is going to go beep boop 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 beep boop boop boop, and it's going to show me what it looks like.
You're watching Star Wars too much, man. They don't.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
You go.
Yeah, it's going to show me a picture of what the inferior mirage looks like. And then I look at my picture and I look at the computer and they're not the same. So then all I need to do is slide that little toggle up and down, up and up. Now they match. Bro.
Yeah, but the point I was making was not even necessarily connected to refraction. It's just, I was just talking about the Snell's formula. Whether or not that applies to light was not under the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make is how I know that Snell's law is equivalent to the shortest path.
Yeah, that's the principle of least time is equivalent to Snell's law.
Okay,
so
but
you cut my point to say something that is completely unrelated to what my point was.
Right, and it took him like 5 minutes to get that out because y'all just wouldn't stop interrupting him when he was trying to get his point out.
Okay,
You kept assuming his conclusion.
No. Again. Okay, so now I could show you again videos and whatnot. How can you tell me what the path of least resistance for the light is out there? How? You don't even know what's out there. You don't even know what the density is.
Travis, didn't you also say the Snell's law doesn't work for what, our atmosphere? Looking through it.
Walter Bislin, to the best of my paraphrase, is we cannot use Snell's law when talking about these atmospheric observations because we have no boundary. We don't know where the glass starts and the air stops, or the water starts and the air stops. There is no boundary.
But luckily, we have calculus that allows us to do that.
Can I explain? So the thing that happens then is you need to use a differential form of Snell's law, which essentially means you want like Snell's law that conforms to the principle of least time while being able to curve in a gradient environment. And that's exactly what the differential form of Snell's law does.
No, you haven't proven to me, right? We're all sitting around the board and you want funds for this project. You have not proven to me that you can justify that you know the path of resistance or ease for light out on an optical corridor over the Pacific Ocean in the Channel Islands. You have not done that. You have not convinced me that you know exactly what you just said. All you're saying right now is just a formulaic, metaphysical calculus idea.
So my question then is, do you believe in Snell's law? Or do you believe that's also false?
Okay, hold on. Your question is only relevant if you have already proven to me, or you can prove, that Snell's law is correlative to looking through the atmosphere. So if you show me Snell's law, and then you show me a glass of water with a pencil in it, and then you show me the equation, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You've got water, you've got glass, and you've got air. Okay, you've got two boundaries, right? You've got the air, you've got the glass is a boundary, and you've got the water as a boundary.
And what information about the water to guess?
No, hold on. Can I
sorry.
Let answer, because this is going straight into what I want to say. Okay, so as you've said, so I show you Snell's law, and the requirements are boundaries and different mediums, and that's what you see in real life. You see boundaries, different mediums, water, glass, air, and you see what's supposed to happen. Now, then I give you the differential form of Snell's law, which doesn't need boundaries; it needs gradients. I show you the gradient. I show you the light having a changed angle, just the same way that the law was telling you. It's a very equivalent situation to the glass water pen with the glass and Snell's law, just with a gradient and the differential form instead of a glass.
Okay. So what I would like you to do, or if you want to discuss it, or if you want to provide something for me to look up and research, when you talk about the differential, right? Mm-hmm. Where is it that you think you can make that transition away from a physical demonstration with two boundary layers, glass and water, and then make this differential discussion? Like, I'm going to say, wait, what do you mean differential? Why are you starting to talk about this? Because you've already put an equal sign. So where is this field study? Where is the field study where you can say, look, we made this observation out in the air, and we were able to show that it's got the same index as Snell's law?
No, so what I can show you is, first I can show you in a lab that my formula of the differential form works on, for example, I make this this gradient index block. So it's got a gradient index in it. So at the bottom it's got a higher index, at the top it's got lower, and it's a gradient all the way in between.
I'm sorry,
and I
dummy.
show
I'm
you.
sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I lost you for a second. Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Okay, so in a lab first, I'll show you that my Snell's law differential form, this equation, equates to begin with this block that I've made. And this block is made of some sort of transparent material, but I've made it in such a way that the bottom has a higher index than the top, and it's a gradient in between. Now I can show you one of these, and then I can show you that when I shine light into it, the light is curving as a gradient, and my formula is working with that. So
what's your medium? What's the medium?
Yeah, so right now some sort of transparent, like some sort of I don't know the exact material they would use.
So
some
not
sort of
air.
Glass. Yeah, we'll get there. So I'm now showing you that it works on this small scale with the with this block, and the thing that makes this block up is that it's got different index in it. And then I can show you that air has different gradient depending on its density. And then I show you that the air outside.
How can you show me that? How can you show me that?
So you can time the speed of light in air, the two-way speed of light, within do it in a vacuum versus do it in, or like not vacuum, but do it with low atmosphere and then do it with high atmosphere, and you'll see a difference if you have a good enough measuring tool. And that shows you that the index is different for different densities of air. or different pressures.
Wait,
atmospheric
say that
pressure.
again. That'll show me that what?
So it'll show you that the index of refraction will be different in different densities of air.
Okay,
So,
I hear. Okay, so
yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but I still, again, I'm sorry. It's abstract, right? So I hear what you're saying, but
Yeah.
again, I would need to see this. So when you're talking about measuring the speed of light, how is refraction observed when measuring the speed of light?
Because
it's not if you're not changing the medium, right? You're just measuring the speed.
The same n in Snell's law is the factor by which the speed decreases.
Yeah.
They're the same variable.
The whole thing that Snell's law uses for the index is the speed of light in that medium. And so when I say the index of refraction, or anytime someone says the index of refraction, that's actually just how fast does the light move through that material as a ratio to the vacuum speed.
Yeah. Again, it sounds to me, based on this, and forgive me if it's my shortcoming, that this is all just speculation and attempted correlation. Again,
hold
on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Of one thing that you can manipulate, right? So with your Snell's law, you can change the density of water, you can change the density of the glass, you can manipulate all of these kinds of variables. Again, I don't have a problem with the science that you could do with that. The problem that I have is telling me that you can now simply take these variables and work the numbers so that you can tell me what's happening over a 20-mile corridor from Anacapa Island to my eye.
Well, there's not that many different scenarios that could be going on in between you and...
How do you know? How do you know that?
Well, that's based on how the atmosphere works.
For example, great. How do you know that? How do you know how the atmosphere works?
Well, I don't know where each individual knowledge of the atmosphere came from, but
I mean,
what exactly are the question?
An area of testing, or not area, like a lot of different testing and experiment that together give us the information we know about the atmosphere.
That's what I'm asking. Right. That's what I'm asking for. Where are these studies, right? So again, I want to, guys, if you haven't been out on the field making these observations, regardless, this is the hobby that I have. I love it. Absolutely. Because I believe what I'm looking at is a beauty of nature, because a mirage is natural. It is nature. So I, again, have not come across any papers that address questions that I have as a citizen scientist, right? As a citizen scientist, I've got hundreds of hours logged and I've got many questions. When I read Andrew Thomas Young, he's not answering any of my questions, which means to me, he's not asking any of my questions. That to me is interesting.
Let me see if I understood your point here. So you do agree with our description on how refraction works. You just don't agree on how the index of refraction are changing in the atmosphere, right?
Right,
given that, so just to say quickly, because what I've been trying to describe, or what I was describing to you, was all the factors that like make up what we see in the atmosphere, but tested individually in a lab. The thing that I haven't done is show it all happening in the atmosphere in real time. I've shown you all the like individual small concepts that make up the whole. But to you, I haven't proven the whole yet, even though I've shown all the small concepts or all the parts.
Concepts?
Components, whatever you want to call
No, that's fine. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. I'm not trying to call you out, honey. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
So what I meant was like the things that come together, like the gradient, the speed of light, the like all of these things come together to form what we call like Snell's law and all of these things.
Okay, but then now you have to apply these things that you guys believe in into reality, and not just in a simulation, not just in a calculation, and be proven, studied. Where is that? Yeah, like Travis is talking about. I'm interested in the same thing.
Yeah, I think Gummy Bear had provided that, didn't he?
Yeah. So what I would
Now,
say.
refraction has nothing to do with Snell's law, man.
So
It's not
it
being applied
does.
to the
Now
atmosphere.
that's true. So let's not change the topic. The whole thing is that in a laboratory, in order to do refraction at this small scale, as it within the laboratory's rooms, you need to do it in a denser medium with much different indexes of refraction, like water, like glass, these substances. So when we want to show
and a vacuum is also required because in your paradigm, this light is projected from a vacuum.
Sure, in a vacuum as well, but the whole thing is when we want to then go and do it in reality or in like outside, because of course in the lab it's the reality, but when we're going to want to do it outside in the atmosphere, well, the atmosphere doesn't bend it as much as you see in a laboratory. It bends a little bit over a really long distance, and so
How do you know that?
we can do,
Yeah, right.
How do you
and
know
so
that?
just quickly, because that's what we see. We don't see
reasonable.
things like. Because of the way we see
That's
things, we don't
assumption
see
then.
things.
But that's assumption. You're
No,
observing
we have
something in
observation of
reality,
it.
applying it to what you think it happens in a lab that at a
wait.
small scale.
I'm
Stacey.
almost finished. What
No.
I'm trying to say is, what we then do is we apply all this knowledge we've tested in a lab, and we make this prediction about how would this, if everything that worked in the lab works this way, how would it work in reality? What would we see if it equates to outside? And then when we test outside, we see that it does equate to that. That's how much refraction we see. That's how much
where's the
miraging we
testing
see.
outside then? Where's the testing outside?
Right. You're talking about something as if it exists. Stacy and I are saying, show us this.
So the testing outside is anytime you see a mirage, anytime you see these kinds of things, that is essentially you testing it. Now, if you want a more controlled...
I'm observing it. That is not a test. I observed it.
No.
That's not testing.
Now, if you want a more like controlled test, then like I don't know of a specific one, but there is guaranteed people that test. For example,
Wait! Stop right there. You just said I don't know one, but there's guaranteed. How can you guarantee if you don't even know one? This is my point where they double speaking. I'm not trying to be mean, honey, but that double speaking makes no sense to me. Sorry, Travis.
So I don't know the name of the author or the name of anything or anything that I can link you. And so, of course, you are allowed to deny everything I'm about to say. That's what when I said I can't give you anything.
Hold on. Wait, before you say anything, my question is, are you making this up right now, or did you read something somewhere that you cannot recall where or who?
Right.
Are you making this up, or did you read something right now? Answer me. Have you read a paper? Have you read a paper?
What makes you come to this logic is our point.
I have read papers and I also seen videos.
Oh.
On
of them
what?
studying it?
On what?
Outside.
On the effects of different aspects and what it does to refraction in air and over distances outside.
Outside. You've seen that?
Yes.
Okay, so not to put you on the spot, but Stacy and I are here in Discord. Rakia's in here as well. Please
I will
take the
attempt
time.
to find it.
Yeah.
I will attempt to find it. I can promise you that, but I will attempt to find it. But essentially, it's testing where they manipulate, like they test heating up air, seeing how that changes the refraction, and so things like that. Changing.
How are they doing that?
Are they in a laboratory?
No, so this one that I saw, they were out on like a decently long runway. I don't know the dimensions of it, but it was like it wasn't like a commercial road. It was more like an open runway, almost like one of those that you like test like car crashes on, or like I don't even know how to describe it. It was like one of those open.
I kind of know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right.
And I saw them because it was they had a video and a paper on it, and I saw this, and they were they tested upping the moisture, and by that they used a they essentially used like, what would you even call that, like a mist machine. Like,
okay, all right.
It tested that, and they measured that, like they sprayed, they measured, and then they did similar but with heated water and cold water, and they did several experiments to try and figure out the different properties.
And
I'm going to try and find it now.
And that brings things back into view after they reach a certain point, a vanishing point or something like that. Is that what you're saying?
It is changing the angle of incidence of the light coming into
Okay, how
the
far was this down over? Like a few feet? I mean, what was this done in? Like, how was this it was controlled experiment outside? I just want to know, how was this set up?
It was over a longer area, but I need to. I really am going to try and find this so I can give you more details.
Okay, the only thing I find it strange here is why to use a runway like that, something straight, to prove curvature. It doesn't make sense.
So
they're
not
I don't know how you use a mist machine and that stuff is not then traveling and going in all directions, and you'd have to have something quick. Boom, doing these tests, because that's going to go and travel through the rest of the air. So how are you doing this?
So they have the camera at one part, like at the end, at the base of the runway, and then they're doing tests and seeing how it affects the footage.
Okay, so let's go back to the angle of incidence. What creates the angle of incidence?
Well, that's the angle that the light hits your eye, or the camera in this scenario.
Oh, okay. So when talking about Snell's law, I was thinking you were going to answer in a different way. When talking about observing a pencil in water, what's the angle of incidence there?
Well, if we're talking about Snell's law, the angle of incidence would be the angle the light from the pen hits the boundary, so it hits the glass, and then so on.
So,
but I'm talking about what
know.
you see is the angle it hits your eye. That's what you see it as.
Okay, so when you're looking straight ahead, that's 0. Your angle is 0.
So essentially what I'm saying is, if, let's say, you have 0 refraction, you'd see it as 0 degrees. But you have like positive refraction so that it bends down, well then you'd get light coming in from an angle up. So the angle would be like positive 15, let's say. So it would look to you like it's higher up. Or if it was the other way around, it could look like it's from lower down. And that's just because of the angle
it confuses me. If this is happening on a flat surface, I don't see what's wrong with it.
No, he's not trying to prove curve here, George. We're in a completely different discussion here.
Right now, we're purely talking about refraction.
About light bending in the begging the question atmosphere, air surrounding a sphere. Yeah, he's begging the question of that, claiming Snell's law. That's what he's doing.
I think I understand what George is saying, right? So George and I are on the same page. George and I are on the same page because when you read Andrew Thomas Young, there is an assumption that light follows the curvature of the Earth. So that's already something that's being presupposed in this discussion. So when Gummy was describing this observation, and he's talking about the angle of incidence and how the object could look like it's higher up, therefore the light is bending down, that's where I'm going to go, sorry, no, please show me this light bending down, presenting the image up. You can't do it.
No, exactly.
You can't. All you can do is extrapolate something that you think is happening in Snell's law and then saying that that's happening out in the air. But now we're back to how I started this whole argument, okay? You can do that in your mind if you want to, but if you want my money for your research, I'm not signing off on that project because you haven't proven to me that you can show me when you're looking out over this runway, you can't go, Travis, it's right there. You see the light bending down right there? I'd be like, no, it's bending down right now. See it? Because all you're looking at is an object, a target. You can't see a ray of light. You can't see a bundle of rays. guys, you can't do this.
That's correct. You cannot see if there is a hill on the in front of you. No matter what amount of refraction, you cannot bring things back into view if they are obstructed by a physical hill.
Alright, you wouldn't have a mirage on a sphere.
Let me ask something for you guys then. How would you test? How would you test if Snell's law, the derivative, the derivative version of Snell's law, apply or not to the atmosphere? How would you test it?
My question would be, why should I extrapolate from Snell's law to the atmosphere? Why?
Because it's been shown on small scale in a lab. And so we're asking why.
The closest I know that you've gotten into a lab is a sugar medium. Use sugar, right, to get to your light solar bending, and even then, it has no, not even close to what you would need. So the closest thing you've gotten to a lab is what? Playing with sugar?
Wait.
We
You
don't
said it
use
wasn't.
sugar.
Wait.
So one thing you can do in a lab that people have done.
Challenge that.
Yeah, go ahead.
See, he said it's not even close to what we would need. How smaller is because what exactly is lower? Is the radiance lower? Is the angle of the light?
Do I live in sugar? Do I live in sugar? Is that atmosphere?
You're saying that's lower.
We're talking about atmosphere, right?
Yeah, but you're saying that was lower than the atmosphere that we would need in the atmosphere to make things the way
How much did you make it bend in a sugar medium? Even that's funny.
Radius, anyway.
It's been done with air as well, where Okay. No. Okay then.
In a lab, you've gotten what? Show me light bending in a lab, and it's still not even what we need. We need out there in real life.
And not a laser, gentlemen. Not a laser. Let's get out of the fucking lab, okay? Get out here. Get out here on the field with me. And you're going to say to me, hold on. You're going to say to me, Travis, we can't do this, man. The island's 20 miles away. I have no idea what's going on 19 miles away. I'm like, yeah, exactly, bro. You're like, no, come on, let's go back to the lab. I'll be like, what? Go back to the lab? Are you serious? How are you going to recreate this atmosphere of air?
Well,
right?
You asking me why should you?
They do it in a model in a computer.
So what I'm. No, go ahead.
Okay, go on.
No, I was just gonna say. So what we can show in a lab is that with extreme conditions, this can happen. So instead of extreme distances like we have outside, we do things like, I'm pretty sure a lot of you have seen that little GIF where someone has a pipe with a light behind it, and then they pour like water on this whole pipe. And you see how the air is affected by this extra heat and moisture in order to bend and refract the light. I know several people must have seen that little GIF that has been shared around. And that shows that at least if you do the extremes within temperature and moisture, you can get a lot of refraction. Then I would say that the same claim would happen with distance.
Not the refraction that you are claiming, no. The refraction that you are saying,
the refraction
that you are saying now, what you're describing now, we don't disagree with it, because there are mirages, there is towering, there's different kinds of refraction. Now, the refraction that you need to be happening is bending around of a sphere and bring things back into view from the other side. Like I said, if you have an actual hill between you and the target, no matter what amount of refraction, you're not gonna be able to bring it back into view. Impossible.
So Bacon posted a couple. This is good. Oh, it's not the one I was referring to, but it's a very, very similar thing. It shows the concept of what I was talking about.
Is it a video or something?
It's a couple GIFs that show you a bit of like. I don't know exactly what he's doing in the video. It doesn't come with explanation.
Right. I'm supposed to take that as that's light bending. I mean, what is this? What is this? If this was provided to you, that you would say this is what we're seeing? I mean, come on, guys.
So you think if things are distorting up, the light path isn't bending?
How are you proving that? Are you making assumptions?
That's how seeing works.
Yeah. So what we can show is that the angle that hits your eye is where you see it at. And so then
on
the
the lab,
question,
not on reality though. In reality, we don't see that.
what do you mean? The way we see things, I'm not talking refraction, I'm talking the way we see things is that the angle it enters your eye, that's the angle you see it at. That's testable. And if you want to claim otherwise, then I don't know
You
where
would
we go
see
from here.
something like that on the Black
That's also how
Swan
cameras
video.
work.
On the
That's
Black
also how
Swan
cameras
video,
work.
you would see something like that happening. Yeah, you would see
Now-
platforms going up and down, which you don't.
Okay.
What you guys are
Now-
claiming is nonsensical.
What claim is nonsensical?
So you don't believe that where we see it is directly related to the angle it enters
Nothing
your
to
eye?
do with belief. It doesn't represent reality.
So you don't believe,
George doesn't even know what you're talking about.
anything about anything that it has to do with the anything and anything is what you're saying right now. All I'm saying is the angle you see it at is the angle it enters your eye at. Is this really a debated claim for you?
Okay, hold on.
Anything
You
entering
need
your
a
eye, though.
radius. Listen, you need a radius first of all.
No, we're not
for
talking
your
about
lights to be
radius. We're
bending.
talking about simple.
For your lights to
Oh
be
my
That's
bending.
what they so, George.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
you
talking
need. You need
about
a radius
sight.
for your
That's all.
atmosphere.
We're
Excuse
talking
me,
about.
sir. Excuse me. He said one word, and two people jumped all over him.
Because he started talking about radius.
It
when I'm
does
talking
it
about
matter?
light.
Does it
Yes.
matter why you clipped him? Well, then
Yes.
I'll mute you. Who is this?
It's Gummy Bear. He started talking about a totally different topic.
Then Gummy Bear, you're
Go ahead and
muted
mute me.
until. Go ahead. I will. Don't worry. Thank you. No, go ahead, sir.
I'm saying you need the R value. You need a radius for your lights to be bending on your atmosphere at a certain rate in order for you to be able to see a straight line. It's impossible. You don't have that.
That's
They're
not what we're
moving the
talking about.
goalpost, George. They're moving the goalpost on you. They're not talking
No,
about
you guys
the
came
physical
late
light.
into the conversation.
No,
The
you're
context of the
talking about-
conversation.
They're
You're
talking
talking
about
about-
refraction, yeah, and they're claiming Snell's law for the lights to be bending around the sphere.
No, we never
They
made
need
that
a
claim.
radius
We
for
never
that.
mentioned
Okay,
the sphere
I know.
claim.
We
We're
never
talking
mentioned
about
sphere.
mirages
Okay,
from
hold
the
on real
start.
quick.
Y'all joined late.
Hold on. When we are talking about making open air observations with refraction, you have to understand that the R value is an assumed variable. So that is what we're talking about. In your model,
No, if we're testing that over a flat surface, then it doesn't matter which is the radius.
And we don't know if there's a dome or not. So if that can bend
No,
light, then what
come
happens?
on,
Then what
no.
happens? Hold
Very
on, I'm
funny, ha, ha,
talking.
ha.
Then
No
what
one's
happens?
mentioned a dome.
Yeah, and I didn't mention R, and yet George brought it up. So
Hold on,
why
no,
why
listen,
you
dummy.
why you having problems when I bring up irrelevant stuff, but not when he does?
Gummy, wait, are you not listening to Travis? Please, guys, listen very carefully to what he is saying. George said it too. It's very clear, guys.
Okay, look, it's not. It's if you want to. Who was that? Bacon. If you want to talk about making an observation over a flat surface, that's one thing. So I wasn't aware that we had shifted that discussion to a flat surface. So I do think that George bringing up the radius is reasonable for the reason that I just stated. That in your model, according to Andrew Thomas Young and Mick West and everything else, when you're talking about terrestrial refraction, the terrestrial refraction is dependent upon R.
Okay,
Well,
now
they moved
the reason.
the goalpost to angle of incidence. That's what they're focused on right now.
Yeah, so
That's how you
because we
see.
need to be able to accept the basic things before we can talk about the things that come after that. The simple question that I asked George was if he agrees that the angle we see things at is the angle the light hits our eye. And when I asked that question twice, both times he started talking about R. That is why it's inconsequential to
Can
what
I
I was
answer?
asking, which
Can
is
I
just
answer you?
ridiculous. Yes,
Nothing
go ahead
hits
and
your
answer.
eye. Light doesn't travel. We see the effect of light interacting with the matter, and this is all illumination. Nothing's physically entering into the eye to create the visionary experience. This isn't how the eye works.
So instead, we can just say it's the directional propagation of the ether Okay,
Fine.
it's the same thing. It's still an angle that the propagation hits your eye or comes
Fine,
into
fine.
contact with your
But
yeah.
don't cherry pick the context by adding an incoherent light source such as a laser. Like, let's be
Okay.
honest, if you're gonna use an incoherent light source, right, such as a laser, then you have to identify the attributes of that laser and know that there are things that's gonna affect the pathway of that and bend that. Magnetism can do this.
All I'm trying to make sure we agree on is that what we see, the angle we see things at, is because the angle that light hits our eye. Or if you want to reword it, that's fine. That's the
So let me
that's
jump
the
in.
simple thing I just wanted to ask, and then George answered with R, and that's why I
Even without assuming anything about light, the angle between where the object is and where your like direct forward is, your line of sight, that angle there is what matters.
Yeah, but you can't measure or know that angle, right? So if I'm looking across the Chesapeake Bay at the opposite shoreline, which is 6 miles away, and I can see that shoreline, then and if there's no one there, but I'm looking straight ahead, then I know that I'm seeing at 5'7" where my eyes are on the other shoreline, right? So I'm looking straight ahead of me. The shoreline's not going to be higher or lower. It's going to be right at my zero.
Well, right. Well, supposing you know that your heading is, straight forward and that you're not in any way tilting your head. But sure, yeah, somewhere thereabouts, straight ahead. Yeah, let's say you're seeing it.
So the discussion. Hold on, just real quick. So the discussion about the light hitting my eye, to me, is irrelevant. I want to talk about what the hell is happening out there 6 miles away. I don't care what angle you think the light is hitting my eye at. That's irrelevant to me in this discussion.
Because it's such a basic, like, if we're going to talk about what we see, then we have to agree on why we see, or like what changes what we see. That's why we kind of have to agree on basic concepts before we start talking about the.
Then okay, so which light are you
Excuse
talking
me,
about?
George. I was in the middle of a sentence, so now I've lost it. But essentially, the reason why we should talk about the basics is because the stuff that we're talking about, like refraction, is totally dependent on the basics, the fundamentals, like why is sight what we see.
So let me may I ask him a question, Travis, before you keep going?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to know which light and how far away.
George, give me a second. Let me ask him a question. So, Gummy, you said that we're trying to understand what we're seeing, right? So the question is, why do you guys, when put it on our orthographic view, never take into account the floor rising to your center of your eye level? If you want to truly understand what is going on, why you guys distort what you're seeing in reality? Why you guys get rid of the angles that we actually see in real life?
So I'm not quite sure what you mean. I'm just quickly gonna make sure that. So when I'm saying the basic stuff, the question that I've asked is it true that the angle we see something at is the angle light hits our eye? So if light hits our eye at a high angle, we see it being high up. If we see it at a zero angle, so straight ahead, then it looks like it's straight ahead. And if the light comes in from below a low angle, then it looks like it's from below. I'm just asking, is this true about sight, or do you
how is
disagree
this light
there?
being projected?
Wait,
what was the question, George?
So, again, just take the first point that you brought up, Gummy. Show me that you can show me light hitting my eye at an angle from below.
So I can put a light bulb at like low down, and then I cover everything above it off, and then I can know for sure that if light is hitting you, it has to be hitting you from below.
No. I'm out on the field, bro. I'm out on the Chesapeake Bay. Show me the light hitting my eye from below.
Well, it's
I'm
reaching your
talking
retina
about
if
right
you're
now.
seeing, right?
right now I'm talking about how our eyes work, which is, I mean, if you disagree, you can tell me, but which I would say is okay to test purely in a lab. You don't have to go outside to test how your eyes work.
I mean, it's very similar. It's the same basic idea of cameras.
Excuse me?
And
So,
cameras
wait,
were
wait, wait, wait,
entirely
wait.
You can
man-made,
see.
so we
You
know
can see behind
everything
the.
about how it works.
You can see
If you
around the
don't,
corner. No worries.
if you don't accept how that we know how our eyes work, we can just use cameras then, because
So
that's we're completely man-made.
one example is when I'm not sure if other countries have this, but when I was getting a driver's license, I had to take an eye test, which I was sat down and I put my head in like a little thingy, and there was a row of lights going in a circle around me, or like a semicircle, and I had to say which side was blinking and like on different sides. And I definitely could tell the angles to the thing was also the angle I saw it at.
Peripheral view, that's what it is.
Yes,
Okay, so look,
and that has to do with angles, does it not?
Okay, great. Look, I'm outside right now. I'm in a massive parking lot, and there's a 12-foot tree 50 yards away from me. Okay? Now I'm looking straight at that, but I can see trailers to my right, trailers to my left, a trailer to my 11 o'clock position in my vision, and a tree over to my 2 o'clock position, but I'm still looking straight ahead. So I've got images coming at me from 180 degrees, like everywhere in front of me, all to me. Okay.
Yeah,
it's less than 180, but
it's a cone of vision. Yeah.
Okay. I've got light coming at me from every angle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
But you can also, while you're saying
okay,
that, you can.
I want. Okay, were you finished, or do you had a point with it?
Yeah, I was finished.
Yeah, so what I would say is, while doing that, you can also tell that the things that are hitting your eye in the right side means that the object is also to your right. You know that the thing that's hitting you straight on is also straight ahead of you. You know that the angle you see it at is also the angle you have to move to get to the actual object. So we see a direct correlation between the angle we see it and the angle it actually is.
The angle we see it and the angle it actually is. So
yeah, so the angle that it looks to you from your position right now, and the direction you have to move to reach the object. Because you know that if it looks like the tree is straight ahead of you, is directly in your center of vision, you know that if you keep walking forward, you'll hit that tree. Because the angle it's making to your eye is straight ahead. So it has to be straight ahead.
The reason why we have a pupil, right, a hole in front of our eyes, is so we can differentiate what's the direction of the light is coming inside our eyes. Because the information that we get that forms images is being captured in our retina, right? And that it's this area below in the bottom of our eyes. And the reason why we have this hole is because when things are angled, for example, to the right of the direction you're looking at, that's going to hit a single point on the left of a retina. If your eyes were completely open, you have light coming from all sorts of directions, reaching all sorts of the points in your retina. But because you have a hole in it, now there's just a point in which light can reach. So that angle is the angle light is coming from. That's how our eyes work.
Essentially, our eyes are a lens that directs the angles that it hits. And that's why glasses work like they do, because they have a lens on them that will direct angles.
Sure. Yeah. And this comes back to the point that I forgot to make earlier when I've had these discussions with others and they say, what, don't you know we can make eyeglasses? Okay. So again, yeah, I'm not questioning that science. I don't have a problem with that science. I'm saying
but that science is the same thing we're claiming right now.
Okay. I'm saying that science has nothing to do with what creates a mirage. You can't tell me that because you can make a pair of glasses for me to meet my 20/40 vision or whatever it is, right? Because you can do that. I'm not convinced you can tell me how that mirage is being refracted 20 miles away.
But what I'm telling you is that if we don't understand vision, then how are you going to even begin to understand refraction?
No.
Someone said that.
The image of an inferior mirage happens out in the distance whether or not I see it. It's got nothing to do with my vision.
Yeah, but
right?
you're seeing it, and that tells you what angle the light is coming to your eyes.
That's okay. Look, okay. If you want to, I'm not sure how to necessarily address that point, other than to say, let's table that, perhaps, because I'm not interested in the angle of incidence of light to my eye. I'm talking about the reality of what the mirage or refraction phenomenon out in the distance. I'm talking about how that helps us understand what we're looking at out there.
But that is completely related to the angle of incidence that object is reaching your eyes, whether you like it or not.
Like if we
The
can't
place
even
in your
agree,
vision where you will see the object is the angle of incidence to your eye.
if
you
we
change
can't
that,
even
you change where you
agree,
see the object.
if we can't even agree that the angle it hits your eye is where the angle you see it at, then I don't know how we can talk about anything about angles or light
Or anything
traveling
you
or
see at
anything
all.
with vision. Yeah.
Okay. You haven't convinced me that talking about the angle of light hitting my eye is relevant to this discussion. You've only said that it is.
Right.
Well,
I
that
guess
said-
the link then is what a mirage essentially is, right? Is you are perceiving the position of an object to be different than it actually is. That is, if you were to draw, a geometric straight line between the object and your eye and think that this is with the way the light must be coming in, that's not what's actually happening because you're seeing
Okay,
it,
hold on.
perceiving it in a different location.
Okay, hold on. Seeing it in a different location. I think that this is where Jeremy ought to be chiming in altogether, but I can't say what he's saying. But if I'm looking out at a house 6 miles away, and I know that relatively, there's a truck coming. I'm going to go on mute.
I'd also, if I could give a specific
I think that's okay.
scenario, if you're okay with that, it would be nice because I have one in mind, but only if you want it.
So if I'm looking out into the distance and I see a house, I understand that the conditions of the medium is distorting that image, even displacing it. I don't have a problem with that. So I know that the house has a porch, but I can't see that porch right now. I know it's there, but I can't see it. And the only way, just real quick, the only way that I know that it's possibly in a different position that it should be is if I have other photographs of that house in another position, even though I'm set up in the same location. If I set up in the same location, same observer height, same distance, same focal length, and that house is bigger or smaller, higher or lower, okay, I understand that it is displaced.
Okay, can a distortion happen without the angle of incidence changing?
Angle of incidence to my eye?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So you think I can see something being distorted without that changing the angle of incidence that it reaches my eye?
So it hits your eye at the same angle and position, and yet it looks like it's somewhere else.
Right. So that's what I've said before, okay? So this is going to be a little bit abstract. Hold on. I know, right? This is like I've sat at my computer looking at my pictures thinking this is like really tweaking my brain right now because thinking about it this way. So when I go home and I go out to the Chesapeake Bay and I look straight out ahead of me, that's what I see straight out ahead of me. Now I get my camera out, I zoom in, and I take a picture. And that picture is right there at my eye level because I'm looking straight ahead at the house. and the house is just 15 feet off of the shoreline. So I know that I'm looking directly in front of me. But I go out the next day, set up the same way, focal length is the same, and that house is closer to me in my viewfinder. It's bigger. In fact, there's less in my viewfinder than the day before because it's being magnified.
Well,
but
wouldn't that
hold on, but it's still directly in front of me. It's not higher, it's not lower, it's directly in front of me still.
Yeah, but if it is bigger, the top points of the house are going to be higher, right? So the angle of incidence of the top part of your house have changed.
Sure.
So yeah, that's what I meant. Angles of incidence have to change.
I think it was a difference between thinking, the whole object's angle versus little pieces of it.
Yeah. So can I? So the example that I'd want to bring up is like the pen in the glass, because we can both see the butt of the pen, which is just in air. So we do believe it's right there where we see it, but the part that's submerged, that part is looking like it's somewhere else. It's completely like disembodied from the butt of the pen that we think we know where it is. And so I would say that it would seem like the reason the bottom is looking like it's off to the left, let's say, is because the angle that the refraction or the Snell's law, so to speak, does makes it enter from the left side of my eye with the leftward angle.
Okay.
And that's why it looks like it's to the left, even though it's right in front of me. Because the light has been changed in angle.
Right, but except for the fact that we don't see anything like that in the air. We don't see a house cattywampus with the top story to the right and the bottom story to the left.
But why do you expect your eyes to work differently in air than in water? Or like when water is part of it,
because they're not the same medium. They're not the same medium.
Yeah, because of your demonstration, you brought up the glass and the water, we are not, when you look at the glass and the water, like Tracy just mentioned before, Stacy mentioned before, with the sugar, you are looking through the glass and through the water, in the air, you're not looking through the water and through the glass, are you? So the light is not bending in the air. If it's bending, it's from whatever medium it comes from, according to you guys, because you guys say this light is coming from outer space and it's coming in parallel rays, is even worse, So you guys need to get your story straight. So once that the light reaches the air, that we are breathing, it deviates from straight and then hits an object and it deviates again to your retina. I mean, this is absurd.
I'm not sure what problem are you trying to point, actually.
So all we're
if I could
trying
say something real quickly
nothing to do with Snell's law at all.
You said, why would you assume that it wouldn't be the same? What the problem is why would you assume that it would be the same? Because just because you understand one medium that you've tested light through doesn't mean you understand it all. So why would you assume?
We're not, because in every, I'm just gonna say, because in every way that we test our eyes in the lab, which isn't just with the glass, we test it by putting objects, we test it by just looking and just using our eyes in every way we can in a lab, and on top of that, try and do things like bend the light with water and all of these things. And what all of this shows in a lab, even through air, is that the angle that we see it at is also the angle where it is, except when it comes to like something like the bending, where it looks like it's somewhere because the angle has been bent. And so then I'm asking,
but light needs to be coming in an angle too.
Why in the lab does all of this happen, but as soon as we step outside, different rules are being played?
Okay, again, I've said this before. Show me out in the field anything remotely similar to what you see in the lab.
And I'm asking then, show me anywhere where it hits your eye without having to bend. Like it looks like it's in a different position, but it didn't have to bend.
What?
I'm wording that. I know I'm butchering the wording on that.
No. Okay, look. First of all, I don't know. Okay, yeah, I don't know how to address that necessarily. So,
okay.
Instead of deflecting to your own question, I thought about this earlier, so let me bring it up right now. So, in making a prediction, right? Is anyone here able to predict for me what you think will produce an inferior mirage over the Chesapeake Bay where I'm at? Like, what do I need to give you so that you can take my variables, my location, my height, the corridor, the object, the target, and then predict? Travis, I've looked at the weather, the weather stations in your area. This Thursday, you should see an inferior mirage.
A short answer would be when the ground is hotter than the atmosphere, which you can try to use like how the weather is changing to figure out when that should happen.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. Okay, now can you please show me the paper of research on the field through experimentation where you can justify what you just said when the ground is this way and the air is this way?
Well, usually people don't bring to Travis to validate their experiments, so we don't see a necessity of being in the field.
What?
So that might be not that common. Maybe I misunderstand what you say. What you mean when you mean field?
If you're testing the properties of air, you're not testing the properties of the field. I mean, air is air. If it has a certain humidity and temperature,
I don't think you understood what he meant by field, though.
Yeah. Okay. So just real quick.
Maybe I didn't.
Okay. So let me try. Like, if you were to start jumping into this research and Googling refraction and whatnot, you will come up with countless of articles that talk about how the water is warmer than the air, and that produces this phenomenon. Or if the air is warmer than the water, then that produces this phenomenon. Now, I have read that countless times. Do you know what I've never seen? I've never seen a link to the experiment that shows me that's how they know that. How can you make that claim? How can you make that statement that this is what's happening?
How did they derive that claim, right, Travis?
One observation that we might all have done at some point in our lives is realize that those inferior mirages happen quite.
Hold on. I'm talking about a claim that's made in an article, and I've asked you for an experimental paper, and now you're taking us back to a time when we can all remember we're seeing an inferior mirage. Come on, bro.
Oh, I'm not sure what paper you're talking about. I mean, how?
Any paper, he said. I'm sorry. Any paper.
Oh, you pick a paper. I'll try to get where that came from. Then.
No, bacon.
Man, you guys are so smart, but you can't understand this critique, bro. You are making scientific claims about reality based on zero science.
Oh, it's not about based on zero science. I mean,
that's what he's asking.
No, you're asking very specific things. That's different from saying that's based on zero science. Just because I can't answer a very specific question doesn't mean it's based on zero science.
Then how can you trust the claim? You just read the article and go, "Yep, that must be reality."
Because it's not that difficult.
It's not like there will be one paper out there that says, over a 3-mile channel, here's what happens.
Why not? Why not? Why not? If they're gonna make a claim, why not?
Because we didn't used to have change. First, you show how light reacts to a change in refractive index. Then you show how air's refractive index changes with respect to things like temperature and pressure. Then you show how warmer water would produce a change in temperature or pressure.
On a local control. Nah, that's the problem. Yes, there you go. You are assuming that is gonna behave the same way over long distances. That's ridiculous.
What factor? What extra factor do we get
Wait, you
I don't
just
know.
gave
That's
a
the
bunch of
point.
explanations, but you
Right,
didn't
so
actually
if it's
say
on
anything what you're doing with the light. How are you testing the light in that, though? Where is the
I
experimentation in that?
I don't know, Bacon. That's the whole
I
point.
provided in the
How
chat
am
a
I
while
gonna?
ago a couple examples of relating temperature, pressure, and things like that to measuring the refractive index of air.
So
They're probably
can
buried
I-
up in the chat a bit, but they exist, and if you want to find them, you can just search them.
So
You
Okay,
probably
hold
have
on,
better luck than I would.
hold on. Let me
Okay, go ahead,
answer.
Travis.
Let me answer Emerald just real quick. Emerald, I appreciate that. I saw one of those and I put it in my file to look up later on. What I can tell you is I have looked up these papers and I still have questions that these papers are not addressing. That's my point. They are a narrow focus. They don't address my questions. So I'm still looking for these papers, and all I want is some research paper from the 20s or whatever, from the very beginning, where somebody out in the field took all of these measurements, because I haven't found it. All I have ever seen is the rhetoric of what they think is happening.
You mean like your videos?
Okay, Ed, okay, listen, we're having a great conversation right now. I'm going to let that comment slide, okay? So if you want to contribute, if you want to contribute to this conversation, please do so.
It's a fair comment, Travis.
So Travis has more observations than you will ever have, Ed.
So what?
You shouldn't be critiquing.
He's
what
just looking at
he
things.
knows.
All right.
Ed, your mic's cut off.
Enough of that. Let me just ask one thing. So one thing I would say is that one experiment we can do to know if light actually changes path or if it just looks like it. And I've drawn the worst image ever in Paint, but here you go in chat. So if you have something like, just with the pen in the glass example, is that if you first put your pen in the glass and you see that the butt is somewhere and the rest of it is kind of disembodied, as we expect it to look like. I'm pretty sure everyone will agree that that's what it looks like.
I'm sorry, but
And
can we
then-
not? I've already imagined this in my head because I've done this in school. We've all done. I feel like going back to school and I keep hearing the same explanation. I'm not trying to be rude, but I think I can imagine it in my head. But this has nothing to do with showing what you guys are expressing. You're talking about literally these mirages of what?
But that's not his
Come on,
point.
this is
He
not
has
the
a
same.
different-
This is not the
I
same.
don't think that's the point he's making. Let me
No,
finish.
And then when we've seen this, we know that the butt should be where the pen will actually be. So we take something and we block out that part. Like we put some sort of blocking mechanism, like a piece of tape or anything that blocks out the butt of the pen and where the pen should be. And we see, as on the very badly drawn image on the left, that even though we block out where the pen should be, the butt of the bottom of the pen that's been refracted is still hitting our eye. We're still seeing it. And so what that shows is that it must have taken a different path because the path is now blocked. The original path is blocked. So this shows at the very least that one way of changing where it hits your eye is literally changing the path that it moves.
Okay, I don't think any of us are going to disagree with what you just said.
Okay.
I know.
Now, then, the question would be, for any observation you make, is it possible to block out the original part and lose sight of the shifted part? So with the pen, is it ever possible to block out that thing I did on the left, so where the pen should be, and all of a sudden lose sight of all of the pen, even though it looks like it's somewhere else?
So what I can try to answer based on my observations with the Red Roof House, there's also a pavilion. I can show you in transition an inferior mirage on the pavilion in a dynamic medium, and then that pavilion disappears. Right? So it's like putting the pencil in the glass and you losing a portion of that pencil because of the refractive index. I'm not disagreeing that happens. I don't have a problem with any of that.
But what I'm trying to say is that in order to say my claim is that every time it looks like it's somewhere else, it's because the angle is hitting you from somewhere else. It's a different angle hitting your eye. And the only way that I can think of would be that you'd have to disprove that by showing that you can block out the original position and lose sight of the shifted position.
Wait, so you're gonna make an assertion and then expect other people to disprove your assertion?
Because
why not we come up with a different assertion? And hold on, what if we come up with a different assertion and we ask you to disprove this fucking unicorn making the pencil look like that?
So
Disprove that one.
If your assertion is consistent.
Because it's a positive claim.
How can you disprove it?
So because it's a positive claim, it can only be disproven, not proven. And so
all right, I'm gonna make a positive claim. Listen to this positive claim.
You're not gonna let me finish?
Before you do, the important criteria is that it's falsifiable. Like the whole obscure test is a way to falsify this theory. If you obscure the thing and then it doesn't work, then that's a way to disprove it.
Conclusion?
So provide your theory and then a method by which it could be disproven.
What is your positive conclusion?
What is the method which it can be disproven?
No. Wait. What is his positive conclusion?
That the angle you see it at is also the angle the light hit your eye at.
Right. How do you prove that?
On that picture that I posted there with the bow.
Like I said,
in there, please.
it's a falsifiable positive claim, and I have not been able to find a single example where it's been disproven.
How do you prove your positive claim?
Like I said, it's a positive claim. Positive claims cannot be proven; they can only be disproven.
So you can't prove it.
Wait. Hold on.
What?
This is incredible. Let me just make a positive claim. Hey, but Gummy Bear, is a unicorn fart is the one that is creating the pencil magically to appear in a different position, though. That's what is happening. That's a positive claim. Now disprove it.
Well,
okay.
Because
so
he didn't say. Wait. He didn't say every positive claim is falsifiable. You gave an example of an unfalsifiable.
He just said positive claims are not proved, only falsifiable.
Silent, can you dial it down a little bit? You're being very loud.
No. Come on. We're getting too fucking. No, listen. No, we're getting to fantasy, guys. Wait. Can we get back to reality?
Yeah,
what we can prove, not like a positive claim that you have no way of showing any validation for. Let's talk about validation things. That's it.
Okay. Well, every claim that is so. For example, a positive claim I can make is the sun will rise tomorrow. You cannot prove that claim. You could only disprove it if the sun didn't rise. That's the problem here.
The sun doesn't rise.
So a positive claim is something we expect to happen every time.
That's wrong.
And so in order for someone to say that's not what happens, we need a counter example. That's not the same we're talking about.
Sorry, Gummy Bear, but it's not the same. It's not the same that we're talking about. No, let me say why. Let me explain
why. Can I
why.
finish any sentence before Silent talks over me?
No,
you were finished, bro.
I wasn't finished.
You were finished.
Prove the sun rises.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry.
Let me just say this. Hold on, Travis. So the sun example is a prediction of seeing into the future. In that case, your argument is okay, but in the other case, the pencil one is not a prediction of future. It's something that is happening in present, and you're saying this is happening. Okay, right. That's why the analogy is not the same, Gummy Bear. Come on.
Apply it to what you just said. You made a positive claim. Don't make another thing as here. Look over here. No. Stay with your positive claim.
Stacy. What was his positive claim?
The sun rises.
No,
Jesus,
the one that started the discussion, not the last analogy.
The angle that you see the pencil is there's where the light is hitting your eye at that angle.
Right? Isn't that how eyes work?
Are we gonna
I
keep
don't
going
know.
to the same
I mean,
freaking
I've said it.
argument?
Well,
I've said
guys,
it a
like I
million
said, if we
times.
can't
people
even
keep
agree on something
disagreeing
as
with
I mean,
it for
simple
how
some
many
as the
reason.
times have we
eye,
heard
then
the
how are
same
we going to
sentence
talk
I've
no
about
said it a
offense
million
anything?
over
times,
Yeah,
man.
I
and
can't
over
even
The
again?
picture
human,
someone disagreeing with that.
cannot.
It makes no
The
sense.
human
It
eye
should be
does not perceive
self-evident.
light, man. I've said it a million times. We perceive the byproduct of light called illumination.
I agree with you,
We don't
Daislo.
see light.
I totally agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, which
so do I.
comes
Like I said
in an angle.
earlier, if we want to call it the byproduct of light, or like the byproduct of illumination, whatever, we can just say that the propagation through the ether is entering your eye or
Here's the
moving
problem.
into your eye at an angle.
Here's the
It
problem.
doesn't matter. It's still
in
an
order to make a
angle.
claim, Gummy, it first has to be based in logic, right? Like you can't go
Yes,
making some irrational claim that somebody's got to disprove. Like in order to even start to begin to understand what it is you're looking at, it has to first be deduced within logic.
Yeah.
Every time,
So my claim has been deduced within logic. I can tell you that it's a positive claim, and I've tested it
You have no
many
evidence.
times, and every time it's been the same. And so it is a
No.
falsifiable positive claim.
Gummy, you're applying this
I think
freaking
there's a way you can
pencil
address it.
to what we see on Earth and
I'm
mirages.
applying
This
logic,
is what
and
you're
you guys
applying
don't
it
know
to, and that
logic.
is not logical at all.
Let me.
Do you
I
know
think we can address
do you know
it.
what a positive claim is?
Oh, can you
Go
stop it
ahead.
for a while? Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you might deny that's how we see it, but that is exactly the logic behind perspective that you guys so often argue about. So perspective is it's a theory. Perspective. Perspective.
No.
Wait. Perspective is very well described geometrically.
Light is traveling. Light is not traveling. Light is not an emission.
I don't care.
You
I don't
have
care.
no
I'm not-
evidence for this.
I don't care.
No
I don't
one's ever
care.
perceived
Wait.
this as being the case.
Okay, well, it's propagating through the ether. Even in your model, this is the same thing. It's still
I don't
happening
have
because
a
of the
model.
angle.
Don't do that model stuff on us.
I'm not talking to you, Stacey. He's talking to Dicelo.
I'm talking to Dicelo, who has a model, which is about dielectric magnetism and the ether and so on.
Do you understand the difference between a perturbation and a propagation?
Yes.
Well, please explain that to us.
Let's deviate.
So, huh?
Go on.
Okay, so the best way I would say it is a perturbation is the how would I? Let me think for a second on how to word it.
Yeah, just Google it and read it to us. That's fine.
Well, no,
I don't have a problem with that.
It's not a matter of Googling. I'm trying to think of the word.
I'm just saying I don't have a problem with you doing that. If you want to be concise and try to give us an understanding of what is the conceptual versus the potential denotative, that's fine. Like we can weigh upon that after, but let's get to it.
Well, so it's like so a perturbation, I would say, is something is being like. So let's use the ether because it makes it easier to explain. So a perturbation in the ether would be something is making the ether like be freaking language is being.
Just Google it, man.
I'm telling you, it's not a Google issue. It's a language issue. I'm trying to think about how to word it.
Come on.
Something's
Let
acting
him
upon it
speak.
to make it
Let him
happen.
speak, Chloe. Come on. Let him speak. Yeah. His first language isn't English, so please let him speak.
Yeah, give him a chance.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, you're just looking for something on the outside influencing that.
Well, so like the best way I could like is using some sort of analogy is, for example, is that if I make a propagation which will be like sound, I'm making pressure that's propagating through air because it's making one part push the other part, push the other part, push the other part. So it's like the sound wave propagates through air. While perturbation, I would describe more like I have a sheet of metal and I start shaking one end, and that energy is starting to move through the entire thing. Like that's the best way I could like even try and describe it right now using an analogy. So like one is you're pushing air, that's pushing air, that's pushing air. The other is you have like a sheet of metal that you're shaking, and you get this like wobble going through the whole thing.
That sounds like longitudinal versus transverse to me.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
exactly
kind of, but
You want to
not
have some
really.
kind of outside influence. And some kind of outside influence is making the so-called propagation of movement. So,
Would you?
Why is
Dyslo,
this
do you have
relevant?
a
What
do you
is
have
this
a good
relevant?
right? Yeah. I mean, either
do you
way,
have,
why this?
yeah.
Why are we
I
going
was
down
going to
this
ask
rabbit hole?
Dyslo, do you have a good explanation of the difference and what is
Well,
the importance?
we've got a lot of people asking why are we even talking about this, which is kind of interesting if they were following along, because somebody made the comparison of light propagating through the ether. And I don't know if you missed that, Silent, or whoever asked about the reason why we're on this topic, but we have to be concise with the words we use and not just throw things around because they sound good. Light's not traveling from A to B, okay?
I agree.
I've been telling you all along, and I give you the simple analogy always of the kid in the center of the pool flapping his arms, and as those waves propagate through that medium and overlap over the edge of the pool, what you guys are conflating is the child touching the edge of the pool is none other than the wave lapping over the edge of the pool due to how light perturbates through the ether, not necessarily propagates. So here's another example. You've got something moving up and down, creating a lineal motion, right? Like, for example, a car. You have the pistons, right, creating the combustion, and those pistons are inside the cylinder going up and down vertically, right? And all of that motion gets transferred into a rotational motion, which then gets transferred to a lineal motion. Do you understand the pathway here?
yeah, but we do test with light inside vacuums, so that doesn't bode well for your idea.
So do you see light? Do you see light in a vacuum?
Yeah, they've actually videotaped and
I thought this was
captured photons in a vacuum.
IQ
Yeah, why are we talking about
Do you
pistons?
see light traveling?
Why is everybody interrupting?
He's trying to give an
Why are
analogy
we
and
talking
description
about
of how.
Emerald? If you're lost, Emerald, then just
Let
sit
me tell
back.
Emerald what you're saying.
Why is everybody interrupting?
He's trying to talk about how some kind of vertical motion of the pistons
Why is everybody
transferred to
interrupting?
rotational and back to linear motion to the tires because of the tangential.
Why is
contact.
everybody interrupting?
Stop interrupting! I'm explaining something. I'll be done in a second. You stop interrupting. So what he was trying to do is just say that how you can have some transverse motion or vertical motion that goes rotary and then goes back to linear, and that how that motion is being transformed throughout its path. He's trying to equate that to how light works.
Xanac, though, can I please just ask you not to be doing that on here? It was all of a sudden that energy you just came in with it was not good. It was hot. Can we calm it down?
What's hot? I'm hot.
Yeah, Zanuck, you're very hot.
We're talking, and then
we have pictures of photons in a vacuum. So we have photographs of that.
The point is you don't see light traveling along its path. You only see the interaction between light and the matter due to the fact that light isn't visible to the human eye. It's the byproduct, the illumination, the interaction of light and matter, which is witnessed by the human eye, not light itself. Let's get it right.
Then I would simply say that the path of propagation is coming in at an angle to your eye. The result is the same, that it's the angle that determines where you see it. And it's the angle also has a path change to it. Because I'm never seeing something appearing somewhere else without having to change the path. And like I said, the one example I can think of to disprove that, the way I can think of disproving that would be you see something that you know isn't where it's supposed to be, like with the pen in the glass, you block where it's supposed to be, the original position, and you're supposed to see the swapped position change as well. The entire pen disappear, even though the bottom part has been refracted to the side.
But that's not what's been tested and observed. You've never seen a sailboat supposedly over your supposed horizon, not in visible view, all while the mirage image is looming above the water, visibly seen. So that denotes your entire understanding of blocking the actual view of the object from the observer while simultaneously affecting the miraged image.
Yeah, he missed again the point that we are not looking at the object through the water. We are looking at the object through the air. So in the case of his pencil or his straw in the glass, when you look through the air, it's not curving, is it? It's only when you look through the medium of water that it curves from the boundary of the water to the air, that you have that visual effect. So we don't observe this in reality.
And this is what Travis was saying earlier too. Absolutely, and I was saying as well. You're talking about water. We wanted these things in observations of air, and you can't compare. You said, well, why can't you compare? It's the same thing because you haven't proven that.
So even in air, what I'm asking is, you use something to block the original position and somehow make it disappear from the refracted position.
What is that? No.
So say we know that it's been miraged into the sky. We know it's not supposed to be up there, but we know. So
Wait.
whenever, let's say we see a superior mirage. So we see a boat, and we also see the boat's so-called reflection in the sky, a superior mirage. Now we know that the upside down boat we see in the sky is definitely not where it's actually supposed to be. We know that the right side up boat is possibly right where it's supposed to be. Now, if you block the correct position, the down boat, you're not also blocking the inverted boat up top.
Wait, block it
clearly
how? No.
With any sort of object in the way. And
No,
so what
no,
this
no,
shows,
Gummy Bear.
what
Hold
this
on.
shows is that it's taken a different path
No,
to your eye.
no,
It does.
no.
It proves that.
Hold on.
I don't know how else to word it, but it proves
listen.
it's taken a different path.
Okay, hold on. Are you okay? So let's say you're standing out on the beach and you see this superior mirage. How are you blocking the bottom image?
Put your hand in front of you.
Okay,
And
so now
hold
what?
it over the bottom image.
Okay, so what now?
And now, if it was as like would be the opposite, which is that it is actually traveling from the original position, it's just something happening in your eye making it look like it's above, then both images would be blocked.
Sorry, no, I don't. No.
While if it's actually changing the path it takes, well, then it doesn't get blocked.
No, this is okay. Look, I don't even understand what you're trying to say right now. What you're
and that might be my fault. That might be my fault because I'm not wording it correctly, and I accept that. But yeah.
You made a pretty good point that it wasn't that the object is not dependent upon having it entirely in view. You can block, but like he said, Gummy said, block with your hand the bottom, the actual image, the actual object, and then you still see the mirage above it.
That's
what I'm trying to prove. Not happening. Hold on, Gummy Bear. Yeah. The effect is not happening in front of your face. You cannot do that with your hand. The effect is happening where the object is, just like the pencil.
Yeah.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that this
so when
shows...
you say you can block, you can put your hand in the front. That's just. I don't think that's a proper way to think about this.
But what this shows isn't it doesn't have to do with the mechanism itself or anything like that. What I'm trying to show is that this shows that it's the path that's changed, not just
you haven't proven that.
No. Yes, because if it wasn't the path that changed, then putting your hand in front of the bottom image should erase all mirror images because the path has been blocked.
Oh my God!
The original path. Let me finish before you scream. Oh my God! The original path. The original path has been blocked. But let me finish before you scream. No, please. Anyone?
Calm down. Wait.
Can you
calm
stop
down, Gummy?
screaming? No.
Wait, Gummy. That's cool. I get it.
I'm
I get
one
it. Listen,
sentence
Gummy.
away from finishing.
Listen now, real quick.
I'm
I'll
one
shut up,
sentence away.
Gummy, I will shut up.
Gummy.
But listen, it's ridiculous though because we're all going crazy. But at the same time, Gummy, you got to remember you've been talking a lot, and so have I. So give everybody some room too. Don't forget that.
Yeah, but when I'm one sentence away, I don't want someone to scream no. And all I'm trying to finish off is that because you've blocked the original path, You've blocked the original path with your hand, and yet you still see that refracted part, the mirage. And so it must have taken a different path.
Oh my goodness.
No, my God. Your hand has nothing to
What
do
is
with the
wrong with you
original
people?
path.
Let him finish the goddamn sentence. Come on.
Shut up,
Silent.
Sandy.
Where's
Shut up.
Rakia to moderate this?
Shut up,
gosh, we
Silent.
got
You
muted
are
in a heartbeat for
moderator.
interrupting George, but it seems like no one's doing anything.
All right,
about
I'll
folks
pop
interrupting
into
George.
mute and I'll start fucking modding.
listen,
Don't
hey,
worry,
yes,
I'm gonna
please.
pop into mute. Listen, I'll pop into mute and I'll start modding. Okay.
Okay, look. Again, Gummy, I think we've all heard what you've explained. Again, I fail to see the relevance of what you're trying to explain.
Because the relevance is that this shows that it isn't some sort of property of light, it is the path of light that changes.
I
Because
think
if you
maybe
go
another way of putting it is,
it-
if your hand is blocking the original path and you still see it, it has to be taking a different path.
Yeah. And
Like,
so
otherwise it'd be like going through your hand or something, right?
Wait. Hold on. Okay, look. So here's what let's not talk about a miraged image then. Let's just have an image out there. If I'm looking out at an island and I put my hand in front of my face and I can't see the island, what does that prove?
that you've blocked the path of light to your eye.
Okay, so again,
Light
now
takes my path.
okay, look, I don't think any of us disagree with that then. Fine. So what?
All I'm trying to get us to agree on is that it very much seems like light takes a path, and that is what dictates where we see it in our field of vision.
Okay, look. So
Right,
if
sorry.
right. So let's go back. Let's go back to what Dice Slow said, and if he wants to chime in, because he'll say it better than I can. I don't believe that light is carrying the image to my eye. I believe that light is illuminating the field of view in front of me, and I'm able to see what's out there. So I still can put my hand in front of my eye and block the image. There we go. So what?
Okay. Well, even like I've explained several times, is even with his model, where it's propagation of light from original source, the path of propagation still has to move around your hand. It's not moving through your hand, unless that's what you want to claim, that all light is moving through all objects, and it only decides afterwards whether to show it to you or not.
Okay.
But the only reasonable way, in my mind, is if it has to move around your hand, propagate around your hand.
Oh, I still don't get what you're saying, dude. What do you mean, like, move around my hand? What's moving around my hand?
Or so you know how you're in your example, right? You said that, like, if you just look at a house and you put your hand between you and the house and you're blocking it, that shows that, you know, the path between the light from the house to your eye is being blocked by your hand. But if you have, like, say, a sailboat that has the original image and, say, an inverted superior mirage above it, and you cover up the bottom boat, it doesn't make the top boat disappear, which shows that they're taking two different paths, or equivalently, the images are in two different places.
Yeah, okay, look. So fine. So let me try to do it this way then. So let's say that in the distance there are two boats and no mirage. If I block one boat with my right hand and I see the other boat, that's just the same thing as the mirage. I'm not blocking both mirages. It's almost like
right.
I don't understand how you're bringing this up. So I almost want to say, I feel like you're trying to say that if I block the source of the mirage, then the mirage should disappear too.
Well, no, it's not that it should disappear. It's that, so like in your example where there's two boats, right? That makes sense. I could draw, like, there are two paths of light, one from one boat to my eye, and the other from the other boat to my eye. And those could both be, perfectly fine, decent paths. And then I cover up one, it doesn't cover up the other. With a mirage, though, they're both coming from the same boat. So the source is the same place, and they're both getting to your eye, and, your eye's in the same place. So somehow there are two paths from 2 points. They can't both be the same path, so one of them has to be bent. You can't just have two straight lines that are different and yet have the same two endpoints.
Let me see. I can explain you better. Imagine about light. Hold on. Give me a second, Dicelo. So Travis, imagine that you.
Does that kind of make
What,
sense?
now I
Travis,
cannot
what
say
I'm getting
anything?
at?
You're supposed to be modding, but all right, go ahead. That's fine.
I'm not modding right now, Dicelo. I want to say
All right.
something.
Okay.
Holy bro. Travis, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. What they're saying, imagine I have a laser in my hand, right? And you and me are like let's say half a mile away from each other. Then you're able to see the laser when I'm pointing it straight to you, right? And then you put your hand and you're able to block that light. Now imagine that I shoot the light up into the sky, and then somebody up there has like a mirror or like a piece of glass that is gonna redirect the light from up there to your eye. So now what the laser is doing is traveling up and back, like down to your eye again. Even when you have your hand up like in front, now you're gonna be able to see it because it's coming from a different position. That's what they're saying.
All right, yeah, light from the same place, like the same starting point and the same ending point, your eye, is showing up in two different places. So it has to be taking like two different paths. And they can't both be straight,
Well,
so one of them has to be bent.
That's because, like I was trying to say, light has two ways in which it propagates, and it's essentially perpendicular to one another, and it's how do I put this?
So what happens when we see three? You can see triple mirages. So you see three things of the same source. And if there's only two different ways, then how are you accounting for that third?
Well, I'm talking about the longitudinal and the radial components of light, being that it's kind of split like a wheel, and this is what makes up this coaxial geometry of light, being spatial electrical and magnetic components which induce each other. And just to say in simplex, it's kind of akin to, like I said, dropping like a stone in water, where two phenomena manifest perpendicular to one another, one being the radial waves of the water, and what rises out in line of the propagation, which is the drop. And this drop is what the atomists conflate as, in their ignorance, as a photon. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. But you just got to understand how the how perturbation works, and how this is connected to light, and it being like a rate of induction, and that it's inducing, like I said, two components, the dielectric and the magnetic.
You keep on using
which is
these words. I don't
essentially.
think you know what they actually mean.
Excuse me?
You keep on using these words, and I don't think you understand what they actually mean. Dielectric.
Well, I don't think you've ever
induction.
heard these words. Like
I've
for
used
example,
them in a field of study and field of work, so I do know
for
what they
example,
mean.
like I brought up
Very well.
perturbation versus propagation,
And I told you what it meant.
a bunch of you stumbled until Zanuck finally
No,
Googled it, and
I didn't
says,
Google
"Oh,
anything.
it's something that influences." And I honestly think, Zanuck, that you still don't understand the essence of perturbation versus propagation. But that's fine.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay. If you did, then you wouldn't be stumbled upon light like you are.
I'm not stumbled upon it. You are. I told you that you still see. You can actually take pictures of photons in path and at the target in a vacuum.
Zanuck,
photons can be registered by impact. They can be seen by your eyeball. A single photon
has never been the blip of an image on a TV screen, let alone a photo or a video. Sorry,
yeah,
Zanuck.
they have. They have.
This
So
is
you're
a
making
complete.
assertions you don't. So you don't understand. You don't understand what a photon is.
Show me. Show me.
I posted it. I don't know, 10 times already.
Let's see.
Post it again.
I'm in live chat right now. I'm waiting to see it.
All right, so I mean, we've talked a lot about a lot of things. And to go back, I think, to where we originally started was...
Hold on.
Oh.
Xanix's got a picture that he posted. Why don't you guys take a look at his photo?
I was out for a bit. What's
Does
this
this look
supposed
like
to be, Xanax?
Does this look like reality to you guys? More like virtual reality.
What's this supposed to be, Xanax?
This is an image of a photon.
Is that a claim of the real thing? Xanax?
This is a picture of a photon.
Are you claiming this is real?
A picture or a interpretation of detector information. In which case, what's the detector and what's the setup? I don't know why there's all these.
Just like photography uses the same type of detector. That would be the substrate. And
Is that a picture of a photon, Xanax?
You can't help yourself, can you, Kylie?
I can't.
No, you
I can't.
Yeah, it's a picture. Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm confused. Like, what does the colors represent? What does the height represent? What are the axes here? I'm not sure what to make of this.
Don't try to white knife for him, Emerald. He said
I'm asking him questions.
He's asking questions from
you just can't help yourself, can you?
We're all giggling deep down inside, Xanax. Sorry, it's hard.
There's no distortion on this picture, though.
Just talk us through it, Xanax, if you don't mind, because it's pretty interesting. We can see the green in the center and it going to red on one side, violet at the other, which mimics the rainbow somewhat, right?
So this is but they took a picture of a photon. This is what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can you be more?
The questions are about more like
can sense the
how the
giggling,
data is organized.
laughing.
Well, yeah. So the research team did this clever experiment using electrons to image light. And so, yeah, just like any other picture, you have a transposing of information, whether it be light exposing onto some type of substrate that it reacts to the light, then it creates a photon. It is a representation of what you're seeing. It's not what you're seeing.
Yes,
it's a representation of what you're seeing. So that's why
I'm asking about the details of the representation.
Hold on. That's what by definition is what a picture is. So this is a basic picture. Now, how they do this is very complicated, but it is in fact a picture of a photon.
Yeah, that's not the question. The question is the details of the representation. It looks like you're doing some kind of 2 input axes to 1 output axis. You've got color grading here. Do you know the details of what this representation is representing?
Yes.
Can you explain
a pulse of laser light?
Can you divulge?
Hold on. A pulse. See, you fuckers can't even keep your mouth shut for anyone to answer a simple question. So try to have some control. Try to have some control and some respect. Don't have some control and respect. Someone trying to answer a question that was actually, and it's on our side, by the way. Right?
All right, go ahead, Sandy.
Talking to me. He's asking me a question because he's.
Go ahead, Sandy. You're wasting time. You're wasting time, Sandy.
And I started saying
you're wasting
time. I said the experience.
He's googling at the same time.
I said a pulse of laser light, and then boom, you guys put it answer.
Fuck, you're worse than a woman. Come on, you guys.
A pulse of laser light is fired at a tiny metallic nanowire. And then the laser adds energy to the charged particles in the nanowire, causing them to vibrate. The light travels along this wire in 2 possible directions, like cars on a highway. And when the waves traveling in opposite directions meet each other, they form a new wave that looks like it's standing in place. And this standing wave becomes a source of light for the experiment, radiating around the nanowire.
We call those baby waves?
That's the picture.
Like the mama and daddy wave made a baby wave?
All right, I'm fucking done with you idiots.
What are the axes here? Like I see that something is increasing what looks like exponentially across the red to purple axis. What variable is changing there?
And that's where the experiment tricks come in. The scientists shoot the stream of electrons close to the nanowire, and they use them to image the standing wave of light. The electrons interact with those confined lights on the nanowire, and they either speed up or slow down. And they're using ultra-fast microscope. They image the position of where this change of speed occurs. And that's the image that you see on that colored picture. It looks like a cartoon, but it's just a picture. Now, I don't know the details. I didn't do the experiment. It's not simple shit, by the way. This is
just claiming it.
Right,
I'm just saying that this is a picture that basically quantifies.
I was expecting like a sphere.
Oh my God. Seriously?
What happened to the ball? What happened to the ball photon, Xanax? This is This looks like
There's
an
never
egg
been a
crate,
ball
bro.
photon.
I
There's always
appreciate
been like
the
a little
honesty.
energy
Like
packet
what I was
in an
wondering is like,
elongated tube packet of light. That's how it usually looks in most people's interpretation. But this is actually a picture represented by this test.
I guess, yeah, I appreciate being honest about not knowing specifics, because I was wondering, like, is this 2D plot, space? Is this space and frequency? Like, I wasn't exactly sure what that is.
I
Do you
want to
have
turn
the
that
link to the
into
paper this
a.
is from?
I want to turn that into a flag. I think that should be a flag.
I think it already is.
Oh, you're right. Huh? Dang it.
Do you have a link to the paper or
Yeah, I'll send
study
it.
or whatever
I'll send it to you.
Thanks.
What's going on underneath it, Zanik? It looks like a dial pad of sort. This is very. If this is representative of a photon, which we're told is a massless particle,
bulletproof vest. Looks like armor.
We'd never associate the two, would we?
If Zanik has a paper for this, is there a paper of we not seeing light and actually being some kind of ether turbidity or something? Is there a paper of that?
So that's a picture of nothing shining.
You asked for what? Do you have a picture of a paper? What did you ask for?
Of what we see.
Because you say that this is a picture of a photon and you have a paper of this experiment, sort of. I'm wondering. Yeah, but I'm wondering if Dyslow has some scientific papers of his claims about we not seeing light and light actually.
Yeah,
not
exactly. I'd love to see Dyslow. Has a lot of words. He puts them all together and strings them in sentences and says things are not as we think they are. They're completely opposite, basically. And all the words that we have knowledge about and that we use to be productive in industry, he says are all wrong, and there should be something else. So I'd like to see his. I agree with you. I'd like to see his paper on how his theories or ideas actually work and are useful for people to take advantage of this of this interpretation of his technology. Because so far I haven't seen anything he has done or talked about that is useful. Whereas everything we talk about or I talk about.
So this is what we observe. Yeah, this is the photons that we observe every day. Yeah, when we look at something, this is what we observe at Zanik, the photon.
I'll just say this, Zanik. I came to kick ass and write things on paper, and I'm all out of paper.
And that looks like more than a zero dimension. Isn't the photon of massless and zero dimensionality?
That doesn't look like anything but a made-up computer program of colors.
Zero rest mass.
Yeah, so it can have no volume then. If it has no mass, it can have no volume, occupy no space.
Mass is not volume.
Yeah, mass is not volume.
Can you see that off your computer screen? Can you see that electron or photon or proton off your computer screen? Or can you only see it on your computer
see electrons, photons, and protons on our computer screen, yes.
No, is that the only place you can see them?
What do you mean?
In your made-up world on your computer screen.
My made-up world?
No. That picture, that picture that you're seeing, Dimok, is hitting your eyes constantly. Like it's getting
everybody
bombarded
should take a hit of acid and come back. Everyone should take a big hit of acid and come back and we can talk about it some more.
That picture is not hitting mine.
Look at that picture, honey. It looks like somebody got it off the computer straight up, and everybody would tell you that. Even on the street, they would not say that's a picture of a photon. So let's just get real, okay? We all know that. Even your grandma would say that. My mom would say that. All that. And she's
Okay, so obviously people on the street that would look at that might say that. I agree with you, but they don't understand that there's a huge amount. There's millions of dollars of
They don't know shit.
Can I finish my sentence, Pete, please? There's millions of dollars of equipment that are sitting behind the process that was allowing us to take this capture of what is an interpretation of a photon.
Listen,
okay,
Sonic,
if I give you, it's an interpretation.
I'm
It's
giving
not
you all
even
the
a
words
real
you want.
thing. You just
I'm giving
admitted
it
it
to
right
you.
there. It's a capture of an interpretation.
It's a type of photograph, a representation of what we.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is more than one photon because it sounds like
yeah.
I was counting 32 actually.
He's also got millions of dollars.
They put the picture with a bunch of different wavelengths
and he
to
doesn't
show
know
that
anything
there's
about
colored
helium.
photons.
Oh, that's what it. Okay.
Hang on a second, Zanik. Can you clarify what's the size of a photon?
I don't know.
Oh my God!
I have an
You
idea,
have it
probably,
right
in this,
there, and you can
this
see it.
paper.
How do you not know? You can't measure what you see right there, Zanik. You can measure the
Something is a
distance.
particle and it's massless. How
But you
can it have
can't
any
measure
size?
the photon.
It has properties of a particle, but it is a wave. It's a wave that acts like a particle sometimes. You know,
What size of
Just
wave?
just follow his logic, right? Give him a picture,
This is
create a
why
nice
the science
story,
is so
and there you
fascinating for
go.
light. The study of light is very fascinating because there are some duality principles, and there are scientifically. Oh my God, I really can't get more than 3 words out before you.
I've
jump
been
in.
trying to ask a freaking question for the
You asked
past
it, and I
5
was
minutes. You
answering
won't.
you.
What did I ask you?
I can't even remember. You asked me what a photon, or have we
What
measured
did
a
I
photon,
ask
or
you?
what size it is?
That was me.
I'm getting fired at by a lot of people about questions. You were one of them, Silent. And when I started answering the
No,
questions,
I've been trying. I've been trying, but you
why don't
just
you state your question
take
clearly right now? Go ahead.
state my
Silent.
question. Does a photon has mass?
Then I answered that. I said it has no mass. It is massless. It has 0 rest
It
mass.
is
But it
massless.
acts like a particle. It behaves like a particle and also behaves like a wave. It has duality. This is known in science. The field of optics.
Hang on.
Oh my God.
We understand that that is in contradiction, right? You understand that, right?
Well, good. Then we all should be happy and move on.
What are the characteristics of a particle, Danik? Just asking what distinguishes it from a wave. So if it acts like a particle, how does a particle normally act? What is a
Look,
particle?
we've gone over this before. Look it up. Go ahead.
Just briefly.
Well, here's the thing: is they'll tell you that it's neither a particle nor a wave, but simultaneously both. But simultaneously neither. It's complete doublespeak.
They never say
And,
that. Nowhere it says it's not a wave. Nowhere.
That's correct,
Nowhere
guys.
is it
That's
said
what
it's
I
not a
said.
wave.
Is in
Show me a citation
how
that
you
says
say
it's not a wave.
the law of non-contradiction. It's pretty much.
Show me an article where someone says that light is not a wave. I guarantee you won't find that.
Oh yeah, they'll say it's a particle wave.
Who's they'll?
It's called a particle wave duality.
Right.
Well, no, none of them. There will be several articles that say it's not a wave, it's not a particle, it's got attributes of both. It's part both at the same time.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure some, magazines and articles and junk will represent it probably like that. The same way that folks say, that quantum computers just try all the solutions at the same time and pick the right answer. Like people who write
where do
magazines
we go,
oftentimes
Emerald?
aren't.
Emerald, tell us where do we go to know what it is?
Yeah, it's not a particle. It's not a wave. What is it, Emerald? Why don't you enlighten us?
I would say it's more complicated than just one or the other, or both.
It's just so complicated, bro. You sound like Richard Feynman when questioned by the interviewer, the famous interview where he's asked what magnetism is, and he says, "I could explain it, but it's too complicated. You wouldn't understand." Hilarious.
No, I'm not saying you wouldn't understand. I'm saying just give me a sec to. I mean,
look it up.
Oh, now you're gonna look up to one of those papers that you say that they don't know.
It's a traveling excitation in the electromagnetic field. There you go.
Oh
and
yeah,
its position. Its position.
You haven't defined
its
magnetism.
position is defined by a probabilistic wave.
You haven't defined electricity, but you're gonna combine all 3 of those words and act as if now you figured it all out.
We have defined electricity as the movement of charge.
You think electricity is the flow of charge? Yeah, discrete charge carrying particles. Your fucking clown car is not a fucking electricity, buddy.
Funny.
No, it's not funny. It's sad.
And your dielectric magnetism from the magical counter space flowing through the ether is not funny. It's sad. It's sad.
Yeah,
Show me that was beautiful.
Verifiable.
Show me that was great. No, that's stupid. That's just plain.
Actually,
stupid.
pathetic.
Exactly what's happening.
Pathetic, actually.
Verifiable.
Like if you can call mine, you can call mine sad all you want when that's what you have.
It's not yours. You just looked that
up. That's not what I have. You know what's funny?
What do you mean? I just looked that up.
All of the hodgepodge of word salad that you just tried to throw together is what gave us our entire electrical grid today that you're still using. Cute, isn't it?
What are you saying? I looked up right now. What did I look up that required so much googling to say?
Did you not just make a statement there that you read off the screen?
No, I've been playing a game this whole time.
He took my words and threw them together. But funny thing is that was more concise than anything you've probably said to date.
But that's because you have this bias where you only understand Wheeler talk.
It's not a bias, though. That's what I'm telling you. This language that was used is the same language that was used by the ether field gods that gave us the electrical grid. Everything you use was designed with these words in mind and applied.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't.
But all of a sudden, you think because you got a fucking computer that you're using that there's electrons taking place, bumping into each other.
No electrons flow in my computer. I have electron-free computer. Yeah. It's more green that way.
Yeah.
Computer love.
Can I see a picture of the
electrons are evil.
Yeah.
We want an electron-free
Can you show me? Hey, Zanuck, why don't you show us another picture?
Why don't you show us a picture of counter space, or show us a picture of the ether?
You want to see a picture of an electron?
So they made crystals out of electrons. So
when they fire
electrons, you want to see a picture of the
when
ether?
They fire electrons at near light speed, when they fire electrons at hey, I'm responding to Dingleberry here. When they fire electrons in a vacuum tube at near light speed, they're not really firing electrons at near light speed at a target and seeing the impact.
Nope.
What are they firing?
What test are you exactly referring to, Zanuck?
I'm exactly referring to the test they produce over at SLAC, Stanford Linear Accelerator, in that 2-mile long structure that's the straightest object in the universe that we know.
Fire resistance.
Kinetic energy. They're not firing electrons.
They're firing a corpuscle of dielectric capacitance.
Do you know what? Can you tell me what dielectric capacitance is?
Walk into the liquor store, but yes, I absolutely can do that.
Why don't you tell me what dielectric means for one?
He's walking to the liquor store. Give him a
bottle. Can you pick up a book? Put down the bottle. Pick up a book. That's all I'm gonna say.
Gummy.
Maybe you should pick up a bottle.
No personal.
That should be the motto.
Gummy, no personal attacks, please. Okay.
Okay. It was a joke, though.
Your dielectric.
Yeah, it was. It was funny, actually.
Is meaningless because you don't know what capacitance means and you don't know what dielectric means.
Yeah, you're gonna wait till I walk in the liquor store to run your trap, Zanuck.
We've already gone over this before. You're gonna fall in the same trap again.
Hold on, Sandy.
Sandy,
he cannot answer. Sandy.
Yeah, we'll let him get out the store before we keep talking about him, so we don't talk.
How about its invisibility of radiant energy that moves from one place to another?
Gummy Bear is playing a video game and arguing at the same time. Surely his heart is more in one than it is in the other.
Is it? Do you think it's that hard to talk and play at the same time?
Yes,
I do it. I do it all the time, Pete. I do it all the time.
And also, you also don't know what kind of game I'm playing either.
Maybe you're a transgender who can multitask easier than I can.
I don't know how transgenders multitask better.
I know.
Women.
Pete. Just saying. Pete, you're going off the reserve right now. Please.
I'm not playing a really intensive game. I'm playing an MMO where I can do some wood cutting and shit if I wanted to.
Which one you're playing? New World?
Yeah.
Ah, nice. Level cap or no?
No, I only started playing 2 days ago, so I'm only 29.
Oh, okay.
What game? What game is that?
New World. It's a very new MMO.
How many photons do humans put off?
I did not hear what you just said.
How many electrons and photons do humans put off?
Oh, in immense amounts.
The fart, for instance.
There you go. Believe it, Dima.
Why can't we see it?
Did you know that the humans give off light photons every single second?
Wouldn't that just be radiant energy?
Yeah.
No, it's photons.
So where's the single photons I can divide with each other and like say there's how many of them?
Annick just posted a picture demo. Do you not see it all over the place?
Yeah. Flap your hands like a chicken and you good. There you go.
And I'm putting off protons, but how many? Can I count them?
A lot of them. A lot of them. Didn't you hear? A lot of them.
A counting machine. A full-on counting machine.
Well, that's why an infrared camera can see you because you're giving off infrared light.
We need to count them.
You guys want to learn something about the particle wavelength reality? This little cartoon I posted is the best information you'll ever find.
Let
me finish.
No, thank you, Sandy. We don't watch cartoons.
Let me finish. Silence. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. I took the time to put a video on there for you. It's 2 minutes. It talks about the duality of particle.
You want to indoctrinate me with your cartoon,
You can't help yourself, can you? Stop it. Now, I spent time to do this. Please take the 2 minutes. Just watch this video, and it might give you a flavor of what mainstream science and maybe what you might even start wanting to believe about what this all means. It's only to understand what it means. So watch the video. Enjoy. Thank you.
All right, you done? All right.
Well,
I'm not gonna get indoctrinated
over to the whole time too.
Are you done?
Watch the video and get back to me, please.
No, I'm not gonna get indoctrinated by your cartoons, Sonic.
It's not indoctrination. It's an explanation of what you want to know. What we think. Here's what we think, and it's a great video. It's a cartoon.
That's the problem that you have.
It should be easy for you to watch because it's like a cartoon.
I'm sorry, Sonic, that you have.
I know you're one of those kids that when you read a book, mommy, does it have pictures in it? I don't want to read it. You only look at the pictures.
I'm a grown-up, Sonic.
So this is a good cartoon with pictures that actually gets a message across. So just try. Do yourself a favor.
Yeah, that's how you trick. That's how you trick little kids into believing your whole shit. That's how you guys do it. Yes.
Right.
Because you cannot show it. Because you cannot show it in real life. So you gotta use cartoons.
I have spent my life, my professional career, using these concepts to be productive. So obviously they work, or I wouldn't have been productive, right?
No. How about you show the real thing instead of showing cartoons, Sonic?
Because you don't understand the real thing.
I don't need to understand anything if you show it to be real.
I can't explain electromagnetism in terms that you can understand because I don't understand them in terms that you understand.
Listen, let me say this, Sonic.
Did you hear what I said?
Did you hear
what I said?
Yes. Hold on.
Okay.
I can draw. No, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
But you would understand.
Sonic. Let me just say this and I'll be quiet. Okay? I can draw a cartoon of me slapping you in the face, right? It will not be real. Now, if I slap you in the face, you can say that you don't understand all you want, but you're going to know it to be real, right?
Is this the dumber and dumber?
So show the real thing.
I'm not trying to explain
it is.
things.
No, is that your best come up?
I'm not trying to explain things that are real. I'm trying to let you know this is the way to understand what we understand these concepts to be. Not to make you feel one way or the other. You should understand our position. It's like Sun Tzu. When you're fighting somebody, you better know yourself and you better know the other person. If you don't know both, you will probably lose most of the time. That's Sun Tzu, Art of War. So now just
let me step in.
If you want to argue, stop it. If you want to understand,
let him finish.
Watch the video so you can understand. It's not showing reality. It's showing what we understand these things to be. Period.
Yo, you guys gotta stop.
Yeah,
all right, stop the clipping. Stop all that shit. Let everyone finish their sentence. It's getting hot and heavy. Xanax and Harry's a nutcase. Let's have our best guy go at him. We can't have 5 flat earthers going at him. It ain't gonna work. You need to pick our best one and let them do it.
Exactly. So I countered Silent, telling him this wasn't indoctrinating or having him represent reality with this video. This is only a way for him to understand how we understand these concepts to be. So watch the video, then you'll have a good perspective of what we think, and then you can put the contrarian view out. Okay?
That's all right. Let me answer.
I've been repeat what we think wrong. Okay,
Sonic, I've been listening to you for what, 5 years? You don't think I know what you understand by the things that you talk about?
No. What's a reference frame?
All right.
No,
let's not get into that.
You said 5 years I've been saying this. What's a reference frame, Silent? As I've explained it. What is it?
I don't know, Sonic. I don't know what it is.
You don't know. So you're a liar.
Yeah, I don't know. Yes, I'm a liar.
You just said you understood things for 5 years. Listen to me.
I do. I just don't care to explain to you.
Common topic I talk about, and you can't even repeat my interpretation of that concept. Really? Come on, Silent. You're better than that. Don't say stupid shit. Come on. Thank you.
Just like you say with the photons and the
protons. There you go. You won. Be happy.
So,
of course I win. I always win.
Sonic, when you get a winner,
I'm like Charlie Sheen. I'm a winner.
Hello?
Yeah, Silent. I'm just giving you a hard time. You know what I'm trying to do here. Just watch the video.
Can you hear?
Xanax, do you have demo muted?
No, I don't hear. I'm way turned down. He's just
well, you're talking all over him. It's not working. Please
fix it, Xanax.
Back up some.
Xanax, fix it.
All right, fixed.
I was just wondering when you were talking about humans, and he said humans put off the electrons, the protons, or whatever, right? And then he said he couldn't single one out or tell me how many, or he couldn't count them, or he couldn't tell me the first to the last.
Yeah, we
then
can
I
count
was
them.
Then I'm wondering, like, when you're sick, right? Your temperature rises. So did your photons and electrons increase because your temperature rised?
Yes.
You're
So now
giving
when you
off,
get sick, you produce more energy,
Yeah,
right?
you give off photons.
So the hotter you are, the more energy you're giving off in the form of photons. That is literally why you can see a person with infrared and something that gets very hot, like the sun, but you can see that with your naked eye because it's hot enough for the energy, for the light to be energetic enough for you to see it. Something
This
that's
is like
not
how
very
IR
hot.
thermometers work too.
Yeah,
Like you can take someone's temperature from far away.
Something that's
A
not very
temperature is
hot, like
not
the human
photon.
body, will give off light, but in low energy, which is infrared.
So in
But
a
this is
light,
all
you can
this
see
is all due to
photons
fields,
leave
not
the body.
particles bouncing around.
Explain
Yeah,
that
yeah.
for us. Go ahead. How
Yeah.
is it? How is one more correct than the other? Why don't you give us your explanation why this is wrong and you were
So
right?
I want to, for 1 second, we're going to ignore all of standard, like the standard model, all of electromagnetics, and we're going to talk about Dyslow. Dyslow, you're going to give us claims, and we're going to discuss that.
Okay.
Hold on, I just want to point out that heat is not a
Give us some
particle.
claims about
disregard
what it is.
that's been said.
Yeah, so
Well,
we're going to pretend
we're going to
we don't know
disregard everything
anything
that's
about
been said, and therefore we're going to
electromagnetism,
go
and
to
you're going to explain it to us.
No.
All
You
right.
said you was going to disregard everything that's been said.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Daislow's going to explain it to us as he understands it.
Yeah. So
Okay.
like
Alright.
why does a magnet
So-
do something, and like what is
How
light
about just
and all of these
a
things.
glowing metal
let's not
bar?
jump around. We got
How
to
about
be
just
on
a glowing?
topic
How about a
here.
glowing a red hot metal bar? Tell us about
You guys are
electromagnetism,
all over the place right
dielectric.
now, man.
Okay. So the
I
end
want to know how
so
we're
right
going
now,
to disregard everything's been said.
so right now, the end product that we want you to explain in your own words would be, why does a human body give off like infrared light? And
No.
you can build it up from the bottom up however you want, but that's what we want to be able to
You said
understand. So
you
please.
said we're going to disregard everything that's been said. Correct?
You're just adding noise to the
Sure.
conversation. Stop it. What he's saying is, let's forget about all that's been said. Let's have a clean slate and have Dyslow explain to us how
No.
Oh my God!
We're going to
You're a
disregard
nightmare.
everything that's been said. How
Yes.
can you
No, he said we're going to disregard the
Sometimes already.
standard
We've explained
model.
it
He
to
says
you.
we're going to disregard our current conception of science and build it up from whatever Dyslow has, and see if we can get to the end result of people give off infrared.
Yeah,
I want to
and
see
you
how
can
we
build it
get
up from
more
whatever
data.
fundamental you want, but you need to allow us some room to ask questions. So don't
Well,
just list it all off at once.
Let me ask you first, where do people, if you looked at a person through an infrared camera, would it be throughout the whole of the being that the what do you call it, the signal has been received? Throughout the whole of the, or is it the surface? Is it, you know what I mean? I'm just asking that because I don't know.
Yeah, it would be like a liquid or a shell or a medium around. It wouldn't be like dots.
Well,
it wouldn't be like
right
one dot.
now,
Let's
I'm
talk
sorry,
about
but I
talk
don't
about
quite
infrared
know
first.
anything about it right now. So could we ask Dyslow? Dyslow, could you please try and explain it to us?
No.
Let's talk
If
about
we're
infrared.
going to disregard everything that's been
No,
said.
perfect.
Holy
Let
crap, dude, just
Dyslow
let
explain
Dyslow
it.
talk. No one else is asking you.
Yeah, I have no idea what we're talking about. I need Dyslow to help us out here.
Well, go back to your
All right,
game.
so-
You half an eye is in your
Bullshit.
game.
Are you
Stop it.
Dyslow?
Let
Are
Dyslow
you
respond.
Dyslow?
Don't worry about that. What you say doesn't go.
Pete,
You keep
no one wants to hear you talk
interrupting.
right now. Just let
Dyslow has tried
respond.
to start speaking, and you're interrupting him. You're being very rude. Go ahead, Dyslow. We're
No, wait a
raving.
minute. No, I want to know the basis which we're starting off from.
We're about to find out. We asked Dyslow, you can start from whatever basis you want.
What's
and
the
he hasn't
phenomena
yet
here?
been able
Tell
to
us
say
what's the
anything.
phenomena.
Yeah, that's what. All right, go ahead, Dyslow. I'm gonna start modding people that interrupt you. Go ahead.
So let's just talk about infrared really quickly before we carry on to the basis of infrared. Like, what is infrared? Let's discuss that for a minute. Can you have infrared without heat, or you have to have temperature? Which one's consistent? What's the necessary MC for infrared to be picked up and detected?
Do you know the difference between heat and temperature?
Yeah.
What is it?
But
What would the
I'm
difference
asking.
be?
That's what I'm asking.
No,
Well, no,
you said
kind of what I'm
yes,
you're
asking
the
you right now. In
teacher,
regard,
so can you explain what is the difference between temperature and heat? because we're atomists, so we would explain it through things that wouldn't make sense to you.
I thought you didn't
Pete,
know anything.
Stop it, Pete. You're not supposed to speak.
So how do we explain heat and temperature without atoms and all of these things?
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to ask. I was trying to define infrared. We got to start
Radiant
off with defining things.
Right. Do you have it? Do you have a
Radiant
definition for infrared? Like this is
one
like a teaching moment. Let's say we don't know. How would you tell us the definition of infrared?
It's layers from the source outward. From
I'm not
the
asking
source
you.
of heat outward.
We're asking Dysel.
Dimok, please. It's Dyslo who has to answer. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
All light essentially is electromagnetic perturbation. So when we're going to talk about one particular spectrum of light, i.e. infrared, we first have to talk about what it is, and that I've just defined, but what differentiates infrared from all other spectrums, right? This is the detection of what I would say temperature, and what
Can I ask you a quick
I guess
question?
would say
When you say
would be
spectrums, spectrum usually is like what spectrum are you looking at? A spectrum of temperature, spectrum of are you talking about frequency? Maybe. What is the infrared? I think you're getting off the topic there. You said spectrum. What do you mean by spectrum? Because the spectrum could mean spectrum of what? Frequencies, temperatures. What do you think?
Actually, can I go more basic, because I'm kind of confused. I just came in. Can Dyslo define what heat is first, and then how heat gives off light or this infrared?
Well.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
That's more basic.
Temperature. Yeah, the
No,
temperature is.
I didn't say temperature. I said heat. What is heat?
I'm getting into between temperature versus heat. So I don't understand like why you want to interrupt me, but anyhow,
I'm asking what heat is.
Let me give you the answer. Heat is the
So
transfer
why
of
does
energy.
everyone want
let
to
him.
step on
All
me,
right,
dude?
he's gonna explain heat, but also explain why it's different from temperature.
I will do
Now
that.
go.
Okay.
So
Heat
he
is the
describes
transfer
the
of energy.
Oh God, man, this is sad, guys.
Okay, I'm gonna count him
Right
down.
off
No
of
one
Google.
but Dyslo
It'll come right
talk.
off of Google.
Guys,
3,
shut
2,
the fuck.
1,
No, you're not
go.
doing a countdown. Fuck your countdown. Everyone, shut up and let him respond.
So heat describes the transfer of entropy versus, and temperature describes the
Transfer of
base of
entropy?
measure
Oh my
of
gosh.
kinetic energy.
Wait. Transfer of entropy? How do you transfer entropy? It's a state.
Let him
It's not a
answer.
state function.
Let him answer, please.
Yeah, it's the transfer of thermal energy, which essentially boils down to entropy.
No, thermal entropy is not entropy.
Hold on, Sandy. I thought you were here to learn. Why are you questioning him?
But we know words. We didn't want to listen to what we've said before, but we want to get a good
Oh,
description.
so I thought you guys were forgetting all known things.
No, the
that
theory.
you're learning from him.
Using words.
Let me act like the student. I'll act like the
That
student.
was the
What's thermal
exercise.
energy? What's
Go ahead,
thermal
Paul.
energy? What's thermal energy? What is that? What's going on?
It's the buildup of what you guys would conflate as kinetic energy, and the release and transfer of.
But let's say that we weren't conflating it. Just like at a fundamental level, what is it?
Well, I would tell you at the fundamental level, this is the expression of a field. There's no such thing as an energy. These are what should be called fields. So all phenomenal experience, whether it be electrical, heat, you name it, this is all field expressions.
What's a field?
Yeah, there you go.
Well, that's a good question. Basically, current science has kind of divvied up fields and kind of broken things up into different fields, but there's only essentially two fields that make the one field, being the ether. So all fields are ether perturbation modalities, and like I said, there's only one field ultimately, that being the ether itself.
I'm sorry, you breezed over real quick.
say
Ether perturbation modality.
I hate to say it. I still don't know what heat is or thermal whatever energy is. I still don't know what it is.
Well, heat's just the buildup of kinetic energy, what you guys would say the excitement of the molecules. Yeah.
Well, okay. So wait a minute. So this is the problem. So you're saying this is what we're saying. Everybody's been asking what you're saying this is. So you have to remove what we're saying, and you have to explain what kinetic energy is, what heat is, in that paradigm that you are offering. So you're still not defined anything into your understanding.
Yeah. So
you're
everything,
negating ours.
So everything in nature, in reality, is governed by temperature and field pressure mediation, and this is essentially the characteristic of how the field exemplifies itself in reality.
So what's temperature?
Temperature would be a field expression.
Expression of what?
Of energy moving from a Cartesian manifestation to a dissipation into counter space. Everything comes from counter space and goes to counter space.
How do we observe counter space?
Energy is just the ether. It's often confused with the dissipation or diminution of energy as manifest, which is impotency of energy. But no branch of science has ever explained energy. This is why you guys have no idea how to define the parameters for it.
I'm asking you what energy is, not defining what they're saying. They don't understand it, or they don't get it. What is energy?
From the perspective of the absolute, energy flows 1/5 to the power of -3. This is the extrinsic nature of all absolute, to which since the beginning of time has been asked why anything rather than nothing at all.
Sorry, you said it travels at a speed?
Well, wait a minute. He still hasn't said what energy is. He's just getting to some mathematical description. He hasn't even told me a simple explanation of what energy is.
Yeah, and then I want to get to how it travels at a speed. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So
well,
we could.
May I say something here, Daislo?
Yeah.
Paul, at this point, you're asking what is wood? Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, wood. Well, I mean, I can guess what I think wood is. I'm driving by some trees, and that's wood. So a tree.
Well, that's a tree. It's made of wood.
Yeah, that's
what
energy
is wood?
Right there. That's the impotency of energy before your eyes. It's stored energy. Like you're gonna change.
You saying okay? What is energy, Dice?
You're gonna change the temperature and the pressure of that wood, and guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna create light. You can create light from that wood by changing the temperature and the pressure. Isn't that amazing, Paul?
Okay,
you can see the energy manifest before your eyes. Crazy.
Okay, you still haven't told me what energy is. You still haven't told me what energy is.
I told you, you're not listening. I told you, Paul, very clearly. Energy is none other than the field.
So what's the
you
field
should
again?
Replace the word energy with the word field.
So what is it? Okay, so energy, field are all the same. So when you say the word field, I have to equate it to being energy. They're the same thing. They're equivalent.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, energy refers to quantification of the field, but it no sooner explains the field than it does quantify it.
Okay, so you see, here's the problem, though. You're saying energy is a field and field is an energy.
Energy in your understanding.
Then you have to define what a field is again. Tell me what a field is.
Yeah,
Tell me what a field is again.
So you're just going to be rude, Paul? This is the game you want to do with me? I'm giving you my God-given time right now, and you want to step on my dick. You're gonna simmer down and be respectful, Paul, or are you gonna you want to get nasty?
Go ahead.
What am I going ahead to, Paul? You want me to tap dance for you? So what do you want me to fucking do, Paul?
What's a field again? I don't think I understand what a field is.
You're getting aggressive, bro. Take it down a little bit. You're getting a little bit aggressive.
Okay, well, do me a favor, Silent, and help moderate a little instead of allowing me to be trampled upon. You want me to tap dance for you guys, but then you're going to kick me around and think I'm not going to fucking say something?
All right.
Why don't you
I
tell
apologize,
him?
I
Go ahead,
apologize, Daislo.
you tell it, Silent.
Daislo, I apologize, bro, but you've been asked this question so many times, and you haven't asked answer.
I've answered quite clearly. Just because you guys are upset with the answer you're given doesn't give you the right to say I haven't given you an answer. You asked me what energy was. I told you energy is a field. You asked me what a field was. I told you it's an ether perturbation modality. And you guys want to play this circular logic, circular questioning game with me.
This is your circular logic. You're making the terms. We're trying to understand your understanding. I asked you what energy is. You said it's a field. So they're equivalent. So now I need to understand what a field is. So what's a field?
Wait, he said it. He just said it's ether perturbation modality. What I guess I'd ask next is what's the ether?
Right.
So
that would be the next one.
The ether is comprised of two fields making the ether field. Essentially, there's only one field, that being the ether field. But if you actually boiled it down, the reason I say only one field is because this is what we witness within reality. We witness one half of the conjugate geometry that makes up our entire reality here, which is what's manifest before our eyes. So when we talk about the ether, it's comprised of two fields. One being the dielectric field.
You still, Daislo, I'm sorry, Daislo. Hang on a second.
Hold on.
Hold on a second, Daislo. You still haven't defined what a field is. You keep saying what ether is and this and that, and you're saying it's a duality of fields, but you haven't defined what a field is.
Okay, you ready? Are you going to interrupt me, or are you going to let me tell you?
No.
Because it's really hard to get into these things when you stop me every 5 fucking seconds, Paul, and then want to act like I didn't tell you anything. And you're right, I didn't tell you shit.
Every 5 seconds.
You interrupt me the whole time. So what do you want to do? Do you want to listen or do you want to interrupt? You can't do both, Paul.
You know what? I've been sitting here quietly for the last 30 seconds, not saying a word. I asked you a question and you went off on me. So go ahead. What's a field?
That way, all right. A field is an ether perturbation modality. Ultimately, there's only one field, Paul, that being the ether itself. But the ether in stasis has no Cartesian presence, which is the only manner by which empirical beings deem anything to be as. As such, we must declare the dielectric to be the one fundamental field as manifest, which is the ether under stress or torsion. And the conjugate of the dielectric is magnetism. When I say conjugate, I'm referring to the antithesis. Okay?
Okay, you just said a lot. Hold on a second. You said a lot. I got lost after about 5 words. I don't know where you're at and what you said. So I want to go very back to the beginning. What you said, say it once, say it again slowly. The very first few words you said.
I think you're roboting, Paul.
Tell me when you can hear me. Tell me when you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, Paul, but I think you should pull over.
Okay, so now, wait a minute. Stop. Okay, I told you I got lost after about 5 words you said. First 5 words you said. Everything else, I have no idea what you were saying. So go back to the very beginning for the first few words you said and say it again, and let's break each one of those words down because I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, let's do it.
Every time you've spoken, I've always understood what you said.
All right, let's do it.
Go ahead.
Can you hear Paul? All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, a field is an ether perturbation modality. So let's look up those
stop.
words.
Stop. Okay, yeah, what's ether? What's ether?
Ether is pure potential. You can call it 0-point energy. You can call it non-Cartesianal inertia. You can call it counter space. You can call it the dielectric field.
Well,
I have no.
Is there no difference between ether and counter space? Because I heard you use them as two different things before, but now they're the same thing.
Counter space. Yeah, this is a great question, and I'm glad you asked that. Very good question. Counter space refers to half of the ether. the side that we don't visibly experience. This is the dielectric field. I told you the ether is comprised of two fields making one field. These two fields is the dielectric and the magnetic. Everything on the dielectric side is involved in counter space. Everything on the magnetic side is involved in our phenomenal existence, which we experience here within our realm.
Wait,
So
I'm confused a little bit. You say
dielectric
sorry, go
is
ahead.
counter space, magnetism is ether, and they're part of a whole, but we only see one. Okay.
No. That's not what I said.
No?
You fucking butchered it. No.
Oh, how did I'm sorry. Could you? What did I do wrong?
Back it up. Say it again. I'll correct you as we go.
So the counter space is dielectric, and the ether is magnetic.
Oh, there you went wrong. Ether is comprised of the magnetic and the dielectric together. Not one ether, but the both of those together.
Okay. So ether is the whole. Ether is the whole. Counter space is a part, but the one we don't see.
Yeah. Yes, it's the part of the dielectric side. Yes.
Okay.
I want to understand what this potential thing was. He said it's potential. Potential of what?
Oh, pure potential is what I said. Pure potential.
Okay, pure potential of what?
Of energy. Pure potential.
We're back to that again. So we're back. So wait. Hold on. Stop. So far you keep kind of circling back and using the same words.
Okay, sorry. Let me just eliminate. Let me just use pure ether talk and see how far we get. Like I'm trying to help you. So
I know. Well, no, wait. Hold on, Dice. Hold on, Dice. So stop. So far you defined the energy as the field. Now you're saying the field is the ether. The ether is potential, and then you're saying it's potential energy. So that's kind of the train of thought. So all those are equal. So you're saying, so you're kind of circling back saying potential, the ether is energy, but it's the same thing that you're talking about. So you're kind of equivocating across the board. So really, you could say all the words you're saying are basically the same thing. There's no difference. There's no distinction from anything you're saying.
So here's how. So we get light, electricity, and magnetism, all from the dielectric field. The loss of the dielectric field breeds magnetism. Okay, and these two fields together is how we get electricity, light.
Okay, you're telling me right now, Dicelo, you're telling me how it works. You're telling me
I'm telling you what ether is. I'm telling you that the main things that come from the ether that are involved with the ether. Like I'm not saying the dirt on the ground is ether. I'm telling you specifically what ether is. It's light, electricity, and magnetism. These are constituents of the ether.
So they're all equal. So they're all the same thing. Ether is light, electricity.
They're not the same thing.
That's what you were saying.
No, I say they come from the ether. I didn't say light, magnetism. I never once said light, magnetism, electricity are the same thing. Never once said that, Paul.
Okay. I'm the student. I'm trying to understand. I still don't understand, but we'll go from there. So right little I understand then somehow the ether, which you said earlier that the ether was energy or potential, pure potential, which usually when you say pure potential of something, like I have the potential to become a rocket scientist, I have the potential to become a doctor, I have the potential to become a something, I could become something. I have that potential to do that. But when you say it's just pure potential, but there's nothing other than that. It's just an adjective without a noun.
Potential of electricity, magnetism, or light. Like that's what you're going to get from the ether.
Okay, so again, let's go back one more time then. So remind me what the ether was. What's the ether?
The ether is the dielectric field and the magnetic field in unison. These two conjugate geometries that make up these two things are comprised of the ether. This is what the ether is. It's two things manifest as one.
So what's the dielectric field and what's the other field?
You have to understand consubstantial. Got to understand consubstantiality a little bit.
Okay, I'll just say, I guess I'll never understand. I'm probably just going to be a stupid idiot.
You can if
in the
you
room.
really want to, Paul. I mean, if you don't want to, then you don't have to.
I'm
But if you do
trying.
want to,
Nice,
it's here for you.
For the last year, I have been trying. Okay, go ahead.
So part of I think the
Sorry.
problem that appears is that
It took me 6 years of beating my head, Paul, before I could digest any of this.
So
maybe I could help.
One thing that's being a problem, I think, is that we'll ask something like, "What's energy?" and then you'll give us an answer, and then we'll try and go deeper and deeper, and then we reach a point where you go back to energy, and it just feels a bit circular.
Sure, Gummy.
Yeah,
let's
that's kind of my
let
point.
Fundy. Hey,
That's kind of my
Paul.
point.
Let's let Fundy take a shot at this, please. So let's just make
Go
a
ahead.
spot for Fundy for a sec.
Well, thanks. It was Paul, right? Trying to get some answers. And when you said pure potential is the ether, so is everything actualized too. So even matter would be an expression of the ether, as all things would be an expression of the ether, being the fundamental substrate of all of it. Oh, what's up, Dice Lip? And so the ether can be broken up into two other parts in a sense. There's the magnetic and dielectric field, and there's going to be movement and fluctuations from magnetism and dielectricity, but also from potential to actualization. And so matter is the actualization of the potential, and energy is the movement of the ether, which is a perpetual motion device where nothing ever is lost outside of the system to heat or anything. It's just a constant flux going on.
Okay,
So
now I can understand that. I'll get you that. Honestly, that helped a little bit. So basically, to sum up, what you're saying is the ether is the substrate on which everything is built.
Yeah, and energy is the movement.
Okay, now here's the thing. Okay, now here's the thing. That may be fine. It's like, okay, I can say the foundation of a vehicle is aluminum or iron, right? And the iron ore is the basis of the car itself, or whatever you want to call that. Now, hold on a second. But that doesn't, you're still having, so you're just saying it's a substrate. So you don't know what the ether truly is, but you're using it as a means to try to build upon all the other aspects of reality.
Yeah, you got me there. That is what I'm doing.
That might be his, but that's not my. That's not my end all result on ether.
How does yours differ?
Well,
it sounds like you kind of just definitionally constructed the ether to be the basis of all electricity, magnetism, and light, like by definition.
Yep. That's what it sounds like.
Like I've told you, all fields are the ether. All fields are modalities of the ether without exception. Any conception of action at a distance without an ether field as a meteor is illogical, senseless, and impossible. End quote, Ken Wheeler.
Well, right, but why do I have to take his word for it? Why does it have to be impossible?
He said, end quote, Ken Wheeler.
Yes, sir.
Well, right, that's what I'm saying. Like, why are you taking his word for it that there must be this ether? What if there just isn't? And what if Ken Wheeler's just wrong?
I'm going to give you a quote by Sir Isaac Newton from the Letters to Bentley in 1692.
I mean, this is the same thing, right? I don't care what people say. I care what can be shown.
You should, because this is the foundation of your understanding.
No.
This guy here.
Can I just ask something? So
you're going to deny Newton?
Wait, hold on. Just listen. You guys are like piling on. You ask him a question, and then like 3 people try to make a clarifications before he's even able to say anything. Come on.
Right, yeah, like I don't like taking people's words at face value. Like if Newton says, F equals ma or whatever.
Well, Emerald, what do you want? What do you want? Do you want him to hand you over a piece of ether? I mean, what's going to be evidence for you, or what's going to be proof?
All right, I was going to get to that. Like you said earlier, Dicelo, right, that the ether, or at least the dielectric part of it, has no Cartesian presence, and that Cartesian presence is like the only means by which empirical beings can take measurements and such. So how do you have any kind of confidence in what counter space is or how it works if we can't empirically test it?
I would I would hope you would allow me to read this to you because I think it might help you maybe.
Sure.
It is in that in
I think you're roboting.
Okay, sorry. Hold on. Let me get to a better spot.
Sounds better now.
Okay. All right. Now remember, this is from Newton. He says it is inconceivable that in how do I pronounce this? Inanimate matter should, without mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact. Gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body can act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and course may be conveyed from one to another, is to me a great and absurdity that I believe no man who has a philosophical matters who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into. For it, gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers. He was referring to the ether.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
so
let's say
chills.
that.
I got chills running up my arm right now.
Yeah. I would say there are sort of two layers to unpack. One of them is, I mean, yeah, we can agree it's absurd, but at what level is or absurd not to have an ether? But at what level is that, philosophical basis an actual like proof of existence?
Logic. Everything has to come from logic. We cannot make hypotheses based on absurdities. We have to base our hypothesis and off of pure logic. Once it contradicts logic and rationale, you're left with a concept, man. Like, we don't want concepts. We want answers. We want explanation.
Here's something. Can I jump back in?
I mean, he just presented a concept. He presented the concept of this agent that mediates gravity in his case.
Logically implicitive.
Can I get one clarification about ether? So, of course, we live within what we see as a Cartesian space. And what I wonder is ether something that fills Cartesian space, or is it what makes up Cartesian space?
Both.
No, it's non-Cartesianal. Non-Cartesianal. It's the inverse. It's like when you see. Let me help you. Let me help you give you something that you guys subscribe to, i.e., black holes. You look at a black hole, right? You're looking at the dielectric field manifest. The dielectric field is overthrowing the property of the magnetic field, and it's like an arm wrestling match. You've got the magnetic field and you've got the dielectric field in a mutual arm wrestling.
The
dielectric field is winning, and you're seeing a black hole. This is that.
I'm trying to figure out if space itself, like the volume of what we live in, is that filled by ether, or is it ether itself?
Yes.
Do you get what I mean? Like, what the difference between the two? Which one would it be, or would it be something a third option?
It's
potential resistance.
Go ahead. Someone wants to say something, and go ahead.
Yeah, potential resistance. It's resistance to negative.
You're roboting.
You mentioned something profound.
D-Mock's telling you it's resistance. He wants to tell you it's resistance.
But you mentioned something profound by Newton, and I think he was right. He had every reason in the world to question that, and that's why Einstein was then motivated to kind of give an explanation of what he thought caused that. The ability to have an attraction, some type of force from at a distance, and not have any reason or any mechanism for that to occur. So that's where general relativity came from.
Right. Like the base statement that's being made is that perhaps some agent needs to exist, but who's to say it's this specific agent you describe with the conjugate geometry and with dielectricity and magnetism? Who's to say it's not, Einstein's Riemannian force space? They both can be claimed to exist because we can talk about them. In what sense is yours more correct?
Did we get an answer to my question? I'm not sure if I blanked out and didn't hear it. To whether ether is space itself or it fills space. What was the answer?
No,
I think he said both.
Space is not the ether. Space is the. I don't want to get into space, but ether's here within our realm.
Okay. But so would you say then at least that without having to define space itself, that ether is what fills it rather than what is it?
Space is always within the field. I'll tell you this, and ether is the field itself.
Can you answer the question? Because I'm actually interested in the answer.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm sorry. Okay, I didn't quite get what. Could you reword that last bit? Or
space can never be outside the field. Space is always within the field, and ether is the field.
So,
so is space within
so it's not so much
ether, or is ether within space? Like, which is the antecedent? Or are they one and the same, or what's the answer?
I don't know.
Space is a bit of a chasm.
I have to think about that.
Okay. No, that's fine.
Space is like a chasm of either the ether itself or one of the fields of the ether. I'm not quite made up my mind on it yet, though.
It's a chasm of resistance. It's negative resistance for space and positive resistance for every medium other than that. So the medium of space is a negative, but it's potential still. So it's a negative potential. So it's a negative resistance. And then you got a positive resistance. Everywhere you go, there's a type of resistance happening or a reaction. You can call it resistance, you can call it a reaction.
But okay, so whether it's resistance or not, that doesn't quite talk about the whole thing of whether ether is space or ether is within space, or space is within ether, or what kind of relationship do you have.
That's because you keep saying the word ether and you want to give it some kind of fucking idea behind it. That's your problem.
That's what we've been asking.
I'm trying to get an
idea provided by Dyslo.
No, but in reality, we're separated by mediums. This isn't Dyslo, but we're separated by mediums. We have a medium here where there's like positive fucking actions and reactions, and we go up there, there's like a negative action or reaction.
Yeah.
Either way, you're getting a reaction. So
But what you're saying is that any medium is just an expression of the ether. And then I'm trying to understand then, okay, so ether expresses itself, and then the question would be then is it the ether that makes up space, or is ether within space?
What if it's a bit of both? Something has to generate the barrier which separates Earth from whatever is beyond, which is not empty space.
Well, so can I ask? Maybe I'll ask a question in another. I'll ask you a question in another way. So, like, is ether? Does it have properties, or is it something within which properties exist? So, like, it has mass, or no, it's something that mass resides in.
I'll see my
and would it be fair to say properties of volume?
Yeah. So does it have a volume?
Yeah. Does it inherent properties of volumes, or does it take up volume, as in it fills up a volume that's there?
Yeah, RC Meister, is that you?
Yeah, that's RC. I would like to read a quote.
Well, I'll speak to RC Meister, please.
Go ahead.
RC Meister, you say I do not fly helicopters, correct?
Gosh, Wardenclyffe, we're talking about something else right now. My gosh, I have asked that question.
No, well,
if this is really a pressing interpersonal matter, take it to DMs, because we don't want to really derail the conversation.
We are genuinely interested in like these questions. We're not mocking right now.
I truly am, Dyslo. Like, you can read whatever you want.
I at least have to say that
I don't care. Even if you guys are pulling my leg and trolling me, like, I don't care. As long as you're respectful, like, I don't care, man.
Yeah, so hang on, Dyslo. Let me answer somewhat then. You're aware that the idea of ether goes back many years, and it was almost universally accepted before Einstein debunked it and everything took a different course. You're aware of that definition of ether, right, Gummy Bear?
I'm aware that they were talking about ether back then, but I don't have a thorough definition of it the same way that I'm trying to get it right now.
You don't have an understanding of what ether was determined to be. Okay.
So I have the understanding of calling it like the medium of the universe or whatever you want to call it. But I'm like right now, the question I'm asking right now, I've never heard answered, which is why I'm asking it. Like, is it within space, or does it make up space?
Let me tell you this.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, man. Like we'd have to talk about space to really get to the heart of the matter.
Yeah.
And I don't know if like the crowd really wants to go down that road. I'm
What is
willing
space,
to.
Dice Flow? Go on.
It would
Well,
be. It's very.
Not fair to everybody.
It's very relevant. So, is
Exactly.
anyone thoroughly opposed to talking about it?
No, I really.
I want to
Yeah.
sum up what I heard real quick. We can talk if we can move it out, but I want to sum up because I've been the one asking the question, so I have to kind of sum up what I think I've heard. This is what I heard the ether is, and even what Dicel just read. It is a philosophical argument or logical conclusion of explanations of something that they can't quantify scientifically.
No.
I'd also like to add that the ether is the transcendent and the non-transcendent, or the mundane, whatever the opposite of transcendent would be. It is both, but I'd say, in a sense, if you want to imagine this way, the ether is originally transcendent, and then through its modalities and fluctuations, that is what we call reality, or something that's actualized. But it does need a sort of separate space from potential in the place where we call space, to have like individuated actualizations.
Well, the first word that came to my mouth, and I hate to use this, instead of God of the gaps, it's the ether of the gaps. So I hate to say it, but that's
You
what I
believe in
thought.
God. What are the attributes of God that you can testify to, Paul?
Can we not
don't
move
think it's
on?
the same thing-
Can we not talk about God?
I'm not going to go down that road. No. No, we're not going to do that now.
If you don't think it's the same thing, well, without ether, there's no existence. There's no life. It's not a philosophical thing. It's an absolute reality.
Okay,
Where it
I don't want
stems from, within a flat Earth sense.
that'll
which
derail
is
the
the question
conversation.
for
I'm not
you.
going.
Yeah.
We're not going.
Let's not go there.
What do you mean? What's all this about? I wasn't trying to put.
I don't have a problem.
What?
Well, I don't have a problem talking about God, and there's a lot of people out here know that I don't. But if we go down that road, it'll derail the current conversation. So I'm not going to do that.
And I have no problem with taking something to be axiomatically true, but just like let's not talk about God right now because
It's not.
will
It's
derail it.
equivalent. So you can't point your finger at ether and say there's ether, but yet without it, the claim is that nothing exists. So how are you going to bridge that gap? That's why I asked you originally. Were you aware that ether was a universally, almost universally, as the story goes, held concept?
But you, in order to say,
attributed to it.
in order to say that anytime you point it's ether, you have to take that to be axiomatically true, because it is not shown by an experiment, like you've said yourself. You don't point and see it; it just is. Yeah. That's why it has to be an axiomatic truth.
Well, you have to reason your way to it as well. When you come away from spinning ball Earth, we realize that the Earth is enclosed. Now, ether might have necessarily something to do with this enclosure, which what is creating the barrier should be a question for all of us flat earthers. Ether is perfectly, you can go out and prove the ether to yourself in a few different ways. What do you call it? Interferometer is one way.
Different ways?
You can actually hang on, please. You can actually reason it yourself by looking at the clouds and the formations of the clouds. But anyway,
it would be lovely to go. We can go into how we can prove it in a second. We were moving into like space and the relationship between space and ether.
Right.
If ether fills it, if ether makes it. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Dice.
Well, I just want to start the quote real quick from Tesla. It's a quick sentence. It says, "I hold space cannot be curved, for the simple reason that it can have no properties," end quote. And I'm going to go on to say, and mind you, this is Ken Wheeler, but this is what I've aligned with. The void between masses falsely reified by atomists / relativity adherents. Space is the attribute of a divergent centrifugal magnetic toroidal field. Space is a shadow, a privation, while having the attribute itself of privation, or its quality thereof. Space itself is not, rather the act of a thing. That thing, the ether. So what he's telling you is that ether is not in space. Okay, when you talk about outer space, he says it's not a terminal of discharge. Essentially, there's no ether. It's the mirage of the ether. But let's get down to it. He says conventional reification by empirical beings whose existence is measured by mass and magnitude, space exists. But ultimately, space has no essence or properties, just
space
as
exist?
all.
Does space exist? You mentioned space earlier when you said there was a black hole. Do you believe that space exists and things are out there light years away?
Just to be
Real
clear,
quick.
can we use different terms?
Wait, hold on. You're Zanuck, you're just trying to like.
No. Can I just make sure that when we say just space, we're talking about like it, like the realm of existence, like you move up, down, left, right. But if you want to talk about outer space, let's call it outer space when we're talking about the where planets
this is what I'm talking about.
Just to be clear on our words, yeah.
I am. I'm differentiating that right now. And Zanuck, that was a good question, and we'll get to that. But yeah, so just to continue on, he says, just as all mass and atoms are 99.999999% empty, space is the measured volume between masses and magnitudes, whose measure is time. He says space is incorrectly reified essence of atomism relativity, which Tesla said was doomed to oblivion as a false belief of cosmic mechanics and its model. And that's where he ends with space.
Zanuck, do you have a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you referred to space earlier, and then also black holes and what they were. They were toroidal magnetic dielectric coplanar fields or something.
Yeah.
What did you mean? Did you mean these things that we observe many light years away are actually black holes, and they may be described as you say they are? But are they in space, very far away, as I've said?
So that's a good question, and I'm honestly trying to figure that one out myself, Zanuck. To be honest, I think I'm confused because I don't know if it's a contradiction or a lack of understanding. But Ken talks about planets, he talks about space and black holes, outer space.
Ken's not a flat earther,
black
right?
holes.
Ken's not a flat earther, by the way.
I honestly, from my own opinion, I do think he's a flat earther, but I have biasy, right?
But he talks about planets and black holes.
That's why you have to start thinking for yourself, Dicelo.
But here's the thing, because like I said, this could be contradiction or it could be lack of understanding, but he says in one breath, black holes, referring to the black holes perceived in outer space as being a thing. And then in the same essential breath, he says that outer space is nothing more than a mirage, the ether. It's the inverse, the negative image of the ether, and it's literally a privation, a shadow, a almost like a reflection, a holographic reflection. It's not necessarily physical.
When you see a black hole, what are we reflecting? What is that reflection of?
Well, so he gets into, when he starts talking about dynamos, like proton dynamos, he says are essentially just mini black holes.
Mini what? Mini black holes?
I haven't gotten much time to dive into the understanding behind it.
Mini black holes.
Yes, he talks about these, like essentially he says in essence they're mini black holes. These again, like I only have so much time, right? And I got to put more time in to try to unravel. But
I'll tell you what you need to do. Hang on, please.
Being honest,
I'll tell you what you need to do, Dicelo. 1 second, please. I'll tell you exactly what you need to do. Is at this stage you've heard enough. You need to leave Ken Wheeler behind because he has the context wrong for everything, either purposefully or not. I say purposefully as well. And now you've got to take everything he said and apply it to Earth, this enclosed realm. Understanding that all of the skylights and the ether are connected because both move at 15 degrees per hour, and the possibility then that they have a central source which is actually generating the barrier and the reflecting ether. That's what you have to do, Dicelo. And I mean that genuinely and heartfeltly. You have some brain in you.
So, can I ask, like, back on the space question? Because of course the word space kind of means two different, or kind of mean two different concepts, and so, like, outer space is of course the thing that where I would say there are planets and the sun and all of that, but then I'd say that space is like the realm we live in, like for example, things fill up space. Like volume. And so when you said that space is the privation, are you talking exclusively about like outer space, the place where I would say there are planets, or are you talking about space as in the volume in which we move around and live within?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. I had a phone call.
Oh.
What did you say?
Okay. So do I need to repeat myself then?
I apologize, Matt.
No, it's
Yeah.
okay. It's okay. You can't predict phone calls. So back to the space thing where you were talking about how space is the privation of ether, and so is that exclusively talking about like outer space, the place where I would say there are planets and sun, and then the sun and stuff? Okay, because also sometimes when we use the word space, we mean like things take up space, like volume, like I can move around in space, so to speak. Not like outer space, but like the space of the realm we live in. So when it comes to when it comes to that space, that volume, would you say that would that also be the privation of something, or would it be ether, or like what would make up this?
It's a good question. I haven't wrapped my head around it too well, to be honest. Like I wish I had an answer.
Because of course I would say that this room that I'm in is unboxed by matter, and it's got matter in it. And of course you'd say that matter is an extension of ether, or it's a modality of ether. And so then the question is that ether within something which is stretching it out, or is it itself being stretched? Yeah. And if you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, I would say matter is the impotency of energy, which is essentially none other than hard light. And all matter is hard light, the fundamental part. It's all matter is comprised of the fundamental particle, which is essentially the hydrogen nucleus, H1 or protium, however you want to identify it. But this is like every element on the periodic table is a harmonic compound of this, which is essentially hard light. It's light, but it's matter. That's why like it's humorously called hard light. But this is what Ken says.
Well, so just quickly on topic, one last thing is because to me there would be two possibilities. Of course, that there can be more, but to me, I'm thinking so either volume is an attribute of the ether itself, or ether takes up volume, and volume is the attribute of whatever ether is within.
Volume. Well, this is a good question. Because when we're talking about volume, this is pertaining to actually what identifies mass. Mass has been here. Let me pull it up here. Mass is essentially it's the volume attribute to atoms. Mass is the volume attributed to atoms, and likewise their conglomerates, due solely to magnetism.
So, Dyslo, I was going to ask a pretty, hopefully straightforward question here. Does ether have any properties you can name?
Does ether have any properties that I can name? So yeah, when we talk about within what we can see and interact with, yes, it definitely does.
Can you name one of the attributes or properties of ether?
Yeah, I can give you all three.
Okay, what are they?
Electricity, light, and magnetism.
Electricity isn't a property, it's a thing.
Electricity is not a thing. No, that's not true.
Well, you got to be fair that electricity to us is like something happening, not an attribute.
Okay, but didn't we start this whole conversation out that you guys were just going to forget what you learned,
and
that's
why I'm being fair by correcting it.
So let me take a step back then. Can you say those attributes one more time?
Electricity, magnetism, and light are what we can see within our physical realm and interact with, as far as what's
They're derivatives. They're derivatives of ether.
All right.
Those are the
So
properties of
typically when
ether,
I say,
because there was a question.
so typically, so when I say an attribute, I mean like I can assign some type of qualification to that attribute. So, for example, I can say this car has the attribute of blue, or the attribute of color, and that color is blue. So you said ether has the attribute of electricity. That electricity is
electricity.
What's the qualification that you would assign of electricity to ether?
I would say the qualification is that electricity isn't a thing in itself. It's comprised of two things. It's a hybrid of two things, which manifest as one consubstantially.
What are those two things?
It's the electricity has a dielectric and a magnetic component that manifest as Q and Planck of electrification.
So would it be fair to say that ether, since electricity is just the dielectric and the magnetic as like compounded, then would it just be fair to say actually ether has four properties? It has the dielectric, the magnetic, you said light, and then something else?
Well, electricity is essentially just the ether in a dynamic state of polarization. And magnetism, yes, is another derivative of the ether that we interact with, as well as light.
I didn't say derivative. I'm asking for its properties, right? So again, like the car example, I say this car has a property. One of its properties is a color. The color of the car is blue. You said that ether has a property. Its property is electricity. That electricity is
So it's
what?
part of its part of ether. Yeah.
No, what's the qualification of electricity?
Take it easy, RC Meisty. Take it easy, man.
So you can give an attribute, be it radial, circular, transverse, spatial, or counterspatial. I mean, these would all be attributes of the ether.
Okay, so using the blue or color example, I could also just use me. It's like, okay, I am RC Micey. One of my attributes is height, right? My height is 6 feet. Okay, so one of the attributes of ether is light. You said ether's light is. Can you fill in the blank here for me?
This is where the conjugate geometries come in.
Well, it's fine. I just want to know what's it. Can you just like very simply finish my sentence so that I can understand it?
6 feet.
Say your sentence again, RC Meisty.
Well, it all comes down. It all comes down to the ether.
A property is an attribute that I can assign to something that I can then put a qualifier on. So, for example, I am Spicy. One of my attributes is height. That height has the qualifier of 6 feet, right?
If you prove that, I'm good. That would break my cog disc. In my mind, I picture you as like 5'4".
All right. So I'll answer you, RC. So there is only one field and several field modalities distinguished by their attributes. A field is, like I told you, an ether perturbation modality, be it radial. These are attributes: circular, transverse, spatial, or counterspatial. And all field modalities are governed by force and motion, inertia, and acceleration. Likewise, matter by capacitance, resistance, permeability, and permittivity.
Okay, so that really didn't answer my question.
Horseshit.
Stop. So Dyslo, I asked you to finish
Hold
my
on,
sentence.
Meisty, rather than you repeating the same question over, let's let Fundy take a shot at this.
No. Okay, well,
because we've heard you've asked the question 3 different times and you restated it, okay? And
so can anybody answer it?
Yeah, so
that's
go ahead.
why I said I'm trying to let Fundy.
Let RC go one more time. If I can't tickle his fancy, then Fundy can go ahead and take his shot. Go ahead, RC.
Tickle his what?
Sure. Okay. So I have an attribute as RC Meisty. One of my attributes is height. The qualification of my height or the quantification of my height is 6 feet, right? You said that ether has an attribute or a property, right? One of those attributes is light. The light of the ether is, what's the quantification or qualification that you're going to put on that?
The light of the ether, and you want me to put on a what now?
Is this that hard to anybody else?
You want?
Well,
Yeah.
You're like basically trying to compare something that's an individual object to something that's almost like consciousness, right? Or like energy. That's really more of a concept, and you're trying to apply the attributes from an object to a concept.
Okay, so ether's a concept, not a real thing.
No, it's not my words.
You see, it is a reality.
All right, so Dyslo, using yours, I want you guys to see that I'm trying
something to identify it as ether.
Okay, I want you guys to see that I'm trying to be as open to understanding this as possible. I'm just asking, can someone define an attribute or a property of ether and then just give me the qualification or quantification of that attribute? Any attribute you want of ether.
Well, ether is more of a not necessarily a qualitative attribute or a quantitative, but a qualitative. And with that, I would say, yeah, in reference to light, in reference, what's that? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, okay, qualitative attributes are just as easy, right? Like, I have a car, it has an attribute, one of its attributes is a color, the color of my car is blue, right?
That's quantitative, man. That's He say it's more qualitative. Do you know the difference?
That's a qualitative attribute. So, can you give me one of the qualitative attributes of ether, Dyslo? Any of them?
Sure. How about frequencies that are reflective and dependent upon a power of the circuit?
Whoa, we should go back to the beginning with our discussions about infrared then.
How about the greater the power, the higher the frequency, the smaller the spatial footprint of the light circuit.
Hang on. Do you think ether has a source?
How about the highest density of light is the fundamental particle itself? Yeah. What else do you want me to tell you about light? How about
Dyslo. I'm just asking for, can you just name an attribute of ether and then say one of the qualifications or quantifications of that attribute is this? That's all I'm asking for.
For the seventh time.
Yeah. Light is a attribute of the ether, and an attribute of light is that it's a radial dielectric pulse perturbation, which causes the transverse force phenomena of electromagnetic ripples, which occur at set frequencies that are reflective and dependent upon the power of the circuit.
Very good.
Okay,
That's very good.
That's very good. That's a statement. An entire 45 concepts. Okay.
Yeah. Can
if you understand something,
you
can
throw
say
a pebble
it very
into a pond,
simply.
right, Dyslo?
So-
You throw a pebble
so
into
for-
a pond and the ripples propagate.
Why are you talking over me, Pete?
I'm
I
free
don't
to
talk
talk
for more
here,
than
man.
15 seconds at a time. All right.
I think it's because you're hogging the mic, RC. Just
Repeat
be
your
honest.
question again. Go on.
I'm not hogging the mic at all. So here's another one, right? I can say air. It has a property. One of the properties of air is that it's translucent, right? You can shine light through it. Okay. So can you give me any attribute of ether? Like, I'm giving you extremely simple examples, and I get entire sentences back.
Well, if you want an equation,
in any way, shape, or form, can you tell me an
I just say
attribute?
the same thing about ether. Ether, like you say, air, you can shine light through it. I could say without ether, the light would have nothing to propagate through. But I mean, how does that get us any closer?
Oh my gosh! See, it's another explanation. It's another
So you can't see air. How do you know air is there?
You can compress it. You can compress air and get a pressure.
Can I ask? Because the whole thing is, like, for example, when he asked what are the attributes of ether, he'll get something like light, and then if you explain what light is, then it has things to do with magnetism and dielectric, which in turn has to do with ether. And so you're just running in circles every time he asks for clarification on this.
Ether
So
is like
that's
an
why
energy
it can
field.
get confusing, because if you say an attribute of ether is something that is ether, then it's a circular argument and we get nowhere.
All right, how about this?
That's
How about this?
science has done.
Manifestation. How about manifestation, demanifestation, location, non-location, magnitude, and geometry?
Okay, magnitude. I can understand magnitude. What is the magnitude of ether?
No. This is an emergent property. The ether is transcendent, but then when it goes through its different operations to actualize, these are one of the ways it's going to actualize. And in its actualization, these are the aspects of it that are going to have non-transcendent properties. So you have to at least perform a motion of the ether in order for it to exist. It's waiting to exist and have properties, but it has to go through a performance to give rise to these emergent properties. In a sense, all properties are emergent properties.
It has to go through an interaction. That's correct.
So ether itself, you can't really ascribe anything to, but it's when ether does stuff that you can do so.
It's an
kind of
all-pervading energy field is what ether is best described. As flat earthers, we need to decide, has ether a source? We look to the North Center there to find some clues, but we definitely have to decide, has it a source? And then that will determine what other properties we might attribute to it.
Well, like, because like, whenever, like, for example, when you say light, well, light is a perturbation in the magnetic and dielectric field, right? I didn't butcher that completely.
Something
light
enters
is a
the field.
perturbation in the magnetic field. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it sounded fairly close, but don't hold me to it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But what I would say then is okay. But then what I'd have to then ask, well, what is a magnetic field? And I'm pretty sure you would say that
those are great
it's
questions.
the ether.
No, it's not what I would say.
No, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We shouldn't assume, guys. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So we want to talk about magnetic fields.
Can anyone just talk off the top of their head anymore without having to look things up? Think for themselves.
Yeah. Xanax gotta make himself feel better by pointing out that I'm referring to Ken Wheeler, which everybody seems to already have known.
What I like just do not get right now is that still no one can give me something simple about like an attribute of ether.
All right. Let me give it to you simple. It's going to be an analogy, though. You are the ether. All right, you haven't even let me speak yet. I mean,
I asked for
the mic, all right?
Hold on.
Leave him give it to RC Meister.
Let's not spiral. He doesn't want parables.
He's
he doesn't want poetry. He doesn't want any of that.
RC, listen, just real quick. It's almost like you asking me for the qualities of the Aether band, right? So, you know, since modern physics doesn't treat anything etheric, we're not going to have a standard to give you something that you can hold up against it to then compare it with what you know by standard physics and what we are postulating based on stuff that we can't even test, right? But so I don't know that you're going to be satisfied with whatever we're going to be able to give to you at this moment, right? So, you know, kind of be a little bit flexible with what we're doing. We're trying to do and give you an idea about an alternative way to look at reality based on the fact that we've got our feet firmly planted on the ground and we can't get up there. So we're just looking at shit going, okay, maybe it's this.
All right. So, Gummy, I'm going to give you a choice here on what you want me to get into. Do you want to understand? Do you want me to explain a magnet? Do you want me to explain? Hold on now. Do you want me to explain a magnet, a magnetic attraction, magnetism, or
explain how I know I can have something you can explain to me. Why don't you explain how? I mean, through all the terms.
I was given Gummy Bear the
you can say
opportunity.
I'll do it later or not, or just ignore it. But how about a motor that uses inductance?
Oh, all right, Zanuck, come on, man.
Here we go again.
Here we go again, Zanuck.
These people are playing video games, jumping in, giving a comment, going back to their video games or another forum or something. No one can think for themselves anymore. I'm thinking including you, Dicelo. Why must you try to satisfy all these characters by going for references somewhere else? Just come from your own brain. That's where we have to go. We're on our own in this one.
Yeah, but Pete, if we did that, man, then we would all just be throwing shit at each other. Like, we have to have something that we can logically apply that fits, that reconciles these connections that we're all. Dude, you're just gonna talk right fucking through me, are you? Pete, you got a real problem. You need to work on.
Nice, slow. Move on. I've muted him both. Please move on.
All right. So anyhow, Gummy, we got magnetism, magnetic attraction, magnetic repulsion, a magnet. What is it that you wanted to ask me?
Okay, well, on the grand scale, what I'm trying to understand is kind of more about ether, and so, like for example, whenever I hear you say I hear a lot about what ether does, but very, very little or almost nothing about what ether is. And so,
medium.
So I would say, for example, magnetism, wouldn't that be something ether does?
Yes.
And so then what is ether? Is there anything about what ether is? I think that's part of also what Arthur Meister was trying to ask when you ask about the attribute of something, because I'd say light and magnetism and all these things are things ether does, not what it is.
Yes. So like I tried telling you early on in conversation, that ether is a composition. It's consubstantial, right? Of two fields. First the dielectric, and second the magnetic. These two fields, right, are tied together. They're synonymous. They're the antithesis of one another. They're tied at the hip. They're inseparable. The magnetic field is represented as being the toroid, which is, if you don't know, the donut shape.
Yep.
And the negative inverse of that, the antithesis, the conjugate of that, would be the hyperboloid, which would be the hourglass shape.
Yeah.
And negative and vice versa. So these two geometries are what define the conjugate geometries, and those conjugate geometries is what defines the ether in its entirety. The ether isn't just the dielectric or the magnetic. It's the two together, mutually antagonistic with one another, that that give this ether field.
Yeah. Well, so then, a part of ether then would be the magnetic field. And so, is there anything that the magnetic field is?
Yes.
What can you say about what it is, like the magnetic field? Because of course you can probably say things about what it does, like it'll do magnetism. It'll be the reason why magnets pull other magnets towards it.
No.
So that's what. No.
Those are separate. Yeah.
Okay.
When we're talking about repulsion and attraction and the field as the field is versus a magnet, I mean, these are all, of course, synonymous with one another, but they're separate in the functions, right? So, when we're talking about a magnetic field, it's a spatially coherent and emanating from the inverse of spatial mass, which is so now deemed as a magnet. This would be the sink of counter space. It's the anti-locus of force, and all mass of which define magnetism denotatively, of which magnetism is the dielectric field expressed in and by the loss of inertia or potential.
Does inertia have potential?
Yes.
Tell me how inertia has potential. Can you give me an example?
Well, your connotative understanding of inertia might be different from the denotative understanding of which this is being implied.
Okay, so what is that? Tell me what that denotative understanding of inertia is. Because I understand inertia several ways. You have rotational inertia, translational inertia, and these do not possess energy. It's not a measure of energy. The units of measure are nowhere near what energy is, by anyone's standards. So again, here's more words that I don't think that Ken Wheeler has really defined properly, and maybe it could be quite misleading, and has no use, by the way.
I'm still ready to go all in on flat Earth. If RC can prove he is quantitatively or qualitatively 6 feet tall, I'm in. That's a global Earth proof for me.
How tall do you think I am? If I prove I'm 6 feet tall, will the same thing be achieved?
No, because RC, in my mind, it's about breaking the cog disk. For you, I haven't really added any sort of short man or tall man complex.
Okay, well, can you add me as a short man, and then I'll prove I'm 6 feet tall to convert you to the globe. Okay. Let's put that as a future project. Okay.
Well, what you could do is start doing some short man complex like shit.
Oh yeah.
And I'll be like, oh, this guy appears in my mindscape as like some sort of 5-foot troll.
So I drive a Humvee. Okay.
Gem Panda without the hump.
He's a circus midget. That's what he is.
I don't even know what things do short people. And let's look at the verb.
Circus midgets, of course.
Does it not bother anybody else that no one can give one simple attribute of ether?
There. They've given you a ton, dude.
I've given you a whole. I've given you a whole lot, RC.
Let me put that to rest because you said like 5 times.
Just to answer Zanuck, you do realize, Zanuck, like I've just laid out 100 times in the last few years for you, that there's more than one meaning for inertia. And when it first came about by Aristotle, he is referring it to motions in a void via states that that an object tends to resist the change in motion.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So does the inertia so if you have an object that has some inertia, would you agree that we could measure that some way, even in your world?
What's that? Sorry, I was reading about Galileo's interpretation of horizontal motion versus the generalized René Descartes.
You said you didn't hear me, so I was repeating it. So if you have a 1 kilogram block, it has inertia. You could probably measure it in your methodology or your understanding, correct? Could you measure that inertia and give me some value to it?
Well, in what regards would you consider measure?
Any unit of measure you want. Just tell me that's it's going to be an attribute of this particular mass or object. You can call it, even if you don't like mass, it's object, this thing you see on the table. And you'll give it a value. All I want to say is, can you give it a value? Yes or no?
Is it at rest?
It's at rest.
Yeah, but is this just a conceived rest, or is this just like, is this what your base understanding?
In any reference frame you choose to determine that it's at rest, because this is a 3-point question. We have 3 questions all in a row based on this same topic. Okay, so you're saying that I'm asking you, can you measure this inertia of this object on the table, 1 kilogram, any shape you'd like? But once you give me the shape, I'm going to keep the shape. So you can. Can you give me the units of measure that you would use? Or you don't have to, but I'm just curious. Do you have a units of measure of inertia?
Pounds per square inch.
Pounds per square inch is the pressure.
Kilograms.
Yeah, it's a unit of measure too, right?
But it's not a unit of measure of inertia, because you said inertia is something to do with resisting acceleration, didn't you?
Yeah, isn't it kilograms per meter per second? Isn't it newtons?
Newton is a force. It's a unit measure of force.
It's kilograms meters per second. What's that called? You're measuring the amount of force it would take to move an object 1 kilogram, 1 meter in 1 second.
Right. Oh, that's a formula, right?
That's power.
It's a resistance to that
Zanuck,
force.
all force has motion. Show me a force without motion.
A book on your
Yep, you
table.
can't.
Force.
Get wrecked.
I just gave you the answer. You cut me up before I even give you the answer. No, a book on your table is a force without motion.
No.
Don't obfuscate. So you gave me you so you can't give me a value of this inertia. Now what happens if this inertia? You say there is a value somewhere. Dice
Well,
low.
tell us the value.
Now,
I just
let me
gave
finish
you
the dice
that.
low. This is between me and him real quick. Fuck. So you got this object on the table. You can't really give me the units measure, but I think you kind of know what inertia is, so I'll let you have that. What happens to the inertia of that object when we spin it? Is it greater? The same object that you gave a unit measure of inertia.
Lesser.
Now I'm spinning it. Does it have inertia? More inertia or less inertia?
Less.
Well, that is false because you can stop this thing from spinning when it's not spinning with no force at all. But when it's spinning, it takes a certain amount of force to stop it. And if it's larger in diameter, it'll take even more force. So the inertia will vary as its size and the rate of size, basically. And
but you've never even defined the force accurately.
The force is what it takes to accelerate mass.
Oh, I thought that was energy.
No, energy is a capacity to do work. Man, you're not paying attention. You've been listening for 5 years. You still
no. This is the same arguments I've had from the beginning.
Well, it's not an argument. I'm just giving you definitions. I'm playing with you.
These aren't definitions. What do you think a definition is, Zanuck? Zanuck, what do you think a definition is? Is it a description of an action, or is it an explanation?
2 1 kilogram rollers. One's hollow.
What's a definition to you, Zanuck?
What's that?
What do you think a definition is? What should a definition be consistent of?
It's just degrading to definitions. Definitions of definitions.
Because you don't have the definition.
I do have the definition. The definition.
You don't even know what a definition is.
Is a resistance to acceleration. An object's resistance.
I'm asking you a very simple question. I've been on the chopping block here. I've been on this. No, you're talking about inertia and resistance. I'm asking you about a definition. What is a definition?
The definition, from its root word defines something, gives meaning, or explains something. That is a definition.
Very good. Explain. And you think science has explained anything?
Oh God! Is this your only out? Is this what you're going to retreat to?
No. This is what it is, Zanuck.
If you have inertia, you mentioned the word. I just was calling out an inertia. Something that can have inertia, a block on a table, and yet spinning, that same block will have a different inertia. So you have to explain why the inertia changes when something's spinning to when it's at rest. And not only that, the size of it matters, can change the inertia. So the rate of spin can be the same. The angle of velocity can be the
don't
same.
even know what a force is, though, Zanuck. This is a problem, man. Like,
yes, I do. I told you again for the 500th time.
Don't mesh up.
For the 500th time, I said a force is something that imparts an acceleration on a mass.
Well, let me read it here. Rotational inertia of a rigid body is a quantity that determines the torque needed for desired angular acceleration about a rotational axis, akin to how mass determines the force needed for a desired acceleration.
There you go. So someone's got out Google and got the correct definition for what inertia is.
Kilograms per meter squared. That's interesting.
So is it what something is, or what something
that's a different value than linear, than translational.
But that's the moment of inertia. It's kilograms per meter squared, Zanuck. But that's the moment of inertia.
Right.
You didn't mention moment at all there.
I didn't say moment. You were saying kilograms per meter squared.
That's inertia. So inertia is associated with moment of inertia.
There's a moment of inertia. Yes, of course.
It has to be because it's defined in that sense. Remember, I just read it.
So So what's the moment of inertia for a 1 kilogram object?
1 kilogram per meter. What's the size of it?
Doesn't matter.
What the meter squared represent then?
See, you're just trying to parrot things you're reading. You don't know what they mean.
I'm not even reading it. I'm
not talking to you. I don't want to get into the
hang on, a moment is a mass by distance.
You don't even know what kilogram per meter squared means.
Hang on, so a moment is a mass by distance.
How can I explain things in terms you can understand when you don't understand those terms as we understand them?
Brain. I just went to Wikipedia to get the definition. So
yes. What do you think kilogram per meter squared means?
Yeah, but a moment, hang on. A moment is a movement of a mass at a distance, right? You have a certain distance involved. You have it like a lever. So meter squared must relate to the distance or not. What do you say? Why are you silent now? I'm just thinking off my head.
I know you're just reading Google, so you got Google out.
I'm not reading Google. I told you.
Tell us the answer. This is the stuff you
I'm
learn.
asking you.
This is the stuff you learn in 9th grade. Okay,
Now,
I'm
now that you're looking up, when I passed it
like,
over to you, you said nothing.
what's the difference between a foot-pound and a pound-foot? I mean, these are simple explanations, and you're not
How many
getting
people
it.
would know what the moment of inertia is, man, or what a moment?
I know what a moment of inertia is. I don't think you do. Why don't you look it
What is
up
a
and
moment,
find
then?
out?
Tell me what's a
Read,
moment.
look up
Hey,
moment of
let me
inertia.
step in here. Listen, you guys have just hijacked the conversation, and now you're just going back and forth spiraling. So let's just try to get back on track, okay?
Hijack the conversation. This is all significant, man.
It sounds like Xanix's trying to turn this into Physics Friday when I thought we were operating off the pretense of starting from
I don't want to
scratch.
turn to physics. I don't want to get into the weeds of Physics Friday. All I wanted him to realize is that he mentioned the term inertia with his description of. Now I've gotten so far off track. I have no idea what he's even talking about. But he mentioned inertia. I said, let's grab one of those terms and see if it actually has consistency in his description. I said, well, did you know that inertia of an object that's not rotating is different? For the same object, you can have two different inertias. So how is that possible in your Ken Wheeler world? And it changes further with its physical dimensions.
Well, Xanic, I could point out you guys define inertia as the resistance to a force, and then you also say that mass also attracts mass.
Inertia is not the resistance to a force.
Just want to say my kid is 83 percentile in the entire nation academically for his grade level, and he's exceeded over 2/3 of his the next year above. So he's in 3rd grade, and he's reading at a 4.5 grade level and testing out higher than most of the students. I don't know. I'm proud of him, man. That's awesome.
Good job, Dicelo.
Inertia is a tendency to do nothing or to remain unchanged, or 2, a property of matter by which it continues in its existing state of rest or uniform motion in a straight line unless the state is changed by an external force. Isn't that determined by its weight, mass times gravity?
He's 88.8% in what? Math? Oh, reading. What about math?
88.8, only 8.
Percent in writing. 81.1% in math. This is all based upon the national average, so he's doing good. I've worked with him so much within the last, since the whole COVID, thing.
Is he a flat earther, Dicelo?
I haven't given him the burden of that yet. I'm gonna wait and let him have his innocence.
I couldn't keep. What do you mean? I couldn't keep my mouth shut if I was around my son for one moment, because what are they going to learn in school? A whole bunch of lies. So the longer you leave it, the more difficult it's going to become to break them out of that. So anyway.
Knowledge requires a great deal of responsibility, which carries a great burden, and he should be free of that and have his childhood.
Well, that's absolutely respectable. I would just encourage you, and I'm sure you would have done it naturally anyway, but I'll just say it, is just help him to think, help him to be critically, aware of, and to even question what he's learning, right? I think that's a good tool too.
Tell him when there's lies. When there's lies in play, there's responsibility on you. You yourself.
Okay, yeah, Pete. Listen. Okay, look, Pete. We heard you. Okay. He already expressed his view. I tried to come in as a bit of a middleman, even though I agree with you because that's my personality. My personality is to talk about it, but he's his own man.
I don't come out right. Like I give him small clues and things to think about on his own and stuff. And in fact, I talked to him about water. Like I give him little keys and stuff. And the teacher talked about some stuff the other day in class, and he asked the teacher why the oceans are always flat, water's always flat. And it got, the teacher told him, basically hushed him up, but nevertheless, he got his yellow belt yesterday in jiu-jitsu, which is a huge accomplishment. He's going on 5 years of training. He started in 2017, July of 2017. He's only 9. He's the first kid ever in the school to receive the yellow belt. So I'm very proud of him.
Very good.
Yeah. He doesn't seem it, but he's very dangerous.
Taking after his dad.
A little bit.
So did you guys figure out what moment of inertia is?
So I also got to quickly correct. It's not resistance to motion.
It is. Not moment of inertia. Inertia is. Moment of inertia, as I mentioned.
It's resistance to change in motion.
Yes, that's why I said acceleration.
Yeah. But saying resistance to motion makes it seem like anything moving will be resisted, but it's a resistance in change of motion.
Right.
Changing the motion will be
resistance to acceleration. But,
yeah, exactly.
But I said, what is moment of inertia? And then that is not explained either. And that moment of inertia will change. And I think that was Pete talking about what a moment of inertia. He brought up kilogram per meter squared, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
That's based on what? Pete, did you look it up yet?
I don't know. Is it Physics Friday now? Is that what we're talking about?
No, I didn't look it up.
Okay, let's go back to inertia then. Why does the inertia change?
That's funny you say that. Because when that's what I thought. That's the first thing that popped in my mind was Daily T when he started asking me temperature versus heat. Because we've gone over this before.
We did. We've done over this a million times. I get it. So
what is temperature? What is temperature,
the point is, guys, so when you're using terms and you say these are the definitive answers to what you're describing, and then I call you out on what that particular term is, and I say, what is your definition? You tell me, and then I say, well, how can it change under different circumstances? Like there's a moment of inertia that is inertia.
I'm just trying to tell you,
things that are rotating.
You don't have to agree. It's okay. You can choose to subscribe to what you want. I'm just telling you the connotative versus denotative understanding of the words we use need to be addressed. We can't you can't walk past these things.
I'm not walking past it. I'm telling you, if you have this thing on the table and it's, let's say a ball, you have a ball on the table and it has a moment of inertia, has an inertia. How can that inertia change to when it is spinning with reference to an axis? I mean, the inertia value is changing.
No,
so obviously inertia as you use it is not.
It's Friday. You win, Zanuck. All right. I'm enjoying my beer, bro.
That ball on the table has a resistance to motion, not a change of motion because it's already at rest, right?
Right. So that's change of motion. That's acceleration. In order for something to move from static, from stopped, to some value, is going to be a change of motion, as Gummy said.
Right, but it has no motion, so it still resists motion itself.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
Its basic dead weight.
That would be inertia. It's inertia. It's change of motion.
And what's the units of measurement of inertia?
Pound, or pound force, or Newton.
How can it be a pound force or a Newton? They're different.
No, they're the same thing, but different units of measure.
No, Newton is not just a kilogram weight or a pound weight.
Yeah, a Newton is a kilogram.
It's not.
Weight, or force, kilogram force.
Yeah, but what's the units of a Newton? Is it kilograms per meters per second? Which is what I said to begin with.
Kilogram meters.
The kilogram meters per second. I wonder.
Not per second. That's not per second. Kilogram meters. A foot.
Don't have to incorporate time.
A pound foot or a kilogram meter that's a unit of a Newton.
Where do we get into Hertz cycles at, Zanuck?
It's a kilogram per meter per second squared. That's what it is. I was closer than you.
No. That's not a Newton.
Newton is the absolute unit of force in the International System of Units. Abbreviated N is defined as the force necessary to provide a mass of 1 kilogram with an acceleration. So I thought it was a velocity, with acceleration of 1 meter per second. So I was fucking close.
No, you said per second. Unit per second squared, not per second.
Oh, it's per second, which is an acceleration, right?
Acceleration.
So I mistook it for a unit of velocity. So I was bloody close. You just said it was pound.
No, a pound force. A pound force also can accelerate a mass. Weight.
Yes, but that's not a Newton.
Force. Newton's force. Pound force is also what can accelerate a mass as well?
What if I told you, Zanuck?
They're all units measured for force. They're all units measured for
Newton. What if I told you force and motion were synonymous, Zanuck? How would you feel?
No, they're not.
What if I told you inertia and acceleration were synonymous, Zanuck? How would you feel?
They're not.
Then, okay, well.
I've told you, like, like in a ball with a moment of inertia that will change without changing its mass, will change with its dimensions. So the moment of inertia will change.
Well, I'm getting a little too fucked up to really argue about this right now.
Let me briefly give you a little analogy, if you don't mind, just very briefly. You have a fire hose, right? And you're pointing it directly upwards, and it's like a shield, a shield, something concave like that, maybe let's say 10 meters above you. You fire the fire hose directly upwards, and you have a spray pattern, like an umbrella type pattern. We can all appreciate that, right? So it will have an extent over which it covers along the ground, and you're at the very center then with the fire hose. Are you with me so far? Right? You with me so far? So to make the analogy, we have a force at the very center which is generating the shield or the barrier, and everything underneath that or beneath that then is within the realms of this original force. You're getting exposed to, I call it the reactionary sort of force, to this actionary force that's holding back the shield or the waters beyond in reality. So depending on what that force actually is, in this case, it's the water, right? So everything beneath that would be some sort of aspect of water. And especially now imagine the fire hose to turn around and see what pattern would be delivered there. And sort of equatable to what I think is going on with Earth. Once again, you might scoff and laugh, but it's the best thing that I can imagine. The tree, we live on the tree, and the tree has caught the stump. So at the north center, we have this energy center, which is shooting upwards. Like if you cut off your hand, the vein would shoot upwards. So it's that sort of idea. Ether itself is just, it's the life force, is the way I look at it. It's there in potential, and then it's through interactions. Everything vibrates on Earth because we are in the midst of this ether. If ether was to suddenly stop, then all the skylights would go out, and whatever's going on at the center would cease as well. That would be the cause of it. So, not sure about attributes, but that's just an analogy you might be able to appreciate. And just because there's no one talking, this is what we do at Christmas time. Then we get the cut tree, we place it on the X, connect it to underground in a sense. X marks the spot, and then we have this reconnection of the energy as it should be, and you have the tree lit then in a spiraling fashion up to the very top, the top of a pyramid, which focuses the energies, and then we have a big star emanating at the top. Train track at the bottom of the Christmas tree references circular motion. So. Yeah.
Are you saying at the top of the pyramids is a star?
No, like a pyramid. The Christmas tree is representing the same. That you have a lower base spiraling up to the top, where you have a pinpoint, if you want, and that generates the star then at the top, at the focus point.
Wider at the bottom, pointy at the top. Okay.
You had a marble that was. Imagine you had a sort of little cone. And you had a load of rings sort of going down to the very, what do you call it, and you spun a marble around the ring. It would gain speed as it went down to the very bottom, and it would focus its energy. That's sort of the idea. It's like a ray gun. Think of a ray gun, or a laser, coherent laser, same sort of thing. So yeah, it's a focus point, focal point even. In a spiraling fashion everywhere upwards, and the limbs in a tree actually go out in a spiraling fashion. Everything does, because it goes back to what's moving, and the way what's moving is moving at the north, where everything is generated from. Someone asked me for evidence of the ether. Well, the aurora borealis, north and south, it's one piece of evidence. The repeating cloud patterns, another piece of evidence. The electrostatic field, which rises drastically as we rise up, that's another piece of evidence.
Has there been an experiment with ether?
Those are actually all really good points that you make, Peter. Good job.
Sand on the beaches. You know the sand on the beaches. You know when the tide goes out, and some places we can all equate to, and these wrinkly sort of ridges appear on the sand. This is most strange. Why would they not settle flat after water is gone out? Because it's always flat just as the tide is going out. So I say sand is the sawdust of the giant crystalline tree, and it's this that's reacting to the old prevailing ether. So these ridges set up. And you also notice this as you're at the beach, as you walk inland, the sand gradually and slowly but surely transforms to soil. So carbon being the fallen state, I guess, that we're in. But yeah, there's a few other things as well that, you know, but I think we have to sort of understand it, or at least entertain it, you know, before we can move on. And of course, so many people, especially Paul, was very aggressive tonight, very, very aggressive. Because he's part of the crew, the Flat Earth crew, who hate the mere mention of the word ether. You can't talk about it at all. You get shouted down. So
wait. Hold on. He's talking about me. So he's divining my thoughts. He's divining what I think. He thought I wasn't listening, but I was. So you're saying I hate... Why would I hate an inanimate thing?
Well, I know you're a regular. What I meant by that, you're a regular on the Nathan Oakley show, and they, to the man, hate the mere mention of the word ether. You
No.
the notion, but do you deny this, first of all?
Do I deny what? What do I deny?
That Nathan Oakley and crew, Quantum Eraser, Nathan Oakley, 10th Man, etc. To the man, they do not like the mere mention of the word ether. It's an anti-ether.
No, see, when you bring out, you say they don't like the. So you're implying like has an emotional quantity to it, even hate. But see, the thing that I've heard, and I bring up the same aspect to it. So how would you scientifically prove or validate the ether? Everything I've heard so far tonight, what I've heard on here, has been a philosophical dissertation on it, not an actual quantitative scientific experimentation to it.
Okay. Well, you understand that ether is part of what is, and in a sense goes beyond or outside the scientific method. Scientific method deals, as you know well enough, Paul, with cause and effect, and you supply a potential cause, and then you see if it works out, right? If it as an independent variable, if it works out, then you cannot rule it out as being the ultimate cause of the effect. Now, when you do not even entertain, you have to know all the possible causes to suggest them, but when you don't know the possible causes, that's another thing. You're going to be out in your reckoning. But this is, again, going back to reality questions, what actually is question. So
hey, Rags.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're not going to find validation essentially looking for it.
You can respond to that. I just want to talk about the ether after you're done.
I'm done.
After Rags is done with you.
Somebody wants to ask me a question.
Yeah, that was me, fundamental. It's not really a question. I just want to like paint a picture to you. It isn't like maybe a answer, what is the ether, but it's just like one of the best paintings and I could draw for you, you know, mentally or verbally, I guess. I don't want to interrupt though, but Paul, Dodo, if you want to finish, Pete, can I just...
Yeah, okay, all I will say, Paul, it didn't matter to me whether you were here or not. I didn't look down for the names, but you did come in pretty hot on Dice Low, as if you need validation for this thing, or else you're going to resist it as much as possible, and that's certainly the wrong way to go about thinking.
Well, wait a minute. Well, Pete, see, that's again, you're divining my thoughts and what you think, and maybe I did come in hot, whatever you want to term hot. But here's the thing. Here's the catch. Here's the rub.
Aggressive. Yeah.
Hold on. Well, aggressive. How you want to term it?
Yeah.
If that thing that you are describing or prescribing or whatever it may be is true, no amount of scrutiny it will hold up under scrutiny. If it starts to fall apart under scrutiny, then we need to reevaluate whether what you're saying or what you're saying is true. So whether I come in hot or I come in with rose petals and flowers and scented things in the air or ethereal music, if you want to, If it's not true, or if it is true, then it shall withstand all scrutiny.
You know, if you don't enter the room playing a harp, then you're coming in hot.
I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of that logic, though, Rags. Yeah, truth should hold up to
It should
scrutiny now.
withstand all scrutiny. But this is the
But you
scientific
also-
method you're applying, isn't it?
You also got to make sure you're interrogating properly, right? You got to make sure you're properly interrogating, not getting ahead of yourself, right?
Well, see, here's the okay. Let's talk about that for a second. I was trying to be methodical earlier. I had to do some work, and I had to just drop out, and I was just trying to listen. But I was trying to be methodical. I was not getting upset. I was not getting frustrated. I got quiet. I tried not to interrupt. I tried to do that, and it seems like the other person was getting worked up, not me.
Anyways, you want to move on to maybe an explanation I have of painting a picture for you with how I
Okay, you can paint a picture if you want, and you can give an explanation. Okay, now that's fine. Now, if it's going to be when you say, I heard you say that it's transcendent, that the ether is transcendent. See, there's two aspects.
Non-transcendent.
Okay, that's a contradiction.
No, it isn't.
That violates the law of non-contradiction. So you're saying it's transcendent and non-transcendent at the same time.
Yeah.
That violates the law of non-contradiction.
No, it's the same way I can say that you can't make a perpetual motion device in the universe, but the universe is a perpetual motion device as a whole. And we're talking about the universe as
that's
a whole
claim.
here.
That's a claim. That's a claim. How do you know, and how did you validate that the universe is a perpetual motion device?
I guess you could say that's my opinion, but I expect that the opposite side don't have much to go off either, except for the fact that
the second law of thermodynamics says that it is a is not a perpetual motion engine. That the energy, the overall energy is just is evening out.
Yeah, I addressed that the other night. I had my thoughts pretty clear on addressing that. We could go into that, or we could the painting I want to draw you. I mean, if you want an answer, I'll give it to you, but it might take a minute or two. It will be simple.
You do whatever you want to do it, however you want to do it. No, I'll rebut like what I think I hear, or I'll repeat what I think I hear.
Okay. Well, why not? Why not just address your first rebuttal here now? Okay. So you're saying that the world isn't. I'm sorry. You're saying that existence isn't a perpetual motion device because of the second law of thermodynamics, right? That's why you think.
But yeah, basically, yeah. It is not a perpetual motion device, right?
Okay, so the second law of thermodynamics will say that you have all sorts of stored energy that can do work, right? Potential energies, chemical potential energies, kinetically potential energies, right? And what you're going to do is you're going to be left in the universe eventually, right? That experiences death, or what they say. The universe itself doesn't die, but it's saying that like all of the stored potential energies have been released, and what you're left with is just heat. And someone was arguing back and forth with me the other day about, well, there is such thing called annihilation of matter, where matter can be reduced to energy, and fusion and fission are fusion, fission, and annihilation are the of which matter itself is reverted back to energy, right? And so then someone was saying that fusion and fission can't get rid of iron. Iron is the limit for both. So they were imagining that the universe would be solely comprised of iron matter in the void of space. And I was saying that, well, as long as that iron has a temperature, it's going to radiate infrared light. And so the idea that the universe isn't a perpetual motion device is defeated right there, in the sense that it is going to shoot off light. And if light is a constant speed, then the universe will always have light traveling through it. And if the universe always has light traveling through it, then the universe hasn't stopped. It's a perpetual motion device. It just may be reduced down to more simpler components and performances.
Okay, now, again, you made a claim. How did you validate all this?
I'm just talking to you, man. What claim do you think I need to back up?
Well, you said that our universe is a perpetual motion device.
Well, he already
and
said
then you
it's his
said,
opinion.
hold on.
He's
Okay, well, that's good. So that's fine. Okay, so this is not a
It's very scientific. It goes on your laws itself. I mean, of fission, understand of fission, fusion, and the constant speed of light.
Paul is a flat earther, Andrew.
Oh, yeah, my bad. But regardless, as long as there's matter, there's going to be heat, because absolute zero is an absolute, and that's impossible for any absolutes to exist here, except for what they say is the speed of light, but we all have issues with that. But as long as light is traveling, the universe continues. Just because all potential chemical energy and potential kinetic energy are used up, and you experience like the limitations of the second law of thermodynamics, creating a heat death and maybe in a complete annihilation of all matter, there's still going to be light traveling, and that will be the evidence eventually in the device that it is.
You've been smoking tonight, Fundamental.
Not at all. Is this not making sense to you? That the universe isn't going to stop?
Smoke a little smoke.
Well, it's conjecture. It's conjecture, right? Paul wants definitive answers on ether, but it is conjecture. You can't.
Well, I'm not talking about ether. I'm talking about the universe being a perpetual motion device, right? I was gonna paint a picture of how I would express the ether. No, man. I mean, do we want to take this seriously at all? I'm just trying to share some thoughts.
You're killing it. You're killing it, Fundy. You're killing it, bro. Good job. Good job.
I actually dropped for a second. Sorry. So
No,
you want me?
Can you repeat that?
Sorry. Repeat it.
Okay. Anyways, your second law of dynamics eventually ending in heat death of the universe, where all matter is still doesn't get rid of light itself, which will continue forever until it's absorbed by matter, absorbed and then re-emitted as infrared light. Maybe it's downgraded to a lower frequency, but the light will continue traveling, material will continue vibrating, creating heat. The universe does not ever end, and the energy flow never stops. The universe is the one true perpetual motion device, as supported by, if you enjoy it, the first law of thermodynamics, if it is that energy cannot be destroyed. Or maybe that's not the first law. Maybe it's high pressure to low pressure. I don't know.
Okay, I asked the question.
Homework.
I did ask the question, and I did say, and I heard what I thought I understood most of what you said. So when an particle or matter, or whatever you want to term it, whether it's iron or whatever substance it is, has reached its lowest vibration state, which I'm not saying that things cannot, they will always at some level be vibrating because of quantum mechanics. Now, that being said, how can you validate that at its lowest thermal state, that it still emanates light? How did you validate that?
Yeah, I already covered that, and matter isn't necessary. Even if experience fission fusion to the point of annihilation of all matter, what would be released would be what they call ray photons in physics, and that is light, and that is light that's traveling. So even if all matter is obliterated, the universe will still be comprised of traveling light. And just because there's no matter, and because they call it a heat death of the universe, doesn't mean the universe ends. The universe will continue, just in a different performances and operations going on. Maybe there's no matter, but the energy will still be flowing. The light will still be traveling.
It'll be evenly distributed where nothing can occur. No work can be done.
What do you think is evenly distributed? Because even if you want to say
the energy,
full of light,
all the energy, all the thermal energy has been evenly distributed throughout the universe, so no work can be done.
No, you're talking about matter still. I already covered that. All right.
Well, that's
even if I said this 3 times now. Even if all the matter is a physics term, actually, even if all the matter is annihilated, the result of annihilation is 2 ray photons for every atom. I mean, I think I'm quoting that okay. And so these ray photons are photons in their models. So even if all the matter in the physical scientific term right there, light will be shot out. Now you're going to have to give me light that isn't traveling to claim that the universe has paused. But even if it pauses, that doesn't mean it's gone. That doesn't mean it isn't still existing. Existence, the universe is a professional motion device that doesn't need fuel to continue.
Motion implies work. Okay, so you're saying that the energy that's motion, right? What is motion?
Motion doesn't imply work. Motion's motion, man. Work is, you know, you're involving an exchange of matter and energy there, like, but light itself, you know, just traveling. I don't suppose that's doing work, but it is moving.
Okay, well, let's think about what you just said then. Okay, if there's no boundaries to existence, and if you're using the current cosmology as an illustration, which means there's no boundaries and the universe is expanding, then eventually, over time, there would be no photons left in this area of space. It would all be gone.
I don't know. I don't suppose.
Could be. But again, think about it back to the energy packet. As long as it's just moving and not doing any work, it's just energy. Energy is the capacity to do work. Remember that. Not work itself.
Well, I know, but
capacity.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine, Danny. But think about what I do. No, but I don't think you understood what I said. If he's right, and if you annihilate all the energy or all the matter, it becomes just these two photons, and they're traveling. And unless they're in a confined area, which means it has to be confined, which means if a photon is traveling in one direction, it has to be able to be reflected back. But if there's nothing to reflect it, nothing to cause it to change direction back towards the direction it was going, eventually, all that energy and all that photons there would be in that volume or that space, whichever you want to call it, there would be nothing there.
Yeah. Do you see how this is more of an interesting to the point I was making?
I know, but so we're back to my argument. So it cannot be a perpetual motion machine.
No, we're not.
Because all the energy would be gone to be able to do anything.
You ran away from your argument.
No, I didn't. I heard exactly what you said.
No,
I understood exactly what you're talking about.
I said existence is a professional motion device. Reality is a professional motion device. I didn't say like I wish I could come up with some sort of software analogy for you. But if
so what do you mean by existence then? What do you mean by existence?
Is anything able to be happening? Existence is where those things are able to happen within. If light is traveling, then there has to be existence for it to be traveling through. So existence will keep on going, it doesn't need a fuel, it's a motion device, and things will continue to happen within existence. Now, maybe not in this area, but existence will be there for things to be happening within it always. There's no stopping.
Well, now that's not. I wouldn't know if I would call that a perpetual motion machine. That's why I use the idea of work, because typically when they use the idea of they use the idea of a perpetual motion machine. That's why you got to be clear about what you're saying, because a perpetual motion machine typically they want to get that going because they want to be able to do something with it. They want to be able to power generators and cause.
Yeah, but you're talking about practical use, not omnipotence. You know, it's two different.
I'm not talking about a motor. I'm not talking about a motor that can power something else. This is a system that so a perpetual motion device at its simplest explanation is a system of things continue happening without being powered by an external power source. Now, the universe doesn't require an external power source for things to continue happening and fluctuating within it. It's a fluctuating system that will never stop fluctuating.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. So, Paul, it makes sense to me.
I understand the concept. I get that, but at this point, though, it's just a concept.
A perpetual motion machine is something that actually does work, and then with the work generates the heat to recombine the work again. So you have the perpetual motion of some work being done, and then the energy recouped to continue to do the work. So that means it's implying there's no losses in doing work.
Well,
yeah, the universe experiences no loss of energy. There you go. That's one of your laws.
There's no work being done when the universe is expanding.
The universe experiences no energy loss. The law of conservation of energy.
That's the first law. Hold on a second.
There's no work being done.
Yeah,
if there is
it's a dynamic system. It's a dynamic system because the light will never stop.
Let's say we have one planet in the universe, and only one planet. Hold on. And then that work is being done on the Earth. All of our cars are running, our heaters and things are running. that means the entire universe, that energy will eventually spread out and entropy increases, and then it will suffer the heat death of the universe as described by the comics.
Define universe. No one has defined universe.
Yeah, whatever, everything out there, everything you can imagine.
Got so far away from me helping you guys out understand the ether. Had to back up so much. It made perfect sense to I'm your Copernicus.
We were talking about
you guys are
ether, and
having
then
is-
somehow we moved over to perpetual motion machine.
Let's get
I
straight
just
back
don't
to
understand.
Fundamental did that.
Yeah, I know. No, I didn't do that. Whatchamacallit? Rags to Riches or whatever his name is. While I was talking
wait.
What are you trying me for, man?
Well, because you were trying to describe to me what you thought the things were. Then you brought up perpetual motion device, and I was just trying to think that through.
All
You
right,
were the one brought that up.
one
Universe
step.
and perpetual.
Take a one step back. One step back. Right. I was gonna tell you about my best way of drawing a picture for you of an analogy, painting in your head or whatever of how I understand. Then a few seconds later, I said something, you said something, and I used the words the universe's professional motion device, linking it back to what I was about to explain. But then you had a problem with that choice of words in my elaboration. So then I said, well, what do you want to tackle? This or the thing that this was a detail of? He said, do whatever you want. I said, all right, let's just tackle.
The problem here is that we're tacking on more understandings to something we're trying to get the root understanding of. Okay, you have to attack the premise, and I've been saying this for a few weeks now, at least openly here, and now that everyone's here, it's probably a good time to say it. But if you can believe in the concept of nothing, all of this is possible. Okay, we all know that intrinsically, though, that there is no such thing as nothing. There's always something that fills the space. And even when you try to empty that space, it still has something in it. Okay?
So you're saying that something is ether?
I'm saying that there has to be a persistent medium, okay? And there are qualities
because I thought
to
you were
that.
trying to say I'm referring to nothing, like I'm trying to refer to some logical bullshit.
No, I'm saying that the mainstream relies on the concept of nothing so that they can create material explanations. What we're dealing with is an immaterial omnipotence that can manifest itself as material.
Well, then what you're saying, when you were... Hold on a second, Zanik. When you say omnipotent, that implies a creator or a god. Are you saying, which I think
it is my personal deduction that even if you have no losses, there still needs to be an input. There still needs to be intelligence conveyed. That input is the creator, the creation, whatever that is.
That's what the zero represents, Riggs. Remember, science deals in materialism.
One thing that I wanted to touch on.
Hang on, please. All they acknowledge is the one, right? The countable, which leads a endless series of ones is the infinite. But that's what they deny is the zero, and that is the omnipotent source that you're referring to, Riggs.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, let's talk about zero for a second. Hold on a second. When you talk about it's rags, by the way, and you can call me Paul if you don't want to do these rags. When you say zero implies a quantity. And so when you say quantity zero, that means there's nothing, no thing. Now, when you imply no thing, that means there's no God, no ether, no substance, no anything. So you can't even, that when you start implying that, when you say zero.
No, zero is a concept. If you actually had zero, your lights would turn off, your eyes would stop working. You see what I mean?
You have no eyes.
Zero is a placeholder for something that's not real. There's no such thing as zero.
But we live in a physical reality, bud.
Hold on a second. Can I respond? I get that. I mean, I'm following a lot further, a lot better.
I don't like the zero
a lot better than you think. Okay, because zero is I mean, I don't either. And honestly, as a believer in God, you have to have either something has to be eternal. You can't have something that's I agree with you. You can't get something from nothing. So there always has to be something that exists. My idea of that is God. So
right.
I did have
it has to be some sort of intelligence, right?
I don't have a problem with that at all. Okay. So, and I think there's in a sense, there is a logical inference from that. Now I can't prove God scientifically. which I think I disagree with you. We would probably
God
disagree
like
with
the
me on
zero,
that, but I don't think it
Paul,
can be.
God like zero is undefined. Two numbers in mathematics. Which
Oh, wait a minute.
infinite.
God can be defined. God can be defined.
No, God cannot be defined.
Well,
Yes, he
Dodo,
can.
give him a chance to work it out in his head because we were having a productive.
That is how
Okay,
God can. Am I disrupting the productiveness, Riggs?
No. I
Would you
think that everyone's tried to help Paul, and maybe he's starting to come around a little bit. Just give him a chance.
Well, see, I differ. Well, there's a couple of things I need to address. There's two things. There's an immaterial world and a physical world, right? Science deals with the physical world, right? And you can get into metaphysics would deal with the immaterial world, things that are immaterial. So there's those two aspects, and I do think there's a level that the worlds are interconnected. Okay, you can't separate the physical from the immaterial, the material from the. I think you know what I'm talking about. You can't separate the material from the immaterial. They're kind of connected. Now, but see, the thing I'm addressing. Well, yeah, I guess you can call that.
Or you can call it a portal.
I want to go back to God quantifying. Hold on a second. I want to go back to God. You said God cannot be quantified or described or whatever.
Defined, yeah.
Well, yes, he can. Okay, he exists before all material things existed. That's describing an attribute of who he is. He's eternal.
Not defining God.
Okay, I am defining God. God is eternal, and he's the creator. He's intelligent. He's omniscient. He's all powerful.
Is he unknowable?
No, he's not unknowable.
You sure?
Yes, because you know why he can be known? Because he can reveal himself.
Not talking in that sense, he can reveal an aspect of himself. We can never know God because he's unknowable, he's undefinable, he's omnipotent, he's omnipresent.
No. Wait a minute. He using the terms omnipresent or all those terms are things you can know about him. So you do know something about him.
You can't know about him, man. Don't you see?
I was trying to go with a logical deduction to make sense of all of this, but if we're gonna go to just beliefs, then I don't know if I have much to.
Listen, I'm going to go off. Let me say something.
Wait.
I'm in agreement. I'm just going to go off here as well. Can you just bear with me for a couple of seconds, right? Paul, I agree with you, man. There's a physical, material world, immaterial world. The science deals with the physical, which is the countable. It's the material, the atomistic, right? How do we deal with the immaterial? Well, that's where the zero comes in, and that's where I say the God comes in as well.
But see, well, I'm not going to, zero is not a good, I think, honestly, Pete, I would say zero is not a good descriptor. You could find something else if it was me.
It's the zero and the one.
Right. Zero
represents contradictory.
And the one
zero and one are not the same thing.
Here's a brilliant relation.
That's exactly what led us to our discussion earlier about, you said, oh, that's a paradox, that's contradictory. Like I said, this is exactly what led us into my rant earlier about how there is no such thing as the perpetual motion device inside of the universe, but the universe itself is a perpetual motion device. That's what the bridge was to that conversation topic. Just like how God is, yet all you know is God. God is everything, but he's also transcendent. But he does, show himself through his works in a sense.
He's a zero and a one. And so what we're charged with is finding out the relationship between the zero and the one. And here's a clue for you. The answer is 42. So you have the zero, the circumference of a circle, and a line. To three significant figures, the relationship between the two is 3.14 to 1. In mathematics, a dot is a mathematical instruction to multiply. So 3 multiplied by 14 is 42. So that's a big clue. I'll talk to you later, guys. Take it easy.
All right.
Are we done talking about Hitler out of the universe now? Is that what I was thinking? That's what I was thinking.
I think this might be a good time to go through that mental image that I wanted to lay out for you. But someone else first. Who was it? I recognize your voice. Yeah.
It's my name's Kevin. I'm new here. Yeah. I was gonna respond to Paul's and also Riggs thing, and I've said this many times before to GeoLove and to Lemon because they both love the ether very much, and I feel sometimes you guys talk about the ether or these other things, like even just now when you said there's like nothing, and there's zeros in our cosmology, and like global mainstream science cosmology. But mainstream science currently, the mainstream theory is quantum field theory, and quantum field theory encompasses a lot of what I hear people when they're describing the ether. Sometimes it sounds fantastical and like can do anything. It's all the fields, but quantum field theory literally is all the fields, including the one that light propagates through. And
quantum relates
and it does
to
also
nothing.
describe
In quantum field theory,
it describes the zero.
In quantum field theory, all particles are
empty space. Sorry, go ahead.
I think I heard something.
In quantum field theory, all particles are.
You cut out, Fundy.
All particles are red.
No,
That's true. All particles are red. That's right.
In quantum field theory, all.
Oh my God!
Of the quantum
It keeps
field.
cutting out.
Stop cutting out at the worst time.
Quantum has no relation to anything within pertaining to reality. Quantum is a travesty to humanity.
You say that, but like I said, what I was almost done saying before was what you guys describe as the ether, and also what Riggs was even describing as the non-zero value of any empty space. All of this is described in quantum field theory, and I know you might disagree with this, but quantum field theory is actually one of the most successful scientific theories known to man. It has some of the most successful.
Yeah, that's a bias.
Predictions.
That's a biased feeling-based comment. You're welcome.
Yeah.
No, it's not a feeling. I just
steal aspects of what we're talking about and then pat yourself on the back. Come on. What came first?
Ether was been around long before quantum, bud. We've had this figured out long before.
I can validate the fact that it's the most successful theory. Like it's made predictions that's been accurate up to 13 decimal places.
Dude, that's almost like making a racial claim. Like, oh, this white person is way more profitable than this other person. It's just an opinion.
In science, you can have successful theories or unsuccessful hypotheses, but it's certainly the most successful theory.
From Leonard Susskind and Richard Feynman that would literally, just completely denote the understanding of quantum. I mean, it's the essence of quantum.
If quantum is wrong, even though it made all of its predictions right, what do you have? Something that's wrong or right?
Something
that's
statistically predictable but not accurate.
Operating on a skewed paradigm or a wrong trajectory can get you far until you run into a dead end. The only way you're never going to run into a dead end is the straight and narrow true path. But an angled path can get you down the road before you off-road. But can only get you so far before you need to readjust.
I agree with a couple of those words, but as I said, I didn't say it's a correct truth of the world. What I said was it's the most successful theory in science, meaning there's no other explanation that's come up with that has been more accurate than this understanding. So it could be wrong, but I'd be surprised if you come up with anything more successful.
What if I brought this up a while back when it's the same topic. What if it's the same thing? What if your ether that you guys are describing and quantum field theory is the same thing?
I mean, it's similar, but the thing with quantum is that
try to test it.
Yeah, the thing about quantum is that they've pretty much hijacked the understanding of ether and replaced it with a euphemism called dark energy, dark matter, and quantum foam. These are all euphemisms and misnomers for what we call the ether. And their understanding is based on quantizing the existence of a particle. Like everything in phenomenal existence has to be quantified due to some sort of a particle interaction. But the problem is that magnetism isn't a qualitative or a quantitative attribute. That's not anything they can count. So this is where they start coming up with photons. Same thing with light.
Yeah, they can count them. Oh, hold on. You said dark energy and in dark matter has nothing to do with quantum field theory or
they can't
anything
listen,
else.
dude. There's no virtual photons being emitted from a fucking magnet. And this is what they tell you. This is the only thing they have to have particles to have any sort of interaction. And that's the problem, is that they've failed by trying to quantize qualitative things.
Right, and
they've measured these things before, though.
They admit themselves that all quantum physics is based on their understanding of light, and their understanding of light is a duality paradox, which can be reconciled, but the favored side of it is imagining particle interaction and particle exchange, and that's where they go wrong. Start trying to quantize things into little beads, little packets of energy.
The quantum field theory is all about fields. So even the particles themselves are perturbations in the field. And light is just one aspect.
Photon,
of
though. Not the photon,
yeah,
though.
Photon,
even in
also
quantum field theory.
It's a perturbation in the electromagnetic field. That's exactly what a photon is in quantum field theory.
What's a perturbation?
So can we done talking about photons then?
Hold on, Fundy. What's a perturbation?
It's a non-zero value. So when there's a disturbance in the field and there's a non-zero value, you have this electromagnetic radiation, otherwise known as light of any wavelength.
I'm asking you precisely what a perturbation is. We're not talking about anything else. So just lay it out for me, please.
I just described what it is. That's what it is.
I'll go Google it, and if I Google it, is that what it's going to say? Is that what it's going to say?
Sure, but it might be a synonym to it. A perturbation in the field is like a disturbance in the field. Like I said, it's like a non-zero value.
Field? Why are you mentioning field? You've never defined that.
Quantum field theory. I know it seems kind of mysterious, but it's actually what quantum field theory is actually based around, is fields.
It's basically the same.
Yeah, I heard you say field. You say it so loosely as if you understand what a field is, but you've never explained it. So go ahead and lay it out.
Sure. Well, earlier somebody asked you the same question, and I'll try to measure up to that. But a field is basically something that pervades all space and gives values to every position in space. And so, if you're talking about any of these quantum fields, it's said that the field's always existing, even if the value is zero, and the perturbations are the non-zero values.
Sounds like either.
No, that's not accurate. So what you're saying is that we can measure and quantify a portion of the field within the outer space portions of our existence. Not even possible, for one. You were accurate in talking about a value within a Cartesian location of the field, but you stepped out of bounds when you started invoking space, as in as being outside the field.
Outside
space exists within the field and in the field only.
Yeah, of course.
All is one.
Yeah, there's something else that you said earlier too. That somebody asked you if it was the space or made up the space, and you said that it's something different. When I think about a field and I think about space, I don't make a distinction between the two because it wouldn't make sense to. As a matter of fact, if the field wasn't describing space, then I don't know what it would be describing. Because, like I said, the description is going to have something to do with the values of the positions in space. So, I mean, they're to me, they're describing the same thing. Space would maybe be the general term, and the field would be, the specific entity of that space.
Well, Kosho, man, going along with your quantum field, quantum foam idea, do you think this quantum foam is omnipresent within all areas of space?
The fields are.
Right. So you kind of want to view space as something different than your quantum foam, right? And so the ether is claiming that the universe is the quantum foam in a sense. And then there's a transcendent part of it too. But the quantum only deals with the actualized, there's an actualized quantum foam pervading all space. And there's nothing potential about it except for the concept of potential fluctuations in the quantum foam. Now this is the difference between the ether and the quantum foam, because they still want to keep space-time as a fabric, right? All ether is a recognition that all is one, and the foam you're referring to is the physical side of the substrate when it's actualized compared to the potential side of it.
I want to be clear though, I never referred to any foam at all. You did about 7 times, but I didn't.
Hey, listen, I just want to say,
I got my concrete contractor here right now, so give me a minute. But go ahead.
I just want to say that was beautiful. That was a beautiful monologue. Enjoyed every second of that one.
Can I try to sum up what I think I've been hearing? I know you don't like that, but I have been thinking about this myself at some level. Like there has to be like the particle, let's say, or the way that even what Zanik posted earlier today. Like if I take a rope and I just snap it like a whip, there'll be a wave literally travel through that whip and then crack at the other end. And you could quantify that at one sense. There's a peak and there's a valley. So I've often thought that kind of energy at some level is kind of like the crack in the whip or the fluctuation or something causing a fluctuation. Now, when you talk about fluctuations, I don't think the fluctuations are just popping out of existence from nowhere. I think as a Christian, I would say that the Bible says that the God holds everything together by the power of his word. Hold on a second. So I think that fluctuation, so to speak, is God's. Am I dropping out? Am I cutting out? Or what's going on?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, so I think there's that fluctuation, is that in a sense the God's power holding things in existence. I'll make it simple. So I think that in the energy is basically God cracking the whip, and eventually that energy will be dissipated.
God cracking the whip.
Yep.
Well, is it still God if it's not being cracked?
If there's no energy or no movement or no anything going on, then I mean we can do that.
I don't know.
Where does that?
I already asked you this question. It's the concept of nothing. Well, if there's nothing going on, see, this is what you do. You try to quantify and materialize something to an extent which you can't take in all the values. You can do the best you can, but you can't separate everything into their own values. You can't do it.
Well, okay. If nothing is going on, nothing is happening, right? So are you saying things can happen without no prior event causing it?
No, what I'm saying is that we can be practical. Okay, we use things intrinsically as material. Like I can grab an apple and walk off, and I've just picked something up which has energy potential, and then I used some of my energy potential and walked off into a direction of empty space, and this is all like practical usage, right? But in reality, all of these systems and ideas are connected. You cannot separate them. There's no such thing as nothing in that quantification. You can think of it that way for practical reasons, but in reality, everything is connected, right?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's what I was saying, actually.
Well, I know, because I'm trying to correct what you guys keep talking about. Like, in one sense, everyone's diehard on, like, one side of ether and explaining concepts beyond the premise. And then on the other side, you have, like, different theories competing for the globe math and trying to explain away their existence using quantification, using this material quantification as some sort of like, well, maybe our math will get closer if we look at it this way instead. But no, the problem is you can't separate everything from the whole. And that whole is the persistent medium in which we call ether, which has different expressions. It can express in magnetism, it can express in electricity, it can express in life and inanimate life. It's everything. The earth is God, right? The ether is how it's expressed.
Here's the only thing, though.
The ether. The empty space is the ether. It has the potential to be whatever it wants, based on whatever the designer chooses.
Okay, hold on a second though. When you say you can't quantify things, see, that's the thing. When you quantify something, like, okay, if you're saying we're all the same, then me and you are the same. So there's no distinction. Quantities, in a sense, determine distinction. You're distincting something from something else, or if you're wanting to do something, how much of something you want to do. Like how many waves are in the crack of the whip? There's 1, 2, 3. I'm putting a quantity to that, or distinction to that. Like I can have a smaller crack of the whip or a bigger crack of the whip, and I can say, well, there's an amplitude of that to determine that. So to quantify something, or to put a number value to it, or even mathematically describe it, is not a bad thing.
And you control for all inputs and values.
Well, no, because I'm not omniscient.
No.
Or I'm not omnipresent. I can't. No, there's nothing wrong with that. But to try to quantify something, to say, well, this is how much of something is occurring, or to say, well, this tree is not that tree. They're not the same tree. They're two different trees. That's two distinction. There's nothing wrong with that either.
No, it can be useful, right? We can create a concept of this observation and make something useful out of it, right? But it doesn't take into account for the whole, because we're literally here trying to understand what the whole is, right? So we still don't understand what the whole is, but we still find conceptions of utilization. We can still try to understand things conceptually. That's why we use the math. That's why we use the different values. That's why there's a nutrition facts on the side of your food container. It's because we're trying to make sense of something we don't understand. So these are concepts. But in reality, they're all connected. You can't separate all of the air inside of a jar because there's something still there. We don't know what all the different properties of what's still there. Right?
Well, see, that's why I brought up earlier. And that's why I said you got to, in essential, what you're falling into. And that's why I said that. If you don't be careful, you know, they call Christians the God of the gaps when they say, well, God did it, or that's God's explanation. You know, and you can do the ether of the gaps. It becomes the same thing. So if you don't have an explanation in a materialistic way, then you can't even, then you're just falling into the God of the gaps fallacy.
Well, the ether has that quality, does it not? I'm not even saying the ether is one thing. It just appears to be something that we can't, we haven't distinctly quantified yet. And even then, we may not be able to get all the inputs that are involved with it.
Well, and here's you need to come to terms that you may never quantify it. I mean, nothing, all things in this existence, all things as fundamentalists say, can be fully understood. Only way you can do that is only way to do that is.
Wait. You think everything can be fully understood?
All knowledge.
No. This is your ego, and this is the fault of man.
That's not my.
You're wrong.
Why is it? What? Oh, so you're saying you can know everything?
No, I'm saying you can't.
Right. I just said you can't. I just said
okay.
That.
Then you cut out. Then.
Yeah, I said only God can know everything because only God has all knowledge. I don't, and we never will. Is that better? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay. We're probably on more the same page.
We both just agreed there, so.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. I think we're trying to be on the same page in your lives. So,
yeah, I'm not like. I mean, I commend all these people here for trying to understand this ether concept, because we need to know. If you want to understand something better, look to the anomalies. Look to the ends of the table. You know, like try to find where maybe something doesn't fit all the way. Right? Look for the stuff that doesn't totally make sense.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Look for the contradictions. Look for the inadequacies and things.
Right. Well, there's another word for it too. I forgot, but you know what I'm saying. I commend.
I'm drawing blanks.
I commend you all for like looking into those things, but at its basic level, like there's a concept problem. You don't need to understand anything about the ether to understand what I'm telling you right here. Is that the current theories they only exist in a world where you accept that nothing is possible.
Can I give you the critique that the reason I have such a hard when I go so hard on the ether? And honestly, Dicelo, if you're listening, I know you are and you're drunk, so I'm probably going to trigger you on this. But,
I mean, I got my
but
hands
hang on
full.
a
I got
second.
contractor here. I got the kids. But I'm struggling. But I'm here. I'm listening.
Take a deep breath. When the words that are used are redefined, and so like if energy in the classical use in physics is the ability to do work. That's the classic definition. But when they redefine it to something else, or then it's like that's when I get lost, because you'll throw out these words that are completely different and the definitions are completely different than it's classically or even used in the physics term. And I'm gone. I'm like, what the heck's going on here? I have no idea what you're talking about. And so that's the problem with, I think, trying to redefine things, which is fine, but you got to make sure you're clearly defining it. And hold on a second, Dyson. And most definitions, when you go to the dictionary, are very short. They're not long and long-winded. So when I asked you like I said, energy is the ability to do work. That's a simple definition. If it gets convoluted and long, you get lost. So definitions have to be simple and concise. Go ahead.
Well, that's the thing, man. I think that's very loose-ended and vague, and doesn't really generalize. I mean, it generalizes, but doesn't really fit any one's satisfaction. I mean, we've got potential versus kinetic. I mean, there's a lot going on to just say the ability to do work. All right, and I think we need to be very more, hyper concise when trying to get to the bottom of understanding. If we're going to use these words to be to be all encompassing when talking about phenomena, right? To say light is electromagnetic radiation and never really define. And when I say define, I mean explain what electricity is, or magnetism, or radiation. I mean, they give these conceptual descriptions to uphold their beliefs, but never get to the crux or the essence or the nature of what it is they're explaining. And we can't accept that.
Well, two things in this though. When somebody said earlier, electricity is basically the movement of charges. That's a simple definition. Or like you said, potential kinetic energy. But see, you added another word onto the word energy. But even that is still definable. I understand what potential energy is.
But that's not electricity.
I understand what kinetic energy is.
Electricity has components to it. You can't separate the magnetic component from the electric component. You can't separate the dielectric component from the magnetic component. These things are all tied together.
This is an example of what I was saying. You can't control all values. You can't be distinct and control all values. This is not possible.
And I was going to say, I think Riggs makes a rather good philosophical point about how science has you have to believe in nothing in order to go along with it. And I think you guys have just kind of moved on from that, and you're back to just arguing about this ether terminology.
Yeah, so like another example is okay, if something's in motion, it'll stay in motion unless acted upon by another force, right? Okay, but you have to concede in that exact moment. You have to give your mind away to the idea that there can be nothing, and that thing can just move on forever. But that doesn't exist, right? Because everything goes through entropy. So at some point, there's going to be drag, there's going to be influence, there's going to be something, because that's reality. You can't isolate everything distinctly and make bold claims like that, because then you're tricking yourself into thinking that nothing is possible.
Well, I mean, in the
that's
classical,
that's what the claim is. That claim is not saying that nothing's going to happen. It's saying that when something happens, there's always a cause to it, basically.
But even in current physics, they don't actually say that there's absolutely nothing there. Even in the so-called space, there's particles of some kind there. So even if you was to throw an object in space, then it would come in collision with other particles, which would eventually slow that object down.
Right.
time.
But like I said before,
that, man? You can't say
the
that. You can't say something exists within something else and never define what that something is that it's existing within. You say if you act as if space is a medium to hold particulates, then define space. Give us the properties, give us the attributes. No one's done it because it's not there. So to agree with conceiving this notion is fallacious.
Space is a volume.
But even when we're isolating everything,
but that's wrong. Hold on now. This is a illogical. This is a logical claim you just made, due to the fact that space and volume are separate. They have some similarities, but they're separate in the explanation and what they are. There's a significant difference between volume and space, Paul.
Yeah, volume is a property of space.
Volume would be. Well, right. A volume would be you quantify. Like I have a gallon or a gallon of milk, which is a volume of milk.
It's the other way around.
Okay.
Space is an attribute of volume, but space doesn't exist. Space is nothing more than a privation of existence, and which means like nothing. And you can't show me nothing. You can't point to nothing. This is an illogical thing. And yeah.
Space is simply the locations and positions that everything occurs in. So it's not that it's nothing. It's a very important something.
Space only exists within volume.
It just doesn't have physical
outside of volume.
It's in space.
What?
Volumes exist in space. That's how it's defined.
No, it's the other way around, man. It's the other way around.
I mean, it's the positions, locations, everything occurs in all events occur in space.
That's not true.
Speak.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. And I'll tell you, volume has boundary, space has no boundary. Okay? So when you imply space as an outer space, what you're saying is a boundaryless medium, which is illogical at best.
Space is a general term, and when you define its volume, you're defining, you said like a boundary, but the boundary that the volume is describing is the space. Like space has a volume, it has distances, it definitely has locations and positions. You can define.
You're getting it all backwards, dude.
Any position. I mean, you can define space by its position.
If you flip it around, you'd be on point. That's all I got to tell you, man. I hope you figure it out. But volume has boundaries. Space does not. Space exists within volume. Space never exists without volume. Volume and space exist within the field, never outside the field.
Guys, this is a great conversation. Keep up. Just a great exchange.
I wish it were less semantical, and I wish the mechanisms that we were talking about weren't passed by. But that's the nature of discussion, I guess.
I felt like I was talking to Kosho and he left. Did he leave? Am I wrong?
A few people left, but there's another. I don't know if they went to the other chat room or what's going on. This one's been going on for a few hours now. So, did we also lose Paul?
Yeah, I think a lot of people. I think people can only take so much of what they can't accept.
Well, I would love to have some concessions from, I don't know, fucking anybody. This concept that there can be a nothing as juxtaposed for the purpose of quantifying the something, as saying that, like, saying that you can quantify something distinctly, entirely, is also kind of admitting that there is a nothing opposed to it. Right?
I was struggling to listen, but it sounded quite
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah. Sounded good, man.
Oh man. Look, all I'm saying is that if I have like a bottle of Coke, then that means somewhere there's not a bottle of Coke.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. There's always
But
the
these are
contrast of things.
concepts. These are ways that we try to like delineate and understand reality. Is that we try to what?
I would say it's logic. I would say concept resides on the fact of communication, but logic is always as such. Like it's never changing, or it's similar to truth, right? Like we went over this earlier today. Yeah, we got two different types of logic. We got personal, and we got reality, ultimate logic, and ultimate logic is always as it is. Like it's never changing. It's like truth. And yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I want people to start thinking in these terms, though. You know, like, because that's reality. And the best part of understanding this is understanding that you have a direct connection to reality, and you can actually manifest things because you are, like, you know, in the Bible they talk about how Eve was made from a rib, right? But in reality, if everything that exists is part of this God structure, then we're also part of God, and we can manifest. If we want to have a better day, all we have to do is think about having a better day and bring it on to ourselves. Like this is what comes with understanding that there's no such thing as nothing, and that it's all part of one thing. You can heal yourself, you can fix yourself. The tools that you need to become better or to heal your mind, they all exist in the same space.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot. There is like the mind is a powerful thing, man. And I've always been told mind over matter from a young age, and kind of lived by it. And it's gotten me by. I'm not gonna say it hasn't, but it's a hard juggle, man. But I'm with you.
Well, I don't think it's just something that makes me feel good. I think it's just part of reality. And we need to start treating it that way instead of some fucking postcard quote.
Well, I think that's why, you know, the world is the way it is, right? Because if everybody understood that concept, that, you know, we can be free, we could have we can make the world into whatever we thought, you know, they wouldn't go to all these great lengths to fake space and to do all this other stuff to keep us just squabbling over nothing.
Exactly. Squabbling over nothing. If they can get you to believe in nothing, they can get you to believe in anything. They can quantify anything they fucking want. Because if nothing's possible, then they can get you to believe in quantum field theory, which says that not only is the ether real, but the globe is real. And gravity is also real. And actually, there's a reality just beyond the river over there that, you know, actually everything is real all at once in another dimension. And actually, we have a computer right here that can predict all 5 bajillion dimensions all at the same time. But the reality is that there is one reality. That's another thing people don't like to admit. We all share the same existence.
Yeah.
And even if we don't, you have to treat it like we do. So it kind of defends itself.
Yeah, man. I can't deny that.
Facts.
That's real talk.
Shit, too bad Paul left. I had a question for him.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to go down the road with Paul a little bit, but I imagine he's been through enough. I came in
I've
late.
I've had some interesting discussions with him.
I kind of lose faith when people are very religious and they kind of lead with that.
Yeah, I mean that was one thing that I was about to talk to him because like I've been talking with QE and Nathan. We talked about the don't remember which experiment. I think it was the double slit or something. But like Paul said that the science is the study of the natural and the physical world, so it's just natural. But then QE uses science to prove something that is not natural. So I was just wondering what's his opinion on that. So
yeah.
Well, yeah, because he'll use Cavendish or the Foucault pendulums as examples of devices that aren't natural science, right? Because you're using a human-made device, to observe the phenomenon. And what's the double slit experiment? It's the exact same thing, right?
Yeah, and like with QE, he says that his observation is light. Oh no, it's a wave pattern is his observed phenomena, and then he is trying to figure out the cause for it. But in the experiment, he is only finding the cause for the collapse of the wave function, not the cause for the wave function itself. Like you'd need to observe the collapse of the wave function in nature in order for you to study or experiment what is the cause for the collapse.
I mean, yeah, if you listen to his talk upon photons and the whole, like you said, the quantum eraser experiment and the photon being shot, a single photon being shot through a BBO crystal and divided into two halves, and one half's faster than the other and knows what the other's doing, and it's all relative to the observer. I mean, this is fucking unicorns and leprechauns, man. I don't understand how anyone, you would have to be an egotistical maniac to subscribe to this, man, because that's all it is like you makes you feel like you fucking know something that somebody else doesn't or something. Like I don't understand the concept, the ticking mechanism behind someone who's willing to dive into this understanding. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, and I think that I mean, I have no issue with the experiment, but the conclusion that you or some people draw from it, I have an issue with.
Well, but the conclusion is that consciousness affects reality, right?
Sure.
No.
But it actually isn't.
No.
Yeah, it kind of depends because you can just
reality is reality, man. We're within it. Consciousness resides within it. That's it.
Also, if his independent variable is existence of the witch path information, and he says that information is supernatural, so his cause is supernatural, or the existence of supernatural in natural world, which doesn't actually exist in the natural world because it is supernatural. It's kind of
this is the thing I wanted to touch on earlier that I wasn't able to get out, but I mean, supernatural, that needs to go bye-bye. It's physics and metaphysics. And aside from that, we got phenomena and noumena. Most people never talk about the noumena, which is the inverse of phenomena. Phenomena is everything in the visible universe, right? And it has magnitude, okay? And all magnitude is measured in time. Noumena is literally the substrate, if you will, which pre-exists phenomena. So noumena comes before phenomena. There's two constants. There's only two constants in the universe, that of field pressure for noumena and time for phenomena. And the universe is not governed by math, only field pressure mediations, all of which terminate and are destroyed in the plane of inertia or pure potential, which would be the dielectric field I speak of.
Okay, so I had an experience. It involved vision and time. So what's that? And I couldn't explain it. It was what I would consider a supernatural experience, but also natural. So
Yeah, I've had these experiences myself. What do you want me to say of it?
well, no, like how does it fall within your definitions then? What would you call that?
What are we referring to specifically?
The last 20 seconds of your speech.
As far as just, can you help me out here and be a little specific and lead me along the way?
I think you said like
I'm not following.
Lumina and something
Numina.
else. I forgot.
Numenon. Yep, that's the inverse of phenomena.
Okay. So I had a phenomena, but it included time, so that's noumena?
Everything in the phenomenal existence in our universe involves magnitude. And magnitude, yes, is an expression measured in time. All time is an expression of magnitude. And all magnitude is a resultant of magnetism. So what I'm telling you is everything in our existence is coming from a magnetic field.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't expect that anyone will ever explain what happened to me, but I had a time warp.
You're roboting a little bit back into it.
I
Am I better?
heard. No, I heard you 100%. But describe what you mean. Your time warp.
I experienced. There was about 2 hours of time that I leaped forward in time and then came back. Oh no! Excuse me. I leaped back in time and then leaped forward again to the present.
Well, that would be the same thing because there's no forward or backward in time. Time is like I said, the expression of magnitude, and ultimately doesn't exist at all. So maybe you stepped outside the boundaries of that and were able to.
Well, it was clearly like it was clearly what we would perceive as time related, because that's literally all it was. So it was like as if I went back in time 2 hours, and for about a minute, and then when I came back, I was back in normal time.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Yeah,
yeah.
I missed a part of that because I went outside the car for a second. But can you describe again? So you said, or how?
Okay, so yeah, I'll just explain. I'll explain what happened. Okay. Yeah. So I went to a doctor's office. This is back. I was in middle school or something. My mom had picked me up, and she got off work early, and the appointment was for like it was. She picked me up at 3. Appointment was at 3:30, so she had to get off work a little bit early. And went to the doctor's office, and it was a strip mall where the doctor was in the corner of the strip mall. Okay, so there was nothing else it could have been. It was the only building at the corner of the strip mall. It wasn't like some other office or anything like that. But I get to the doors, and the doors have the little "we'll be back at lunch" or after lunch, and it showed the hour hands at like 1:15 or 1:30 or something like that. And it was 3:30. Like I had been there on time. And I put my head up to the glass, looked inside. There was no one there. It was the right place. The lights were off, and the doors were locked. Okay. And when I came back 30 seconds later, about a minute later, or maybe 30 seconds, the lights were on. The clock was flipped over. There were people sitting down in the middle of a magazine. There was someone being helped with multiple pairs of glasses in front of them, as if they had been trying on glasses for a while. I went around and asked everybody how long they had been there, and is this some kind of prank or something like that? And what had happened was it was lunchtime. When I first got there, it was lunchtime, but then I warped, I guess 2.5, 3 hours or whatever, back to the present, and they were open like normal.
But when you originally got there, you said you sure it was 3 o'clock, but nobody was there, and they were all on break because of lunchtime.
Yeah,
And then,
everyone was
literally
gone.
seconds later-
Doors locked. The clock was flipped over. It even said the right time. Like 1:30. We'll be back at 1:30.
Right.
All the
okay,
seats
so
were
you said
empty. The magazines were on the
Yeah.
table. The lights were off. I mean, it was a closed business. It was the
You
same
said the clock was
business.
flipped over. Yeah.
Yeah, the hanging
the
clock
close
they put on the door.
Yeah. Okay.
I literally walked back to the car. Told my mom, "Hey, I don't know what's going on. They're closed." And she said, "Chad, stop fucking with me. Let's go." Because it takes her like 10 minutes to get her purse together or whatever. And I was like, "All right, fine." When I walked back with her, I told you it's closed. Get up to the door, opens right up. The clock's flipped over. There's people sitting down. Look at their magazines. The lights are on. The ladies behind the desk. I went to everybody and asked everybody what the hell's going on. I was freaked out.
And what? You said you were in school around this time, but you had to leave school for this.
Yeah, I had to. Yeah, it was.
So
It was middle school. I mean,
lay it
I
off
was
from the beginning because I'm kind of confused. Like I caught the story, but I don't understand the very very beginning. So you said you were young, you're in grade school, and you said you left the school campus and came back.
Yeah, my mom picked me up to go to an eye doctor appointment.
Okay.
And she had to be there at around 3 to 3:15 to pick me up. And the appointment was at 3:30. It wasn't too far, just a few miles away. And yeah, I mean, well, and the point of me giving you all the specifics, because I'm not making the specifics up. I want you to understand that I was a pretty normal kid, and I was properly fed, had decent sleep, I wasn't dehydrated. Never had drugs or alcohol before. My eyes were not so good. No, they were not so good. But that would be the number one argument, right, in court?
No, I mean, I was gonna ask you about Mom. What do you remember what time of year it was?
I had glasses. I could see just fine.
I know, I'm just messing with you. I don't know how your eyes were, but do you remember what time of the year it was? Like it was end of the school year, beginning of the school year. Or something like that?
I mean, it wasn't cold, so it must have been.
Spring.
It was probably around spring going into summer or something like that, or maybe fall even. Our warm, Texas the way it is, we had maybe 2 or 3 months of maybe cold-ish if you're lucky.
Yeah. It'll be hot in December.
Sometimes, it'll get cold around Halloween, and then out of nowhere you'll get a 90-degree day for a week, and then you'll be like, okay.
Exactly. Well, my only assumption, this is as being a skeptic, although this could be debunked, but what was it possibly around the daylight savings time sort of time, and maybe somebody's clock wasn't correct, and that could come. But I don't know. Honestly, the whole thing sounds eerie. Anyway,
it is. I freaked out. It was at that moment in my child brain. I said, "The devil's real. Hell is real."
Huh.
That was my instant deduction. I am so freaked out. I just went home scared.
That is weird. You had no drugs that day for your eyes? I don't know, kind of.
I mean, they may have dilated them. That was pretty common practice for that doctor. I'd had him my whole life. But that was after the fact, I don't have any complaints about the visit. I have complaints about the initial part. Nothing like that's ever happened again. I had a distinct time warp, like movie script kind of time warp.
You guys don't believe in time dilation, or some you guys do. I don't know if you guys don't. A lot of people think it's time
Listen, man.
travel.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, man. Is fucking relativists have bastardized the concept of time, dude. They've added things to it that just aren't there, and it's pretty bad.
Added things to time, like what?
Well,
extra numbers.
Yeah, when you talk about past and future and present, they're not real, being that there cannot be a now.
Well, I don't know about that, man. I think if God is real, God could have like a symphony's playing out or something. Like, how much of your free will is your free will, you know, or are you on a ride of consciousness? I'm not trying to define what God is or isn't, or what life is or isn't, but it sounds like you're putting a hard limit on it.
Time, in short, is just the offspring and necessitated phenomena of magnetism and its byproduct, being mass and magnitude.
You sure it's Einstein
it's
who
just,
added stuff to time?
Yeah, man.
Somebody else.
Yeah.
How is magnetism?
I love
heard
Daiso's unrelenting. Daiso's unrelenting commitment to Kim Wheeler.
KW.
It just never puts it down.
I gotta admit immediately, you're not ashamed of it, so that's cool. But at the same time, I heard you say the thing earlier about magnetism, magnitude, and this and that. And I personally, I just didn't get it. I'll admit it. I didn't get it. How light and magnet, like, I understand that time is a magnitude, or time is a magnitude of the space between events. But I don't know what magnetism has to do with that. Me personally.
Well, magnetism is what gives mass its existence to begin with, and mass is what gives matter its existence. So essentially, you can't have mass without magnetism, and you can't have magnitude without magnetism. And if you can't have magnitude, then you can't have time, because, like I just told you, time is the expression of magnitude. It's just been reified as being this this concept of measure. And it's just a measure of magnitudes, and it doesn't really exist at all. However, conventionally it does, being that we are beings of mass and magnitude who live in a sea of time. But time is like space. It's the attributional byproduct, like I said, of magnitude and its measure. And it's just laughable that relativity and quantum have reified nothing, really, being that time is nothing. It's just a concept, man. Ultimately doesn't exist.
I think it's very real, though. One of the most real things could ever be, in my opinion.
I would say.
Well, you crack an egg, and that's it. The egg's cracked. Can't go back. You can't do nothing about it. I mean, you could try to, I guess, piece it together some way, but I don't think you'll have good luck, especially if it starts frying. So these things happen.
Can you stand in a moment of the same flowing waters? Can time be still?
I don't know about that, but I do know time does move in one direction, and that direction is very real. Except for in Rick's case, of course, that one time. But most of the time, it moves in one direction, and there's almost nothing you can do about it.
When you look at the analog clock, like, sure, time has meaning upon the hands of it, but when you boil it down to the axle pin at which those hands rotate upon, time has no meaning at all.
I mean, I think it always does. I mean, like I said, you should any event, cracking an egg, the sun setting, smoking a cigarette. I always used to smoke cigarettes back when I used to smoke, and I just remember thinking there's like an analogy of a cigarette being like life, because it starts off and there's so much of it, and then it's always going to dwindle down until it gets to the very end. And
yeah, entropy is part of reality. Like, time has to play a part.
Some people say that's the biggest. That's like the definition of the second law of thermodynamics.
You're just talking about
time.
Perceptions of memory, man. You're speaking from literally, dude. Past, past, future, and present perceptions and phantasms of memory.
Now, you don't even need a memory. You can't make. There's a lot of like the cracking the egg, the melting of the ice, the mixing dye, colored dye into a liquid or whatever. You can't undo these things. Maybe the ice you can.
Are you sure?
Again,
I can show you. I can show you dye being unmixed. I can take dye, drop it into a medium, stir it up to where 3 colors all combine, and then reverse the steering, right, and have all of the 3 colors separate completely back to the original way they manifested within that medium.
Actually, I think I've seen this before, but that would be cool. I forget where it was. I seen that. I think it was it's like the science magician guy.
Yeah, someone's coiled it into a GIF. It's pretty cool. If you've never seen it, it's
cool.
pretty neat.
No, it is cool. There is special cases, of course, for that kind of stuff. Jesus turned the water into wine, and the iodine, which basically does the same thing. Chemicals you can do cool stuff with, but I'm talking about colored dye, like just using water and colored dye.
This is colored dye. This is colored dye in a liquid medium. It drops in at I believe it's like yellow, green, and something else. I can't remember off the top of my head. And they're all in separate spots within this medium, suspended. And then they've got this wheel, and they spin it clockwise. All 3 of those different colors combine into one fluid, homogenized, transparent yet still homogenized color, single hue, and then they counterclockwise spin it, and all 3 of those colors re-separate back into their original positions, and the medium's still transparent and clear.
Yeah, like I said, that's a special case chemical reaction, but I'm talking about in almost every other type of reaction like that.
That has nothing to do with chemical reaction, bro. That has to do with how
that's a chemical trick.
That's not a chemical reaction, bro. That's color. That's literally fucking food coloring and a fucking gelatin type medium like an agar.
What about water? Can you do this with water and food coloring?
I mean, what do you think agar and like a gelatin is? It's literally just an extra component in there that gives it more viscosity, but its base is water. I mean, it's no different. It's just showcasing. It helps suspend and animate the experiment to where you can get a good look at what's going on, man.
Well, I would just tell you can't do this with water. You really can't do that.
Well, but yeah, because of the fucking viscosity of water, bro. Like, what aren't you getting, dude?
You can't do this with almost most chemicals. Like I said, this is like a special case. I got to find out what it was again, because I saw this magician do that.
There's no special. It's not a magic show.
I mean, he does the guy that I'm talking about. He does it as a magic trick. Yeah, but that doesn't work with almost any other chemicals, like water or anything else. If you mix these things together, they stay mixed.
All right.
But it's the truth. Let me see real quick. I want to see what those things are.